welcome. Go ahead, take a seat. We ran out of office space here, so we're making do. Listen, I don't know if anyone's kind of told you what we're doing today, but we're just gonna have a chat. And honestly, I would prefer to call you by your real name, if that's okay.
Oscar?
Yeah, Oscar Canelis Colocha. Actually, no, we're just gonna stick with Maxwell.
Okay.
Listen, I know that you auto-dub a lot of your content into English. Are you planning on doing that for this interview?
No, this is my normal voice, and I will use it in English. Also, you're a highly respected journalist, Avali.
Thank you. Now, during your time with Counter-Strike, you played for more than 15 teams in 8 years. Was that because you couldn't make friends?
I actually have a lot of friends, but it's hard to make friends in gaming because people are like you, like rude.
It's kind of personal. Did you ever think that maybe in those 8 years that you were the problem? Was it hard for you to leave Counter-Strike for Valorant? Or does being from Catalonia make the idea of separation come easily?
No, it was really easy. It was really easy because I was tired of playing Counter-Strike already and I wanted something new.
Because you aged out of it?
No. How old are you?
That's a very weird question to ask a woman.
No.
Did your mother teach you your manners?
I think women and men are the same.
In what way?
I can ask you anything that you can ask me because we're the same.
When's your next monthly cycle?
But that doesn't have anything to do with your age.
Hold up. We just said that we can ask each other the same questions as man and woman.
Okay, I'm gonna answer them.
All right, well, let's move on. You recently became sponsored by Red Bull. I can see it on your shirt.
Yes.
Is that because being over 30, drinking it is the only way that you could stay awake?
I'm not gonna get rage baited by that.
It's fine. Why do you think that's a rage bait?
Your attitude.
My attitude?
Yes.
This is just the way my face looks. Now, Red Bull says that you were, quote, considered by the vast majority of fans to be one of the most charismatic professional players in the esports scene. By majority of fans, did they just mean your mom?
It does mean what?
Sorry, I didn't auto-dub it. Red Bull says that you were, quote, considered by the vast majority of fans to be one of the most charismatic professional players in the scene. But by majority of fans, did they just mean your mom?
Oh. That's a lame one.
Your mom is lame?
No, my mom is not
That's
lame.
incredibly rude. She gave life to you.
Yes. But no. I mean, it's a lame question. It's a very lame question.
I'll be sure
you can do better.
I'll be sure to let our writers know.
Yeah. Do it because...
Look straight into the camera and tell our writer that you just don't think he's doing a very good job.
You probably chat GPT the question or something. You need to, I don't know, do your research.
You're the owner of Club Otakar. I'm glad that you could come to EWC, but why didn't you bring your club with you?
Because we're starting. We're new. We have only a Valorant team and we need more to compete in the rankings and everything.
Is that just your way of saying that you're broke?
Yeah.
Did you turn to team ownership in the hopes of being less unsuccessful?
Less unsuccessful?
I mean, can your club beat any team that is not named LK?
That's a good one. That's actually a good one. You did your research there.
Thank you.
We can. We've done it.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit more about you.
Okay.
Right? When you retired from gaming to go into streaming, was it tough to transition from a job playing video games all day to a job playing video games all day poorly?
No, it wasn't.
A challenge frightens you?
No.
Now, we have had our fun, but I do have one final serious question for you, if that's okay. When you eat oatmeal, do you prefer it to be lumpy or do you mix well?
I don't eat oatmeal. I just eat tortilla.
Tortilla?
Yeah, it's like
I live in California. It's like we almost invented tortillas.
No, but not that kind. I lived in California as well, but you're talking about something else.
I'm talking about like Taco Bell, right?
No. You mix
Chalupa.
the eggs.
No, you get this from the supermarket. It's flat, it looks like a Frisbee, you could chuck it.
No. That's the Mexican tortilla, it's not the Spanish one.
Who came first?
Yo, I'm done? Can I leave or no?
Yeah. Well, hold up, we still have a couple more. This isn't even your floor!
This one? Nah, that's not it. What do I have to decide now? Maybe this.
Leo, hurry up right now. You got 5 seconds till the show starts.
What do you mean 5 seconds? I'm trying to decide what hat I'm wearing.
What do you mean decided? Today's the decider day. All the big teams are playing. They're going to be decided today. Come on, come on, come on. We gotta go. We gotta go.
Fine.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to today's Sports World Cup. Today is day 2 of the MWI.
Day 2 is something else. Who'd have thunk that the ladies had it in them to bring out these kinds of moments? Gen.G versus Vitality. One moment stuck out. Ashley came in for a kick. It was almost perfect. And then she, weirdly enough, dashed a different direction when it was supposed to be a finish this way. Another moment, I think, that's cool is Galaxy Phoenix versus Falcons Vega Mena. It was an almost perfect Fanny entrance, but I think what made that extra cool was the counterplay, where Ling caught a mid-air Fanny with the shifting skies. It's perfect, right? Shifting skies, and then the Sora came in and served up so many kills to. So we're finally up to day 3. 4 more slots in the knockout stage. I'm definitely excited for Na'Vi versus Gen.G. This is a dream match. Also, I'm looking forward to Virtus Pro versus Zeta, because Zeta opened strong. So something tells me there's something more to this team. Day 3 is a must watch, because we're gonna be giving the final 4 slots in the knockout stage to those who earn it.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Come on, brother. That's how we do. Let's go.
Everything counts indeed, Cheryl. Today, every single match will be tournament life on the line. We'll have a lot of keys crushed and a lot of keys surviving to go for day 4 playoffs. Every single match is important. Today, it's about who survives.
The stakes have never been higher, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, you have seen the highest level of play possible here at MWI, and it's only going to get better at this point. $500,000 are up for grabs, and we are about to see eventually who walks away as our EWC26 champion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get started with day 3 of MWI.
And welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2026 Esports World Cup. It's day 3 of the MWI. We have a couple more decider matches, and then we move into our knockout stage. Single elimination, 1 life to live, or your key is crushed. You want to be champion, you got to make it through the gauntlet. It's never easy, but being a champion never is. Welcome into the studio. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Brigitte, LaFell. Welcome to the desk, LaFell. How you doing? How is Stream B?
Oh, I love it, man. Over here, you guys got a lot of cool stuff, I gotta say, in Stream B. Especially yesterday, it was amazing because the ladies played with a lot of heart as well as trust, because every single game went the distance. It went over 20 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially as you consider Stream B to stand for B as the better stream.
You started that day 1.
I remember that.
Day 1, what was up with that, man? Hey, either way, we're now on the same desk. We're bringing it together as a team, and we just watched them, I guess, playing a match over there with the stage host. You know Cheryl won that, okay? Bottom line period, smacked up Rob and Damascus. Today's going to be a great day, though, for sure, even for our first matchup that's going to be starting. But let's recap at least the past couple of days, because we've had some great matches, and I want to start with the biggest one that that we had with the biggest storyline. It was Vitality versus Gen G. This matchup was historic. Of course, grand finals from last year. LaFell, it was, of course, Vitality getting the win, and they did so in a convincing fashion. The question now remains, who are the contenders to challenge Vitality?
Actually, I feel like that was a very good match for Gen G because I feel like that exposed a lot of the mistakes that Gen G really did. And I feel like they have to go through this for them to eventually become champions because in 2025, they start off very shaky. After a good loss against one of the Na'Vi teams, they started like, you know what? Now we know what's wrong. They fixed it and went all the way to the grand final. So I think that was necessary for them.
Ooh, that's tough now that you mentioned that because we're assuming that this was a better spot for Gen G and they are going to go up against Na'Vi later on today. So that puts Na'Vi in a position which is equally as dangerous because they too, I think, have just very recently discovered what really works for them. And we're hoping that we see it continued and maybe not a bit too experimental in this very crucial match.
And Bree, obviously, we'll be taking a look at our schedule in just a little bit. A lot of great matches to take place. However, we need to catch you up, especially if you're just joining us for the first time, because there's been a lot going down. Check out the recap.
Says Magnifique. Bonjour, welcome. This is the morning here in Paris. I'm having coffee alongside with Athena, which by the way, you look amazing. How are you feeling?
It is an amazing day. I feel excited, especially it's a day 3 for MWI.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this feels like a date. Either ways, yesterday was amazing, at least for Stream B. The girls, they played with heart, with passion, with trust, because every single game of ours, Athena, 3-way elimination, it went over 20 minutes every game.
When there's love, there is also heartbreak, right? But while we're over to Stream A, we had quite a few surprises. We were able to finally see the Ling and Fanny showdown from Fa and Nara. Quite an awesome surprise for a few of us who are waiting for that Assassin Jungler matchup.
Well, we still have more games for today. We'll see who advances to the knockouts, but for now, we're gonna enjoy our coffee. Au revoir.
Think you had something on your lip after drinking that coffee. I'm jealous you guys got some coffee. Hopefully, I'll be able to get some in just a little bit. But the energy behind me is getting me lit up regardless. Let's take a look at our schedule. We've got a lot of great matches. Bree, you kind of alluded to it, but these are going to be the first two, and you're specifically interested in Gen G versus Na'Vi.
Yep, we still have 2 decider matches, at least on Stream A, because we will have 2 other more also happening simultaneously on Stream B. But for now, it's going to be Twisted Minds alongside Falcons Vega ID and Gen G versus Na'Vi to close it out here on Stream A.
Ooh, and Seda returns against VP. Team Falcons Meta versus Foot Esports. There was a lot of hype around Seda and how they were going to be developing the meta. Let's see if they can continue to live. Why do they want to? Well, because there's a lot of money on the line, right? We're talking $500,000 up for grabs, $150,000 going to first place. That money can be highly useful in whatever you would like to spend it on. $500,000, LaFell. MWI is awesome.
That is life-changing money. Basically, every single time we've seen champions came out of EWC, a lot has changed for them, but it's all for the positive. They basically reinvest into themselves just to make sure that they can keep qualifying to EWC every single year.
Yep, and on top of that, I feel like even finals MVP awards too and prize money is another topic that we aren't really sure who to expect will eventually get that title anyway, because based on the matches so far, I know we've had a day 1 full of 2-0s. Yesterday, we had some of them too, but it was much closer than we thought, especially on Stream B, when there's tournament life that's on the line.
Well, Na'Vi, they're going to be playing today, but they also had a chance to play a mini game called True or False.
MWI at EWC26 is what you're watching, and now I got 2 special guests with me. I got Ira and Not Ayanami. We're going to be playing a very fun game, True or False. Let's start with our first statement. Chip is Angela's adoptive sibling. 1, 2, 3.
False.
Ooh, you guys guessed wrong. It's actually true. Freya is known as the Battle Maiden. 1, 2, 3.
False.
Okay, not Ayanami. You got it right. MWI at EWC 2026 Grand Finals falls on the 19th of July. 1, 2, 3.
True.
It's false though. Oh my God. Brute force breastplate is made up of 4 pieces of equipment. 1, 2, 3.
True.
False.
Ira, you are wrong. It's true. Brute force breastplate is made up of 4 pieces, and so not Ayanami is up 2-0. Jusin has the ability to summon Ember Dragonflies. 1, 2, 3.
True.
It's a tie, but unfortunately you're
Give me
both
points.
wrong on this one. No points
Still don't have
for
points.
Ira. We're gonna give you a real hammer, and you're gonna have to smash her down, all right? Oh, dang. That's how we do it here at MWI EWC 2026. If you guys want to see them compete, tune in to the matches. We'll see you later.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Not gonna lie, that true or false was quite fun. Even our desk was getting involved and maybe did even better than the players. I'm not so certain, to tell you the truth, but either way, they know what they're talking about, and so does our co-streamer. We got a lot of co-streams taking place, and Rain is one of them. Let's bring him in and talk to him and catch up with everything that's happening at MWI. Rain, what's going on, man? How you doing for day 3?
I'm good, man. I think it's such a lovely place, France, in terms of their food, their culture here, their scenery. All good, man.
Well, France might be nice in Paris especially, but how's the MWI shaking up for you?
There's a lot of unexpected outcome. I never expect that there's certain team from Cambodia and also from Arab that play really good, especially in terms of using mechanical heroes like Fanny, Ling, and giving me a lot of surprise, man.
Hey, Rain, kapa? Everything okay dekat Seners? You are over there. Say hi, Rain.
Sehat, alhamdulillah.
Say hi, alhamdulillah. So, Rain, just gotta ask, you know, Team Ray Young, they look amazing. How was that for you? And Arya's playing for Gen G. So, how you feel looking at them play for the past 2 days?
For Team Ray Young, I already expect they will qualify for knockout stage. I know they are one of the best because since they also defeated Malaysian best lined up during qualifier. And also for Gen G, I really hope they can go through, man, because knockout stage without Arya, without Gen G, without Ashley is quite weird for me, you know? So I'm hoping they can give like a good draft and also good gameplay for this time.
Okay, so at least we might just see, or so that might just suggest the potential matchup that Rain wants to see, no? But I'd like to go back to what was previously mentioned by Rain earlier on. There were a lot of unexpected picks. You mentioned it earlier here in MWI. But for at least the past 2 days, we've seen a certain trend in the meta. Do you think this is something that we might see carried over once we get into MSC? Or do you think it's going to be a bit different?
I think personally it's going a bit different. For women's scene, I noticed that most of the teams give priority towards comfort hero or comfort picks. But for male team, most of the teams are really comfortable with a lot of heroes and can play counter draft really good. But I'm not saying that women incapable playing mechanical heroes, okay, but it's just in terms of data, they just playing heroes that really the identity of their own team. There are teams that play hero like assassin, but there are also certain teams that playing utility jungler.
Well, Rain, it's a pleasure to have you, of course, in the venue. You're going to be watching MWI, and I'm sure we'll have a chance to catch up with you in future days. After all, after this, we still have 2 more days left for the knockout stage. Hey, if you guys didn't know, EWC has the creator program, and it's super cool, and it gives you an opportunity not only as a competitor, but a creator, or however you'd like to get involved, more in depth with EWC. This is a brand new thing. It just started this year, and it's quite special indeed. Your EWC journey starts here. Join the Esports Foundation, and hey, you get a lot of prizes as well and some merch. Who doesn't love that? They'll set you up, and that's the beautiful thing about it. You join the creator program, you get involved, scan that QR code, and they'll give you everything you need potentially in order to obviously be the best creator you can possibly be. And of course, being a part of the Esports World Cup is one of the biggest honors that you could possibly have as a competitor. Hey Rose, I hear you're catching up with some of the competitors. Who are you running into?
Bonjour, everybody. Good morning. As we enter day 3 of MWI, we are here with the girls as they are arriving in the arena. And oh, the first team I am seeing is Twisted Minds. Hello, good morning. Are you ready for today?
Yeah, very ready.
So, how excited are you on a scale of 1 to 10?
10.
10. Is there any words that you have to say to the viewers?
Support us, guys.
Period. Thank you very much. Bye. I'll see you later. And of course, we have more of the girls coming out of the buses. Let's see. Hello. Good morning. How are you?
Good.
You're excited for today's match?
Yes, but it will be easy for us.
Oh, easy? Why do you think it's going to be easy?
Because we always match with the Falcon Mina and always we win.
You always win. So you think it's going to be an easy 2-0?
What?
You think it's going to be easy 2-0?
Yeah.
Okay, good luck. I'll see you later. Wow, confident, I see. Now, let's see who else is here. You know what? Hello again.
Hello again.
How are you today?
Doing great.
You're doing great. How excited are we for the match today?
Like rolling and excited because I'm so ready.
Because you're so ready?
Yeah, I want to take the 2-0 today.
You want to take a 2-0 today? Who are you going up against today?
I'm not sure yet because I don't know which team we're gonna choose yet. So it's depend on our coach.
But it's gonna be a 2-0 either way.
Yeah.
Girl, good luck. I'll see you later. Bye. Ooh, the girls are rather spicy and confident this morning. I cannot wait to get started. So with that, let's show it back to you guys.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
Comes to show you, sometimes you don't even need to know who you're playing. You just know you're going to dominate them either way in a 2-0 win. Thank you, Rose, for catching up with the players as they're heading into the venue, and they're going to be taking the stage in just a moment's time. Speaking of which, it's time for our crunchy story of the day, and it's going to be one of our first matchups, too. It's Twisted Minds versus Falcons Indonesia. Family becomes the enemy. The history on both rosters runs deep. This is going to be a fun matchup.
Yep, I agree. And I think that's also why even Eterna has been very vocal about she's so not used to seeing Chinchao on a different team, or maybe even them split up in general, because these members, at least for the 3 players we're seeing partake in this first best of 1, have been together ever since the beginning, in the very first MWI, even when they were still Team Falcons Vega, and now they will have some sort of reunion, but
in a way
on the other side of the team.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it, LaFell? Falcons Indonesia, they did take an early loss in our tournament. It raised a lot of questions on how good this roster truly was going to be. After all, they were considered a contender to Vitality, but they fell short. However, they picked themselves up ever since.
And I feel like if they're looking at the matches that Twisted Mind has, they have one common ground, which is Twisted Minds always win, I would say, this first 2 minutes all the way to the 12-minute mark. But then all of a sudden, they give over the map to their opponent. So I feel like for Twisted Mind, they gotta fix that. If not, they're gonna fall against Falcons ID.
Yeah, the big story again, when family becomes the enemy. Chinchao versus Maylane, they will face each other and only one side survives. So adds even more layers, right? Only one team can move forward. Who's it gonna be? It's up to them to decide. Not gonna be an easy matchup at all. And Indonesian representation on both rosters.
Now here's the thing, honestly, this is something quite interesting for a Twisted Mind because Maylane is known as an assassin player, but so far she's only been using tanks in the jungle. And Chinchao is really moving away from the meta. She has an amazing carry, but she even brought a 1-1 into the game. So I'm really looking forward to see if they will play the same or just against Falcons ID, they'll change it up.
Got to change it up, though. Bree, what do you think?
Well, Team Falcons ID, for sure, they've already changed their very own play styles. I think in the first day, we got to see them be, I think, a bit more confident with the more high skill ceiling or demanding lineups in terms of execution. But when we saw them come into their second series and simplify things a lot more, that's when execution seemed a lot better for them. That's when they were able to play the better early to mid game. And that's where maybe we see some of the contrast, because if Twisted Minds tend to be shakier towards the mid to late portions of the game, then Twisted Minds or Team Falcons ID, I think, are a team that you should watch out for when it comes to the late game when they get their snowball.
And I'm going to add some more layers to that in just a second. But for all of you guys out there, hey, it's Rhino Day. Brand new interactive effect for Rhino Day is available now. Check it out and join the celebration. Get involved. Hey, we got some great stuff coming your way, especially for you MLBB players out there. And again, adding more layers. So Twisted Minds so far in the club championship race have yet to get any points. They're currently sitting at 0. This is a valuable opportunity for them to stay alive and get closer to getting the first club championship points for that roster. Now, for Falcons, obviously, back-to-back champions in the club championship race for EWC 2024 and 2025. But they're a little bit far down than they probably want to be. So for the club championship race, LaFell, this matchup matters.
Oh yeah, for sure, because I really feel like for both teams here, Falcons ID as well as Twisted Minds, it's like having seen them backstage, they're really trying to balance out having enough pressure so that you're playing with focus in the game, but at the same time, not too much that you overthink it, because that is something that the players do where it gets too intense that they start to, I would say, have brain fog in the middle of the game.
Yeah, fortunately though for Team Falcons, right, in terms of the club championship, they will also have Team Falcons MENA still fighting later on for another qualification match. So I think this is a day where Team Falcons fans really want to pay attention to.
Absolutely. Team Falcons fan, you got to send them your energy because they're going to need to build up that spirit bomb because things start to get real. Now, I mentioned that Indonesian pride represented for both rosters. And when we specifically talk about Twisted Mind, they got Coach Nasdux, and he has the understanding of the Indo region. Do you think this is going to be a big buff for Twisted Minds?
Not just that. Yes, they have a good idea of what Falcons ID want to bring up, but I got to bring up a name called Sa. She's the mid laner of Twisted Minds, and I feel like she helps the coach so much because her hero pool is so wide. I believe she has 7 to 8 heroes in the bank, so the moment the coach sees a weakness in the draft, Sa is going to be the one to exploit it. So I'm really looking forward to see what kind of hero Sa in the mid lane will be using.
I agree, because it's not like she started with the more meta picks and then eventually revealed to us more of the unconventional mid lane picks. She started strong with the likes of a Kagura and the Lilia to introduce the hero pool that seemingly is a huge threat for Twisted Minds. So now that we are in that position where you really don't know what to expect from Sa and the rest of the members, I think there's a slight advantage as well on their side, aside from the Indonesian coach also being familiar with their playstyle. Because again, it's a reunion. So definitely Mei Lane, Chin Chao, they pretty much know how Violet is playing.
So if Sa's so good, I believe on the opposite side for mid for Falcons will be Livy, if I'm not mistaken. So how does Livy counter Sa? How does Livy pull herself up and outperform Sa in Twisted Minds?
Personally, for me, you got to ignore Sa because Sa will try to catch you, but your target should be someone else. I feel like if Livy is able to take out Chincha, that would be a great help for the team because yesterday at the second turtle, usually the gold lane don't join, but Chincha did, and she immediately almost wiped out her opponent. So you got to look for someone else. Don't look for Sa. Sa is going to be too difficult to handle.
What about our jungle battle, though? You got Melon going against Zev. It's past versus present. And it is a little bit deeper than just, okay, I'm going to play my opposite jungle competitor. No, because of the history they both have, I feel they're going to give 150%.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why we're interested to see if they're sticking with the heroes that they've used in their previous matches. Because if then so, it's going to be a utility versus assassin matchup that's pretty much going to happen. Only unless the Hirara gets open, because I think it's only the Hirara that Mei Lane has considered in the jungle apart from the tanks.
But that's also where we have to talk about the stats here because interestingly enough, Hirara after 2 days have only 1 victory. And funny enough, Hanabi is a marksman that rarely gets picked, but so far, at least in Stream B, only has 1 loss.
Overall, I think the Hanabi is on a 40% win rate, which is not as bad as you would expect because in context of a tournament, it's really tough to like stack on those win rates in general as a hero. But I think we've seen multiple approaches to how it's being used as well. Like be it an AG Sanabi, just going up against a Harley and making sure that the Aegis keeps you alive from the deadly magic. There are multiple approaches to this, and I think we have yet to explore its full potential.
LaFell, this is the most personal matchup we have had yet. Of course, we mentioned Vitality Gen G, granted grand finals last year, but in terms of friendships, pride, former allegiances, they now clash into this one decider match. How do you prioritize that as a competitor? How do you put that to the wayside and simply focus on the game?
That's an amazing question. I got to talk about Chincha because Chincha has been playing since 2021. Now it's 2026. Multiple times she tried to get onto the EWC stage, but was stopped short by Team Vitality. So right now, I really feel like she wants that revenge, and one step at a time, she got to win against Team Falcons. For now, looks like Falcons ID will be first pick, Twisted Minds on the second pick, Dangerous Grass will be the map. Matilda as well as Esmeralda immediately banned out, which I do like. Now the Marcel as well as the Hirara. So this does show that perhaps they just want to fight against a jungler that doesn't want to fight a little bit too early.
Yep, probably also full respect onto Kao and the way that they're just able to complement Jin Chao in the gold lane, because the Mathilda has been working wonders for them whenever they do go and stick with utility lineups. So that might tend to alter their decisions by just a bit, but right now, as of the moment, I think there are multiple options out there that are still open for Team Falcons. They haven't been using the Atlas recently though, so maybe some of the mid lane options could be considered here.
I mean, like Belleric also has to come into the conversation because in Group B, only 1 or 2 losses for the Belleric. Belleric has been winning a lot, but looks like they will prioritize the Eve here. And I feel like Twisted Mind, they're still okay with it because Sa has a map in her head. You pick A, I have a different kind of option. Usually she would pick up something like the Kagura to burst out this immobile mages. I don't know if she will go for that because sometimes, even if it doesn't make sense, she will go for something like the Valentina or the Lilia.
Yep, but something that makes sense though is the Claude, which I think Chin Chao will be using for the first time here in MWI, a direct answer to the Eve that they've already decided to pick up. And now Twisted Minds, that's the thing, if you mentioned Saw, they could probably save that for Red 3 and pick up a different priority here, which is the Atlas that we previously mentioned.
Something that we have to check out here, they prioritize the Eve, so perhaps they do want a carry, which has been performing very, very well in Stream B, and part of the reason why Claude hasn't been prioritized so much. Another pick later on could be something like the Harif. I would not like a Hana Beam, maybe blue 4, blue 5 is fine for now. I think they gotta pick a jungler.
I mean, they did ban out the Esmeralda. I don't know if that has something to do with it, but carry, I think, definitely the better option since Twisted Minds usually does go for the utility junglers. So you're expecting the more beefy heroes to eventually come out here in the draft, but they instead prioritize the Sora first, and there you go, they lock in the carry.
I feel like the Sora was to deny a potential Gort pick, and I feel like the carry was to potentially deny a Barats. And like I said, they're gonna pick up the Valentina here, gonna have a lot. But here's the thing, you don't know if it's gonna go mid or the EXP. So far in MWI, we haven't seen the Valentina go to the EXP just yet, but now they have that option.
That's true. Daisy has been very flexible on the EXP lane, already using even the damage type of EXP laners or even the Soras. But now, I think it's gonna be a much better position now for the Valentina Atlas because they've already taken out the Belleric. So that's one huge answer already taken out by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, so right now, honestly, Twisted Mind, they gotta respect this carry. Carry has been a monster here in MWI. We really have to see where this Valentina is going. If she's going to the EXP, I'm looking for something like a Farsa that can burst carry out very fast. If not, something like a Yuzong, something like a Benedetta, which has been going on pretty well in Stream B. I die, sure, but as long as I take you with me, I'm good with that trade.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Twisted Minds are feeling that this is gonna go mid or EXP, and if they want to force it on a specific role, because they're taking their time thinking of what they want to ban here in the second phase. But they're going to focus on the jungle instead. Understandable. Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, I don't think they've picked up a Fanny just yet, but I think it's just one of the options here if you're talking about Mei lane.
Yeah, this is the advantage and disadvantage, right? When you have a very well-known player on your team, you kind of know what are their comforts, you know their specialties here. So I'm really looking forward to what kind of jungler they're going to be picking up. I'm thinking something like the Hayabusa would work well. Something like the Lancelot has been okay. I wouldn't say it's really the best. And honestly, for this lineup, I can see a potential Suyo coming out of Twisted Minds.
Oh, so this is indeed going to be slightly different from the usual playstyle that you get to see from Twisted Minds. Although, with the Claude, I think Chin Chao being able to join in the team fights will be much easier too, so there won't be much difficulty in terms of just trying to ramp up the pace and getting the gold early on, regardless of the kind of jungler they use. But this is the question. Is it going to be the EXP lane revealed to us or the mid lane, or do they just lock in their jungler immediately on?
I think the strategy should be just pick up your jungler here because it's a deny as well from Falcon's ID. And then later on, you see where this Valentina fits the best. If you're going to talk about tank jungles, I don't like it just because you're going up against a carry as well as an Eve. Only the Barats is okay here. Fredrin, we've not seen a lick of Fredrin at all. Oh, a Guinevere. A Guinevere would also actually serve quite well for Twisted Minds if they want to go for the utility route. If not, I think a Suyo wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, and they can link it up with the Atlas too. I think we've seen that Fatal Link Spatial Migration combo happen a couple times. But they save it for last. At least they match the Sora with an damage EXP laner as well. And at least they have someone to hunt down these backline heroes from Team Falcons.
Rick, this is something that we have to talk about, where the mid duo has been quite a big contention here in MWI. We were talking about how side lanes, they like to trade, but mid, it really does look like after one wave, someone has to go home. The question is who? I wonder if with this Yuzong, there might be an early rotation into the mid just to make sure they have that priority.
Yeah, because we don't know what kind of roamer Team Falcons actually are going to pick up just yet. Raymond, there have been instances where they do pick up the Hylos and the Belleric,
which must be banned.
But are both banned. The Hilda feels like it's not an option you could immediately go for just because you don't know what kind of jungler Twisted Minds is actually going to consider just yet. But if they really just want to take out the option of an assassin, which they don't because they go Gatot Kacha and Harley to finish up their draft.
I feel like they pick up the Gato Kacha because you need a hero with Revitalize just to make sure that you don't lose out in those mid trades, which so far has been very, very important. If they want to go very aggressive in the mid, I really feel like something like a Suyo or a Guinevere would work out very, very well. Looking at the lineups here, it does seem that I would say it's a skill matchup for both side lanes, the EXP as well as the gold. So I feel like for the first 2 minutes, not much will happen. If something does happen, that means something really wrong just happened.
Yeah. So what jungler are they going to consider here? Is it the Suyo, or
I would
are they
prefer
really
Gwyn.
sticking with a Guinevere? Because others are like only the Akai is left at this point if you're talking utility.
Oh, yeah.
So if okay, they're going
Hayabusa.
assassin.
Yeah, I feel like the Hayabusa is also a very solid pick. Just be careful of the Gato Kacha because again, he has that Revitalize, so timing is going to be very important.
I agree. This is going to wrap up our lineups. It's Harley and a Hayabusa going up against each other. A lot of iframes on the line.
When family becomes the enemy, what do? Do you focus on the history and let it affect you in the game, or do you put it to the wayside and destroy your opponents? This is going to weigh heavy on the minds of Twisted Minds and Team Falcons Indonesia. As they go toe-to-toe, the history will ignite. The players are ready, and it's time to get into our first game of MWI Day number 3. Athena, Gideon, take it away.
Thank you so much, Reflections. We come into our very first series of the day, and a banger series as well, with both compositions designed to attack your opponents with wombo combos, to attack that back line. It's going to be a skill matchup like LaFell said, but Athena, look at this. We're finally here.
We're looking forward to seeing some flashy clashes as early as possible here for both Team Falcons and for both Twisted Minds. And looking back, we've mentioned that this is kind of a mini reunion, right? But that reunion wouldn't be stretched so far because this is still a lower bracket matchup between them and also a deciding match.
It's really important that any one of these teams are going to be closing out the series 2-0. But for now, let's see how this early game is going to progress with so much on the line. The pressure is on, especially when we start looking down at the gold lane. Jin Chao versus Liv. So far, we're already seeing Bargain Hunter being taken by Liv, confident that, hey, I'm going to get my 3 items faster than you.
So far, we've seen a lot of teams do this as well on the gold laners. It's all about balancing out as much as they can. Plus, they want to compensate that fast aggression that Twisted Minds might do against Team Falcons this morning. But now, for Raimundo, it's all about protecting the jungle for Seb as well. But that wouldn't be the case, as Maylin will still be able to pick up some of those jungle creeps in the process.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. When you have first rotation and priority from the EXP lane, you can make these aggressive motions. With a small camp already done, Zev just hits level 4 just on time. But if you look on the opposite side, Maylin just has a lot more EXP and gold to work with in her own jungle. So we need to see the response from Falcons, because it looks like it's on towards Daisy's side.
Okay, there's kind of a bit of a reaction here for Sev and Valet, but it looks like for Twisted, they're just waiting for an objective to actually spawn out, and it's all about maintaining the tempo, not yet really the diving in here for Twisted Minds, but still, it's a Raimundo and Sev in the vicinity of the neutral objective.
Let's see what Sa is going to take. It's really important to have the correct ults for the right situation, and so far it's a 50-50 with both sides controlling 2 opposite ends of the turtle pit.
Maybe it's best if she could copy or be in the vicinity where Liv is at, and that is exactly what she's doing. But no, she is going to copy Violet's ultimate rather, but still, it doesn't make sense. She slowly backs away. Maybe it's all because Melee is still not ready yet. Falcons here still focusing onto the turtle. Seb will be securing that one. The box is here, and it's going to be a takedown immediately onto Livy. Free hit here for Twisted Minds. Follow up instead here for Falcons, and they get a double kill as early as possible here for Violet, and not stopping there, forcing out the flickers, immediately taking down the jungler. That's too much of an advantage here for Falcons.
Zero hesitation from the side of Falcons, zero hesitation from Violet. A really good way to zone out Maylin, who can close that distance and hop into the pit if she finds the angle. So far, Falcons have controlled this very, very well. They've already forced out a bunch of battle spells from the side of the Twisted Minds, and at this point, Daisy just trying her best as Zev is getting chucked down.
Okay, that's a hefty amount of damage that Daisy is inflicted on, and Violet yet again with a kill. That is immediate. That is immediate annihilation here for Team Falcons, and it's quite looking good. They're preventing the snowball. They're preventing Maylin to actually get those numbers rolling as fast as possible.
Now, there are bigger things happening in play. All these early game deaths coming in from Daisy, it's going to start affecting the mid and later stages of the game. Daisy is not going to be so strong enough to be able to one-shot some of the back liners. Zev is probably the only one, but even then, you're going to need that Petrify, which is coming up in 2 seconds. For now, another kill should be happening here. Fatal links into the next, but again, out of position and no control over the goal to support.
Okay, that is kind of tricky here for Twisted Minds. There are a lot of mishaps happening around the map. Even AOG committed here for Raimundo. Jin Chao definitely will survive, but at what cost? She is kind of delayed in terms of the XP right now, and even the gold shields has already been kind of staggered over here for Team Falcons. Now, we also have to take notice that Twisted Minds really doesn't have the capability to assert their dominance yet, all because of what Daisy has gone through in terms of the aggression here for Raimundo and as well as Violet. But now they try and level things up here onto the mid lane. How? Okay, just on standby, reserving the Frigid Breath if ever, and Team Falcons yet again starts off with immediately getting a neutral objective yet again.
Now, finally, Black Dragon form early as they're going to make the attempt on towards the turtle, and now RWM!
Okay, neither can trust this one. It's still Seb securing the neutral objective, jumping in onto the backlines is Violet and Raimundo. What a double initiation onto the members, and the jungler yet again caught in the crossfire. Even a shadow kill, I think that might be it. It is early double kill yet again for Violet. Daisy trying to run away. After the Guardian will miss out. Daisy trying to run as fast as she can, but the Void Crystal and Void Blast will be enough to ensure a kill for Falcon.
Good flicker coming in from Livy, just a little bit off, just a little bit more damage to secure it, and Livy is willing to sacrifice her defense defensive tools for this upcoming fight. Keep in mind, in 84 seconds, the next neutral objective will spawn, and we have yet to see a single tower be destroyed 5 minutes into this game. I think Falcons, at this point, with a 7-1 lead, they've taken everything that they've wanted to, and now are going to start invading into enemy territory.
This is kind of tricky here for Twisted. I just saw Maylene build up her Sky Piercer. So if ever that she's already confident onto a jungler, now she's also going to have a harder time to ensure those skills, because for Team Falcons, it's all about the discipline and grouping up together. They are built for that, especially with the box that Vivi can create with her real-world manipulation.
Look at how crazy this goal difference is. 1.8k for an EXP laner of Violet's caliber. 5-0-0, having the perfect game and making sure that they are blunting the tip of the spear that Twisted Minds needs to be able to get into that back line and threaten Liv and threaten Zev. At this point, I think that Twisted Minds, either they figure out a way how they want to progress this fight, or they anticipate Raimundo catches.
Oh, yet again, what a great catch here for Raimundo, forcing out a shadow here. It's all about surviving the next few clashes that Falcons is attempting to do. Cow with a frigid breath. There's going to be a copy though, or the here. Oh, but instead it's Daisy falling down immediately. Front runners are being melted down here from Twisted Minds, and that's the thing. We were expecting Daisy to have fun. We were expecting her to get access to the back laners for Falcons, but instead, it's Falcons getting easy access to her. Oh! Besides here for Violet, it's Sad trying to run away with a copied version, and instead, it's a turret being taken down. It's Falcons getting most of those advantages.
They know, and Jin Chao gets caught by this. Unfortunately, not enough damage. Really good timing from Jin Chao. So far, out of all the members of Twisted Minds, it seems that Daisy is the most jumpy in these types of situations. Everybody else is just a little bit calmer. I think that's stuck in one more auto attack after that cloud shift. She can almost guarantee herself a double kill underneath that tier 2. But for now, Twisted Minds, they've made 2 back-to-back mistakes here, and so far the pressure is surmounting as Falcons now creating a mountain of gold. 5.9k hovering around that area as Jin Chao cannot deal with just the raw economy of Zev.
If earlier it was just a mountain, now it's the Mount Everest they're up against here on the Falcons. You beat a takedown, and all of that fell onto the hands of Zev. That's a 107 onto Hardy. Meanwhile, onto the top lane, it's Liv and Raimundo versus 2 members. AOG here just to save her, ensuring a kill as well. A kill is pretty certain for Liv with the free hits. Main lane may not be safe anymore. It's Raimundo following up with the taunts. There's going to be the fatal links committed here by Cow, but no, it's Twisted Minds failing to do a trade against Falcons, plus a quick transition and conversion of a kill onto a turret as well.
Outplayed by just 2 members, a 3v2 scenario, and somehow it is still in Liv's favor. Getting hit by the Petrify, getting hit by the full combo coming in from Daisy, but not enough to trigger the Shao residue to guarantee the kill. Either ways, Twisted Minds are in very dangerous territory. If we were talking about, well, I would say it's more of a K2 situation rather than a Mount Everest. Once we get to 10k, that's when it's Mount Everest. People are gonna die going on the way to the peak.
And that's the thing. Daisy is dying out here, all because of that early double or back-to-back takedowns onto the early phasing of her game. Now, I do believe that even though they got this skills or skits that they could contest this Lord, it will be better if they just leave things be and prevent the next casualty from happening. But Zev won't relax at all. Cow on your hand with a clutch frigid breath. BMI, Zev is attempting to isolate the members of her Twisted Minds. A chase down and a petrify play out to Zev. She will be able to escape. Okay, there's going to be a deadly magic here.
She's out.
Okay, she's trying to run away.
Zev's out. Violet's gonna cover as well.
Oh, wow!
It's the escape of a lifetime. The magic trick works, and now the whole team is out of position as they're looking to crack open inhibitors.
That worked wonders here for Zev. And that is how you caught their attention here. What a great move here. Very seamless transition for Violet as well. And all of that, they just wasted a lot of time here against Twisted Minds.
So much because of that. And now we are here at the peak of Mount Everest. You better bring your oxygen tanks because not everybody can breathe this high up with that much gold in the bank. 11k lead so far, or a minimum of 10. We know what that means. The GG angle is here, and I think that Twisted Minds, I see Jin Zhao only getting the golden staff right now. We're currently at 23.9k. I'm going to assume that it's only 2 items complete as they engage with a cloud shift.
Okay, that's a very nice elimination here for Violet and the rest of the gang. Leafy with an RWM to ensure things will be inside the box. Live with a double kill as well. Members of Twisted falling hand by hand here. And that's going to be a 4 women down. Eventually a wipeout and a game 1 win for Team Falcons.
Beautifully done by the Falcons. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. First turtle, if we punish this Yuzong, we get it, and we can go even further. We're going to double down on the Yuzong, and once Yuzong's completely out of relevancy, we move down and slow down the Claude.
That is how you slowly choke out your opponents. Tilt the balance onto the side lanes where it matters the most, right? In terms of early farming up, compromising the whole rotation here for Twisted Minds. They were actually dependent on what Daisy could do, actually for Kao as well. But without those two, definitely an easy kill here for Falcons.
Capitalism wins again. That 10k gold lead is just too much. But we're going to be throwing it back to the studio to break this down for you guys. We got another matchup here, and hopefully that match point isn't enough to break their confidence. Back to you, Reflections.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Well, if you blinked, you missed it. What a dominating map number 1 for Team Falcons Indonesia. Twisted Minds, wake up. You're not dreaming. This is real, and your tournament life is on the line. You want to make it to the knockout stage, you need to fight hard. Coming the next 2 maps. My goodness, let's talk about it and break it down, because Team Falcons Indonesia doing everything, it seems, and Maylane was getting punished.
Yeah, I gotta say, looking at that game, they understood that, all right, Maylane this time is on a damage dealer. We got to get to her as fast as possible. And that was off of Violet, man. Violet on that Sora just keeps on, number 1, winning her lane, and then dominating like the jungle of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and the fact that we were, of course, expecting a bit more of the proactive gameplay since they were on mostly aggressive setter types as the fronts. It's an Atlas, it's a Yu Zhong, but the matchup in the XP lane didn't go their way, and the mid duo too. I think it all fell down for them when they really lost out hard on that EXP lane matchup.
Well, we got a play to look at. Let's take a look at one of the great moments from match number 1, and it's most likely going to be the very end, and it is in fact LaFell, as obviously this is where Team Falcons Indonesia start to close the vice grip and eliminate map number 1 for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, looking at that play itself already shows what happened the entire game. Violet, you go in, you pull them towards us, and then we will win based off of range, because as we're looking at the draft later on, having Valentina is great, but she doesn't have the same range as the Eve. So every single time they're fighting, Falcons will hit first, and then Twisted Mind is just trying to get close enough to deal damage, but you don't get close enough.
Yeah, on paper, the Valentina stealing away the Sora's ult should do a lot for the team, but at the same time, you're not really able to use it to an advantage. You see multiple instances wherein they're just using it defensively rather than them actually being aggressive enough with the Valentina gameplay, and they could not reach the targets. They could really not find a way around this lineup from Team Falcons ID.
Was I seeing that? Was it 16-1? In overall kills?
Yeah.
That's nuts to me. I mean, like, you think about it, that just wasn't, where was Twisted Minds? Seriously, what did they need to do coming in to map number 2? Because I think we talked about the hero selection, and it almost seemed like that they were trying to force a little bit too much. Well, hey, we'll talk about that in just a second. I mentioned, though, the implications. You got Twisted Minds, you've got Team Falcons. Both are playing for the club championships. Trev, how's things shaking up?
Yesterday in MWI, 4 keys got crushed, but the rest of the competition remains poised to try and take the club championship trophy. Team Vitality, the frontrunners in this competition, are still looking likely to take the 1,000 points and the title of MWI champion home. They faced off yesterday against Gen G, which was a rematch of the grand finals of 2025, and swept them clean down to the lower bracket. Today, Gen G will face off against Na'Vi, who have been looking incredible in the Club Championship after a big win in Fatal Fury last week. Virtus.pro still hanging on to their last life, and the same can be said for the 2 Falcons team. After heavy investment, it doesn't seem to be playing out the way that they wanted. Stay tuned for more in the Club Championship.
There. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Well, Trev mentioned it. For some of these orgs, it's a heavy investment into the games that their competitors are playing. This is no different, right? Twisted Minds, Team Falcons, both tried to gain the club championship points. And for Twisted Minds, again, they currently sit at 0. Twisted Minds need to stay alive here for the hopes of a Twisted Minds club championship race moving forward. It's only week 2, it's early, but you fall too far behind, you'll just simply never catch up. Now, going back to the hero discussion, you mentioned something that I found quite interesting. For some of the hero picks, you mentioned it was an expression of skill.
Yes, honestly, coming in from both teams, this is one of those high-risk, high-rewards kind of draft where if you die 2 times, that's it. That's the end of the game, because this is a very punishing meta now that the jungle gives more gold. Because what happened in that game was Falcons ID won so much that Twisted Minds could not farm up so that they didn't have the item. So it was like trying to chop down a tree with nail clippers. You will never have enough damage to do anything against Falcons ID.
That will take some time if you do it with nail clippers. But that's, I think, also on top of the fact that we felt a bit more of an adjustment from Twisted Minds, because we're more used to seeing them play the utility type of approach. But I think Falcons ID just did their homework so well too. The Mathilda ban hurt them so much in a sense that it kind of made them hesitant to just prioritize their utility jungler overall. And at the same time, them picking it for last, resorting to an assassin, and having to also pay attention to Chin Chao, I think they had to do some certain significant adjustments from their end.
And I got a key talking point I want to bring up to both of you out there. But for all of you at home and also in the venue as well, check it out. My Champion Pick. It's here. 2 champions, 1 game. My Champions Pick event is now live. From July 27th, submit your predictions for the MSC and MWI champions for a chance to win 50,000 in-game diamonds and MSC 2021 and 2025 tournament skins. Don't forget to leave your picks under at MLBB Esports for even more chances to win. Lock in your champions now and cheer for your favorite teams. My Champion Pick now live. Get involved. It's some good stuff coming your way. Now, again, going back to the hero selection, again, it was a bit drastic. I mentioned the coach, though, for Twisted Minds, knowing the Indonesian playstyle, coming from Indonesian himself, of course, players also represented on both sides. Do you think he tried to get a little bit too tricky, thinking like, okay, I know the mindset of the Indonesian team on the opposite side for Falcons Indonesia, but maybe he just did a little bit too much?
Indonesia as a region, they're a very fight-heavy region where it really is very, very short games just because you win the first 3 minutes. After those 3 minutes, it's very hard for you to make a comeback. So I think that's why both coaches tried to draft a little bit more risky and kind of hope for the best. I want to see them pull that back just a little bit and try to help out Chin Chao just a little bit more. I feel like she can get more help. She could eventually get them the W.
A bit more for Twisted Minds, I feel, because again, we mentioned how risky these lineups already were, and the fact that they are both very team fight heavy lineups. They do really like to brawl. The moment that they lost out big on that early game, on that EXP lane specifically, then it was very difficult for them to scale back into a position where they could just really constantly fight back.
How do you deal with Violet? Because she was disgusting out there. Absolutely nasty. Violet, even within the first 4 or 5 minutes, up to 5 total kills. She's clearly a problem.
I feel like they're going to change just a little bit on the strategy, because what happened in that game was that the mid duo tried to make sure that the mid duo of Falcons ID does not move. I think this time they're like, you know what? let's help out the EXP lane. How about 3 people go there? How about 4 people go there? If they can shut down Violet early, maybe the game would have looked different.
Yeah, maybe give the more Sa type of heroes that would just really catch them off guard.
Have more range
and have more range, movement around the map, because with the Valentina, range given, it's not so good as the other mid lane picks out there, but I think also movement really restricted because she really wasn't able to get the advantage in the mid lane up against the counterpart, up against the Eve.
My biggest concern though for Twisted Minds, they lost that so quickly. Now they're immediately going into map number 2. The regain is going to be so hard.
This is something that I have to talk about because in Stream B, even after losses, Chincha was smiling, having fun, same as Maylin. And this shows their veterancy, right? They've been here since 2021. They've suffered losses before. They know how to recover. And looks like part of that recovery is banning out that Sora. So quite unorthodox. We haven't seen a Sora ban for quite a while. Speaking of, Twisted Mind is going to be the first pick, and then Falcon's ID on the second one. They're playing Flying Clouds for this one. Sora as well as Atlas banned out.
But you know, Sora was also used by Daisy on Twisted Minds, and she had a phenomenal job with it. So wouldn't you think maybe, even though banning it out is a bit risky, why not try to risk the fact that you might be able to get Sora yourself?
I doubt that they'd prioritize it for first pick though, so there will be a greater chance that Team Falcon's ID will get their hands on it all over again if they don't take it out here, because they prioritize it the same even knowing that the Valentina's open in game number 1.
The other possible answer might be this time, maybe Daisy has to go for a tank, like a proper tank, so that you can actually have an assassin in the jungle. Because again, the EXP needed farm, right? The mid needed farm, jungle needed farm, gold needed farm. So losing 1,000 gold kind of feels like losing 10,000 gold.
And because they went with an Atlas, which is a setter type, which is more like a bruiser rather than someone who could... Less of a bruiser rather than someone who could just keep standing in front of your way.
He doesn't slow down their rotation.
No,
if he tries, he'll die.
Yeah, so that's why I think there has to be some adjustments, because the EXP and the Roamer definitely are the anchors of the team if they just really want to spread out the gold that way.
And by the way, you mentioned over on Stream B, they were smiling after a loss. I just saw a smile there. So Twisted Minds is coming back into this. They're feeling good. They are not fazed by that early loss.
Because I feel like they understood why they lost, right? Like that's part of the reason why they're still okay. It's like, it's something you can solve. It's not something that they're too strong. It was just our mistake.
Yeah. So now the Marcel gets open.
Oh, Marcel. Okay.
This is gonna change things quite a bit because we barely see it open here in Stream A. But the fact that Falcon's ID have already secured the carry yet again, I feel like this is gonna be a staple in their lineup up against Twisted Minds. And now you might want to think twice about what the option in the jungle is going to be again.
Brigitte, I really feel like carry is going to be a big priority in MWI, maybe even MSC, because carry counters so many meta picks right now in the EXP as well in the jungle, where before this, we hoped for Gord to be that tank killer. Now the job goes back to carry, which, you know, is why she was designed the way she was designed.
Yep. Oh, the Paquito gets picked up. So Twisted Minds are still going for a...
This is going to be Esme.
Okay, this is
going to be Esmeralda fighting against Paquito, wins the lane, as well as the counter is not there anymore. I don't see why not pick up an Esmeralda here.
Yeah, at least for Twisted Minds, though, they revert to something that's more common to them. It's the utility lineup and a damage EXP. So maybe just maybe Daisy gets a bit more comfortable here. But again, the presence and possibility of a direct counter to her lane. That's what we have to watch out for here in Red 3. Does Falcon's ID do finally pick it up? Or do they just really want to play confident and show us something else?
Yeah, I feel like the correct answer is going to be Esmeralda, but hey, like you said, maybe they want to go for a very different direction because maybe they want to pick up the jungler now before he gets banned out. So yes, they do pick up the Esmeralda. So now let's talk about what Twisted Minds really need. They have burst, they have crowd control, now they need consistent amount of damage. Something that Chinchao used before was the 1-1, but I do not think that will be a very good pick here.
Yeah, I think on paper you would want to go for the Claude since you already have to answer the Eve, not directly winning against the carry, but that's pretty much a given considering the way the meta works right now. And you need a bit more of shred and DPS, as you mentioned, because you have an Esmeralda on the other side.
Yeah, and now look at this. They're batting out the shred. They're batting out the gourd. So this Esmeralda will eventually become a very big problem because even though the Claude builds Demon Hunter Sword, it's going to take some time for you to take out the shields of Esmeralda, especially because you have a Paquito, you have an Akai. They're going to give shields over to this. In fact, even a Marcel, right? Every member of Twisted Mind has a shield that Esmeralda can absorb. So the likes of a Claude might not have enough damage to even break the shield.
How deep can Sa's hero pool go to? Because we've seen like attempts to even use a Lunox to answer against these kinds of tanky heroes, but does she have it in her pool, and will she be comfortable enough to play it? Arguably so, though. I think she will have enough space. She's paired up with a Marcel. They also have the Akai on their side. She will have the Brilliance to temporarily keep herself safe. But range might be another issue for Twisted Minds if they do decide to go for the Lunox route.
I've seen a Lunox in Group B, but that's from Foot Esports playing it in the gold lane. Sorry, not Foot. MIB are lost.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so now, are they going to fully commit on banning out catch heroes like the Cho as well?
Oh.
The Kimi gets banned. I was thinking of the Kimi as well. Not an amazing pick against the Eve, but if you commit to maybe second item Sky Piercer after 3 stacks, you should have enough damage to deal with the Esmeralda.
But I wonder if the Kaja was banned out here because we're already assuming it's an Akai jungle.
Part of the strength of Kaja. Remember how game number 1, Falcons completely control the jungle?
Yeah.
Kaja is amazing at that. You know, the passive as well as the basic attack can steal many camps away.
Oh, yeah.
And again, there's a carry. Cho is a good partner with carry, same as Kalia, same as Kaja. Anyone that can catch, carry's happy with them.
That's true. That's why they probably took a bunch of the pick-off-centric roamers out. They don't reveal to us the roamer just yet, though. They go ahead with the Harley. That's a lot of magic damage we're starting to see from Falcon's ID.
I feel like Harif will have enough burst, actually, and ironically enough, to deal with Esme. But again, it's so risky. But that's the problem right now. Every single pick for Twisted Mind is pretty risky, so they still go with the Claude. They're going to try to roll with this again. The mid is going to be the most important one. You need some kind of burst so that your early game is not as difficult compared to game number 1. Because again, this is tournament life.
Yeah.
Lose here, you're gonna go home.
Someone who's not as easily caught, someone who can probably also kite because you're expected to run around a lot of times. It's a Harley, it's an Esmeralda in your face, apart from the fact that you have to deal with the range from the Eve. So Sa is really taking her time thinking about this, but she will default back into her Kagura.
Because I asked her in an interview, your Kagura was amazing. Do you feel anyone else will use the Kagura? And she's like, maybe, but I'm the best. I'm the best Kagura. So I feel like this is do or die. This is her telling her coach, I don't care if it's not good on paper, I want to use my best hero.
Yeah, and maybe just be very specific with your targets too, because the Kagura, once it's actually farmed up, can deal decent amounts of damage, especially to the likes of the Harley and the carry altogether. So maybe they will just really try to focus fire majority of their burst damage onto one. We also don't know what the Paquito is actually going to try to build from this point onwards. So that can be another layer to the burst damage that we're expecting from Twisted Minds. But Falcon's ID, the roamer, is it a Cho?
I feel like a glue will be fine here. They don't have the damage profile to take down a glue. But it looks like they're going to go for the Hilda. So the Hilda is just to match the Marcel. We're going to have a woman-on-woman defense, making sure that the Marcel is always marked. I got to say, Brigitte, looking at Twisted Mind, they're drafting like their life depended on it. And now Falcon's ID, they're trying their best to counter every single pick of Twisted Minds.
But will it pay off? That's the question. For Team Falcons Indonesia, they struck hard in map number 1, and Twisted Minds are forced to come back to protect their heart in the tournament. The key, will it get crushed after this map, or will we go the distance to a map number 3? It's up to them to decide. Athena, Gideon, let's get it started.
Thanks so much, Reflections. Also, big ups to both Lafell as well, breaking it down perfectly. So far, this game is really going to boil down to how those first couple of minutes is going to go, because, man, Team Falcons with a draft like that, trying to cover every single position is kind of wild.
It looked like a chess match, actually, answering each and every move
that we've seen Twisted Mind try and take. Actually, for the Kagura, I'm a bit concerned. Although it's all about the mechanics and the pilot, right?
That's true.
It's all about who uses the perfect timing as well here for Twisted. Immediate
Instant punish
here for Twisted Minds, and a punish onto Seb. First blood here for Count Daisy. Violet might fall as well. It's Daisy right up front
They're so
with
smart.
an early double kill.
They're so smart! They're so smart! This is the first time we're finally seeing the counter jungle actually happen. You're predicting your opponents, giving them no information, walk up to try and invade, and instantly body slammed into them. And you've got a Paquito who's strong at level 1 to make that happen. That was great. And now Litho for free.
Great minds do think alike. And now it's Cal on to Livy and Raimundo. Now we see some action. Now we see the countermeasure that Twisted Minds change from game 1, now reflecting heavily onto game 2.
So good. So very, very good. This is the best start possible that we can see from Twisted Minds' side. However, it's not over just yet. Just because First Blood was given over doesn't necessarily mean that the entire game is over. It's just going to be a little tough for Zev to come back into it. And I think Violet, unfortunately, just does not have the base stats to contest with Paquito until first items are purchased.
Yeah, and it's actually one of the analyses earlier onto giving Daisy a hero that could actually withstand and do some action. And now it's up to main lane to actually try and bear some of the responsibility to setting up bigger and better team fights here for Twisted Minds. And now onto the top lane is going to be Chinchao yet again being targeted. There's Sev onto the side lanes. Very nice BMI out here just to disengage.
Yeah, they didn't see the BMI, unfortunately. They could have waited just a little bit longer just in case it times out and see whether the mistake was going to be made. But with the Deadly Magic already gone and information on where Zev is, this should be a pretty free turtle as Raimundo opens up the map to see Kao.
Okay, Violet is there as well. They're still waiting for that big square, that big RWM that TV might do, but instead they just focus on trying to level things up here for Twisted, not giving them any more kills than necessary.
Oh man, the turtle already slain and Zev in position to try to make another attack and another attempt on that top side. Mid gets attacked instead as Twisted Minds are sending the reinforcements.
Okay, now they react. It's Chinchao yet again being left defenseless. Even the Deadly Magic committed. BMI just enough of a shield to get back and survive. And now it's Kao living some of those frame moments with a chucking shot, but all is still good. No kills yet, just yet here for Team Falcons.
Yep, and now they're going to take their time as Twisted Minds know that they have enough of a lead to start stealing away some spare change from Falcons. In this case, one of the small camps. Zev just has to watch.
Okay, it's all about maintaining their tempo as well. Main lane committing the heavy spin. Raimundo will be falling down. What a smooth transition for game 2 here for Twisted.
Yep, Raimundo a little should be careful here because at this point, Twisted Minds, they don't mind just ripping the ult. They don't mind just finding even more picks. They already have the lead. They're not going to play from behind. They're showing that they have enough dominance to play ahead. Can Zev steal this away in time? Zev does not have retribution just yet.
Okay, she's just rushing through everything. And it looks like it's still main lane here.
Possible punish?
Lost me. Okay, onto the top lane. They go for the counter punish. Raimundo onto the back, targeting Kao. It's it again, going in with the golden orb, but no one is caught here onto the side of Team Falcons. But yet again, what a great answer. Trying to push back a little against Twisted.
A slight adaptation. Oh, the ENG overturn connects, and now the Blazing Duet in the back line!
Chinchao does a great job to committing a damage, but still isn't enough to actually turn it into a kill. Now, across the map, there was also an attempt here for Team Falcons, but unfortunately, though, it doesn't succeed. It doesn't still equate onto any kills. 4 minutes into the game, and they still haven't found the right rhythm yet. Maybe here under the turtle, they will.
It's all about adaptation. Now Violet trying to maintain as much pressure as possible to create that space. Sa needs to clear that midway before they get it, and now the fight starts to begin!
Oh, now it's Raimundo forcing out Daisy. Missed position here for Twisted Mind. Still, it's Sa follow up closely with the Thrasho and Seimi umbrellas being thrown all over the bush. Neutral objective still up. They might not reset this one as Twisted continues their dominance here onto the top lane. Raimundo and the rest of Team Falcons will disengage and not
contest the turtle anymore. Sa, and again with Yin yung overturn, Liv trying to run away. Golden Aura as well, looking for the side steps just to try and survive. And she will not, even with the flying clouds, still isn't enough time to actually help her.
Very nicely played. So far, Twisted Minds are coming out of this with 0 deaths. The kill score is 4-0. Falcons have yet to find something against them. However, the lead isn't running away just yet.
Yep.
Despite what happened in the early game, Zev is still trying to make plays across the map. Now getting caught. Is this going to be a death?
Okay, it's going to be the magic trick here. Trying to run away, but it looks like there is no way out but to go down here for Zev.
I mean, they made the attempt, right? Try to clear up the wave really, really fast so that Violet has a little bit of time to kind of maintain control, or could have gone to roam had that wave been completely destroyed. But at this point, Zev is getting targeted hard by Twisted Minds. They are not letting this transition into the mid game go to waste like in game 1.
Okay, now they're finally maximizing what their composition is made for, right? Immediate turnarounds. And it's all about delaying things up here for Team Falcons. Now they're trying to find a way to somehow let Liv farm up as much as he can. But for Twisted Minds, they just did a really great job to finally getting an answer back for Daisy here, especially for that Paquito wonderful pick.
And so far, it's been doing wonders. Oh, another Yin Yang reaction with a Sky Piercer on top of it. Sa finds the pick of a lifetime, and Zev continues to get punished.
That is just messy here for Team Falcons. An early 0-3 onto your jungler, and now it's Twisted Minds written all over the map. Even Liv will have a hard time trying to find the right lanes to stay and farm up as much as he can.
Yeah, the worst possible outcomes have already come true. Jin Xiao just needs to scale because Sa and Daisy are strong enough to take out Zev and Liv if they are exposed to the enemy. Now, Twisted Minds gonna take their time with this. I think they want to extend this lead even further. They didn't bother invading the orange buff, but they just want the turtle first. It seems like they're not going to overextend. They're playing it by the book. Very textbook plays.
Okay, it's all about maintaining composure here also for Twisted Minds. And we do like that they don't do this flashy, unnecessary movements across the map unless it's really necessary. All about clearing up the lanes, not letting any lane turret being destroyed here for Team Falcons. And Daisy, she is confident enough that she could hold over on the 2 members, even forcing out some of the poker tricks here for Seva. And for Twisted Minds, if ever they committed, they were ready for any rumble. They were ready for battle immediately.
It's a gradual climb at this point. 4.5 is starting to come into dangerous territory for the Falcons. They have yet to find anything. Not a single kill on this game. Not a single turret on the map. Yet they understand one thing. We can scale. We just need to hit our item power spikes. How do we stop the bleeding as they now try to intercept this dive?
Okay, now they put some pressure onto Ramundo. Heavy spin will miss out most of the heroes here for Team Falcons. But now Livy is trying to find a way to alleviate some of those pressure. But it's going to be at cost of her own life. Chin Xiao and the rest of the members of Twisted Minds still got a better trade onto that one.
And now they continue. They try to press the advantage here. Falcons tried. They finally get a kill back. Unfortunately for Livy, it did cost her absolutely everything. Last tier 1 turret here on the bottom side finally destroyed. Mid needs to be cracked wide open before Twisted Minds can accelerate this game any further. They're just limited by the structures that Falcon continuously tried to defend.
And also because of Twisted Minds, the change and the momentum they're facing as well. And Sa finally getting her hands on the hero she's most comfortable with, right? She's doing a great job onto checking each and every bush, preventing what happened onto game number 1 with Sev just targeting all over again onto their core damage dealers. Vision is everything here for Twisted Minds.
It is, and right now Daisy holding a very powerful position, but Violet's going to expose it first. I see a Genius Wand being purchased. Pretty greedy here, considering everything that's already happened in the early stages of the game. And I would have imagined, at least with the composition that they have, shredding that MR is vital for Violet and Levy. At this point of time, there should be an attack from the Falcons, but it seems like they don't have enough manpower or the resources. They will find one in Kao as the Lord goes into the hands of Twisted Minds.
It's all about the baby steps here for Team Falcons. Taking those small steps might matter later on as long as they don't get full on annihilated here by Twisted Minds. And somehow, Sev is still doing a great job onto somehow balancing out the longer lanes here against Twisted Minds and preventing that macro falling onto the hands here for Chinchao and the rest of the gang. Lord will be marching onto the top lane. Twisted Minds trying to find another person to actually take down here. But for Falcons, it's all about clearing up, making it safer, and being inflicted a lot of damage here, but still will survive.
Still survives, and now we see the Falcons again maintaining these waves really, really well. Twisted Minds really lost a lot of confidence once Kao ended up going down. They didn't have their dedicated man, woman to walk into these bushes and absorb that kind of deadly damage that we're expecting from the Falcons side. Actually, let's pull up the item list before. Zev should not die here. They'll be able to get out. Even deadly magic being used. Maylin takes little to no damage. I'm assuming Maylin already has Radiant Armor as Chinchao backs up. Let's look at this, right? Yep, Radiant Armor, Chastise Pauldron already done for Maylin. On the opposite side, it seems that Zev even more. First item decided to go for concentrated energy just to survive the early game.
Yep.
And now with the Genius Wand, provides a little bit of utility for everybody else. Oh, Daisy played that well. Good composure.
Okay, it's all about maintaining the lead here for Twisted Minds. They're not letting any cracks here to be seen by Team Falcons. And now they slowly somehow negate some of the jungles, the macro as well. They're trying to somehow control it against Team Falcons. But for now, it's still Sev focusing onto the small things here onto the map, trying to and get a single person out of Twisted Minds. Raimundo for the follow up! Immediate shutdown onto Daisy. They've got a plenty bounty right there here for Team Falcons. Now it's next on line. Flicker as well committed just to try and escape that one. But no, it's Livy with a shutdown kill. Haven't seen here for main lane. Trying to corner up Livy, and they will do so with Chinchao with a double kill. It's 2 onto 3, and Sev will get those numbers as well. And Team Falcons kindly get a very beautiful play here. Chinchao forced out onto her Flicker. Now we see some action happening here on the map.
Really, really tough for Chinchao especially because again, you're coming to the point of the game where you already have your Trinity items. It's just maintaining the Art of Thievery stacks on top of the Golden Staff stacks. Daisy nearly one-shotting Zev, but the counterplay is just too much. Just like predicted by our studio, Violet on this Esme is a problem.
Just let her cook, right? And she ate well enough to actually absorb some of those shields, not some, most of the shields here from Twisted Minds. And now for Team Falcons, they were just waiting to pounce on their prey. And now finally we see the tables have been turned. Now they got the chance to take down an objective, and then top of that, a possible takedown yet again. Ramona onto Sa. They're forcing out Twisted out of their position. Chinchao goes in with a blazing do it. Immediate shutdown onto Sev. And they go in and take the Lord as well in the process. Liv and the rest of the gang tries to go in with a trade-off just enough to finally get an advantage. Shutdown immediately onto Chinchao. They continue here on the purple buff side. And it looks like for Twisted Mind, they got a Lord, but at the sacrifice of 2 members.
Yeah, not 100% sure how that was going to start playing out here. Fortunately, if Chinchao survived, I think there was definitely an opportunity for Twisted Minds to take this back. But look at the gold lead, despite getting the Lord, despite doing everything correctly, minimizing the damage, Falcons still walk away positive despite that.
That was a very smart move actually here for Team Falcons, just waiting. And then Raimundo focusing solely on Sa, preventing the burst from ever happening. She was just so far. And even though Chinchao was has managed to actually reach Sev and the rest, but one thing's for sure, the rest of the gang, they were willing to take the risk and they took it. That is a high reward play here for Team Falcons. And now it's Violet being targeted. Even if Rattery was committed on her, but they were not successful. That is huge info here for Team Falcons.
It's not, unfortunately, just needed a couple more attacks coming in from Chinchao, which is the main win condition so far for Twisted Minds. If you look at the items, and already max builds are starting to come. One last item to complete the full set. A Winter Crown coming in from Chinchao. We're expecting Twisted Minds for the upcoming fight to try to get Falcons to gather together to get a maximized Blazing Duet, and hopefully that's going to be enough to bait out everything from the Falcons.
That's the thing. Now we have to solely focus onto when and where Chinchao could possibly come from, because she is the most crucial piece alongside with Saa. And Raimundo is just doing a great job onto spotting out those two critical members here for Twisted Minds. And looking at the Dabijot ranking, she is the key to all the fights that Twisted Minds could be able to win onto this clash.
They're really struggling. Again, only Chin Chao can technically do relevant damage to this Esme, but now they're trying to defend themselves as the Conceal comes out. All this for a Tier 2. You can see how the tables have shifted from a dominating early game from the side of Twisted Minds into the mid game, where Falcons use their experience to hold on to the economy and stop the bleeding. This is a really great showing of veterancy, not only by the Falcons, but creative adaptive plays from Twisted Minds, because now they've hit the second roadblock. The first one was preset from game number 1. Coming into this one, we need to see them do it on the fly without the help of their coach.
It's all about maintaining the pressure to stop the bleeding, right? And that is exactly what Falcons did. They didn't let it really roll over here onto Twisted Minds. Instead, they still continued onto their day jobs, which is to farm up Sev as much as they can. Let Liv take most of the farms as well when it comes to the minion waves, and now they focus onto getting Daisy out of position. That was a really close call here for Sev. Now they come back. There's a positive position here for Team Falcons, and they could attempt another gank if ever, but Twisted Minds, they're just not letting things go walk by.
This is so good. Falcons know how to get the attention of Twisted. They show that Harley in the mid lane. Twisted continue to respond to it. They gotta play this slow, and now Raimundo might just be in some trouble.
Okay, she's getting a lot of attention here for Twisted Minds. Immortality being popped off. Kao eliminating Sev at the most crucial timing. Living with real world manipulation is Chin Chao with a Winter Crown play here. Beautiful placing duet, but Liv is still alive and will be able to take down the burst damager here for Twisted Minds. Daisy, on the other hand, will get the trade-off, but now it's main lane locking in closely here on the members of Team Falcons, and Violet is the only woman remaining, and Twisted Minds one onto the clash and will be able to secure a Lord.
One simple mistake. Liv just needed to buffer the flicker as soon as that heavy spin connected the very first time before she gets pinned against that wall. You gotta be a little fast on that one, and Liv right now needs to do so much work, because for the rest of the team to peel for her, they have to put their bodies on the line. Liv tried to be the peeler with the RWM, and guess what? Chin Chao already one step ahead with the Winter Crown.
And now they're looking to somehow compromise some of the jungles here for Team Falcons. What you mentioned, that was beautifully played out here also for Twisted Minds. Very smart targeting for Mei lane, and Kao directly assassinating Sev started everything, and it all fell onto the hands of Twisted Minds. Now the Lord will be marching onto the bottom side.
Now this is where it's going to get a little difficult here, because Twisted Minds don't exactly have the greatest ways to zone their players off without having to commit really big ultimates. And in this case, it's that heavy spin, unless we see Daisy flicker, which isn't up for another 36 seconds.
Yep. But they're making it worth it, right? For Raimundo.
Oh my god.
She is just suffering, bro. She's just suffering onto what Chin Chao and Kao is doing. It's Daisy yet again finding Sev across the map, across the jungle, and now they're left to defend. It's only going to be 4 members here onto the top lane, and main lane and the Ross will be slowly disengaging. That was an immediate answer for Team Falcons, but that was a close call, by the way, for Sev.
Oh, can they save the turret?
No!
The inhibitor turret gets broken down. Even if it survives at 1 HP, at least it would have prevented the ever-constant flowing wave from Twisted Minds' side, and a long wave, the long lane of which Falcons must consistently deal with. Look, Lord is spawning 75 seconds away on the bottom side. It's so far away to deal with, and they really need Violet to open up that map, because nobody else can do it, not even Raimundo anymore.
She isn't, right? She is not really enjoying her time right now, because for Team Falcons, that's halfway across the map, and you wouldn't want to waste a time for Violet to just clear off the waves. You want her to be present when it comes to crucial team fights. Now we see her purchasing the Winter Crown as well.
Wait, we're seeing a movement from Twisted Minds. It looks like they want to invade on the top side to maybe try and go for an intercept onto Violet, but they've already spotted this out, right? Raimundo, great positioning here to give the information necessary. Falcons ready for the counterattack.
Okay, Raimundo still is baiting her herself here. Just debating whether they should go for a kill, but Violet onto Daisy. This is what we're talking about. She is strong on the 1v1 scenario. But if there were multiple members, that is a different case. So Team Falcons needs to be really careful onto sending Violet alone across the map.
Falcons, again, that counterattack, had it happened at the 40-second mark of when the Lord was going to spawn, they probably would have their ults back up for when the Lord actually spawned to fight once more. But it's just too risky. It's 15-13 so far, and Twisted Minds, both sides are all at max build, with Twisted Minds with a little bit more economy to start item swapping in the middle of these fights. We'll see whether that's going to matter in just a little bit, because you can tell Falcons, they're the ones who have to press the charges. Twisted Minds, they can just wait. Look at that top wave. It's building up fast.
Yep, they have the luxury to take things slow when it comes to this Lord take. And as we mentioned, it's always going to be a -1 here for Team Falcons just because of that base art being destroyed here for Twisted Minds. And now they commit. They saw that there are not a lot of members here for Team Falcons to try and contest this one out. It's Liv trying to fall back here with a free hit. And Violet with the Falling Storm will be able to hit Sa. But the process is going to be taking too long here for Team Falcons, but immediately get in with the kill. What a way to get off the Lord and get another kill. Xin Chao with their multi-spark rope. And a double kill here for the carry. Falcons have done it. They were able to get a Lord, a kill as well, and now they slowly make their way through the map.
Genuinely beautifully played by Falcon's side. I thought maybe for sure that this was going to be a Lord for the side of Twisted Minds, but the target priority from Falcons in the middle of the scrum was just too much to deal with. And now, with the immortalities, they're looking for the end game as Daisy. They're going to have to recall. Yeah, it looks like they've accepted what's about to happen. And look at Levy, so far behind with the RWM ready to punish.
Okay, they know it's going to be a jump here for Daisy. She's taking the risk. We'll be able to eliminate Raimundo, but the Lord is still full of HP. It's Team Falcons focus fire onto the base and winning over this match onto a 2-0 sweep.
From deadpan silence to all smiles on the side of the Falcons. What a difficult battle this had to be for the Twisted Minds. They were the ones who were leading the charge. They were the ones who were setting the tempo, but it was Falcons' experience and most importantly, their patience that got them through these hurdles.
Definitely, now they rise as legends. Many had doubted them from the first day of MWI. Now they put their mark yet again as Indonesia's finest to stay here at MWI at EWC.
Ooh. What a game. If this is what we're expecting from our very first series, I don't know what's in store for later on today. The quality is already going up, and we are seeing some high-level ideas being implemented here in MWI. Let's look at this replay one more time here at the end of this match when we were looking for that closing moments. Both Daisy and Sa desperately trying to not only clear this wave, but they needed to pull the Lord's attention. And unfortunately for the Falcons, they said, no, we will not let you aggro the Lord. We will not let you distract our minions. And they made sure, hey, we're not baiting this out. We're playing this good and honest.
They're playing it right to their strengths. And the redemption now continues for the side of Team Falcons Indonesia. What a start here for our deciding match of the day.
Let's throw it over to our interview up on stage.
From your former teammates?
Well, this is my first time to holding the key, so I'm so excited. But then I feel bad for my teammate also because Ika is from Indonesia also, but she tried her best already.
Yes, Xin Chao, you did your best. Thank you so much for your valiant effort. Your journey ends here. Thank you. And of course, anything you would like to say to all of the Indonesian fans who are supporting you back home?
I know for the first day, it's a little bit bad for us, for our perform, but I think from yesterday until today, we bounced back, and then I think maybe we can rematch with Vitality.
Yes, and with this win, congratulations, you have made it to the knockout stage and extending your tournament life. Falcons Indonesia.
It is time for that very important moment. We have a tradition here at the Esports World Cup. This is the key crushing. Congratulations again to Team Falcons, Indonesia, punching that ticket into the knockout phase. We got to make sure we careful here. Stuff get real serious. Making sure that our key master lets you know exactly how it's done. Okay. We've seen the respect on stage, but at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, there can only be one when it comes to competition. Nothing is given, everything is earned. Oh my gosh. Yes, sir. Oh my. You see the reaction there. Congratulations again. Ladies and gentlemen, they are officially qualified for our knockout stages. Let's go ahead and take a look at the match highlights.
Well, the first key on day 3 has been crushed, and let me tell you, that key put up a fight. It was loud indeed, but at the end of the day, it's the reality of EWC. Twisted Minds, unfortunately, will not be progressing to the knockout stage, but for Team Falcons Indonesia, a clean sweep of 2-0 puts them in an excellent spot. During the match, though, Rose had a chance to catch up with some interesting people out in our audience.
We're having fun here in Paris, but I do have a few questions because it is an interesting match right now. We know that Falcons ID is going up against Twisted Mind. Now, I'm pretty sure Funi is split because if you guys remember, Funi used to play in Falcons ID, but her sister is in Twisted Mind. So how are we feeling about this matchup?
Actually, right now, I'm very nervous. I'm trembling nonstop. Oh my God, I almost cried. Oh my God.
Okay. But yeah, I can feel you're nervous. Yeah, but yeah, Funi, does this match makes you feel sentimental?
Yeah, I mean, on one side, it's my sister, and on the other side, it's my ex-teammate. So, of course, I feel a bit sad. Yeah, either Twisted or Team Falcons lose, I will end up crying. Pretty sure.
Oh no, please don't cry. Please don't cry, girl. Now, of course, we also want to ask Sabila. Now, Sabila, as the Indonesian reporter here on ground, I want to ask you, how do you think or what do you think is happening with the Indonesian representatives here in MWI?
Okay, it's a hard question because you know what? As we see from the Falcon ID, their play on their first match is not that good. They lose 0-2 from Seita, but now we can see their step up from yesterday until today. I'm sorry, Funi, because as we know in the first game, we saw Falcon ID playing so good, playing so well, but on the second game, we don't know. But Falcon ID, you have to reset. You have to do your best because this is your last chance to go at the knockout stage.
You know what? I feel the Indo pride really strong right here. Sabila, I know you have a question for Funi, right?
Yes, Funi. Is there anything you want to say to Chinchao, your sister?
Good luck. I love you. Whatever happens, either you're winning or you're losing, you're still the best gold winner for me.
Oh, she's tearing up. Oh my God, so sentimental. Thank you so much, girl. Sabila, anything for the Indonesian viewers?
Of course. Can I say in Bahasa, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright. Teman-teman semua, satukan dukungan kalian untuk tim ataupun player Indonesia yang sedang berjuang di MWI at EWC26.
Thank you very much, girls. That's it from us, and we'll see you guys next time.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Thank you, Rose and Sevilla, for catching up with some of the players out there in the audience. Funi, what a tough spot to be in. The tears were flowing. My heart breaks. The story that she has being out in the audience, having to watch those two teams. What's the story behind that?
It's so tough to be in her spot because, again, as previously mentioned by her, on one side, it's her sister who's fighting. That's why you see her tearing up just a little bit when she had to give her final message. But on the other side, she had former teammates. So she's very much familiar with the competitive scene. She's been playing in Indonesia for a while now. She knows for a fact how competitive it can be and how much of an achievement it is to be here in MWI at EWC. So I can only imagine how she feels for her sister because she's already made it to this point where you only need to win one series to make it to knockouts, but you have to witness her lose it out in such an unfortunate manner after dominating the game for so long.
That's why we framed it family versus the enemy. It's tough. It is for some of these matchups. I mean, it goes deep, especially with the history between certain rosters and teams, and maybe even some people on our desk with some upcoming matchups. Let's talk about some actions throughout, though. Game number 2. Man, it was tough to watch. It really was, because Twisted Minds, at least at the start, we're at the 4-minute mark, LaFell, and I felt like Twisted Minds were off to an excellent start.
It was perfect. And honestly, Taylor, that's why it hurts. Imagine playing perfectly for 19 minutes. And then the moment that counts, the final action when Sa, as the Kagura, she missed her ult. She could not kill the opponent's carry. That's at the point of the game, you're like, I made a mistake. We cut our losses. Let's live to fight another day. But the mistake was they committed. They're like, no, we have to win now. They all died. And that was the end of the game. That's how crucial one mistake is at 20 minutes.
Absolutely brutal. We take a look at our second moment, and I believe we get deeper into game number 2. And this is where things might start shaping up for Falcons Indonesia at the 12-minute mark. Now, Bree, from this point in time, it's still relatively even. I believe Twisted Mind still has maybe a little bit of a lead, but you can tell Falcons Indonesia are creeping up.
Yep, this is a moment where Chintra was actually still able to find the way around the objectives, but it was where also Falcons ID were gradually being more confident in just trying to fight back against these objectives as well. And that's when I think they've also acknowledged themselves that we're a scaling lineup. And for the longest time, indeed, Twisted Minds have dominated it because they've done it through sheer burst damage. But it also can arrive to a point where they too can rely on their sustain. They also can rely on their raw damage in order to fight back. And that's where I think we got to see them on a much more equal footing, where decisions really made a huge difference in the latter portions of the game.
And LaFell, we take a look at our third moment of the game. We get deeper in, and I think this is when you really start to notice and showcase Falcons Indonesia can pull this off.
And this is where the mistakes really start to show. If there were 5 women there, they could have protected their base. They could have extended this and then maybe end in the next fight. But the fact that they committed earlier on, at that point, once they die, I think every player from Twisted Mind, they knew it was over.
But even one mistake, right, which can catapult and snowball into ultimately a loss. During the hero selection, though, we did notice that Falcons quite literally picked just to counter the Twisted Mind setup. Do you think that late game setup with their picks ended up playing more of a role than we thought?
Oh yes, 100%. And especially because Falcon slowed the game down. Because Twisted Mind, they had a good advantage to just end the game early, but Falcon denied that. Eventually, Falcons got the items needed to finally fight back against Twisted Mind. So yes, Twisted Mind made a mistake, but we gotta give credit where credit is due. Falcons slowed it down so much, they came back.
They did not be as reactive to what Twisted Minds were already doing across the map, and that's despite the Paquito leading up or actually having such a great time, even despite the matchup against an Esmeralda. That's why it also feels so frustrating for Daisy, because I believe it was unfavorable setup for her.
She had a
But
perfect game.
It was a perfect game for her nonetheless.
Yeah, well, I got to say, it is heartbreaking for Twisted Minds, but that's how these tournaments go. Again, like I always love to say, making it to this stage is a massive accomplishment in its own right. Shout out to Twisted Minds for being one of the best teams out there when it comes to the MWI. Now, the question is, how do you be cool? I actually don't know, and Damascus, from what I'm hearing, you're going to teach me? What do you got?
Au revoir, gentlemen. I heard that today you guys have been a banger, so I'm gonna teach you how to be cool in MLBB. So make sure you guys get this correct. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? How you feeling?
I'm feeling phenomenal.
I don't care how you're feeling. All right. This is the first question. Vengeance. What's a vengeance?
A vengeance? Revenge?
No, it's when you get killed at the beginning and then you just kill them back.
Bro, what are you talking about?
No, it's a skill. It's a skill. You know.
Oh, like a flicker. Exactly. It's flicker.
Stop. He pretends he knows words. He does not. You don't know what a flicker is.
Bro, I know MLB. Bro, what are you talking about?
I'm gonna forgive you. I'm gonna forgive you this. Okay, what's an inspire? It's easy. What's an inspire?
An inspire?
Yeah.
Martin Luther King.
You're not wrong.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a character's trait. Like there are tanks and there are inspired characters. They inspire the others.
You know what? You're the
They
kind
give
of people
buffs.
that make my mom cry.
Oh
All right? This is not being
I'm sorry,
cool.
Mom.
Okay, you know what? Last one. You guys have to get this because you guys have been hosts, right?
Yeah.
After a passionate game, you see the player standing up and then shouting to the opponents. What do they say?
Bang, bang.
No.
Why are you laughing? Bro, it's Mobile Legends bang, bang, bro.
No, they shout. I love. You know what? I'm done. You guys are hopeless. You know, I hope someone else can do this because I'm out. See,
Bro,
see you guys.
See me on the gold lane, bro.
See us in the gold lane, brother.
Yeah.
We gonna remember this when it's time for vengeance and we inspire on the gold lane.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
LaFell, I'm not going to lie. At one point, I got pretty scared. I thought you were going to take them both down.
Dude, they were hopeless, man. I tried my best. Hearts out to them. You know what? Briggs, maybe you have more patience. Maybe you could have made them more cool.
I don't know how else to explain vengeance and inspire, though. Like, I think you're the best teacher to do that.
Well, you tried.
I tried. But honestly, they're very, very cool guys. You know, hopefully we get to hang out, but just not play MLBB.
Give them a second chance, if you will. I have faith in them. I think they can learn how to be cool. Hey, Muton's got a special message. Let's listen in.
In the past, we were always in Asia. This year, we came to Paris. What stories are still left untold?
Kami sudah membuktikannya, tapi ini baru permulaan.
Tiada siapa akan ingat siapa nombor 2. We need the win.
Bukan sekadar keinginan, tapi tekad.
Hindi ang pag-abot sa tuktok ang pinakamahirap. Ang korona ang mahirap ipagtanggol.
What happened last year became fuel for us this year.
This time, we bring it to Paris and finish it.
A new lineup, new chemistry, new fire. Once champions, not settling for podium finishes. World champions, defending MSC champions. As the final boss of MLBB, can anyone stop them? Names have been made, stars have risen, but now they need to show the world what it takes to rise above. This time, the world is bigger than ever. Like every year, new challengers step on to the world stage. Some carry the ambitions of 2 continents. Some fight for the pride of home turf. Some have never stopped chasing the throne. So who will finally rise to clinch the title? This is where unresolved stories find their ending. A new shot at glory. one more chance at redemption.
We are back.
Kali ini, sekali, like,
Siguro na tidak.
Pareho lang ang chance namin.
No one is untouchable.
Let's fight.
Kan ako kalau bisa.
Two champions, one game. Paris breaks through limitless possibilities.
I don't know about you, but I'm pumped up not only for MWI, but MSC as well, taking place here in Paris, France at the Esports World Cup. LaFell, it's MLBB for like 3 of the 7 weeks.
Oh, dude, I love MLBB. That's why I've been here for like 9 years now. I didn't know until someone asked me. I was like, I've been here for 9 years, bro.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that it's been here for 10 years
10
already.
years.
Because just yesterday we celebrated their 10th anniversary.
Yeah, she just hit 30.
Hey.
Oh,
No, I am far from.
By the way, she's like literally like 22. Okay, now me, I'm 34. I'm the old man on the
I'll take
desk. LaFell, I don't know how old you are.
I'm 32.
32?
Yeah.
I'm the elder here. I'm the elder, baby. Hey, Seda Esports over on the B stream ended up taking a big win. They stay alive. They move forward. They win 2-0 over their opponents. Now, this is a big deal, right? Because Seda Esports, man, coming into it, we kind of questioned, would they be able to redevelop the meta? They're representing a region that has been underrepresented. In this case, though, they managed to take down VP in a dominant way. We'll keep you updated with all Stream B. One more matchup to go there, but we need to head to the stage with Cheryl and Rob.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a true clash of titans. On one side, you have Team Gen G, who is last year's second place finisher at MWI. On the other, you have Team Navi, which of course was the champions in 2024 for MWI. Two amazing teams, two titans, but at the end, only one is gonna qualify to the knockout stage.
That's right. Now Genji is hungry for that do-over opportunity, so they are going to do everything they can to secure this win. Whereas Navi PH is on their journey to redemption. But who stands in their way? Genji, the very team that sent them home last year. Two powerhouses that is seen here on stage, but only one ticket to the knockouts. Let's do it.
Thank you, Cheryl in Hollywood. Rob TV, let's get it going. It's Genji versus Navi, our second elimination match to move into the knockout stage. And this is a big one. It's a blockbuster matchup. You've got the 2025 EWC MWI runner-up of Genji taking on the 2024 EWC MWI champions of Navi. This one means a lot, not only for the club championship race, but also for the history they both hold when it comes to the MWI.
Yep, I cannot believe we might just see a replication of last year take place here in another elimination series simply because they meet yet again in the lower bracket where life is at stake. What if it just so happens to repeat? Because yesterday we saw that Vitality swept Genji all over again, similar to last year's grand finals. And now could they be the ones to send back Vitality or Navi home again?
That's right, and you're obviously alluding to last year in the knockout stages. Navi ends up losing to then Gaming Gladiators, but now Genji. This is a matchup of epic proportions. And for Genji, they might not want revenge on Navi. They don't need it. They've already beat them before. However, they want revenge on Vitality. They want the championship. They fell just short last year. They want the main stage. But did they show enough yesterday to prove that they could beat this Navi roster?
I gotta say, I'm pretty nervous for this one. I'm guessing Brigida as well. You know, it's her home country, and for me, my sister's playing on Genji, so hopefully they do very well. I feel like Genji, they have this pride, they have this ego where they're really like, I don't care who you are, I just want to be the best. And the fact that they lost against Vitality might be dangerous for Navi, because Navi is the one that has to go through their wrath.
Yeah, and I think even in interviews, it reflects so much that they had a change in mindset even, because even Ashley, in terms of her character, she no longer really wants to compete for the title Mother of Tanks. It's more of her being want to be known for something else. And I think every single time they go up on stage, you tend to just realize how much they've matured because they're just after the wins.
Now, as we get into our pick and bans, something to note, Na'Vi has an extremely deep hero pick pool. 22 unique heroes in this tournament. We're talking debut picks of, Chip, Masha, Bauman. They know how to play around different team comps, and we're about to see a little bit of that now.
It's a deep hero pool, but I think very limited have worked for them. There seem to have been more strategies that fit best of one type of situations rather than best of threes.
Honestly, like their hero pool is deep, honestly, because of that. They could not figure out what works. So they tried this, didn't work out. Now they try something else, didn't work out. I gotta tell you, Brigitte, Mirai is kind of like a talent manager. Right? Because we want to get into the studio, right? Imagine if we didn't have our tags, right? She has to be the one showing her tags so that we can all go in. A lot of teams have defeated Na'Vi by taking Mirai out first. So without her, no one from Na'Vi could advance forward. So I wonder if Gen G will use this information to take her out. I believe that's one of the reasons why they pick up the Belleric first. Because with the Belleric, Na'Vi won their very first game yesterday. And now, I gotta say, Bricks, this is already an anti-tank meta, anti-tank lineup coming in from Gen G. Bring out the Lilia as well as the carry.
Yep, and it's great ways to punish. If ever Na'Vi do overextend or put themselves in positions that are not favorable for them, but could they be playing it differently this time? It's a Freya XP and a Granger that might just want to be a bit more safe because you have distance, you have range, but the Granger isn't the most meta of gold laners currently.
In this situation, it's not too bad because out of every mage in the game, Lilia has one of the lowest HP pools, so it's easier for you to stack up on the Sky Piercer.
Yeah, and it seems like they just want a different route in the gold lane matchup.
I'm not so sure the route is okay or not. Let me be very clear because Na'Vi, every single game they play, they change the strategy. They play global ban without playing global ban.
Yeah, this is why I think even a lot of us are really searching for that identity of what does really comprise of Na'Vi. What does Na'Vi
I have the answer.
Establish in terms of their identity?
Honestly, their identity is number one, help out the mid duo first. That's step number one. They need to survive. Mirai is such a playmaker. And then number two, get not Ayanami on a hero like a Masha, like a Benedetta, like an Esmeralda, someone that can dive all the way deep into enemy territories and take down their damage dealer. She might die. Honestly, she might die.
Okay.
But the team is okay with that.
So it's more of a glass cannon situation for
Kamikaze all the way.
All right. Because I think a lot of times too, whenever we see Na'Vi on the defense, it's not like their gold laner or mid laner really goes down. It's just that they're forced to play from behind because their frontliners are always being punished or taken out every single time, which in this scenario hopefully is not just Mirai, because Keishi did pick up the Baksha anyway.
Yep, let's look at the bans here, by the way. Gen G already banned out 2 EXP laners, ban out the Paquito as well as the Phoveus, and then 2 roamers here with the Atlas as well as the Matilda. Na'Vi finish out their bans, Marcel, Hirara, Esmeralda, Akai, as well as the Sora. So they're really targeting Arya as well as potentially a tank jungle from Rui, bringing in that Akai. I think that's a very good idea, kind of forcing out Gen G to use a damage dealer in the jungle, which I gotta tell you, it doesn't look like a very good assassin jungle matchup here. If they have a Bellman, Gen G might survive this draft.
Yeah, and at least so far, Gen G and their mid duo have been also picking up some of the more unconventional mid duos, I'd say, because yesterday I think we already got to see the Selena from them as well. But you might not really want to consider that if Na'Vi just really want to go all in. You do have the Belleric, yes, and the Lilia, but at the same time, backline access showing that the Granger might just be a very vulnerable target could also be one of the considerations for Gen G in this draft.
Right now, when it comes to elimination, I want teams to draft simple, right? Make a composition that has very little room for error. Even if you make a mistake, it's not that big of a deal. So I'm just worried on the EXP pick here. And now Na'Vi, they committed onto this Eve. If they want a tank, something like an Alice might still be able to work out. Heck, maybe even a Uranus. Maybe not the best because you're going up against the Baxia, but that is one of the comforts of Gen.G.
Yep. So the Alice and potentially an Assassin, which is still open to this point, but you already have to go up against the Eve. Maybe the Suyo would be tough to play in this game. But
very tough.
Even the likes of the Frederick, I think we already have to put that away now. So
that's good. Honestly, a Bellman is probably one of the better picks. It's just that, have they practiced it, right? Have they practiced it or not?
Na'Vi did yesterday.
And they won.
Yeah.
They won. They won. They were able to shred all the tanks. Their Bowman looked amazing. Now, 4 seconds in, this is going to be the final pick here. Guinevere as well as Ling. Now, this is very unorthodox here. Ling, I think it's okay.
We did say backline, yes,
But if Na'Vi picks up a catch-type roamer, it's gonna be tough. I'm looking at picks like the Cho here. I have not seen a lot of Chos here in MWI.
No, there's still a Cho, there's still a Kaja even, if they really want to go hard on lockdown. But is this a Guinevere EXP? This should be the EXP, right? The Beleric is going to go in Rome, so...
There's a chance the Beleric could go EXP, actually.
You think so?
I've heard rumors from, let's be real, credible sources, right? So I'm thinking the wise choice, Beleric Rome, Guinevere there, and then the chip. They're showing the chip again. I don't know if this is the lineup for it. And look at this, it is probably going to be Beleric in the EXP, so...
Oh my god.
I gotta say, reflections based on this draft, I think we're going to have a very chaotic game one.
I like chaos, yes I do, and we're definitely going to get it with the historic teams of Gen.G and Na'Vi. It's a blockbuster matchup. History between the two, not only in terms of their accomplishments in the MWI, but also last year in the knockout stage. But who gets revenge and who wants to move forward to the knockouts? We're going to find out very shortly. It's Gen.G versus Na'Vi. Athena, Gideon, take it away.
Thank you so much. Once again, we come into our second best of three here today. And this one's going to be a little spicy. We got Ling already showing back up here on day 3 of MWI. But this is going to be a make it or break it for either one of these teams. Momentum starts here. First team to get that match point so far, based on how the MWI schedule has been going. The sweeps are prominent.
For Gen.G so far, we've seen them kind of react onto the draft, but a very credible source out there for Lafel with Arya using the Beleric onto the XP. Something quite refreshing, although it's not really on the standard that we've seen here so far for MWI. But the thing is, they're up against a Freya onto the XP plus a chip tempo changer here for Na'Vi PH.
Yeah, the tempo changer and the tempo breakers are going to be really, really important in this game. Arya, as much as, you know, the Wrath of the Dryads is used as an initiation tool, might just be used as a replacement to deal with the shortcut from Chip. And now, I think I'm most worried about, it's going to be that Granger, right? Because Granger, the only situation that they want to have is, yes, I am winning from the get-go in lane, and then once I get out of the lane, I can clean it up easy when Ayanami does a majority of that work. Not only does Ayanami need to win this lane, but as you can see, patrolling along enemy territory just to give that info back.
It's all about Ayanami's move for this game to actually kind of compensate onto what others will be missing out on. You've mentioned the vision.
Whoa.
Looking closer.
Actually, looking closer to this, the pathing coming in from Ruyi is very interesting. Starting on the bottom side small camps, taking another small camp, and then instantly going to purple buff before coming back to orange.
Oh, and it will be...
Ashley's fine, right? She always had her spatial migration. Also, still had that flicker as well, expecting nothing. And now look at this. They invade once more, and they see 0. All they see is one small camp, and Ling is nowhere to be found and already at level 4.
And that's the thing. That is how you somehow improvise a plan if you're the Ling, right? Because it's always going to be you invaded all over again. But the thing is that the neutral objective will be safely secured here by Navi PH.
They didn't want to go for the contestation. They don't want to put anybody's lives at stake here. As long as nobody dies, it's totally fine. But the invade from Kenshi, as the small camps are the first to actually spawn. Look at the opposite side of the map. This is a set play from Gen G so that they can set up and not let Rui get disturbed. But now Navi, they figured it out, and now they've adapted. One camp down unless Retribution is used here by Rui.
Oh, that's a retry activated here for Keishi. We're trying to run away, but as you've mentioned, it's all about navigating the jungle safely for now, right? For Gen G. It's preventing Mirai from finding the right target, which is actually Rui. And right on cue, it's going to be shortcut activated. And as I mentioned, it's going to be forcing out the Tempest of Blades here for Rui. Tempest of Blades right there. Going in. Is going to be Rain with the RWM, not Ayanami, going wild. There are not a lot of kills. Actually, 0 kills at all from that initiation. It's just the purple buff being contested.
And that's bad enough, especially when you're on a Ling. Rui will have a little bit of downtime and doesn't necessarily have enough energy to go back and forth between lanes to search out for these finishing kills. However, not Ayanami has done a very good job at relaying the information. A great play from Navi PH, finding the little pockets of space in enemy territory, figuring out what Gen G were trying to do with the jungle path.
Plus, it's a good idea also to kind of brute force her way, especially Ashley didn't get her ulti at time, right? When the purple buff was kind of contested. Now we see some reactions all over the map here, some visions for Mirai as well. Looking forward to more clashes now that the shortcut has been activated here. Plus, another neutral objective we're keeping our eyes out on.
Now, the scary thing right now is the fact that Ashley can only do so much against that shortcut in comparison to Arya on this Belleric. So Arya somehow not only has to clear the lane a little bit faster than Ayanami, but may have to sacrifice her lane a little bit more during these neutral objective fights.
Okay, it's all about getting the better trade if ever. It's now Mirai again with Ton onto Ashley as well. RWM, perfect timing here for Rian's first blood. Not Ayanami jumping on the line of fire here for Rui and Ashley. She's keeping her at bay. And a fresh objective take here for Keishi. Ashley left defenseless even with a spatial migration. She will go down, girl.
Missed opportunity with the Wrath of the Dryads. Could have knocked up 2, and now it's going to be an ever slow bleed here. This is the traditional tank v assassin matchup. It becomes oppressive, and Gen G knew that the early game was going to be a little rough.
It is. So now they follow suit onto somehow managing some of the lanes here onto the map. But for Navi PH, they know they just have to interrupt, continuously interrupt Ropey in the process, even forcing out the Tempest of Blade just to try and survive. Rian getting the numbers rolling for her. Granger is looking quite good here. And Arya is just all over the place. She has to be at 2 places at a time right now.
It's a losing situation for Arya at this stage of the game, right? Ideally, Gen G wanted to stay as even as possible to Navi. This is not their other item power spike. Sayori already is, again, getting zoned out in a majority of these fights, and now finally putting the influence onto Panda.
Even the gold lane isn't safe anymore. And a waste of a Rain of Dryad. And a big info here for Rain. Although Panda 1 will be able to get the kill, a jump and a space of negation. Better to climb onto Ashley, not Ayanami from the back with the Valkyrie descent. Ensures a double kill. Might go for the triple, but Sayori flickers just in time to escape the wrath here from Navi PH. Rui being cornered out. Things are not looking good. The 3 women here targeting her, continuously hunting her down. A turret in the process taken down as well by Navi PH.
Oh, and look at that. I just love the protocols that I'm seeing from Navi PH. They're like, even if we do give up that space, let's double check it again. And Mirai coming in to join this fight doesn't have the shortcut, but is enough to show presence. And now the rest of Gen G must contest.
Okay, Ashley, with a good entry point, but the damage just isn't there yet. They need to find a way to relieve some of the pressure, but without thinking so, now the last turtle for this round obviously might go on to the hands of Navi PH Arya, though she wants to contest it. But Rod of the Riot, perfect timing! And a clutch steal home for Rui. Rain with the RWM, but Genji manages to get out of the way. Rui with the 10th blades, just one blade that she actually got off, and that is going to be a chase down kill here for not Ayanami.
Considering everything that has happened, pretty good overall. Like Rui still, despite hold on.
Oh, that's an immediate takedown onto Panda 1, but she will survive it, and that is quite scary now that Navi has tempo, and at will, they could actually go on for team fights.
Yeah, this 3.7k lead is starting to expand very far out of control as Ayanami is becoming a legitimate problem. The lane that was supposed to be controlled by Arya was going well at beginnings, but after this point, 3 turtles, it's not looking that great. This mid-game is going to be very vicious as Ayanami now controls the entirety of this bottom side, and they're even going for a lane swap from the side of Genji.
But at least we saw some great catch here for Arya, right, with the Wrath of Dryad. But the thing is, you mentioned the gold lead was quite onto the side of Navi PH. So with that said, they have to be really careful onto where they will be sending at Panda. And right at you, he just purchased her a golden staff together with the corrosion side. Now we kinda get some action or little bits of damages coming in from Genji if ever, but still it's a never-ending deny and somehow vision here onto the purple buff. But now Rui finally gets the purple buff, but in the process it's not Ayanami doing their job, taking down turret after turret.
Again, Navi PH, they come in, they say, you know what, let's give them a forked option. In chess terms, is putting 2 pieces under threat at the same time. And unfortunately for Genji, they must only pick one. They chose the purple buff, they sacrificed their T2 because of that, and Ayanami is having the time of her life. Panda on the opposite side. The last hope here for the late game for Genji. They're going to need a lot of time for Panda to get to where they need to be because of how much pressure and most importantly, the shortening of the laning phase.
It's all about stretching out the game here for Genji, just enough to try and give enough time here for Panda 1. A failed attempt there for Ashley. It's like a go here for Mirai, going in with a shortcut. It's only not Ayanami being called in. Very nice action though for Genji here. Just try and negate, cut their losses as early as possible, but no, it's Arya taking the risk again. A Rain with the early RWM, and Wrath of Dryad will be catching up 3 members, but not long enough for Arya to stay alive. Not Ayanami out to Ashley, focus fire. Panda 1 with the free hits, now they finally do it, but at what cost? It's too expensive of a mistake to overstay their welcome there as Navi PH slowly backs away. It's going to be a catch onto not Ayanami and Keishi. 2-4-2 trade-off there, right on cue onto the Lord jungle.
Oh my goodness, Ryu honestly could have maybe cleaned up the rest of this. They got the Haas Claw in time. Unfortunately, just didn't want to give another Sky Piercer stack over to Riance. They need to find this shutdown onto Riance somehow. If they can, that extends the game for them and it doesn't allow them to actually snowball out of control, and they can focus all of their attention back onto Ayanami, who so far has been the big chunker. Even with Arya flickering in with the Wrath of the Dryads, bringing some members to a quarter depending on lifesteal or spell vamp, some of the squishier targets, man, even Rain taking a good chunk of damage.
It's all about not Ayanami and Mirai doing a hell of a job here for game number 1. And as you mentioned, this is the kind of scenario that she really wanted, right? To give her a hero that could deal a lot of damage, plus sustain the hell out of Genji. Now, we're noticing that Panda 1 actually has some of the items that she needed. Now, it's all about positioning. And the position here on the Lord is actually more so onto the side of Navi PH, but for Genji, they're not letting go of this long push onto the mid lane.
Nope, they don't have to do much. They're gonna try and threaten the T1, but Navi is still trying to set up this fork. Getting a good push on the long lane is gonna force Rui, the fastest rotator they have on that team, to go and respond.
And that's going to be quite a sacrifice here, because Navi now knows it will be possible to try and catch a member here for Genji. Nice touch onto Ashley, but not Ayanami again with a chase down. Ashley's down, KG with a follow-up. Panda 1 already taken down. Rhea with those bullets hitting on the right target. 3 women down immediately for Genji. And that was so worth it on the side of Navi PH and not yet finished. Sayori will fall down as well. It's only Rui left here to try and get the Lord, but no, it's too risky as MWI will also call for backups. What a way to assert their dominance here for Na'Vi.
I don't know if the secondary motion was necessary, but I think that at the end of the day, they're trading ults for ults, and honestly, the fact that Gen G is losing some of these fatter ults is way better for Na'Vi because they're not going to quote-unquote need the shortcut in enemy territory unless they are at all full fighting strength. And since all of them basically control the entire map, trying to go for that shortcut underneath towers at this stage by inhibitors is not going to be as worth it. I think Na'Vi understand this. They're going to go into their siege tactics. They're going to use Rain. They're going to use the RWM to control everything.
Yeah, it's all about reserving the right skill sets and combos here for Na'Vi PH. Looking at the items are quite looking good, and a huge chunk of it is onto the hands of Rian and not Ayanami.
Yeah, and the worst part, Ayanami, with these 3 items already looking to get some anti-heal on top of that, like the sustain is looking super good.
It is.
Fortunately, if they keep on chunking Ashley out, they're not going to have a secondary anti-heal user other than Sayori. And even then, Sayori can't deal with Ayanami alone.
She can find the right angles as of the moment because Mirai and Keishi could actually pin her out of the crowd. Aurora WM red again for Rain. A perfect opportunity for them to annihilate members here for Gen G. There's going to be an answer back here for Sayori. Double kill for Rian, making it a triple. Now they're chasing at Sayori. And Rian with a maniac. What a way to open up the base here for Gen G.
Yep, now looking to close out this game. They've got a mid-wave to work with, and Panda, the only one alive. Unfortunately for Panda, she can't use any AoE other than the spinning light wheels. She will try, but the Lord-powered minions are just too much, with Rian zoning her out single-handedly. With each Rhapsody, this game closes out 17-5 in favor of Na'Vi PH.
A shot at Navi's redemption. That is exactly what they have in mind, what they have in store. And they finally did it here onto their first game on a very crucial deciding matchup.
Really, really difficult to deal with overall, man. I mean, when you're playing Ling into these types of tanks, it's you're hoping to stay even, if not get a little bit ahead of this Boxia. But these set plays coming in from Na'Vi, the fact that they understood that the importance is not about how many camps that this Ling steals, it's about that purple buff from early to mid.
It's all about limiting the lifeline here, right, for Gen G. And they hella check out all the objectives here for Na'Vi PH.
Yeah, but that being said, a lot to think about. But we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, more Mobile Legends action.
Na'Vi takes map number 1 to put Gen G at risk of having their key crushed. But Gen G, they've been here before. They know what it is to have the pressure elevated. Let's see if they can come back. Hey, welcome back into our studio. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by, of course, Brigitte Lavelle. Good to see you two once again. First off, to open up the section, Belleric and EXP for Gen G. It was a risk, right? We knew it was. If it pays off, excellent play, but it didn't pay off.
Yeah, but the question is, why didn't it work out, right? Because here's the thing, Belleric is a great hero, but he is slow, right? So that was a mismatch because that is a situation where you're on a racetrack where not Ayanami was a sprinter and Arya was a strongman. It was not close when it comes to what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, because even for the composition of Gen G in terms of the engage, it's mostly on maybe landing a spatial migration or two onto specific targets of Na'Vi, but the ultimate that you expect from a Belleric seems like it's more of a means to just respond to what Na'Vi might do. It's more of catch to the dives, and we saw it happen multiple times, but in the first few moments that we did, during those crucial times, Arya wasn't really able to be present because, as you mentioned, it's a pretty slow EXP laner if you're expecting a response from.
And we have a couple of big moments from that map number one. We take a look at least at our first one. Now, one of the things, Lefel, you were educating me on, Gen G, early game. Right now, they just want to stall. They want to get into that late game because of the hero composition.
Yeah, here's the thing. If we're looking at the heroes, once Rui gets around 4 items, once Peta gets 3 items, they should be able to deal enough damage to take down Na'Vi. But that's part of the problem, right? You're playing a waiting game. You don't want to wait when you're going up against previous champions. You need to be a bit more proactive. So I feel like this is a very ambitious draft, trying to hope previous champions play the game a little bit slower.
Yeah.
Great synergy, by the way, in that clip. You could really tell that obviously Na'Vi was firing on all cylinders. We take a look at our second action of the game, and I think we get towards the end because that was about the 13-minute mark. We now start to push through. This is where Na'Vi says enough is enough.
Yeah, it was a conceal from Ashley, a combination of a spatial migration and a flicker, but at that moment, I'm not even sure who the target looked like. It was Keishi who was trying to like roll around the area, but even then, I don't think catching Keishi would be the best priority. So maybe they could have attempted to go for the likes of Rian or even Rain, but these two seemed like targets that you just could not reach. And that's on top of the fact that Rian actually had Purify. She barely had to use it during the entire game.
And you know what? That's a problem. Clearly, at this point, I did bring up with you, Ashley. Last year, she didn't have as deep of a hero selection. This year, she's switching things up. She's trying quite a bit. She does go with the squishier hero. She tried that against Vitality yesterday. It didn't end up working out. This day, though, she goes for it again, and it doesn't pay off.
Yeah, this is one of those things where a lot of professional players go through, where they're mastering 1 or 2 heroes, but the meta just keeps on shifting is not enough. Right now, Ashley's had a problem where she's a jack of all trades, master of none. And now going up against previous champions, you need that 1 or 2 hero that you know you're going to win.
So does she go back to default, Bree? Is it time to give up the squish, go back to the tank? I understand she doesn't want to go with the moniker of Mother of Tanks. She doesn't want that battle. But if it worked before, it didn't get a championship, but it at least got them to grand finals.
Yeah, but what does work for them? Because their only wins have been on a Minotaur. The moments she tried a Cho or a Selena, more single target type of roamers, it didn't really work out. So is it really the tanky tank that maybe they have to default back to? I feel like if they want to play a safer game, then maybe they can try to opt for that. Because if we're keeping things simple, then that might just be the way to go.
Yeah. Hey, check it out. Esports World Cup is a lot. We're talking 7 weeks, 24 different games, and you all need to keep up with the EWC app.
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
Leaving off into the EWC app, we were discussing Ashley on the tank, going with more of the squishier heroes. I question, of course, should she go back to default? Bree, you gave your answer. Lefel, you also want to give your own.
Back in 2025, these are the 2 heroes that Ashley did so well on, which is number 1, the Grok, right? Amazing way to engage the fight, as well as the Gato Kacha, a hero that has revitalized that can actually help you win out the early game. So those are very simple heroes that's not in the meta, but it has proven that it works before. And I don't know, this might be crunch time because you might get eliminated if you draft wrong for this one.
Yeah, and I think these are roamers that can pretty much work with regardless what kind of comp that you want to go for. It also gives you a bit more flexibility in terms of what you might want to put in the EXP lane, because I feel for Arya, she might have wanted to opt for also something that could have been more of a playmaker. Yeah, a fighter type of XP laner to complement the lineup. So in that regard, to put off a bit of the responsibility off her shoulders to just be on the receiving end of majority of the plays that Navi could create. I think you can play slow, that's one thing we've established, but you also want to play much more proactive if you're Gen G in this kind of situation.
So a couple of players, at least over the past couple of days, not living up to expectation. For Gen G, Rui was one of them. After map 1, how did Rui look?
Here's the thing, Rui is an excellent assassin player, but the problem is, looking at how she's playing in MWI currently, sometimes she does too much. The thing about assassin players, you need this sixth sense to know when you can go in and when you don't. Sometimes you want to help your team out, but sometimes you gotta be selfish. I think she doesn't know where that line is right now, when you have to be selfish and when you can be selfless.
Yeah, there seems to be more waiting involved in terms of like the calls, when are you going to go in, like who gets to start things first. But occasionally as an assassin, I feel like you can do a lot more on your own, a lot more plays that don't have to really go through some of your other members if you just really want to like consistently find the trades, if you just want to be fast in terms of the farm. But let's see if they actually try to address that issue heading into game number 2.
They're going to have to. I mean, you got 5 players, and sometimes you need a dedicated IGL or a vocal figurehead to let you know when it's time to get aggressive or pull back. And in this case, Rui could clearly benefit from that. Who is the IGL for Gen G, and who should be the shot caller and truly be leading the charge here? Because Ashley gets a lot of attention, but who else could be vocal?
Usually it's Arya, because Arya, she is honestly she did the job of Ashley before. She's a roamer, and even on the national team when playing SEA Games, she got the gold medal as a roamer, as a tank main. So part of the reason why she used Bellic on the EXP. So if Ashley is not having a good time, the weight goes over to Arya's shoulders as the one making the calls, making the decisions.
Yep. We saw that in game number 1 too. I think there were a couple instances where Arya just decided to go in, try to find a setup with a flicker, Wrath of Dryad on the Belleric, but the question remains of whether or not Gen G were already equipped enough to actually deal the damage or even have the right amount of ability to just follow up and be there in that moment as well.
What does it mean for Navi right now? They're up 1-0. They're about to potentially defeat the very team that knocked them out of MWI last year. Navi hasn't been in the winner's circle since 2024. To now be at the precipice of righting their wrongs, defeating their boogeyman, they got to lock in.
I think it means a lot for them because based on what they've been able to show us in the first 2 days, you could say have not been meeting as much expectations. They have been playing a relatively slower game to what you expect from former champions of the first ever MWI, and they had some changes, yes, but I don't think we're able to see the full potential of these roster changes just yet.
I'm gonna dive just a bit more deeper, and I feel like this means so much more specifically to not Ayanami, right? She's been in this roster for the longest time. Back in 24, honestly, she was one of my MVP candidates for that tournament, MWI. And here, starting off this year, she had a very bad start, right? Yeah. She played the tank in the EXP. She could not do anything. The moment she changed back into the fighter, she found her groove. She found her identity. She found the win. So I feel like as much as there's a lot of emotional weight on Navi, I gotta say, not Ayanami, I feel like she feels it the most.
We felt it too, not Ayanami. We felt it in that Freya game. The way she just constantly went for the chase against members she just spotted out. Against Ashley, I think, to be exact. That she never let her off whenever she did find her. And I think it's also an upgrade in some way. The way you see that she's not just really dying, even though she just constantly commits to the chase.
On the side station for Stream B, it's currently underway. Another elimination match. In fact, these are going to be the last 2 played out before we head out into our knockout stage. It's Team Falcons Mena going against Foot Esports. Team Falcons Mena take map number 1 in sensational fashion. They also look to move forward, which is a big deal for the Falcons roster, Falcons organization in general. They could have 2 Falcons teams for MLBB for the MWI representing for the club championship race and knockouts.
And honestly, that's pretty big because we had an interview where we start off the day where Foot basically said, we always fight against Falcons, and then we always win. And this time, Falcons, when it really needs to lock in, they finally defeated Foot. Well, at least for one game.
Even in the player arrivals, right? I think that was something one of the members from Foot Esports actually mentioned, that, yeah, she's feeling good about today. She's looking at a 2-0, but it seems like it's not as easy as they thought. They have to push it for a game number 3.
And I want to go back to the Gen G Na'Vi conversation because, LaFell, there was something you brought up yesterday to me when we were discussing NA teams in general. It seems like they've got to go through the gauntlet every single event just to make it to the next stage.
Honestly, it's a mystery. If it happens for 1 year, fine. It's been like for 5 years now.
That's insane.
Doesn't matter if it's the open qualifiers, if it's the female qualifiers, every single group that they're in, there has to be champions. There has to be former champions. There's always the favorites. I have no idea what luck that they have for 5 years straight. They're always grouped up with champions. I don't know what's going on.
For this year, though.
I swear it's not planned.
Yeah, for this year, though, shout-outs to Mirko.
Shout-outs to Mirko.
Gen G.
He was the one drew it, and then, you know what? C'est la vie.
He's a script writer.
He's a script writer.
He's a script writer. He just needs to fill us in with the script, right? I think that would help us out a lot here on the desk. But it is tough, right, for Gen G. Fortunate Fire, though. My goodness. And it only makes, I think, victory, especially, think about it. Gen G making it to grand finals. They hoist the trophy. They think about their journey to get there here for the 2026 MWI. It'll make victory all that sweeter.
I gotta say, Gen G, they sacrificed a lot. They spent quite a good time flying from North America to boot camp in Malaysia just to train so that you can face off against Indonesia, Philippines, quite strong regions in preparation for MWI. Right now, Gen G, what they need to do is actually simple, but will they do it or not? Which is play back to their identity. I really feel like, here's the thing about philosophy. You're condemned when you are alive, because when you are alive, you have freedom. When you have freedom, you will have to face your own consequences. It's not on other people. So with
with
a lot of options for Gen G, they got to strip some freedom away and just be like, this is what we're good at. We're going to stick to it. We're not going to go too crazy.
Brother, I'm going back into VOD. I'm writing that down. I'm putting it on the wall, okay? We're talking bars from LaFell. We got our pick a band starting back up. It's a big moment for Gen G. This hero selection is going to mean quite a bit. And the big question I have is, Ashley, where is she going to decide to go? Squish she one more time? Does she go back to what we know works, which is the tank? Let's find out.
I would also be on that same page of hopefully Ashley just goes tanky, frontline setup kind of roamer for the team. The Guinevere is, yes, a setup type, but it's not the tankiest of roamers available out there. And that particular lineup demanded them to have one because it's an assassin. They had a marksman in the gold lane, and they had the tank in the EXP lane.
I gotta say, Taylor as well as Briggs, one of the reasons why IGLs or whoever's making the call, they gotta use Comfort Hero is because the more you know about your hero, the less you have to think about your hero, right? It frees up a lot of brain space, making it so that you make the right decisions. When you're using something unfamiliar, you're overthinking, how do I create my combos? How do I find an opening? But if you use something that you're familiar with, you don't have to think about it. Your hands just move naturally.
Yep. And that's very important in this scenario where you have to play for an additional game just to secure your tournament life. Esmeralda's
with the world
like
watching, this is a lot of pressure on the players.
It is definitely a lot. A lot of XP laners already taken out, even the Freya from Not Ayanami alongside the Phobius. Look at how much Arya and Not Ayanami.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 EXP laners already out of picture. I would say the strong one now is like Arlet, Yuzong,
but
Sora.
Does Ashley consider the Atlas here? It's the first time I think we see it open.
Atlas is good. Bellaric is good. One, honestly, squishy hero that is meta is Matilda.
Oh,
but
right.
We'll see whether they pick it up. They go for the Valentina. This is, in my opinion, Briggs, very risky. I think they're picking up this Valentina to potentially deny an early Sora pick coming in from Na'Vi. But this gives Na'Vi that Bellaric, and Mirai has been able to use the Bellaric very well.
I agree. at least they get a Wrath of Dryad of their own if ever it does end up that way. But I guess it's a matter of comfort. Them also resorting back to that idea. If we want to ask it from Ashley, might as well do it for Sayori as well. Because Sayori has been phenomenal on the Valentina either way. So maybe they're just sticking with that because it's indeed such a crucial match. But the Claude gets picked up. They secure it for the team. So the carry option is still going to be open for Genji. They already also see the glue on the other side if they want to match that.
Personally, for me, I would go Baxia carry.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a good steal from Na'Vi and already a good matchup against Claude as well as Blue.
Yeah, Baxia carry. I think keep it simple. Maybe Rui on the Assassins is something we do want to see. But if they're still trying to figure out how the playstyle will be between an Assassin jungler and a utility type, then maybe it's best to just resort to the utility.
Because honestly, if you have Valentina, you're kind of showing that you want to fight very, very early, right?
Yep.
Valentina has a lot of bursts. What she doesn't have is that range. So you need gap closers. But instead, they want to go with comfort. They're picking up the Minotaur. As you say, they only really won with that one, and now showing the Uranus as well. Keeping the jungle as well as the gold lane open, I think actually might be pretty scary because we could potentially see a carry ban, but maybe Panda will go back to her signature on the qualifiers to get here into the MWI, which is that Harif.
Yeah. Even recently, she's also been playing a bit more of the Granger. So we're not entirely sure if that's going to be the option, but I might want a bit more damage to come
100%.
in from Genji because it's really just mostly the Valentina at this point. And again, the carry is likely to be taken out by Na'Vi from this point onwards.
This is one of those games, because there's a glue, it's not bad for a Lancelot. Because even if the glue was able to get on top of you, you have many dashes, you'll be fine either way. Because now that Arya is using a tank in the EXP, it means there's going to be a damage dealer. The real question is what? And I want an assassin that can fight at level 4, not at level 15.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're considering it, but I've seen like MWI teams play a Hanabi into the glue too.
It works because
It works,
just
right?
extra bounce.
Yeah.
And hey, you can't. Stream B, we only have one loss.
Okay.
I don't know about Stream A, but Stream B, we only have one loss. So it's a viable pick. Carry gets banned out here because Briggs, the only problem I have is they don't have the damage profile for the glue. That's it. This glue can make or break Genji here. And now even the Bruno gets banned out. So they're really, what they're showing here, Claude wants to win the lane. They want to make sure that all the counters are out of the picture. You still have one, actually you have two, which is the Leslie as well as the Clint.
Yeah.
Which, because they have a Minotaur, maybe not be a bad idea.
Yeah, maybe not, but it's just the spread of damage I feel that could be a problem.
Nice ban. That was a perfect ban.
Oof. So much XP laner is taken out.
But I feel like a CC is going to come for Na'Vi.
She did use it recently.
She did use it, yes.
Yeah, she can.
And it was also against the Uranus, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but she definitely has a CC in her pocket.
Yeah, because she has a lot of like XP laners brought out. The Masha, but that was last paired with a chip, so maybe not, because you see the glue instead this time. So it's up to not Ayanami as well as their mid laner Rain to pick up their heroes at this point.
Honestly, if they want, Izushi would be not bad. There you go. Izushi is picked up. It's a good counter towards the Minotaur as well as the Uranus. And it's an okay ult for the Valentina to steal, but not the most game-changing.
It's not. So the question remains, do they want to go Leslie Clint and more linear type of damage for EXP or for gold lane here and Panda? Or do they consider some of the more unorthodox? Because this Uranus Minotaur, just by looking at them, feels like you're meant to be safe, right?
Genji has a lineup that says we will live forever.
Yeah.
Right? It will take us 1 week to die.
Yeah.
Right? They have a lot of heal. They're going to build Flask of the Oasis. If they haven't Hanabi, actually it makes a lot of sense.
It makes a lot of sense, right?
Makes a lot of sense. But the same as the Clint, same as the Leslie, heck, maybe even the Moskov. So they pick up a Suyo here. And now they pick up a Harif. So right now, Briggs, this is 100% comfort.
Yep.
This is less about the strategy and more about trust.
Yep, we're not even looking at hero synergy anymore, I guess. It's just really them individually doing their thing and being comfortable in the heroes that they use. So it's just the EXP lane for not Ayanami that we're looking at. Majority have been taken out. CC is still there. The Fove is also gone.
Technically, you can go for something like a Lapu as well. There are a few options. I feel like CC is the most right, but if you want to dive, there's still the Lapu.
Maybe not the Yuzhong because there's a Valentina, but...
I think she would be brave enough to try, honestly. So they pick up an Alice. So it's going to be a dead lane in the EXP, but during the team fights, look at all the AoE coming in from Na'Vi. Na'Vi is looking pretty good. I gotta say, Taylor, Gen G, they're putting a lot of trust on the individual players here.
And I'm okay with that. You know, you just took a heavy loss. You know that your key is at risk of being crushed. What do? Go back to your comfort picks. So, like you said, LaFell, look, you don't have to think about playing. You already know what your hero is capable of and what it can do. Now you can just focus on the game itself. Gen G, going with the comfort picks, will it pay off? That's the big question because Na'Vi is knocking on the door of the knockout bracket. They want to reclaim gold. They want the championship. But will Gen G shut them down one more time? Let's find out. Athena, Gideon, take it away.
Match point here, and Gen G trying to find the equalizer to turn it into the game 3. So far, Na'Vi at PH has been playing real good, but this draft has been interesting. When you thought they were not going to give a good ultimate to Valentina, right at the very end, they get the Throne of Ruin.
Okay, that took quite a U-turn here for the draft for Na'Vi. But for Gen G, that is quite fortunate, right? You finally get something that is very useful in terms of flashes for Sayori. And speaking of the comforts as well, sticking to what you know best, even with your eyes closed. Let's see if that will reflect heavily as well here for the playstyle for Gen G.
I want to see how this is going to play out, especially after level 4. I feel like there's going to be a kind of nothing burgers in the laning phase, especially both sides. And I mean, look at even Ayanami as well as Arya having, you know, a wet noodle fight here over a Lithal Wanderer as they lose EXP on the top side. One minion already gone here for the Alice.
Yep. It's all about who's going to find the perfect first blood here. And as you mentioned, we're not gonna be seeing a lot of team fights yet, or even 1v1s here for not Ayanami and Arya. It's all about roaming around and giving vision and assistance if whenever needed here for Na'Vi and Gen G.
It's about controlling the wave, but most importantly, it's about maintaining the tempo. Both compositions kind of want to play the fights really, really slow. They're looking for the high-impact engages. An early rapid boots here from Mariah as we see the gank on top.
Okay, that's going to be somewhat of a vision, but not really enough to get the first blood. We might see that on the body of Panda, but great assistance there for Ashley. Now, in a few seconds, it's going to be the turtle up in the mix, and it's Mirai finding her way already here to try and predict things on where members of Gen G will be focusing their lots for.
They did lose a little bit of tempo off of this. Mirai had to reposition as they are looking for the right targets. And in this case, it's going to be Rui. Mirai did this the last time, right? Made Rui's life really, really difficult. But now that Rain is level 4, look at the positions.
Okay, it's Arya onto the backside. That took too much. And it gave Keishi the perfect first blood. Rain with a Force Crimson Beacon. And assistance with a not Ayanami, resulting onto a kill. That's 2 members down. XP and room immediate takedown for Gen G.
The chain CC was just a little too good. Arya couldn't even get her ult off in time. And now you see Rain down on the bottom side, getting hit by the gank.
Okay, Rui, go for the follow-up. Rian dashes out right in time. Now it's 4 members chasing them down. It's Rui being cornered out. But a commitment here for Na'Vi, and even with a slam down spread and a grab, it all interconnects and results onto a kill for Na'Vi.
They weren't able to find the trade. This is great for Mirai. Again, the battle spell difference creating this tempo, and now the dive.
Okay, they're forcing out a way to shut down Panda 1 as fast as they can. It's Mirai, even tanking up most of the turret damages.
Oh boy, the shield from downtown right at max distance as well, and Sayori finally gets the Throne of Ruin as Arya looks to maintain control over that top side, but there's an interception about to happen. Keishi could punish this, and that concentration isn't going to be enough. Look, the anti-heal, Arya cannot tank the damage.
Oh my gosh. This is kind of heartbreaking, especially for Arya. To be punished like this onto the early parts of the game. Could you imagine that?
She still survived though. She played it as well as she possibly could. Waited till the very last second, waited for Ayanami to try and commit to the Thorn of Ruin before committing to her mobility skill, knowing that at any point Keishi could try to go for another shield unity. Either way is played perfectly well despite the scenario.
It's all about surviving first. Then we see a plan formulating for Genji. And as you mentioned, it's all about the mechanics too on what Arya could maximize with a hero such as Uranus. This is quite different with what we're used to seeing for her. But let's see, for now, for Navi PH, also taking their time before the turtle responds, and Arya just goes in with a cut, same as not Ayanami. Now, they slowly make their way downwards towards where the turtle will be respawning.
Look at this. The rest of Genji now looking to kind of set this up, but Rui has been completely zoned off as Mirai. Nobody can really stop Mirai from zoning him out.
Okay.
And once he gets his ult on him, even worse. And now I think that Genji just has to back away.
Okay, there's going to be another turn of ruin here for not Ayanami. Two members caught in the crossfire, actually falling down. Immediate response onto Arya. She will go down. Double kill for not Ayanami and a turtle for Navi.
This is starting to look a little unwinnable here. Mirai gets to do literally anything she wants. Walk in, pull out a target, still not die, tank the damage and still be relevant. She's everywhere all at once. She's super glue at this point.
She is a great provider as well. Like if Navi PH points to anyone, Mirai could get that. Mirai will give that to them. And even onto their own purple buffs for Genji, they're not even able to even get that.
They're gonna have to pray here a little bit. The Navi makes the mistake, and unfortunately, it's just too tough. Rui even has to commit the retribution as well. They're unable to peel it off. I think that at this point, Ruyin as well as Sayori need to kind of work together to give that opportunity to kind of set the pace, right? Make sure that Mirai is CC'd enough so that Rui can actually get in on these fights to get the damage down. But still, it's such a big floodgate to get over.
Okay, it's all about changing or spicing things up here for Genji. Because remember, it's still the early game-ish here for both Navi and Genji. Although technically speaking, there is a lot of advantages. 6 minutes in, turret destroyed, multiple objectives secured, plus the jungle camp being invaded is just too much for Genji to handle. Although there's still a sliver of HP, as you mentioned, in the body of Sayori and Rui going hand in hand. But that is if they're not continuously being hunted down by Mirai or even not Ayanami.
Yeah, they're gonna get dived under this tier 1.
Whatever happens, will happen. And it's actually moving forward. Not Ayanami again! With a perfect flicker, Sword of Ruin, and Mirai from the back. Just soaking up loads of damage that Genji is trying to show over here onto Navi. Padawan was able to let her Zaman Force build in, but not enough to equate onto a kill. It's still Navi getting a great team fight center here against Genji.
The mechanics are starting to deteriorate. Sayori, unfortunately, just didn't flicker forward. Used the Throne of Ruins. I guess they gave up on the fight before they made the call, and now the Zaman Force out onto not Ayanami.
Okay, she will technically still survive, but no, it's going to be a chase down here for Sayori. A quick start here, and trying to regroup things up, freshen things up here for Genji. A start is still a start, but now that they finally get a purple buff, it is the turtle that's going to be traded for here for Navi and Arya. Arya wants to buy some enough time, but no. It's Navi just securing the objective clean and square.
Yeah, they just have to scale Panda up. Everybody else has lost their relevance in this game. They are giving their bodies up, and luckily, I think that unless they find a huge shutdown, and even then, it's on right now, the majority of the lead is actually onto Kenshi and Mirai. Yes, Mirai will give you just a little bit of oh wait, actually Mirai is overscaling here, making a little too much money, in a matter of fact. Now the lowest gold overall is going to be Rain, so no more passive gold for Mirai.
No, because Mirai actually noticed, hey, I could be anywhere and everywhere. That's actually 100% KP for her, a 205. Like imagine that. She's doing the right marks on the right targets as well. Compromising so much of Rui's jungle. Like onto the level comparisons here, Rui is also being kind of locked down here against Keishi. And now we see a more proactive play with the conceal even under the shirt. They're going a bit too greedy here for Navi, but Rain as well, communicating even the Crimson Beacon just to try and make things harder here for Rui with the dash blade surge. There's going to be another dash out, trying to survive. Not Ayanami and the rest of the gang will just focus their marks here onto Sayori and Ashley. They'll take whatever they can and they will get it onto the hands of Sayori.
Oh, they can't cleanly walk away. They can't really open up the map, especially with this glue. They've lost pretty much every potential out here. This is just a slow and painful death from this point onwards. And Mirai can use the ult again if she wanted to, but really there's no need to. The discipline coming out from Navi PH right now is looking great.
Earlier in the draft, we were kind of concerned that they didn't ban out the Harriet. They kind of took a U-turn onto picking up the Alice as well. Now we do understand, even though Sayori has a wonderful ulti that she could copy, but she has to technically go in the front lines, find not Ayanami on this sort of a mess, and then commit to go for a setup. But that's not happening at all, because the moment that they're being shown on the map, that's an immediate kill here for Navi and an immediate takedown of an objective as well.
They're going to take their time with this now. The next fight is about to begin as Mirai has already initiated.
Oh, now Ayanami with a catch here on 3 members. Panda one with his Diamond Force, but it's backwards all over again here for Gen G. And it's Ashley right now trying to find a way to escape, and she will. Mirai might be the sacrifice, and Rui finally gets a kill onto her hands. Now that was a quite bit of a messy impact here for Navi PH, and Gen G got 1 out of their 5.
At least they were able to get 1, and honestly, that's a pretty big win for Gen G at the very least. At this stage of the game, 10 minutes and we still have some Holy Shieldings to work with. So at least for Gen G, if they can just minimize the damage and protect this long lane, they might have a chance.
Okay, it's all about Arya right now, doing a lot of the heavy lifting here against Navi PH. The Holy Shields just might pop off. It's going to be a risk here for Gen G. And right on cue, they were able to melt down the Lord, but a costly advantage here for Navi PH.
Oh, no, it's not over just yet. There's still the second wave of Lord and Power minions, and you can see Mirai on Patrick's skin showing off why she is not just glue, but super glue here as they conceal and force the play underneath their turrets.
Okay, that is quite scary for Patrick going in with the conceal play as well. They just wanted to scare off some of the members, then finally get a base turret out of Gen G. Now Sayori is forced to somehow copy the Crimson Beacon for extra survivability if ever Navi decides to jump in onto the clash.
And honestly, I think that Gen G could have taken advantage of the fact that they were going for the conceal, right? Because they should be aware that the battle spells of both Mirai as well as Ayanami were still on cooldown. So there was technically no way for them to catch them off guard. Yeah. Everything would have been telegraphed from the Throne of Ruins or just Clue being, concealed and walking up to you. Now, with the Radiant Armor already purchased on top of everything that they have, right? The Glowing Wand, Cursed Helm, Panda has got to be careful. Without that Diamond Force to maintain those shields, naturally, without the Chrono Dash, she will burn.
And definitely that's the next target here for Navi PH. You mentioned about the timing of the battle spell, so someone has to keep track of that for Gen G. That is quite the opening, actually, the small opening, but still, that is somewhat of a win if ever they be able to time those timings or the battle spells out of Navi PH. Now, they're slowly making their way. They're still conserving and denying as much as they can against Gen G right before a Lord take onto the top lane.
I think they know they kind of got this in the bag at this point, right? Ideally, they would have finished the game a little bit earlier. They have a 7.1k, which is a phenomenal lead. And this next Lord should be the final nail in the coffin once it's right at the base. The question is, how does Gen G, knowing that this might just be their last chance here, how are they going to win this fight? It's either they somehow steal the Lord or they annihilate Navi right now.
It's Arya falling down low here for Gen G. Engaging from the back. It's going to be a nice setup here for Ashley, but not enough still. It's Navi PH chasing them all around the map. And the one is not a position that you would want her to. And Marai single-handedly zoning up 2 members in a row with a grab as well, taking a hold of Sayori. It's 2 members immediately down, which is kind of good, would be helpful in some way for Genji if they manage to survive. But for Navi PH, they just want to continue their dominance, targeting Arya in the process. And there's going to be a lot of their stacks as well. Enough to totally tore her down. Rui and Ashley are left to defend for their base, but I think this might be it as Navi PH goes in for the kill, goes in for the wipeout, and eventually taking the win against Genji.
Spirit's broken here, but it's going to be Navi who moves on to that next stage. A beautiful game, so tactical, so slow, but most importantly, no way for the enemy team to breathe. Congratulations to Navi. We're going to be soon having a talk with one of these players up on this stage, and I gotta know what is going on through their minds, especially after a well, I wouldn't say the worst, but for some, a very dangerous day 1 and just the upward trajectory from day 2 onwards.
Imagine starting off your day on the verge of elimination, right? But now, they could finally exhale some of the nervousness or pressure. But so far, quite a sad day here for Genji fans out there. But let's take a look back here onto our STC replay on what happened onto that final moment where Navi PH totally ended that round.
Well, let's go straight to our stage here. We gotta see how these players are gonna go, because again, this is a devastating moment. Let's go up onto the stage for the crushing.
Now, Ashley, hand on over your tournament key over to Navi. Thank you so much. You fought valiantly, and your journey ends here at MWI. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, and that was the exit right here for Gen G. Now, heartiest congratulations to Navi Philippines. You guys have clocked that ticket to the knockout stage. Congratulations. Now, with that being said, you guys were sent home by Gen G last year. So this is essentially a grudge match. How did you guys feel going into this match?
I think this time it's our revenge for them because we lost against them last MWI, and I think my teammates were so confident then we can beat Genji.
Rightfully so. Not just 1 game, but 2 games. You guys were chasing them down. You were hungry and out for blood. Now, of course, the day is still young because we still have another elimination match coming up for the knockout stage. And you might potentially see Geltec or Team Ray Young. Who do you think you might be meeting there?
For me, any of the teams. Yeah.
Any of the teams? But which one would you be more ready for? Or excited about?
I mean what?
Which team would you be more excited?
Any teams, pero maybe Malaysia. Team Ray.
Oh, why?
I think we play good against them.
All right, so we're excited to see how that pans out later. But take your walk of victory and please claim your prize of this key that's about to be crushed. Take your walk of victory.
Last year's runner-up key is about to be crushed as Navi took the run back and ran away with it. It is time for another key-crushing moment as the dreams of the NA region are getting shattered and evaporated. As always, you know the drill. Or can I call this a drill if it's not a crushing moment itself? It is time for the key to be set and to be absolutely destroyed. Unfortunate for last year's runner-up, but Genji out of the tournament in the hands of Navi. It is time to go for the security check as always, as the key is now ready to be absolutely punched up. 1 key less in this tournament as we're getting close to our knockout rounds. Ooh, this actually sends shreds left, right, and center. Another team out of the tournament. And of course, once again, congratulations to Team Navi. You guys will be back later in the tournament. We wish you the best of luck. And of course, after a brilliant victory, it's time for you guys to celebrate, take a rest, and be back after with hopefully another shattered key between your hands. Without further ado, let's take a look at the highlights.
The hope of NA has fallen. Gen G, unfortunately, will no longer have a chance to go back into grand finals and reclaim what they narrowly lost last year to Vitality, which opens up a spot in grand finals. Who's it going to be? Well, maybe Na'Vi. An impressive win, 2-0. They have officially punched their ticket into the knockout stages. We talked about the hero selection. Gen G going with their comfort picks. I get the idea. Unfortunately, it did not work out, but what a titan that has just fallen.
Yeah, I gotta say, so we will be talking about a game, but talk about this. There's a possibility of a 24 champion against a 25 champion in the grand finals. Now that is crazy. But talking about that game just now, we discussed how the previous series, that one mistake at the late game cost you the game. Unfortunately for Gen G, that one mistake in the early game where Arya was just in too deep in Na'Vi territory, and Na'Vi having that Boxia denied Uranus of that heal. That was the mistake that gave everything to Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's understandable. You expect the Uranus to just be very aggressive in the lane, potentially go for those early cuts, but it's different. Now you look at Na'Vi and their lineup, they're also very tanky dudes who are just prepared to fight you on in the early stages of the game. And it just snowballed into more and more kills to the most unfortunate targets. I think Rui followed next after that kill onto Arya. So these two anchors already falling down meant a lot for Gen G.
It was Na'Vi taking the win. Let's take a look at their path to victory through our first moment. And we're deep into the game at this point now, 10 minutes in. You can already see a goal disparity between the two. Na'Vi at this point already has a severe lead.
I would say this is actually very impressive by Gen G. I honestly thought they would have been wiped out, but somehow, some way, they were able to kite long enough that they're able to kill Mirai. And honestly, I think at that point, they're like, hey, maybe we can win this, but 7,000 gold is just too hard to keep up.
Yeah, Gen G had multiple instances wherein they just really worked together to keep each other safe. It's surprising, although that's not the kind of mid to late game you want to see from them, because again, evidently they were on a Suyo, they also had a Harith, which I think they also really thought hard about, because that's where their main carries are going to revolve around. But the fact that the ones who were supposed to protect their carries already fell in the early stages, it hurt them a lot and it was hard to come back from.
We have one more key moment to victory. Let's take a look, obviously, as Na'Vi starts to again close that vice grip, taking down Gen G. Ultimately, we're now 13 minutes in and the troops are pushing forward.
This is where Na'Vi was being very patient. They understood the intentions of Gen G, which is Gen G tried to take a surprise fight against Na'Vi around that Lord. Na'Vi smelled it a mile away and just waited for Gen G to expose themselves and then go in and then fight, because they know they had the advantage. At that point, there was nothing Gen G could do.
Yeah, it was a very honest lineup too for Gen G. You could see the kind of plays they would go from for a mile away. You know that it just should be typically starting from Ashley. Sayori, most of the time, did get the Throne of Ruin a couple times, but it was just mostly just keep her teammates safe. And we didn't really get to see her play the aggressive type of Valentina that she successfully did in Dame #1.
It was a blockbuster matchup for sure. Long-standing history between the two, not only in MWI, but also here, or excuse me, last year, whenever it comes to the knockout stages. And it is the revenge arc now for Na'Vi. They've already won 3/5 of the roster in 2024. They're looking to do it again. Did they show to you, LaFell, a lot of strengths during this matchup? Because, again, you mentioned their hero selection, their hero pool, right? They have a plethora of heroes that they can use. With that deep amount of hero selection, I mean, for me, versatility, that mentions, for me, I think a champion. I think Na'Vi could very well make a deep run.
They showed improvement, and that's very important because they started off looking very shaky. A lot of their fans showed doubts, like, are we sure this is the Na'Vi that we thought could be champions? This is nothing that we hoped for. But then, day 2 of MWI, they started slow, but they got there. And today against Gen G, they look like they're in 2024 prime position to win it again.
Man, and also, too, for Gen G, losing out on this means they don't get club championship points for that organization. But Na'Vi potentially does, and they need them because last year they had a storied run. This year, they want to do the same, and this is one step forward in the right direction for this Na'Vi organization. If you had to give an MVP to one of the Na'Vi members from those two maps,
easy.
Who would you give it to?
Easy, not Ayanami. Game 1 on that Freya, always give pressure towards the damage dealers. And then on that Alice, how many of those setups was like highlight-worthy, TikTok-worthy highlights? Those were amazing engages by not Ayanami.
Plus the game-deciding play also, which happened in the first few minutes of the game, was all because of not Ayanami. It happened in her lane. It happened towards her counterpart, which was Arya. So I think it's very well-deserved of her to get the MVP of the series, if ever we did have any.
Not Ayanami getting a lot of attention, not only in our content pieces, but also out there on the stage. And now things start to get real. Up until this point, it's been double elimination, but now we're moving into the knockout stages. What does that mean?
In the knockout stage, the stakes escalate with every single step. Teams start in a best-of-3 quarterfinal before advancing to an unforgiving best-of-5 semifinal. Teams who fall short of the grand finals will be granted the opportunity for a podium finish in the third-place match. Finally, the top 2 teams battling for the title in the best-of-7 grand finals. In this single elimination format, every match is do or die. On the world stage where dreams are shattered and history is made, a monumental $500,000 prize pool and crucial club championship points are on the line. But only one team will rise above. In the first of 2 MLBB championships at EWC, who will be crowned the queens of MLBB? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MWI at EWC 2026.
Again, Na'Vi getting a big win over Gen G. For Stream B, that match also comes to a conclusion. It was Team Falcons Mena going against Foot Esports. Team Falcons Mena with a 2-0 win. Again, massive for the Falcons organization, who went back-to-back in the club championship. Now they've got 2 teams represented, and they're trying to catch up the first place, which is tied with 3 teams, one of those being 100 Thieves. Falcons Mena, strong team making it through, defeating Foot Esports. Is this an upset, a surprise, or should we have expected that result?
Honestly, I expected it because despite Foot having the upper hand or the upper foot against Falcons for quite a long time, I believe that after seeing their game in Stream B, I'm like, you know what? They're kind of like Na'Vi. They started off slow. They were trying to figure out their identity, but once they figure it out, it's game over. There's nothing you can do to stop them.
I was supposed to say it's very similar, not because of just the slow starts, but also because of the veterancy, which I think took a bit of download time before they eventually were able to flesh it out and really guide the other members of the team. Because again, if you would remember, in Team Falcons Mena, they are really very experienced players when it comes to the international competitive scene.
Absolutely. Well, Falcons Mena get that big win, which means our knockout bracket is about to be at least drawn up. But until then, we have Rose with an interview with one of the players from Na'Vi.
Hey guys, Keshi here from Navi. First of all, congratulations on qualifying to the knockout stages. We feeling good?
Yeah, thank you.
Now, let's talk a little bit about your journey in MWI this year, because as we can see from the first 2 days of MWI, Navi's performance shocked everybody else because it looked rather shaky. So tell me, what did you guys fix in order to get a very clean win today?
I think we just adjusted our communication because the first 2 days it was not clear, and I think it's because of pressure.
Pressure as the only sole representative of the Philippines, right? Okay, now I gotta ask you, would you consider this a statement match? Because we know, first of all, there is history. Genji ended your journey in the last year MWI. And second, a lot of people started doubting you guys as the title contenders. So what do you think?
I think it's a statement, yeah.
Are you happy with the statement you put out today?
Yeah.
Proud of
Very
your
happy,
performance?
yeah.
How would you rate your performance today?
I think 10 out of 10, but there's still a game later, so we'll see.
All right, we'll see. And you know what, Keshi, since the Filipinos are in the knockout stages, is there perhaps anything you'd like to say to the Filipino supporters back at home?
Thank you for supporting us and continue supporting us for our game later.
Thank you, Keshi.
Thank you, Rose, as always, for that interview. Keshi from Navi in good spirits, and rightly so, after a big win against last year's runner-up of Genji. But their work isn't done just yet. They've got more to do in the knockout stages, which is going to be coming up very shortly. But for our elimination matches, they are done at least for the group play. But as knockouts start to come in, there's a lot to talk about because there's some potential big matchups at play here. We take a look at our Group A bracket, how it ended up unfolding. And LaFell, obviously, yesterday we started with Team Falcons Indonesia, 2 days ago now, Team Falcons Indonesia versus Seda Esports. And Seda impressed us all with a big win. The Falcons Indonesia, they weren't done just yet, taking down not only Twisted Minds, but also moving forward to potentially having a chance in the knockout stage to make history.
I gotta say, Group A is looking absolutely amazing. Team Ray Young as well as Galte looks so good. Seda, that was a surprise. I'm really looking forward to see how they will perform in the knockout stage.
And Bree, this bracket, this Group B bracket is insane. We had 3 Titans come in. Unfortunately, one of them would be eliminated.
Yep, it's been perfect records for at least Team Vitality and Galaxy Phoenix as they secured their tickets to the knockout stage. But things seem pretty closer for the lower bracket matches that we got to see here in Group B. A lot of unexpected results as well, because even MIBR Lost, who we did see push Team Vitality to the limit, eventually didn't make it after all.
Unfortunately not, but fortunately for all of you, it's Rhino Day. Brand new interactive effect for Rhino Day is available now. Check it out and join the celebration. Get involved. Rhino Day, it's hype. We love it. MLBB doing things right out here. Man, coming up, though, is going to be the knockout bracket. Super excited for this one, and it's unique and fun because the competitors themselves will be choosing who they want to play. And for whoever's not chosen, well, they unfortunately will have to play whoever the other ones do not pick. So starting off, it's going to be Galaxy Phoenix choosing first. They ended up being the #1 seed because, well, throughout our bracket, all of our teams in the upper bracket finished 2-0. We needed a decider to figure out who would be seated higher, and it came down to time finish, which Vitality now probably scratching their heads thinking, well, we wish we probably would have known that. I don't know if they did, because they went, 26 minutes? They could have had first pick.
Yeah, I feel like they're a bit upset with JG. JG also made their game win a little bit slower.
Yeah.
And this, honestly, right now for Galaxy Phoenix, they're choosing for themselves as well as Vitality.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like for the teams in Group A, they're like, please choose us. We don't want to fight against Vitality, which, I don't know, personally for me, I think if they were to choose anyone,
it's either Seta or Falcons ID.
That's right.
I think they would choose Falcons ID.
Falcons ID. Bree, I want to hear your opinion in
Falcons ID.
just a second because we got a theory craft on which matchup would be better. But Mouton is doing things right when it comes to EWC. And we have two incredible events, one happening now and one happening in just a week or a couple weeks' time. Check it out.
In the past, we were always in Asia. This year, we came to Paris. What stories are still left untold?
Kami sudah membuktikannya. Tapi ini baru permulaan.
Tiada siapa akan ingat siapa nombor 2. We need the win.
Bukan sekadar keinginan, tapi tekad.
Hindi ang pag-abot sa tuktok ang pinakamahirap. Ang koronang mahirap ipagtanggol.
What happened last year became fuel for us this year.
This time, we bring it to Paris and finish it.
A new lineup, new chemistry, new fire. Once champions, not settling for podium finishes. World champions, defending MSC champions. As the final boss of MLBB, can anyone stop them? Names have been made, stars have risen, but now they need to show the world what it takes to rise above. This time, the world is bigger than ever. Like every year, new challengers step onto the world stage. Some carry the ambitions of 2 continents. Some fight for the pride of home turf. Some have never stopped chasing the throne. So who will finally rise to clinch the title? This is where unresolved stories find their ending. A new shot at glory. One more chance at redemption.
We are back. Kali ini, sekali lagi.
Bukan atau tidak,
Pareho lang ang chance namin.
no one is untouchable.
Let's fight.
Bukan aku kalau bisa.
2 champions, 1 game. Paris breaks through limitless possibilities.
It's MLBB for the next 3 weeks, and we love it, and I know you at home love it as well. MWI, we're moving on. Groups are done, and now it's all about the knockout stage. Single elimination, and I'm ready to theory craft. You kind of highlighted it, brought it up a little bit. Let's revisit it. Now, for the seeding, based upon timing, because they all had the same 2-0 record, Galaxy Phoenix will be the #1 seed. Team Vitality will follow. Geltec Cyber Team just behind them, and then Team Ray Young will be #4, which means Galaxy Phoenix is going to have the first choice, and they have a choice either between Falcons Indonesia or Seda Esports. Now, the scary thing is, the one not chosen by Galaxy Phoenix has to play Vitality.
Actually, now that I think about it, it's better for them to go up against Seda because Falcons ID, Vitality, they're from the same region. They have a lot of information with each other. So I feel like the smart move would just let them play because you would get so much information out of that.
Oh, that's true. And I believe it could be somewhat of a double-edged sword if you have very limited information about Seda overall. But at the same time, you might just want to risk the edge of having more experience compared to a newly coming region to the competitive stage of MWI.
And you got to think for Falcons Indonesia, though, if they are chosen, one of the things, Galaxy Phoenix matchup will be taking place first.
Oh.
So Falcons Indonesia goes from matchup straight into matchup. Now, talking such a short time period, Lefel, how do you prep in that such a short time span? Because, man, you're going from a match on B stream straight in to the mainstream.
Honestly, it's quite weird, but some players actually prefer it just for one simple fact, which is you got your warm-up. Because some players, if they play and then 2 hours, 3 hours of doing nothing, they just start to slow down. So some players is like, yes, we are good now, let's just go now. And instead of thinking about what your opponent is doing, just focus on what you're doing. And then after game 1, hopefully your coach can figure out what to do game number 2.
Yeah, at first it does not seem as favorable. It comes along with being in the lower bracket and having to survive through all those elimination matches. But at the same time, especially if it happens in the same day, might as well just keep the ball rolling because you've already started playing anyway.
Hey, the comms are flowing, and Sadia had a chance to get our listenings from day number 2. Let's hear what the competitors were saying during their matches.
Hey guys, Sayori here from Gen G, and she looks rather upset after the loss up against Navi. So let's talk a little bit about the game first of all. I know you guys came in rather confident, especially because you guys were the one that sent Navi home last year. What happened? What fell short in today's match?
Honestly, we did come in confident. We knew that we could beat Navi, but I think just in game, I think how we usually play just didn't it just didn't go into the game, and maybe communication was off and our play style, because this was not how we usually play, and we know that we're way better. So yeah,
I
it was
understand.
just very disappointing that we did lose. Yeah.
I understand. Losing is never easy. So I want to ask you, throughout your journey in MWI this year, and you know what, throughout your journey, throughout all MWIs over the years, what is the biggest key lessons that you always take home with you?
Honestly, I think the biggest key lesson is that, honestly, me and my team and everyone else can always push to be better. Since I saw during this MWI, there was a lot of upsets at the start. So there's not ever just one person on top. You know, anyone can take the crown. So yeah, there's a lot of contenders this year.
Yeah, nothing is impossible. So what's next for Sayori?
Honestly, I'm not really sure. We have to stay tuned. I'm very confident with my team. We are very close. We've been playing for a while, and with the addition of Rui as for this year, but it just really depends on the direction of everyone else. So yeah, I'm just gonna follow.
And you know what? I think to wrap this up, since a lot of people were definitely rooting on you guys as a title contenders, is there anything at all you want to say to your fans out there?
I just want to say thank you for supporting, and hopefully you'll see us next year playing other tournaments. But yeah, we'll come back way stronger.
I hope to see you guys come back stronger next year.
Yes.
All right, guys. Thank you so much, Sayori.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rose, as always, for the great interviews, getting the coverage out there with the players where they matter most. Gen G on their exit interview, still in high spirits, it seems. They want to come back even stronger next year.
Yeah, I always feel sad when I see teams have to exit without them playing their best game, or without them being able to play the kind of play style that you know they're used to playing. And it's unfortunate it happened to Gen G, but I'm glad to hear that they're just looking to come back stronger the next time we see them.
Yeah, we don't want to lose them, right? We definitely want to see them come back. NA needs a solid representation, and Gen G is that good representation. Hey, like I said, throughout day 2, there was a lot of great comms, and Sadia had a chance to listen in.
Main carry guys, nice.
Carry no
Satu Jod. Dadah guys.
Jessica.
Jessica.
Aku sakit.
Nice go guys.
Dah, gak usah. Nih.
Aku cari nyawa. Aku cari nyawa guys. Carry. Nice bro guys. Thank you guys.
Kita boleh menang.
Main. Bodoh nice bro. Nice one. Thank you Rotan.
Mon, udah setengah Mon.
Ayo gas aja Fetch.
Let go ya.
Hanabi. Udah IG Hanabi.
Sabar,
ulti pun 13.
Let go nih. Gua ke Hanabi. Hanabi guys. Hanabi let go guys.
Gua enggak nyampe sana. Aku yang bunuh Arlot. Mon, gas Mon.
Marcella di sini guys.
Gak ada IG-nya deh.
Marcel tuh.
Aman. Yuk, Lord yuk.
Nice.
Kasih gua aja yang clear guys.
Thank you, Sadia, for the radio comms. That was yesterday, and it was Falcons Indonesia. Given the good comms, man, they were talking away.
Yeah, as well as Team Arena. Let me just say, I understand both teams, and even I need subtitles because that was I know the language, but there was so much, and I was like, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
That's when you know they're hyped.
That's when you know they're hyped. And good communication is when you hear one thing, and that's just who you want to target. Jessica. And that's it.
That's right.
That's all you need.
I always love listening to comms across multiple esports because it's chaotic and sometimes fun to decipher, as you were saying, LaFell. Hey, EWC is doing a lot of things right. Check out this EWC play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down. look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, it feels like overkill to me.
Body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
The knockout stage draft is just minutes away from taking place, where the opponents get to choose their opponents. It's going to be a lot of fun, and the stare downs are going to be entertaining for sure. Still, though, we need to discuss the other side of the bracket. We talked about Galaxy Phoenix, whether they play against Falcon Indonesia or Seda Esports. They have that choice. The other gets to play Vitality. But on the other hand, Geltec Cyber Team comes in. They were the number 3 seed, but because of where they were in the groups, they get the first pick. Falcons Mina or Na'Vi. Those are the two choices. I know, Bree, you look like you're in pain. I'm going to give you a second to maybe think it out a little bit. How about you go first?
For me, it's easy. So how about you go first?
I am having a hard time.
I can see that.
It's easy. I am having a hard time. Like, I do not know if I want Na'Vi to be up against Geltec or if I want them to go up against Team Ray.
Oh, okay, that's actually a good point,
Right?
because honestly, for Geltec, I know the best choice for them is Falcons Mina Vega, because their playstyle of KOE playing those assassins is better against Falcons, where they sometimes put yourself in a situation where you can punish. Compared to Na'Vi, Na'Vi doesn't really make a mistake that gives the map to the opponent. So if I was Geltec, I know who I want to go up against.
Yeah, but that's not good for Na'Vi either.
It is what is it, you know?
Yeah, because they're going up against Team Ray if ever that does happen. And Team Ray were the recent, or not them, but their region has been recent champions of SEA Games as well. They've been performing really well. And it's just like a rivalry between MY, PH, ID all over again.
Who would Team Ray Young want to play, though? Like, if they obviously don't have a choice here, but if one had to be thrown their way, would it be Falcons Mina? Would it be Na'Vi? I'm going to be honest with you. Both of them just come off a hot win. Na'Vi just looked incredibly strong, taking down Gen G. I don't want to play Na'Vi under any circumstance.
Although I do have to say, Team Ray Young, I would say their strategy for this MWI is quite flexible against both, because one of the underrated players coming in from Team Ray Young is Miko, their mid laner, where she is very good at winning the lanes, but also punishing the jungler. So if they're going up against Na'Vi, Na'Vi goes with a tank jungle, I feel like she can punish that. And then if they're going up against, again, either tank or assassin, I feel like they got the answer for both, because Chi-Boy likes to fight against assassins. So it's kind of interesting at the mid though, they can deal with both.
It's going to be interesting to see Geltec and Na'Vi up against each other though, if ever that does happen, because they've been the more unorthodox teams, you know? Like, KOE on the likes of an Aulus even.
That was cool.
That was cool. They were able to win with that. But Na'Vi though, when I say that they've also been unorthodox, it's not the same when you look at Geltec, who've been able to make it work. So I guess that's the only maybe problem that can happen if they do go up against each other.
I do have to say though, Geltec on that game with the Aulus, it was a 24-minute game, and they won 5 minutes of that game.
And if I'm not mistaken, they got a triple kill early. That's why
they won the first 2 minutes. And then lost for 19 minutes and only won the last 3 minutes. So it's a good pick, but they lost for a long time.
Okay, so you're never really sure, but regardless, I think them picking their matchups will all be equally as interesting.
And they do get that choice, which is super unique, by the way, in like the format tournaments. You got to think about it. You're walking up there, you're looking at your opponents. You've got 2 keys to select. Which one do you want to crush the most? Because it is single elimination.
Oh, yeah. I feel like for all the teams, they want to crush Vitality and Na'Vi if possible.
Of course.
Of course. But honestly, like, we got to go back to Rose's interview with Sayuri. Even Sayuri said for this MWI, a lot of upsets happened in day number 1. So even if you think you made the right choice by choosing your opponents, that might not be true, right? Because everyone here is stepping up. Everyone has their own identity. So you might make a mistake and you would never know until the game ends.
Yeah, honestly, if I was a player, I'm not even sure if I'd rather do this or just have...
I would just let my coach decide.
Randomly decided as well, yeah. Because, yeah, when we did do the draw, well, not us, Mirko did the draw, you were already put up in this certain setup. You had to see like a group of death emerge eventually, but at the same time, you just had to adapt and adjust to what was already presented to you. But this is something you can make your own choice with. So whatever happens, if it doesn't go your way, who else to blame?
That's right. And see, I was about to bring that up, Bree, and that's such a good point because it's scary. When last week I was on this very stage watching a different title and a player from Na'Vi chose their opponent, he wanted the smoke, but he got it in the form of a loss, right? So you never know. You might be picking your opponent thinking you're picking the right choice because you can beat them only for you to lose. And like Bree said, you can only blame yourself. Well, enough deliberation. We now need to see action. The opponents are on stage ready to pick who they want to play in the knockout stage. Stage host, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the EWC knockout reveal. We have our teams ready for the knockout stages, and we need to see exactly who is going to be facing who. Damascus, how does this work?
Very simple. Whoever made it out on the upper bracket will have a chance at picking their opponent, but that's only since everyone is tied. And as Taylor explained earlier, the ones who had the fastest game time, which means that on one side you have Galaxy Phoenix making it out on the upper side on Group B, who will be able to choose from the people who made it out of Group A lower, which is Falcons Indonesia or Seda. And then on the other side, it is Geltec Cyber Team that will be able to choose between Na'Vi and Falcons MENA. Two Falcons still in there, but the question is, who are we picking?
Okay, that got me hyped up. Explanations, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, we actually understand how it goes. We need to bring out our two representatives. Please bring forward our players. Okay, first, Team Falcons coming to the stage. Of course, qualifying through the loser side, and now they wait to see their fate. Who are they going to end up facing in the knockout phases?
And that is the question, and of course, they are coming next to another team, a team that they faced earlier, a team that made a surprise at the beginning, representing the regions of China, Team Seda pulling up. And of course, they will be there to witness who is going to get picked live on that stage.
Yo, Seda already threw down a gauntlet earlier, as you said, showed us the big time upset, or so people felt like. People thought it was an upset. Seda is working at this point to show everyone, nah, that's no upset. You're just late to the party. We've been here. Absolutely godlike squad right there, standing next to Falcons. That said, I believe we do have our next team ready.
Next team ready, of course, it is the other Falcons, the MENA representatives. Of course, we said it, there are two Team Falcons moving forward, and Falcons and MENA being represented. They are on the other group, so they won't be a Falcons versus Falcons match just yet. But the question is, are we getting picked, Rob, as always?
Okay, in a situation like this, Damascus, do you think that all of the teams here have certain teams that they're hoping to get picked by? Or is it like, hey, it doesn't matter who it is, I'm ready to cook?
I mean, Vitality is not picking. I don't think anyone want to face.
This is very true.
I don't think anyone want to face the Queens right now.
Speaking of Vitality, we do know, that, of course, that Vitality is our last year's champion, but back in 2024, this next team was the one to win it all. Na'Vi coming to the stage. Na'Vi, a tough out for anyone, but will one of these teams be bold enough to make them their choice?
Of course, and without further ado, we are ready to welcome the team captain for Galaxy Phoenix, who will get to choose between Falcons Indonesia and Seda. This is the big choice, Rob. Remember, it is single elimination after this, so you only have one chance. Whoever you pick is potentially going to be your final opponent.
Okay, yeah, I'm ready to see it. This where that drama at right here, Damascus, okay? Making that choice, technically, picking a certain team could be taken, that team could take it as disrespect, brother. It can make it a little bit personal. You had the chance to fight against someone else, but you chose me. and it looks like we will be making our choice right now, I believe.
All right, it is time.
Okay.
Get a pick. Is it Seda? Is it Team Falcons? We take a moment to think. And actually, no thinking. It looks like the pick immediately is Seda, picked by Galaxy Phoenix, which means Vitality inherits Falcon Indonesia. Cheryl, what do the players have to say?
What an unexpected matchup. This means that there will be an Indonesia versus Indonesia in the quarterfinals. So, please tell us, why did Galaxy Phoenix pick Seda, even though Seda actually won Team Falcons Indonesia?
Maybe I like them.
Oh, you got your eyes on them. Now, how is China feeling about this matchup?
现在你们感想如何？这次的赛？
我们现在的感想就是非常开心。然后，因为我觉得对我们来说，比比赛输赢更重要的是享受比赛本身。
They're very happy about this pick, but win or lose, they are very happy to be here for the competition, to experience as an experience. So yes, this is your first matchup for the quarterfinals of the knockout stage. We have Galaxy Phoenix going up with Seda.
Oh, that's a banger. That's an absolute banger right there, Damascus. And I like the interview as well. Wholesome answer coming from the side of Seda. But we've seen a whole lot of confidence in that pick.
I love to see that. Stingy with words, but the confidence definitely shows. And on the other side, as Cheryl said, it's a full Indonesian match with Vitality taking on Falcons Indonesia. But on that side, it is enough as we have to move to the other side. And it's now Team Geltech Cyber Team going to pull up to select between Navi and Falcons. Mena and Rob, I've got to say, you and I love the drip. I absolutely love the Geltech drip.
Oh yeah, I need one of those fits desperately after this.
That is an elite fit. I've ever seen one. Yes, and we are immediately picking Team Falcons Mena. We do not want to face Navi just yet. Geltech picking Falcons Mena. Team Ray Young will be the one to face Navi. And Cheryl is with our players on the stage.
Now this is going to be a very exciting matchup. Now I have to ask Team Falcons Mena, is there any comments about this matchup? Are you guys excited about heading into this match?
Yeah, of course we are excited and good luck for you guys.
Anything you want to say to them?
Nana.
Nana, okay. Fist bump, and we will lay it all over at the Land of Dawn. Fist bump. And let's go. Our next team for the knockout stage of quarterfinals. We have a Geltech Cyber Team going up against Team Falcons Mena.
This is what we want to see, and with these picks being done, all 4 matches of our quarterfinals are now set with the big bracket on display. And to take a look at this bracket in detail, I would like to send it to the studio. Taylor with our experts in there. What are you guys thinking of that bracket?
Ooh, it's looking spicy. Hollywood Rob TV, Damascus, Cheryl, thank you so much for settling the score with the competitors. Now we know what our knockout stage looks like officially. And it's a spicy one for sure. Let's start with the first matchup, Galaxy Phoenix versus Seda. It's going to be coming up first. What do we think about the opponents?
Well, first of all, called it.
Yeah.
Second of all, it's like, wow, we're so surprised this happened. But yeah, I really feel like this is good on both ends because Seda also showed quite a lot, and I believe Galaxy Phoenix have gotten enough information to know what kind of draft they want to use against Seda, but also because they force Vitality as well as Falcons ID to fight against each other, they need all that information to know potentially when they made what they're gonna do.
Yeah, but it's an early Indo matchup that we're gonna see, and again, only one of the few, if not only representatives, to send out at least 2 teams from a single region, and that's gonna be, I think, one of the closest we could possibly see ever because they know each other so well, and that is something that they could not really control.
So talking Galaxy Phoenix, they are about to play an opponent that they know, but they haven't played just yet, at least on the stage for MWI. And this team is incredibly talented, have gone through the gauntlet. They did, in fact, have some early struggles as a roster, but they ended up as Queen's Legend Season 3 champions. They also have competed in other leagues for the first time as an all-female roster. So they've got a lot going for them, including, of course, winning out their group.
I gotta say, Galaxy Phoenix, it's like they're masters of rock, paper, scissors because their jungler is able to play tanks, able to play assassins. So when they know who they're going up against, they're able to change either rock, paper, or scissors, and it's on to the opponents if they can fight back on their lineup.
Yeah, they have so much heroes too that not necessarily are out of the meta. So I think that's one really good strength that you can look at when you talk about Galaxy Phoenix is the fact that they have such great mastery over the heroes that are actually relevant in our current time.
But strength versus strength in this matchup, because let's not forget, Seda Esports was developed specifically for the MWI stage, which means they've done their research. So when you talk about a deep hero pool for the side of Galaxy Phoenix, Seda equally also has the same.
Yeah, but I feel like watching how Seda has been playing, once Galaxy Phoenix is able to control the first 4 minutes of the game, that's where they start to use their advantage, which is their experience. They know how to play from a lead, and they will maintain that. Compared to Seda doesn't always look that well when they're losing by 1,500 gold, 2,000 gold. So if they can get onto that first win condition, they're already looking pretty good.
You know who Galaxy Phoenix has, though, that Seda Esports doesn't have? Is Fa. And we were screaming her name. Fa was going off just a couple days ago. She's incredible, and Seda's got to deal with her.
Yep, Seda, especially as mentioned here by Lavelle, may not seem the cleanest in terms of the executions when we get into the mid portions of the game. So I think it's crucial that in this matchup against a team like Galaxy Phoenix, they're always remind themselves of housekeeping. Like they cannot let go of the most basic fundamentals when it comes to the game.
Let me just say, Fa is a mercenary. She is precision as a person, because going up against Na'Vi, she only targeted Mirai until there's nothing Na'Vi could do. So as long as they know who's the right target for Seda, I will feel bad for whoever that is, because no matter the pick, either Guinevere, either Ling, Hayabusa, Yisashi, I really don't care. I think she will get her target.
Let's find out if she does. She's a serious competitor. I love that you call her a mercenary, and she absolutely is a mercenary. Look, Seda, though, again, not to be messed around with. They are truly phenomenal and absolutely insane. Obviously, that matchup is going to be coming up relatively soon and first, but the Vitality was just shown on screen just a second ago, and Vitality has to go against Falcons Indonesia, another big matchup. Gotta say, man, I'm a big fan of Falcons Indonesia and the way that they continue to play and face adversity. But Vitality, come on, they are the queens after all.
I mean, like, not only are they great mechanically, but they can get into the heads of Falcons ID.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think the revenge storyline continues because Falcons ID in the recent qualifiers that they had for MWI 2026, I think barely got to get a game against Team Vitality. They went up against each other in the upper bracket semifinals, only to get dropped down to the lower. But the moment they meet again in the grand finals, they got the exact same result.
You know, I'm so encouraged, though, from Falcons Indonesia to improve from day one. When I was watching them as a contender, we set them up as the top dogs. And while they finished 0-2 defeat, I was like, well, that's not what I was expecting. But they've come back stronger than ever. But there have been questions about Vitality and if they still look as strong as they did last year. And a lot of that comes from that MIBR loss matchup.
I gotta say, even though I saw that matchup, but Team Vitality is like the final boss that when they die, they get resurrected, and then they have more layers of HP, and then after they die again, they go to the next phase, and then you're like, when is this going to be done? And then you're trying to get a health potion, and then they just take it away.
They just evolve.
And Bree, speaking of evolving, Geltech Cyber Team, they chose their opponents, and it's Falcons Mena they've got to go against. Now, Falcons Mena just came off a big win, so they're feeling confident going into their matchup. Later on today, mind you, we've got 4 of them. We're starting off with quarterfinals. We will finish them all here on this very stream. Falcons Mena is going to have a long day. The Geltech Cyber Team has been a big surprise in our tournament, and they have looked stellar.
I agree. The way that people have been awaiting this comeback, again, we have to remind everyone that Kyoei, I think one of the star players that we've constantly been highlighting, took a bit of a break from the competitive scene. I think that was exactly 3 seasons of Lady MVP before she eventually got back. And it took her exactly 3 seasons as well to get back here to the MWI stage. But that showed significant growth from these players.
I gotta say, Kyoei's hero pool is amazing, but this is where I want to talk about their coach, Osprey, because Osprey has been in the MLBB scene for both the men's division as well as the women's division for a very long time. If there's a Mount Rushmore in ECA, he's gonna be there. His picks are unorthodox, but on paper, they always make sense because he's like, this hero can counter this hero, even though it looks like it's a funny pick, but when you see it in action, you're like, wait, that makes sense.
I like unorthodox, though. I mean, it's tough to obviously plan around that. I think being unpredictable is definitely the way to go. Now, Team Ray Young, this team, I think, surprised the desk, at least on day one, based off their performances. Brie, I think you were also surprised. Like, Team Ray Young playing incredibly well, but Team Ray Young's got to go against Na'Vi. Now, that's not going to be easy, especially after watching Na'Vi dominate Gen G, beating them 2-0. This matchup is stacked.
Yep, and if you have personally felt like a fan for Falcons ID and their story that they've been able to build here in MWI, I think I've been drawn to Team Ray more so because of their personality. Like, they're such a fun bunch to look at, and even their interviews just stand out every single time. I think I'll have my eyes on Chiboy just simply because of the way she just presents herself, and I think that helps boost her team's energy and confidence so much.
I would say part of that is because of Queen's experience back in the SEA Games, where I believe during that grand finals, she's seen her team when they are like so stressed, so worried about losing. And at that moment, they're like, you know what? Let's just have fun so that we can actually go into the game fresh. And I think that's the experience that she's telling her team. Like, yes, most of you guys are new here in the international scene, but if you're so worried, if you're so anxious, you're not going to be able to play your game. So let's have fun. Let's play rock, paper, scissors, and then let's actually play the game.
Which I think they were playing rock, paper, scissors.
Yes,
they did, which is actually pretty incredible. And we had a chance to actually catch the action. Now, the thing is, though, in that matchup, Na'Vi, they know what it is to be a champion. And sometimes you really have to get that feeling in order to get it again. For Team Ray Young, they haven't, at least on the MWI stage. I think that's going to give Na'Vi a big advantage.
Na'Vi hopefully get to really carry over what we get to see from, or what we got to see from them in this recent match that they just did up against Gen G. And arguably so, of course, Gen G 2 wasn't able to show their best, but it was still a very dominant performance nonetheless. Here comes the knockout brackets though. So I'm wondering which goes first.
Yes. All right. Well, first off, we know it's going to be Galaxy, Phoenix, Seda Esports happening first on main stage. But I'm looking at the future for semifinals. LaFell, I'm looking at potentially Na'Vi. Let's say if they continue to play well, we could have a Na'Vi Vitality Grand Finals.
Actually, hold on. Looking at this, there's a chance that Na'Vi could go up against Galaxy, Phoenix, actually. And if that's the case, I think Na'Vi really wanted that one because Galaxy Phoenix had their number, and I feel like that matchup is going to be very personal. It's like you made it look humiliating day one. I want that revenge.
Oh, more and more revenge storylines happening here, and we might just see one that will eventually replace one of the biggest revenge storylines that we actually had last year, because the underdogs then, Gaming Gladiators, no longer part of the tournament, just recently eliminated by Na'Vi. So now who is next to actually possibly be that seeker of revenge?
That's a great question. Ashley, she has been a big conversation. Unfortunately, her team was eliminated. However, her knowledge is still incredibly valuable, and she teaches you how to be a roamer.
Hi guys, I'm Ashley, team captain and roamer for Gen G. And for those who don't know me, we're about to find out. I'm here to dissect some of our qualifier games. Taking you to our second game in the finals against our Kushira. So if you take a look at what's going on the screen right now, we have control of the H bush on the bottom side area, which we're winning, by the way. If you take a look at our lanes, both mid and bot are winning. The Claude is segregated from the rest of the team, and you're about to see the Hilda walk up with no support from her whatsoever. And our comp has a lot of poke, a lot of freezes, and a lot of rolling. So here we were able to burn the Hilda's flicker, and that was going to be useful for us since the Lord is coming up in 4 seconds. And what we're doing is we're clearing the mid lane, we're clearing top lane, and we see the Claude still bottom lane. This is good for us. You know, if they decide to come in, we can also just punish the Hilda. Knowing this, we're just zoning them out. We got vision of the Fredrin. As soon as we saw the Hilda coming up from the H bush, since we cleared it, and alongside the Claude, my Hereth was able to just keep poking him along with the Lilia, no flicker, and immediately she goes down, right? So once the Hilda goes down, I knew that this positioning was to our advantage since they're coming from the red side. Our comp specializes in just bunching everyone together. We have a spatial isolation from me that can just freeze everyone in and outside of the circle. So right here, Arya is getting into position to cloud ult everyone. She's literally screaming, let me ult, and I'm like, okay, this is perfect. I make a spatial isolation to predict the Eve's ult. Since we're already in a box, I knew Eve was gonna ult from the back line, and since I had my teammates frozen and them frozen, I went to just go be annoying to make a separation from the front line and the back line, which was favorable for us, and that is how we dominated this game. But you know, the funny thing about that game is like, it's more or less me saying that they messed up. It wasn't even that we were doing the right thing. That wraps up our dissection for my games, and if you guys would like to see some more gameplay, please tune in to our MWI matches.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
It's still day 3 of MWI, but now we move into a new iteration, our knockout stages. The competitors chose their opponents. Did they choose an easy route to semifinals, or did they choose their undoing? We're about to find all that out and more as we head to the stage with Damascus, Hollywood Rob TV, and Cheryl.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime here at the Esports World Cup as we are about to get rolling with our knockout stages. Right now, we are about to find out who is going to step one step closer to lifting up that trophy and being the best MLBB women's team in the world.
Yes, sir, Rob, it's time to be excited because it is the knockout stage right now. Every single match means tournament life on the line. So without further ado, let's welcome our first team onto the stage. They made their way through the upper bracket. Make some noise for Team Galaxy Phoenix!
Galaxy Phoenix does not know the taste of defeat. This team has come here in their first international event, but yet they have not just looked like contenders, they have played like one of the favorites, of course, fighting out of Cambodia, and they are trying to make history here at MWI.
Now, I do have a few questions for you guys before we head into the match. Now, this is an incredible showing right here, being the first time on the international stage. How are you guys feeling?
Right now, I'm feeling so proud.
So proud.
Yeah.
And anything you would like to say to your fans back home so that they can cheer for you, you can say it in your language.
Yeah, nothing else. Like I don't have nothing. Like I don't have a lot to say, but I'll try to fight for the nation.
National pride is on the line. Is there anything you would like to say to your opponents before we head on over to the battle station?
I just want to say that good luck with your match.
All right, good luck, and we will have another exciting match. So please head on over to your battle stations. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome to the stage their opponents, Showdown!
The team representing China, the new project, they entered the stage in an incredible way by the big upset, sending Falcons Indonesia straight to the lower bracket, fell to Team Ray Young, and then redeemed themselves against Virtus Pro. This team has been ridiculous, and when they win, it's always a 2-0. China's proud representative stepping up to the stage.
恭喜中国来到 knockout stage， 有什么想要对你的对手说的呢？ Is there anything you guys would like to say to your opponents?
我没有什么想对对手说的，我想跟我的队友说，我永远爱我的队友，我们是最强的队伍。
They said that they had nothing to say to the opponents, but she just want to say something to her teammates, and that is, they're the best and they can do it. All right, so thank you, and please head on over to your battle stations. Now, this is a curveball that we did not see coming. Immediately after selecting their draws, they are going to play the match. This means that both teams are going in essentially blind, and this is what it takes to be the champion right here at MWI, because to be the creme de la creme means you have to go in prepared as always, and this is match 1 of the knockout stages. Over to you.
Cheryl, Hollywood Rob TV, Damascus, thank you for setting the stage and as well for the interviews. The players are ready to go and they're about to get it underway. It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Seda for our first best of 5 matchup. It is single elimination. You only have 1 life. You lose, your key is crushed. You move forward, the championship is that much closer. We've already talked about these 2 wonderful teams. Let's break them down just a little bit more. Now, overall for Seda, biggest surprise we had, looking at the roster, Miss was supposed to be there, but Miss hasn't been there to my knowledge. It's been Fanwa who's been the sub. However, a sub that has led Seda to where they currently are. What do you think about that, Bree?
It's a very explosive sub at that. I think her being the roamer and being one of the main leads in the team has really helped a lot. The way that they've actually been confident enough to even debut the likes of a Tigreal in their first series and be able to do so in a very dominant fashion, that means they're very versatile in terms of their gameplay, because even when you think that they are actually more on the unorthodox end of their picks, they actually can show you some of the more meta ones as well. They also have a really decent usage and mastery of the Belleric, as seen in their recent qualification match, in order to make it here to the knockout stage.
I do wonder though, now that you're in the knockout stage, is the wild card play to bring Miss back in? We don't know why, of course, Miss was benched. Maybe it was a strategy play, maybe something else was going on, but it has led to a pretty fun conversation.
I mean, like, because of the meta change, perhaps her hero pool just didn't suit the current meta.
That's a good point.
And by the way, can we just say this might be the start of a legacy coming in from both organizations, because they haven't really had much success so far in MLBB, but now they're in the knockout stage. Winning this one, every single win each organization has after this just cements their position in MLBB lore.
That's an excellent point. I mean, for both, right? Really the first time showcasing what they're made of as an org, as well as players here on the international stage. And this is a big moment, and I love that you set the stage with that very statement, because that's what the MWI is all about. And in fact, what the Esports World Cup is about in its entirety. It's about making history. It's about cementing your name, not only in the history books for the Esports World Cup, but the history books of esports as a whole. And Galaxy Phoenix and Seda could very well do that. This is just one of those road stops that they have to get through to the grand finals. Now, for Galaxy Phoenix, again, with those early struggles, one of the first things that I noticed is they've been working on their play style for years. Going into this matchup, that play style being worked on for years is going to pay dividends.
I gotta say, looking at their games, they have a very unique way where their jungler as well as the roamer is the one moving the map, where everyone else is just focusing on getting enough money to actually get the items and then eventually help everyone out. So they have a way of play that the speed is just something that people cannot get used to.
Yeah, you get to take so much of the opponent's attention with just these movements from their XP and their jungle. Whereas I think their gold lane has been very stable for the entire tournament. It's only been the claw that Winnie's ever used throughout all of their matches, and you really don't get to pay as much attention to it. It's just a very stable lane. She just really pretty much gets the job done, but majority of the action just comes from the other sides and the way that they move around the map.
Going to the EXP lane now from Gold, Jessica for Seda has been on fire this event, opposite of that of Ling. A power matchup for sure. Jessica, I mean, talk to me about her, LaFell. She has brought so much to this competition for the side of Seda, not only from the hero selection, but just from the slayability.
Honestly, I gotta say, like, yes, we want to talk about the players, but this entire day, Taylor, whoever loses that EXP lane is super punishing, because you get immediate access into the jungle. And if I'm gonna compare between the both of them, I kind of feel like Jessica might have a hard time. Of course, it depends on the heroes, but I don't know. I'm actually leaning towards Galaxy Phoenix for this one. Their EXP lane is so strong.
Yep, because their
lane is amazing.
Their hero pools are pretty similar. If it's just that, like they both use the Alice, they both use the likes of the. No, it's actually just the Alice, I think, that they use both. It's their shared hero pool. But other than that, we see more flexibility from Ling in terms of how they're able to utilize it. Because if there's one observation we got to see from Jessica yesterday when they lost, it's the fact that she probably does shine a bit more on playmaking or heroes that just play for the team. There tend to be more miscalculations whenever you give her those less flashy kinds of EXP lanes.
It's 5 players per team. All of them have to work together to win. But Fa is an absolute powerhouse. We mentioned her earlier. And from what I'm hearing, Lefelt, she might be just one of the strongest junglers in our entire MWI event.
Honestly, I'm willing to put money on that one because honestly, Fa is an absolute mercenary. It's one thing when you're good at one hero. It's another when you're the master of each element, right? If you want someone to be the front line, she can be that. If you want someone to dive to the back line, she can be that. If you want her to use a selfless hero where she doesn't need to farm, everything else can go over to the goat lane, she can do that. Like I would say that's one of the kind of players that each organization after MWI might start emailing her. It's like, hey, are you willing to relocate?
That's true, that's true. It's also because she's just very firm on these heroes that either the Guinevere, either the Ling, whichever she uses, it just feels like the mastery is on point because I think we've observed that, especially from teams like, let's say, Twisted Minds earlier on. When you try to change a bit of what you're used to seeing in the jungle, then the dimensions of your gameplay, there are a lot of things that tend to shift. But when it comes to Galaxy Phoenix, it's just really them dictating majority of it through the EXP and the jungle.
One thing I do have to say before the draft starts, something about Galaxy Phoenix, they make it look easy.
Yeah.
And that's pure talent.
It's not, well, actually, it's incredibly hard to make it look easy, funny enough. You would think going in there and just making it look easy is easy. It's not. It's one of the most difficult things to do. And Guy, speaking of difficulties, Guy from Seda, even through defeat, she finds a way to still perform well. She's the anchor, if you will, for this Seda roster. Guy is going to be the one I at least think that Jessica, Zhao, Name, Miss, or Fanwa, whoever decides to come in for this matchup, is going to be looking towards when things get rough.
I'm starting to worry for her, though. Like, if it does so happen that Galaxy Phoenix tried to go for the assassin route and we see another Ling gameplay, wait, is she taking a selfie?
Yes, and I actually saw them checking the heroes out as well. But I think it's less about the draft and more like, which skin do I use for this one?
Well, you have to really pick the best skins.
Yes.
You're already in the knockout stage.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Some of the skins, though, are incredibly funny. Like Patrick, for example, running around.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine losing to a Patrick. Guy would be furious.
I got to say, Patrick running towards you at light speed is one of the most terrifying things you could ever imagine.
And it's made a lot of Glue users happy because Glue is actually one of the heroes with very few skins.
Yes.
And you get surprised because he suddenly receives a Patrick skin.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was Vivian, I think, from Vitality uses Patrick's skin, which is like she already talks her trash and she's beating you with the Patrick. Just so disrespectful on so many different
Only
levels.
in MLBB can you see Sasuke being afraid of Patrick. That's only in MLBB. The logic is a bit different here. Even AOT characters like Eren Yeager, I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to face against Patrick.
I know. It's not like we get to see the Yin also played as much in competitive gameplay, but it's weird here looking at Patrick just dominating over everyone.
But that's just MLBB, isn't it? It gives flexibility and the opportunity for you at home to pick your favorite skins and play the game how you want to play. Regional pride was mentioned during the interview with Cheryl and the Galaxy Phoenix ladies. Regional pride so incredibly important here. And, one of the players from Galaxy Phoenix saying during that interview, like, I'm just so proud to represent my nation, to be on this stage. I know it's not enough for her. She wants to be a champion, obviously, but making it to the knockout stages, representing your nation, Lefel, that is such a big accomplishment.
Because if you ask any player here, their motivation for playing, their motivation to become champions, there's many different layers. You have layers on, they want to change their family situation back at home. They want to make a name for themselves in their own country, in this game. They want to help out their friends. In fact, some people here, they're not here for themselves. They're here for other people. So no matter who you talk to, there's many different motivations, and every single one of them is valid. And that's why when we see losses, all of those hopes get crushed. But that's the reality of becoming a champion. You don't win by necessarily making a lot of friends. You get to win by crushing someone else's dreams.
And at the same time, they had to crush the dreams of, I think, also one of the longest running representatives, if it's regional pride that we're talking about, because we're seeing a different lineup fielded here as representatives of Cambodia, and they definitely want to be exceeding whatever they were previously able to achieve. It hasn't been a significant finish in any of their previous MWI records, but now they're so close to exceeding all of that.
Building a home, helping your family out, $500,000 goes a long way, and $150,000 for first place. That's what is up for grabs. We start our first matchup, our first pick and ban between Galaxy Phoenix and Seda Esports.
Yeah, right now, honestly, this is a very interesting start here, break, where Seda is first pick, and yet they're banning out the Marcel.
Yeah.
That's kind of not a great ban, because you would want your opponents, Galaxy Phoenix, to ban that out. And now this is already a very big tell. They're banning out this carry. So expect a lot of front lines. I really feel like they're already building the draft just so that Link can have a good time in lane.
Oh, but Seda too.
This is a smart ban.
Yeah,
100% smart ban.
Respecting so much of what Galaxy Phoenix have already previously shown us too. I think the Guinevere is just a bit too flexible of a jungler to hand over to GXP at this point.
I was watching that game where Galaxy Phoenix went up against Na'Vi. That kind of experience makes you uninstall the game. Let me just say that. It was so devastating.
Yeah.
Do not let Fa on that Gwyn anymore.
Yeah, because it's like sort of in between the Ling or either the utility type.
She first builds the concentrated energy so she can 1v1 and she can also play for her team.
Right.
That's why I say she can be selfish and she can be selfless.
Yeah, there are only very few times we see the Gwyn really punished. I think it's mostly when it's also in Rome. Just earlier we got to see that also. But even the Valier being banned out, I know that Sophia has been very deep too in terms of her hero pool. I think she's the only one to play the Farsa in this tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, here's the thing. They're clearly showing they're going to have a very heavy front line. They're banning out all the anti-tank. So I feel like they're going to charge forward. They're going to dive. And they're gonna say, Seda, you have nothing in your arsenal that can stop this charge.
Yeah, so I wonder what this Valentina ban is also trying to say. Because it's not likely going to be a sort of priority either here for Seda. There are a bunch of options out there. The Juicein's still there too, but it hasn't been as prioritized for first pick as well.
I feel like they need to take the Esmeralda because that's what Galaxy Phoenix is setting up.
Oh, right. They don't want anyone stopping the Esmeralda from just getting close. But does Jessica want to play that kind of hero? Or is she willing to just pick up another comfort pick similar to the Alice that she already shown us previously? But definitely not in this spot.
Here's the thing, if she does not take the Esmeralda, there is one other hero, well actually two heroes that can counter it still, which is the Lunox as well as the Balman. But also both are very niche heroes, and instead they go for the Harara. But I feel like Galaxy Phoenix, they are okay with this.
You know, the Harara has been a safe pick for Seda Esports since day number one, and I feel like that's one that they're trying to force super heavy, especially given the new meta coming in, the buff. Jessica on Harara, she can pop off with this. It's a matter of how they're going to be able to counter on the side of Galaxy Phoenix.
Yep. It's still a 50-50 in terms of stats, in terms of the win rate, if you look at the Hirara, but it's a very considerable comfort pick if we're talking about Seda. Now they get the Claude. A lot of the roamers are actually available as well, such as the Atlas and Belleric if they already want to consider that. But knowing Galaxy Phoenix, it's been mostly just the Belleric, and there you go. They take it alongside the Claude.
Yeah, still very strong opener coming in from Galaxy Phoenix. I gotta say, Seda, on this Hirara pick, I think Hirara is a good hero, but she's not a win condition. She enables a win condition, so they still need to have that in the bag. And with carry gone, now you know you're going up against the Claude. What is gonna be the pickup? I'm thinking if we're talking about meta, it should be something like a Moskov, but Moskov is a mid-range marksman, which is not great against the Bellary, so they do pick up the Bruno as well as the Esmeralda. So now it's on Galaxy Phoenix, and they pick up the Boxia, and again, carry ban, Valir ban, Eve ban. This is their strategy from the very beginning.
It's such a dive comp that they're really trying to go for. They're just going to go all in and force out the fights, which I feel is very uncomfortable for Guy. Now that she's on the Bruno, I guess you would also want to consider maybe a potential pairing that could help her. The Mathilda is also there. They have the Esmeralda on their side, which I don't think will be much of a problem. But does it get through the second banning phase?
My theory is Seda is thinking whether they want to fight fire with fire. But for now, Galaxy Phoenix, their fire looks a bit hotter here, especially because there's very little that Seda has that can directly counter what Galaxy Phoenix has been showing.
Yeah, and if they even do consider going for a utility roam, then most of the front lines are just going to fall on the Esmeralda, on Jessica all over again, and not to mention the fact that they're on a Hirara jungle. So that means they will, or GXP would have much easier access to just constantly go for the chase because they will lack crowd control. So would they really want to consider that, or maybe opt for a roamer that also has additional layers of catch and crowd control to respond against GXP?
I gotta say, they at least need some form of knock-up.
Yeah.
If not, that Blazing Duet will just rip over your team, and that's something that they definitely don't want. One of the popular choices in MLBB is definitely the Cho, but so far at MWI, no Chos have been picked up so far. The other choice is Minotaur, but again, is not having an amazing showing here.
I think Fanhua does play the Cho. It just hasn't been as successful previously, but again, into the Baksha, into the Claude, I think it will be a pretty decent option. It's not like you get to pair it with immediate burst, but you don't know what the mid lane pick is for Seda anyway. There might just be a chance you still get to see them pick up a burst mage.
Here's the thing, Galaxy Phoenix can pick up something like a Kimi and just force out the early game because we see Farsa as well as Selena and the Valentina being banned. All three early game mages have been taken off the table. Kimi is still there. If they want scale, they have the Zetian still available, but actually no, it's actually still a pretty good pick, but instead they pick up the Gord. Haven't seen the Gord for a while here. So now Seda, if they want to go loco, they could go for something like an Estes and just go for an Ube strat. But, you know, there's a Boxia there, so you're kind of already countered in that sense.
Yeah, the Mathildas, the Estes, they are, again, considerable options. But the lack of crowd control might be a bit of a problem here for Seda because there's nothing that's just going to lock down and hold down GXP once they just keep trying.
Atlas is still there, so that should be the pick, no?
Oh, right.
Right, Atlas is still there. So it should be the Atlas. They go for a Tigreal. I was thinking for a Tigreal for some reason, but I don't think that's the pick. Lilia is picked up so that she can fight the tanks. This Tigreal is, I would say, must be some kind of comfort because wow, wow, wee, wow.
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
We're just waiting for the XP lane, I guess. There is an Alice still.
I think it's okay, but I think they might be better with damage, maybe like a Lapu, maybe like a Bennett. Paquito is still up also.
But the Esmeralda, a bit of damage, yeah, I'd agree. Okay, they lock in the Sora.
And the Sora is amazing going up against Lilia. Lilia does not have a lot of HP. He can burst her down.
Galaxy Phoenix versus Seda Esports. It's our first knockout round match. It means so much. Single elimination, you lose, your key is crushed. You will no longer have the chance of glory to earn the trophy over on that very stage. Of course, though, if you win, it's only a couple more series before you lift the trophy yourself and earn $150,000 for first place. It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Seda Esports to start our knockout round. Athena, Gideon, take it away.
Thank you so much, Reflections. Man, this draft has been a little interesting as we come on into the series. This is going to be an interesting one. We're expecting some big team fights, but also some of these picks have been also really looking for the finer details, right? Looking for ways for maybe Sora to not only punish this Lilia, but more importantly, can also stop the Tigreal if necessary. They got so many different tools to utilize. The question is whether or not the laning phase is going to be okay.
Let's see if that will reflect onto rotation here for GXP. You know what? You're right. They are kind of doing the research here onto what fit or works best for Sera. Remember from their first ever matchup against Falcons ID, they actually used this Hirara. And then for the second game, they locked in the 2-0 with the Tigreal. Fantastic job, by the way, by Fanwa. So let's see if Galaxy Phoenix has something in store for that duo as well. Now, considering that we are also looking in the Bruno for Gaiga, which is somewhat new today for today's meta.
We have seen a couple of teams actually, banning it out, but this might be first blood here as Fanwa forced to flicker away, losing an important battle spell prior to the very first turtle of this game. But coming back to the marksmans here, it's interesting because even Winnie recognizes, Gaiga is currently on a lane bully. Not only do I need to get the hybrid defense, oh my goodness, but also the tenacity. Even so finding first blood is already great here.
Okay, that's a great start. So Sarita is actually starting off things with another rolling around kill here for Joe, and meanwhile for GXP, it's all about the timings as well. Remember for the Balearic, there are certain conditions that has to be met before you actually go in with the Wrath of Dryad, and all of that will be possible as well if Ling is able to back up right before a turtle take, and which in this case is going to be cornered or circled around by Zeta Division, and Joe is still keeps on farming and relaxes their stance. No asserted dominance yet or no clashes being initiated yet here for Galaxy Phoenix.
And it's very understandable. After finding that first blood, they know for a fact that Fa is unfortunately not at level 4 at the right time. So this is pretty uncontestable, assuming Soul was able to find just a couple more camps to get to level 5. Even so, we're already seeing the first few movements, and Cloud Chip's out.
Okay, Ling is risking it all. It's Fanboy yet again being targeted, and this time it's Galaxy Phoenix taking in the kill. Joe with a counter setup kill here, but Ling when you take it down. Meanwhile, that's too messy. Jessica was beautiful summer onto the back lanes. They just have different targets here for Zeta.
Sophia, beautiful three-point shot with a Mystic Projectile over the wall to not only make Fa's job easier, but now this is a winning position. They just need to deal with Jessica.
Okay, now they're hovering over here onto the turtle. It's Fanwa yet again with the position. She doesn't have her ultimate yet, so it's going to be GXP cornering most of the members here for Zeta, and Jessica with a jump will hit no one, but instead it's Ling hitting in the face here for Joe with a double kill, plus a perfect Mystic Gush to top things off here for GXP. They might as well just grab the turtle while they're at it.
Yeah, you can tell that GXP is kind of nervous, and even Zeta, both of them are playing very anxious this game. The turtle contest was also a little weird. It was a little 50-50, and honestly, I think it's technically in Zoe's favor in the earlier stages of the game, having so many abilities and high base damages, out base damaging, unfortunately, the Baxia. It's 600 to 800, and now we're going to see Name in trouble.
Okay, that's a forced black shoes onto Name. GXP knows there's no pure fight yet. Meanwhile, for Zeta, the plan B in motion right now. Just let Guy play her lane. But it's Fanboy yet again. It's a continuous harassment onto her that makes Zeta Division, Zeta rather, had a hard time to actually initiate some of those fights.
But look at this. Both sides are not wasting too much time. So made this similar invasion early on, netting them first blood. She's back here again just to slow down Fa even further.
Okay, now for Galaxy Phoenix, all they have to do is somehow continue this kind of dominance into the map. And speaking of which, it's going to be Jessica66 being targeted here. That's two women onto her. And Fa will get the last hit. Even one of the backbone here for Zeta is having a hardest time against GXP.
Yep, this is the beautiful plays coming out from GXP. Very high level, showing presence down by the bottom side, already assuming after mentioning and also seeing Zoe on that top side. It's still a bit of a mistake and an overextension from Jessica. Even so, Ling is coming up big time. 3-1-2, gonna get plenty of money off of this. In terms of the side lanes and who's doing really, really well, it's Guy with plenty of money. It's Winnie with the EXP lead, but it's Ling really leading the charge.
She is the master here onto the XP. Meanwhile, that is not going to look good here for Jessica26. And now Sophia initiates with the Mystic Gush. Lemma as well with a follow-up right of Dry. There's going to be the taunt. Joe trying to run away with iframes. It will be enough. But sadly though, onto the top lane, they won't be able to try and contest their positions here onto the neutral objective.
Beautifully played.
Oh, okay.
Really, really well played for GXP's side. Seda tried an attempt here, but they don't. I think they need to understand that GXP's combination is very plug and play. It doesn't matter what order it comes out in, as long as you get CC, you are going to die to the Gush.
Simultaneously happening here onto the map. There's going to be a kill. Solo kill here. Still laying on top of everyone else. They're really transitioning quite well here for Galaxy Phoenix. Getting a turret, getting a kill, you already have the turtle as well. So now we totally see the importance of what it does to our XP laners when you're kind of bullied early facing into this game.
I mean, when you make back-to-back mistakes, unfortunately, in that laning phase, that's when it gets really, really rough. Especially when you go over to these neutral objectives and not find some kind of gold back for all of your contributions. Even so, GXP not going to completely let them go. Look at that, 1.6 to 700. But if we look at Guy's side, Guy, unfortunately, only 71. Not enough of a lead to become lethal just yet.
Yep, and that full responsibility of the damage will fall onto her shoulders later on. But it's also Galaxy Phoenix to actually try and corner her out. They're trying to choke out most of the damage or impending damage as Seda could actually go in against Galaxy Phoenix. But for now, Silpha on to Fanwa. We haven't seen a great implosion play yet because she is just continuously being harassed here by GXP.
She's actually getting targeted quite a lot by the poking damage. Oh, wait, Conceal coming through, targeting towards Ling. Probably not going to be a good idea, but here comes the cavalry as Fa going to initiate.
Okay, it's Sophia yet again. A very great Mystic Projectile plus a follow-up Mystic Gush. Okay, falling down low air is Fanghua. No frontliners here for Seda Division. Both are kept busy here by GXP. Meal for Joe going in for another plan in action, which is to somehow push off some of the lanes against GXP.
Overall, it's still a winning matchup here, but GXP, they got to be careful. Seda, they already found their set play as they look for the second kill.
Okay, Flicker was exhausted here by Sophia, but still, for Seda Division, that might have been quite an opening or a small window that they could totally maximize before they try and contest this big objective. But it looks like Ling already has it covered. It's Fanwa yet again that she sees Jessica from the back. Will they be patient enough to wait for the perfect timing? Conceal play. But meanwhile, it's Ling taking down Guy. And now GXP finally gets the chance to actually shut down most of the damage dealers are supposed to be. It's going to be 3 members down. Chase down onto Jessica26. You know, it's Fa and Ling jumping onto Name. During the triple kill. Will he go for the Maniac? Yeah, indeed. It's going to be a Maniac kill for Ling. It's a queen for this game.
This is starting to get out of control as GXP have found their stride, and unfortunately for Seda, communication is breaking down. Lilia did not have enough mana to have a sustained fight. The fact that you already saw Ling walking up into your backline should be the signal to back off. With that being said, the economy lead is going to be clear, 4.4k, and Seda unfortunately can't make any invades happen to equal it out.
Just when he thought that Guy will be one of the last resort for Seda, she's also been targeted here for GXP, and you're right about that. You have to be more aware on where Ling, even Lama, is actually going around here onto the map of Seda Division, Seda rather, and it's kind of bit sad to see that 9 minutes in the game, jungle's already been compromised, and now Joe has to resort to somehow just clearing up the bits of the waves onto the sides just so she could slowly build up her stacks.
Well, I mean, honestly, I think Nami should have just said, guys, we need to, it's either we delay this or I recall back and get my mana, because unfortunately, even if she does decide to use the Black Shoes, it's too late to get all of that health and mana back. But now, Grab the Giants
the
into
commit.
combo.
Okay, that is just too much of a burst here for Galaxy Phoenix. Now they go in far onto Fun1. Nami trying to run away. There's no black shoes at all to save her. And it transferred back onto the damage onto Guy. She will be backing away. But Galaxy Phoenix got most of those kills. The Shui women down. Plus, they might even get a T2 onto the mid lane.
Oh man, they've set this up perfectly. They can guarantee an inhibitor here. They broke the Holy Shielding, and now they're going to go for a little bit more. With this next Holy Shielding about to fall, they have perfectly set up the next potential fight. And it's going to be, I guarantee you, they're going to get this Lord. If Seda can steal this somehow, that would buy them a guaranteed 6 minutes into this game.
They've waited for this moment. For Galaxy Phoenix, it took years for them to actually perfect, to actually try and get the super team that they wanted, to put their faces, their team, in the MWI map. And there they have it. Very dominating win against Seda. One of the teams who fought a way to actually win a fight against Falcons ID. And now it's GXP asserting their dominance. Looking at this one, of course, we see some clean discipline as well when it comes to rotations, plus the easy conversion of kill, then turret, kill, and then objective. Very clear attitude here for GXP.
I mean, it's reflected by the score, 2-15 so far. It's just closing this game out. It's going to be a little bit harder than it looks, especially since Name is starting to scale and dealing with these waves well. So, fortunately, not going to get caught here, but they find Fanhua instead.
Okay, Flicker. Fortunately, hasn't been activated here for Seda, but they have another task in here that they have to melt down as fast as possible. But it's going to be the Lord that GXP has and marching onto the bottom. Very nice of them to kind of delay things off onto the middle lane, even onto the top lane. Now the pressure is on. Macro control here for Galaxy Phoenix. Winnie onto the sidelines here, and Lemma with a Rat of Giant. Funnel immediately down. There's no more counterplay here for Zeta. All they can do is run away while Lane chases them down onto the back lanes, and Winnie goes in with a blazing duet. The cherry on top, Galaxy Phoenix is doing it. Complete members marching in towards the base. It's Zeta trying to fight for their life here. Jessica and Joe Guy will manage to do that, but still, they're on the brink of losing here for game number 1. So close, but still, they can definitely still survive for a few minutes or so against GXP.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not able to cut through absolutely everyone just yet, and the spawn timers is going to allow the rest to actually come back into this fight. GXP could have forced the end there, but decided to take the safe route. This could be a potential mistake if Seda is able to find a turnover fight, a complete wipeout against GXP to close out the game. I would say closer towards the 14 to 16 minute where the death timers are long enough for them to crush through 2 to 3 towers in one go.
And for that, for Galaxy Phoenix, they just kind of want more cleaner and clearer assertions of clashes here.
I think that if they're going to look for the cleaner and an assertive way to play, they gotta ruin the position of Sophia. But just like mentioned in the beginning, right, their plug-and-play combinations, now that all 5 of them can get involved, it makes Ling's job really easy. Instead of just, hey, I gotta go Cloud every single time. Not necessary if the combo actually lands.
And now, let's see if something will finally land here for Zeta. But one thing's for sure, those bullets are gonna land onto the last bit of base hurt onto the top lane here for Zeta. This is making it harder for them to go outside and try to somehow farm, even contest the Lord that will be spawning right on cue.
All right, now they're going to have first position here. This should be a pretty free Lord for the side of GXP. Zeta, unfortunately, must play the defense. As soon as they start walking out, but more importantly, since their jungler is about to get revealed on the top side thanks to that top wave, GXP have nothing to fear. Now, Zeta, how do we play defensive in a composition that just has so much counter-engage? If Fanhua decides to flicker forward, unfortunately, a majority of the important members on the side of GXP have some form of counterplay. Sophia will never be anywhere close to the front lines. Winnie has a Purify, so that only leaves you with just a bunch of tanks, one of them who wants you to be in their face.
Yep, and problems keep piling up here for Zeta, especially Fanhua being the first to go down each and every clash. So for GXP, it just makes it easier for them, right? No more frontliners. All they have to do is do their thing. Ling goes in with punches, and the rest could just focus fire onto the base, which might happen into the next wave.
Well, let's see, because now It's about time, and you can see that Fa is already trying to pull the attention apart.
Okay, Lord has to be melted down here for Seira. Now they're too focused on the setup here for Fanwa, risking it all. Even with the dark round play, is able to do it, but the damage just isn't there yet. GXP focus fires onto the base, gets the game number 1.
That is the cleanest closing I've seen from many different teams here today, yesterday, and the day before. But GXP, they do it by the book. They do it honest, and it feels like a snake wrapping around your neck. You just choke out. You don't even feel the pain. It just goes black and the game's over.
Definitely. And now for Galaxy Phoenix, they only need one more win to stay another day and fight for their way onto the semifinals. Mino for Seira. Man,
they're going to have to hit the drawing board again. I think that they had an opportunity in the draft to actually punish this composition, but unfortunately decided to go the safe route. And the order, if the order changed just a little, it could have definitely helped at least GXP slow down that early game in the middle of this game. With that being said, though, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be more MLBB action here at MWI.
A quick round indeed. We might get a 3-0. I'm kind of feeling it, but then again, Seda Esports has been known to come back and fight viciously in the future rounds after taking a loss. Hey, welcome back into our studio. I'm Taylor Reflections, Noble, Lefel, Brigida. Let's break it down, because from what I'm seeing and from what I'm hearing, Lefel, it's Sora Day.
I don't know, man. Starting the very first game of today, the EXP lane has been, I would say, the make it and break it for a lot of these teams. I mean, like, let's talk about this. Ling on a story with only one damage item. Just one. Just one, and she got a Maniac. She won a 1v1 against Gagai, against Jessica. Whoever's in front of Ling, they die.
Yeah, I even thought it might have just been a Series 1 thing, because these were two Sora specialists. That was Team Falcon's ID and Twisted Minds, but it just really keeps happening over and over again. And that's on top of the fact that there was barely anyone to stop her from just going in.
I notice it's all smiles on the side of Galaxy Phoenix. For the side of Seda, as we look in, it almost looks like misery and disappointment from that game number 1. Nothing seemed to have went well for them. Nothing went right. They did have a moment in time towards the very end before the final push onto the base where they managed to at least stop Galaxy Phoenix at the 1-yard line. However, it only extended the time just a little bit longer.
Can I just say, like, I feel like going up against Galaxy Phoenix is like going through despair, because I don't want to jinx it. I really feel like they can go all the way. I feel like GXP can go to the grand finals because as of right now, like I said, not only do they win, they make it look very easy. Especially, I like how Gideon put it. This is a very plug-and-play kind of draft where sometimes you have a draft where you're waiting for that one person to make a play. But every single hero that they got, Gort can have a long-range stun.
Yeah.
The Boxer can just jump in. And even the Sora, you can either assassinate or set up for your team.
But let's talk about our first action of the game. One of the winning moments, at least, coming out from the side of Galaxy Esports. We look now at the 8-minute mark. We're getting closer to the fight for the lore. But when we look at the left lane, my goodness, is there a fight developing?
I believe this is the moment where we see Ling get that Maniac. She started off by taking out the gold laner first, the main damage dealer. And then after getting that triple, they're like, okay, you know what? This is mine.
Yeah, and that gold laner kill was so easy because Fanhua, I think, was very active on trying to find those implosion plays, those setup plays. And she does find them. She does get 2 or 3 members every single time. But then what's next? They don't get to actually provide the follow-up. Ling has been always attempting to isolate the backlines.
And we take a look at our second one. Great breakdown. Let's break down another. This one's most likely going to be about 10 minutes in. We're just nearly there. Again, we go back to the mid now, even to the bottom right. And we start seeing another skirmish develop.
This also just shows how individually everyone from Galaxy Phoenix, they can take care of themselves because there's dives. This is basically like a 1v1 everywhere else. And it's just like, you against me, who's gonna win? And every single person from GXP won that bout.
Yeah, and it's great because whoever starts to try and go for the fight and jump in, it's always them also being on the same page. Because sometimes you see people just trying to go for engage, but the targetization seems a bit off. Like they go for very different targets. But in this scenario, GXP, if Fa wants to go in, she jumps on a single member, then you could expect just everyone to focus fire on that before they move on to the next.
One more final moment to check out during that first map that we ended up witnessing. And this time we go to the 11:30 mark. I believe this was one of the first base attempts, and it was in fact Seda Esports who was able to hold them back, but only for a little bit of time.
This is kind of showing how GXP, they're able to win by taking out all the firepower, right? Just like how Brigitte has been saying, like, you can have a good setup, but without the damage, it really doesn't matter. It's like getting a bowl of ramen and then having no spoon or fork or anything.
That's the worst.
You're just looking at it.
Give me 2 twigs. I'm still finding a way to eat it.
Imagine having ramen, just nothing. At most, you can just get the soup. That's it.
I'll figure it out, though. LaFell, me and you will figure it out, okay? Bree, that final moment, though, casters were even saying it was one of the cleanest attacks onto a base they've seen.
In a way,
and
I agree. But also, it's partly Seta putting themselves in that position because Fanhua again tried to go for something, and that's with the knowledge that the Belleric still had the Wrath of Dryad. You just always have to be aware that this is such a great catch. This is such a great way to just intercept whatever you want to do. And it's so low effort. They barely had to do anything. Lema just had to wait so she could cast the Wrath of Dryad, and that's it.
Now, one of the things I brought up during the hero selection, breaking it down, is for Seda, they love that Harara. Now, you did point it out, LaFell, that's not a win condition, but more so a piece of the puzzle that Seda Esports is trying to put together. Felt like Seda tried to do this on day one. It actually ended up working out. Relatively similar hero composition. Are they too reliant on the Harara? Do they need to switch things up?
This is also why GXP is so strong because, like I said, they're the masters of rock, paper, scissors. They know the Harara is going to get picked, right? Instead of batting it out, they allow Seda to just take it so that they can have a draft that makes it so that Harara could not do anything. They ban out the carry, they ban out the Valir, they ban out all the anti-tank heroes so that they can have all the tank heroes so that Harara come in and is like, okay, can you kill me? You cannot, then you will die.
Yeah, because we've been saying that you need to set up for the Hirara to be successful. It's not like the Hirara is just the one making things happen. So there are certain conditions that have to be met, and in this case, they did not allow any single one of them to get through.
It was tough, and speaking of not getting through, Bree, I mean, Zhao was the only one with kills onto the side of Seda Esports, having two total eliminations. For Galaxy Phoenix, they had close to 20.
But those all happened in the early game, and that was about it.
One and the late one, when she got the clot, right?
Yeah, that too, but most of it just really was when they could really take the Hirara and take advantage of how mobility is reliable, how the burst is slightly reliable, but everything else after that was just countered out here.
It was tough. It really was tough to watch, to say the least. Seda Esports, I know, has so much more potential than what they just showed. I know for a fact they can play better than that. But speaking of playing better than that, what's the game plan? You lost that so quickly, it's even hard to get upset about it. Granted, we did see the player emotions, LaFell, and they were clearly feeling that loss.
Because I really feel like they understood that there was not much that they can do in that game. That was the phases of saying that they knew what we were going to do before we did it. So how do we outplay that? Because let's talk about the bans. Guinevere, one of Fa's best hero, got banned, and she still had the Boxia. She will still have the Ling. If you have 5 bans for Fa, she still have a signature hero. That's why I say it feels like despair.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they still have so much to pull out, and they're not even pushed to the limit. Like every single draft feels like they've just been expecting everything to come out, and they eventually get a hold of what they want.
You know, coming into this again, and I keep bringing it up because I think it's such a cool story, Seda Esports was built for the MWI stage, but that means their hero pool as well. Do you think they're maybe overextending past their comfort zone and they're finding themselves trying to counter the heroes on the opposite team, but not really understanding fully how to play those very heroes?
I mean, we're talking about how both organizations is trying to make a name for themselves because this is new. This is a new lineup built for MWI, and because of that, they don't have the experience of being pressured this hard. So I feel like, have they stretched themselves too thin? Honestly, maybe, just because now that you're in this situation, what do you do?
This is scary, Bree. We go back to Flying Cloud, and Seda cannot afford to go with the same hero composition because we know what Galaxy Phoenix is going to do. They're just going to choose their own that just defeated them, and after such a heavy loss, going back to the same map, this could have devastating effects for Seda.
It's tough though, because if they don't really want to overstretch their possibilities in terms of hero pool, then does reverting back to comfort also help them? Because their comforts seem to be really countered out well by Galaxy Phoenix nonetheless.
That's a good point, but we just witnessed Gen G try to do that. They went with their comfort picks, and they unfortunately ended up losing. So it's not a guaranteed, but it is something that I'll still stand behind. It does help, especially whenever you're feeling uncomfortable going into the next map after losing in such a severe fashion.
I feel like you need to find a good middle ground.
Middle
right?
ground, yep.
Because like maybe 2 or 3 players need those comforts. The other ones need to be a win condition, right? They need to be meta here because right now for Galaxy Phoenix, they kind of know the comforts of Seda and they're just taking it all out. And this time, look at the difference here. They're not betting out anti-tanks. Now they're betting out burst heroes. So maybe they just want to show off more heroes. Just be like, hey, we got more in the tank.
Hey, what if it's an assassin game this time for Galaxy
think it might
Phoenix,
be.
right? Because if they don't want these annoying XP laners to just come in, well, the carry makes you think twice just a little bit because there is also a chance they took it out. But these are mind games. Like, Seda are probably not sure what the game plan is for Galaxy Phoenix at this point. Just give it the first 3 bans that they decided to show us.
I feel like Belleric is a pretty safe pick because, again, that's one of the heroes that Lima really likes to play. Other than that, everyone else has been so good. Belleric has been picked up, so now for Seda, the problem is they don't have a carry to really fight against this Belleric, so I don't know. Even taking away the Sora is so dangerous because the Valentina is still there.
I agree. At this point, they just want to snatch away the Lilia so they have to deal with less problems if a Belleric-Lilia combination shows up again. But that's not the only thing you can expect from Galaxy Phoenix, because if they go all in on the more tanky heroes, then they might just also opt for the likes of a Jusin because it's also still open, so they have more ways of responding to it. But it's scary, but comfort is the game, I guess.
They're showing comfort with the Sicilian pick, but that Sora early pick. A reason why we don't see Sora so early, it's so counterable, especially with that Valentina. So that's a risk saying that I don't think you'll pick up the Valentina, and they don't. They pick up the Phoveus, but Phoveus is also a counter towards the Sora. And now that the Phoveus sees it's a Sicilian, it's not a Gord, it's not a Lilia, the Phoveus will be fine. I feel like Seda, they just overcommitted on that Sicilian pick, making it an easy Phoveus pick.
Yeah, and you're forced to play slow. You have to play slightly slower than usual. You do have a Sora, but the fact that it's already countered out, then you have much limited movement across the map. And now they get the next best option, I guess, which is also the Claude. So not even the Sicilian's safe. You'd have to be worried about sudden entries from the Blazing Duet.
The way that the draft has been shaping up, they even got the combo Carmilla as well as Cecilia. The way it's been shaping up is like Seda is running in one direction, and then Galaxy Phoenix is taking brick by brick, making a wall, making sure that you're gonna run into that wall. Because as of right now, Seda said, you know what? We are going for comfort. We're going for wombo combos. So just hoping for a very big team fight win, but that's one of Galaxy Phoenix's specialty, especially with that Belleric. I don't know if that's the best way to draft for this one.
I hope Seda at least find some way to play opposite side of the map, because if they're just going really heavy on team fights and you're already forced to play slow, then that just really lessens your chances of being able to catch up to Galaxy Phoenix, because I just feel like Galaxy Phoenix are always going to step on the gas. They're not really going to allow Seda to play whatever game they want.
At this point, Galaxy Phoenix is riding an electric vehicle. It's so instant. You just can't stop it, right? After the game, they'll charge it up. But during the game, it's all speed. Seda now batting out the box, very good ban, because as of right now, it seems like a different kind of dive comp coming in from Galaxy Phoenix. And Seda, I guess the flex here is Carmilla, I guess. We've seen it in the jungle. It could be Roam. What I think Seda needs is wave clear. If they have wave clear, they can slow the game.
Exactly.
No minions, no turrets destroyed. But what other good wave clearers is there? Right? They already showed their mid. They kind of showed their EXP. So now it's gold lane.
Yeah, that's why maybe
There's no quad.
the Moskov, if they just really want someone to take charge of the lanes.
I almost want to make a risky pick of something like a Granger so that the early game is there, or a Harv, because I'm just worried the Moskov needs 3 to 4 items.
It does.
Cecilia needs like what, 20 minutes?
Also, because you're already forced to play slow, you're scaling in mid, so might as well go for an early game gold lane.
They need some kind of early game. If not, this is gonna be super one-sided.
So should they just go fighter sides and maybe like a YSS in the jungle to
actually not bad.
balance it out?
Actually not bad. Or fighter in the jungle. We haven't seen Lucas for a while, but Lucas used to be good during that time.
And there's a Valentina option still, so maybe,
you know what? You're right.
Okay, they banned it out though. Maybe.
What other picks in the gold lane here? If you want, I can see something like a CC.
A CC.
Wait, hold on.
The Freya's actually still open. What the heck?
I was looking, like, wait, something's missing here. Freya's still open.
Okay.
Which is not bad if Seda wants it. It's not bad. It's good.
It's wombo combo everywhere.
Phoveus kind of counters that Freya as well.
Yeah.
So like I said, Seda is walking straight, and Galaxy Phoenix is building a wall directly in front of them.
Yes. That wall is looking a bit too sturdy now, because Seda is just limited in options. A Bruno will be the option. It's very scaling right now for Seda.
And not a lot of wave clear. This is one of those games that either ends by 9 minutes or ends by 30. There's rarely any in between.
Okay, shoutouts to our casters who are casting this game. Let's see if it does end less than 9 or maybe 30 if they get to successfully defend, because at this point the Juicin option, it's just picked up by Galaxy Phoenix. They pretty much see what to expect.
A Suyo maybe? Just so that you can be very, very fast? Honestly, they can pick up anything at this point. Hayabusa or the Nolan as well,
I think the Nolan too, just so you could just... Oh, they're the ones who go Yi Sun-shin.
So just in case if the game does extend long enough, they do have a double marksman. Honestly, this is a very good respect coming in from Galaxy Phoenix. They see that Seda is investing everything into the late game so that they just get 2 late game heroes. Honestly, that's a lot of respect coming in from Galaxy Phoenix.
Yeah, they were able to sense it from a mile away, but Seda are still looking for their jungler. Well, we did float the idea of a Carmilla maybe being flexed, but maybe it's more of a roam pick if you're looking at the current setup for Seda, not unless they just really want to go full support and put all of their eggs in one basket and revolve around the Bruno Sicilian late game and go utility in the jungle. Or
wow. Okay. I feel like I want to ask the opinions of Gideon here, because Export makes sense against the Phoveus as well as the Belleric. But hey, maybe it can work. Maybe it can work.
Well, it's going to have to work for sure. Seda Esports built this roster specifically for MWI, and it's worked out so far. But is this going to be the end of the road? Well, they need to come back in the series. It's a best of 5 after all, and Galaxy Phoenix is already well ahead of the game, winning Game 1 in such a convincing fashion that Seda Esports now has to go for their comfort picks just to feel alive in Game number 2. It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Seda Esports Map 2. Athena, Gideon, take it away.
Thank you so much for reflections. And yes, LaFell, I will explain it in just a bit here, because this is going to be an intense game. Not only were both sides looking for comfort picks, but Seda really going above and beyond in the second half of the draft to shake things up for the mid trios. And I think that's where this game is going to come down to, because level 1 is not in their favor when it comes down to the wave clear. Now, they both lost a concussive blast really, really quick. But that first motion gives Name the advantage that they were looking for and avoid the worst part of the early game, which was level 1.
That is just the thing. They just want it to be in their favor when or where they want to decide to engage, right? And for Seda, with the export being shown as well here, Gideon, we have to dive deeper. But before that, for Kwanwa as well, going in with the Revitalize. Now they slowly disengage from that independent team fight.
Now, here's the thing. When you have your mid-trios battling it out, it's really a 3v3. However, if you notice GXP's lineup, only Lima, unfortunately, is the tankiest person on their squad. Sophia's not going to walk up too far without Lima, and Fa doesn't want to get close at all. Now, here at level 2, this is where Sophia can get really, really aggressive, but Seda want to punish this. They are taxing the HP pool and also using the waltz so that Fanhua can get really aggressive and still walk out of safety.
Plus, the additional shield is really helpful for them when it comes to clutch moments, right? And it's all about surviving, not only here on MWI, but surviving the game first. Okay, one game at a time here for Seda. And now we also have to somehow look at a closer look on how will Jessica fare well against the Phobius of Ling later on. Now she got this huge advantage with the setups with the Cloud Form current term, plus now she actually has damages she could inflict upon GXP whenever needed. And right on cue, it's not going to be, or it's might be going to be onto the objective here, which is a turtle that spawned right on cue.
I think step one for either one of these teams, they may want to go for this neutral objective, but they don't necessarily have to take it. Wait, turtle ball hits!
Okay, they're turning into the bait. Name almost falling low. It's going to be a Ferrari armor being pop up here, but the last Insanity. So with the first blood, it's Ling being the first blood against, of all people, now Seda. Semi-standard hard here, but surprisingly, they let go of the turtle. They just focus on getting that huge first blood kill for Joe.
That was actually a pretty insane fight there. Like, Jessica saved the day. Name was meant to die, and Jessica saved 2 lives with a single flicker and Cloud Shift. Now, we see Fanhua getting aggressive, but at the same time, they notice it. They don't mind if she dies, only because Kai is going to be their late game insurance policy next to Name.
Yep.
At this stage of the game, I would say that Seda, again, they're going to contest basically everything, but there's no real commitment to it.
Maybe for now, because Seda just has to be really careful. It's all about picking in onto the lane and going for the free hits. Is going to be Name. Perfect bat speeds there, getting a kill onto Sophia. Now the numbers are quite rolling and going onto the side of Name and Fanhua.
And this is exactly what you want to see. Some sacrifices from the side lanes that isn't in your late game scalers.
Yep.
The Phobius knows that later in the game, he's going to be a lot less relevant. So at this point of time, you see that Jessica is going to take advantage of that. You know what? I'll miss out one wave, but if I can set up 2 beautiful kills for Name and speed her up, this game will be free.
Who says that you have to play the long game, right, to activate a Sicilian? It's all about making it faster here for Seda. And now they also have this great vision when it comes to Name with the Sanguine Claws as well. When it comes to checking out each and every bush, if ever or whenever necessary.
Now, right now, what's really uncomfortable is that both Jessica and Ling are really good at this Sora. They should understand the mechanics well. But unfortunately for Ling, they need to make sure that Jessica doesn't really get out of this lane. Ling needs to keep Jessica here for as long as possible and tax her life total every single time she walks up to that wave.
Oh, but that's the thing. Sometimes Jessica just totally lets go and doesn't even put so much attention onto Ling. She just wants to be there when a fight actually occurs here for Seda. And that might actually happen in the next few seconds or so. It's Spa getting an advantage here with a Pixel Bush. But there's the Sanguine Claws that we're talking about. Great advantage here for Name. This position here for GXP. They're trying to dance around this neutral objective, and Jessica26 is ready to rumble whenever ready. Foundry Shocker activated as well. It's going to be the blast here for Jessica26, targeting Fa of all people. And Joe freely gets the turtle in hand. The bat flaps will be able to land in on those targets. Bat piece activated as well for Name. And Guy will join in the fights, but a little bit too late because Seda already got objective and a kill, but GXP got a trade in return.
Now, already with the Clock of Destiny finish here, I think it's really unlucky because Fanhua just could not find a really good angle to get that Cursed Blood onto multiple targets, and the counter engage from GXP was just a little too good. This comes down to execution, and I think that right now, both lineups to a certain degree is going to be very even towards the later half of the game. My biggest concern is whether or not Va will be able to scale in time, because Fanhua is kind of unstoppable when Name is not too far away from her.
They need to find a way to actually like zone out and let Va do her job, which is to actually farm up as much as you can. So if ever that doesn't happen, what they wanted to do is somehow let Winnie do the talking, let Winnie do the damage if ever Fa doesn't get enough of the resources that she wants. And now Sera here onto the mid lane, they could actually force out some pick-ups here, but no, they're playing it safely for now.
Personally, I think that Winnie, once she gets 3 items, she's going to look to Blazing Duet Name as soon as they can. And for the meantime, Seda, again, they're not looking to kind of accelerate this game, as you can tell. They're looking to just, hey, match them, match that energy. Don't let the EXP go to waste. Don't let the gold go to waste.
It's all about conserving their energy as well, because whatever happens, all they needed is just to wait for enough stacks here for Nami to totally turn the slaps into 1 or 2 hits at most here against GXP. Plus, even though there's a threat of the Claude, Fanwa could actually bypass all frontliners here for GXP just to try and delay things up here. And Sophia might have enough stacks here for the Stone Snare. Lantern Flare activated there. Name! Okay, we see that coming. That is quite an advantage here for GXP. They could just try and reach her from the back, which is exactly what Ling is trying to do. No more flickers, but now they have to play it safe. They're slowly back away. Now they get a great vantage point, and they actually turn the tides into their favor and getting Ling in return.
Beautiful, beautiful setup coming in from Seda. They got GXP again in a 4v5 scenario that they cannot win from. And until we see GXP fight as 5, these fights, even a man advantage, is all Seda needs.
And that is exactly what Seda wants as well. That's going to be the last turtle falling onto the hands of Joe. Fa goes in with a plan B, just split pushing onto the top lane. And as you've mentioned, they need to fight on 5-on-5 here for Seda, but that isn't happening. So Jessica26 takes advantage of the fact. Baskets yet again for Name, collecting all those stacks to win it with a side blazing duet. She might actually fall, but no. Luckily, she will be able to get back just in time. But still, it's Ling taken down yet again by Sera.
Good teamwork coming in from Seda. They had to make sure that the chain CC was going to be effective. I mean, yes, it broke a little bit, but it was enough to chunk down Ling enough and get Winnie out of there.
Oh, that's a Crimson Mirror activated by Sophia. A slap is there, but last insanity committed here by Joe just to try and ensure the kill if ever necessary. Name with a bad speed free hit on to win. Finley, of all people, will be taken down. Flicker out here for most of the members of GXP. But still, for Seda, it's all about throwing the body Fanwa to get something more in return for Seda.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're not finding any more moments. Now GXP is starting to get into a scaling, starting to scale up into this match. Endless Battle already purchased for Yi Shin. It will be able to start sustaining and getting in and out of these fights more effectively while still maintaining high bursts. When we look at everybody else, Guy so far already with 2 very valuable items is looking to get that Malefic Gun to extend her range, and then the composition is complete.
Yep, it's all about making Guy more dependable as well. Like compared to game 1, she didn't have enough time to actually scale up. Now she has the advantage. She has the position. Now they destroyed her onto the top lane. Controlling the macro as well is one of Seda's weakest points from previous games, but now they're also focusing on balancing out waves. And with Winnie on the other hand, she just wants to focus or force out reactions from Seda, but no, they have their own plan in mind, and that's to target Sophia. Still no flicker yet. They know that it's just a Crimson Beacon. Now they transition here onto the objective.
They're also going to break the Holy Shielding on the top side with a slow pushing wave as they're about to fight.
Oh, Jessica6 is forced out of her ulti just to get away. It's Ling onto the front line. They let go of the Lord. It said there's going to be a taunt. Fa will be securing the Lord on her way to annihilate members here for Seda. And now they catch them. Silas will pop of immortality. And when they finally gets an opening that she needs, it's Guy and Joe being left here. And Win ensures the double. Meanwhile, for Guy, she gets the triple in return. As Seda still got an advantage all over that messy clashes that GXP did.
A 3 for 3. What? Hold on, no, Jessica in trouble. Unfortunately, no ult, and now it turns into a 3 for 4 in favor of GPX.
Okay, now they finally get something more out of messy teamfights, miss initiations, and what mattered is that they were able to actually get an objective while they were doing so.
They're going to keep on doing this, right? I mean, just look at the way that they're playing it, right? I think that the mistake here is the fact that Ling didn't immediately flicker onto Gai and trigger that passive. They needed that mini stun to happen to allow a cleaner way for Winnie to get in and apply that damage. Not to mention, got to stack it up. So again, communication starting to break down here, but it's not over just yet as they're about to dive.
Okay, they're approaching Fanwa with a Dark Ring Inferno pursuit, but Jessica26 goes in with a counterplay, but not enough to do so damage. But still, that is a kill here for Seda. Gai onto the front. They were able to take down Link in the process. That's a 1-for-1, but Winnie just doesn't want that to be a tie. Ensures a turret destroy onto the top lane. They're really good at their macro thing side here for GXP.
It's actually really insane how good they are at making these macro decisions, right? They're not wasting any time, and Winnie knows that Zoe's got nothing on her as long as she has BMI. The only problem is Gai, because every one of those auto attacks, while Claude needs to get like 14 in to get that big damage, and oh, hold on!
Okay, it's still Jessica26 trying to somehow set up a play. Being forced out of their positions here is GXP, but still, Flicker activated for Sofia just to try and survive.
I think at this point, Seda getting a little nervous here. Ice Queen's wand being purchased from Zoe. Now they can play the traditional front to back. The composition is already complete. They just have to fight 5v5, and it's the onus is on GXP to kind of break those boundaries. It might be a little bit hard, right? Because that cursed blood, it's just too dangerous. If any of the squishier targets like Winnie or Fa get caught by it together, I think that's game over.
That is super risky here for GXP, and that's why they're really being careful where and when the target. It's being caught in a crossfire here for the members of Jessica26 and Seda. Actually wants to get a kill. Even the flicker for Name, but that is going to be an easy kill here for Fa. He definitely knows there's no more escape here for Name.
Beautiful, beautifully played by Fa. Looked for the flank angle, was really, really patient. Unfortunately, Ling might have died there, but they were still going to risk it, especially if they find that shutdown onto Name. The slower Name scales, the better it is for GXP.
Yep, with Galaxy Phoenix now, they're focusing their attention on controlling out the wave and position when it comes to taking out the Lord. It's going to be a free Lord here for Galaxy Phoenix, and now great zone out by Lemma and Sofia against Seda.
It's looking really, really good here. But unfortunately for Seda, despite the score being 8-11, the Lord is in the hands of GXP with a 1k lead, looking to explode it into a 5. However, now that bottom side, no holy shielding both top and a bottom, it kind of doesn't matter. I feel like GXP has kind of conditioned Seda a little bit. And yes, look at that mid lane. Oh, what the... Fanwan just lost her ult.
Okay. Kind of a whoopsie here for Seda, but still, it's Jessica26 with a great initiation. But sadly, though, members here from GXP will be taking the 1-by-1. It's still Gai coming up on top. As you've mentioned, it's all about the free hits here from Gai. She is the woman that GXP has to hunt for.
I mean, they could have gotten a lot more there, but then again, maybe it's a blessing in disguise. I'm pretty sure GXP saw the random Curse of Blood being thrown out and thought, we could force this, but they forgot about Jessica. That Cloud Shift works just as good as the main initiation tool.
Okay, now for Seda, they just have to be really careful onto controlling the wave as well. They have very good initiations, to be honest. All throughout their games, they're really dominant when it comes to clashes. They really know how to play the micro really well. But the problem is that most of the time, even not so in super long games, 15 minutes is considered mid-game, right? And they're already gotten their base turrets already destroyed, but most of the opponents that they play against, and that is somehow frustrating if you're Seda, because you also have to double down onto watching out the long lanes here, but Lema instantly being bursted down. Okay, Fa was actually waiting for members here from Seda to actually exhaust all their ultimates. Last Insanity committed as well. It's Winnie being caught. Oh my gosh, they stayed a bit too long there against Seda.
They just didn't make a decision. GXP needed to start moving to that direction. They cannot just let it go. They could have just sacrificed the waves just to make sure that the rest of GXP can get out. And now their cores are in trouble, and Lima might be the next to fall.
Okay, even with the random die, I think that won't be enough to survive. And it's still Name collecting all those stacks.
Oh my god.
Now it's Joe onto Fa, trying to run away. Immortality removed entirely. Last Santi just to try and get away, and she will successfully do so. But Seda, on the other hand, will be punishing most of the members here onto GXP. Focus Fire and actually destroying a base turret in the process.
Okay, wow, I thought maybe that flank was already looking so good, but the rest of the team, and especially for Lima, losing so much HP, just didn't have the right conditions. Now, both sides missing inhibitors. Seda needs to go back to clear up this wave and then look to contest the Lord. So right now, GXP gets first move to position for this Lord. Is nobody going to clear up that top wave? Thank God. Turnaround coming in from Lima.
Okay, and that's the thing for Seda. They have to think of the bigger picture. And with them thinking that they have to go out or go home to defend, it took what? Like literally a few seconds for GXP to actually burst down and get the Lord.
Again, I was saying that Seda was able to match up with the macro of GXP, but it seems that now it's starting to slip. The fatigue from the 16-minute game where every single one of these moves could be the difference of extending the series or sending you right back home. And either way, GXP, they're the cool, calm, collected ones, yet we haven't seen a very clean 5v5 just yet. It's always somebody goes down a little too quick. Somebody isn't as committed compared to the others. Once GXP gets on that same page, Seda's going to be in a lot of trouble unless they once again forget about the two big ultimates. Cloud Shift coming up from Jessica26 or the Cursed Blood from Fanhua.
Okay, two things to check if you're GXP. And now, they're slowly approaching top lane here. Lema onto Joe. There's going to be lack of flare. Last Santi just to clear off the minion wave that GXP brought onto the base of Seda. Now, it's going to be a defense, and they're not willing to risk it at all here, Gideon.
Why does nobody want to hit the turret? Just somebody, anybody at this point. And now they're pulling. Guy is literally pulling it because the mid-tier 2 didn't break.
Okay, now they're talking. Seda just wants to go in for a kill, but Fanhua immediately melts down here onto the hands of GXP. And we have winning here with a Blazing Duet going for free hit. Sophia with a double. Now that's going to be a disaster here for Seda. They have to defend for their base. It's still complete 5 members here for GXP knocking in onto their base, approaching the mid lane.
Oh, this game just got extended for little to no reason here.
Yep.
And now the inhibitor's still being threatened, and yet Seda are going down as easily as you think. GXP, they got a little disrespectful there. They should have remembered, hey, you can't get the inhibitors without taking the tier 2s. So why did you hard push it on the long lane?
They were too focused onto taking down base turret that they forgot. Wait, we have to go back to the basic fundamentals, right? You have to prioritize first on the turrets that you really want to destroy. Then you go by there. Now, for GXP, game extended. This might be a pro or a con, depending on whether they get the Lord or will Seda even contest this one.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting, actually. We see that Fa has decided to go for the War Axe as her last item. Despite everything, usually people make the decision of maybe it's the Malefic or whether we go into the War Axe. Usually the War Axe comes in as your second item over the Endless Battle. But let's see this conceal first before we go any further, because Lima is really out of position and didn't see it in time.
And now they rush in. Immortality removed entirely just before a Lord take here for GXP. Although technically, she still survives, but for Seda, they have another layer of info that they have. But still, first things first, they have to clear off wave after wave before they try and position themselves into trying to contest this objective.
I love the fact that Seda are using these small little tricks. When you conceal, stick by walls because it's just harder to notice something changing when it is a fixed position. But even so, they're still contesting for this mid spot here.
Okay, it's Fanhua being covered here by GXP. Waltz in towards Name, and now they try and dance around this Lord. 9 minutes into the game, this might be the ending Lord that GXP needs. And oh no, Jessica6 is forced out of her ultimate. Wait, what? On the back lane, it's Fawn getting the Lord, and when he goes in with an entry point of Blazing Duet, Jessica6 might fall down. Yes, indeed. And Ling onto the hands out here, and Guy gets in with the multiple balls ahead, getting for the free hits. Seda is doing it. They want to survive, but wait, there's more. They have to go back. They have to defend their base, and it's Winnie on their back. That's 4 women across the map trying to find a way to go home safely to defend against GXP.
This might be the first time that both Seda and GXP have been put in this position. This is the sloppiest we've seen. So nasty as they 5v5 around this Lord Pit. A steal from Fa, but yet we are seeing that Seda are coming out of on top in a lot of these scenarios. Both the EXPs down and one chance to survive.
Okay, they still have the capability to extend this game! And an immediate shutdown onto Fa and Joe and the rest of the gang. They might just have it. They have it, what it takes just to try and survive for long. It's Sophia being targeted by 2 members. Even with the Lander Flare, I think that won't be enough because they are locking their sights onto her. And Gaga is still alive, still deathless by the way, onto this 21-minute game time.
And there's a chance at the end of the game right here, right now. They got to deal with these waves. Let it push in just a little bit closer. They have to stop it right here at the inhibitor. If they don't commit to it, they're going to get cloud shifted.
Okay, if they play it just right, they might be able to equalize this matchup. It's Leng and Winnie with the Blazing Do It with their ground. They just want to delay things up, but Seda just isn't having any of it. A minion wave will cross over, and it's Seda taking in game number 2.
They extend it. They bring it to one chance, one more game to see Seda versus GXP. Holy! Both of these teams are pushing each other and are grinding each other down. Their plays are looking a little more sloppy, but at the same time, this is a new environment. No teams have pushed both of them this far, and they have so much to fix upon, not only in fundamentals, but just in the raw mechanics. It's a scary moment to be in here, because can you imagine the stress, the pressure, which is causing these consistent players to start deteriorating? We're going to take a breath here up on the table. We're going to be throwing it back over to Reflections at the studio. More MLBB action right after this.
What an unbelievable game with incredible results. It went back and forth for a full 20-plus minutes. In the end, it's Seda tying up the series 1-1. Bree, I thought you were going to lose your voice screaming. You were losing your mind.
Have I not? Oh, did you hear that? I feel like I lost a bit of it just because of what happened there in that game. It's, what, 20 minutes long? We didn't hit your 30 minutes, but
yeah,
we were close. We were close.
You know, it's funny, LaFell, you did say it's either going to be a 9-minute game or a 20-plus minute game. When I saw the 9 minutes, I said, well, we're in for the gauntlet.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, Cecilia needed 20 minutes to get there, and they got there, right? I feel like I cast a curse Galaxy Phoenix just a little bit by saying they could go all the way to the grand finals, and then that just happened because, let's face it, Seda had an amazing game, but Galaxy Phoenix, a lot of misplays, especially from Winnie. Well, you are very passionate about that one.
He did put a disclaimer that he doesn't want to jinx it, but you know, Caster Curse might just be a bit too strong for today. It's a real thing. Sora is a real thing too for
Happy
today.
Sora Day.
Sora Day.
It's been, what, all wins for whoever gets the Sora here.
It seems to be the cheat code. My goodness, though. Seda at one point fell behind, and I was thinking, okay, we're probably going 2-0 here, but through resilience, they ended up fighting back. Talk to me about that back and forth, LaFell, because, my goodness, felt like Galaxy Phoenix was winning at one point. Seda then took back over. Galaxy Phoenix had a very real chance to push the base. They didn't. They pulled away. Seda took advantage and ultimately won.
That's a good question, and to answer that, they have different layers of damage that you can't defend against. Number one, big burst magic damage. Fovia is one of the tankiest heroes in the game. One hit, half HP gone. Yep. So that's number one. Gagai, big burst physical damage, right? So that also deals with the likes of the Claude.
Yep.
And then you have continuous true damage coming in from the Exborg. So they have ways to deal with the tanks. They have ways to deal with the squishies. And look at Jessica. Even Jessica, after that win, I feel like some tears there because she's like,
serious emotions, man.
That was a very hard game.
Serious emotions. I mean, to lose how they did in map 1 Breed, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just such a convincing fashion. Zhao was the only one with 2 kills. That was it to like the 17 or 20 on the opposite side. Unbelievable results. Let's take a look at a couple of actions. And I set them up and I kind of have a feeling where they're at. I'm not going to have any idea who's winning in this moment. We take a look at it, and it could very well be Galaxy Phoenix leading the way here. So it is a little bit later on. We're now down to the 12 minute marks, and it is in fact going to be Galaxy Phoenix leading, but just slightly.
Yeah, and it's where I think you start to feel the scaling come in. I know it's just a 12-minute mark, but Lemma and Ling were starting to feel it. If it weren't for those individual plays, I feel like Seda could have just went all in.
And looking at the second moment, LaFell, we get down towards the end, and I'm hoping they show the base push that ended up failing for the side of Galaxy Phoenix that then forced Seda Esports to come back. We take a look at it, and that was a huge turning point, obviously, throughout this series. Getting now down to the 13-minute mark, we do see a little bit of a middle battle, though, taking place.
Yeah, honestly, this is where we start to see the damage coming in from Name, the Sicilian, and that is why when they were about to push for the air, which maybe we'll see later on, I was like, I told the Brigade, I was like, I don't think this game is going to end. Because the way that everyone was positioned, it was a very good defensive position coming in from Seda. And then it turned out to be true. I got to say, sometimes I wish I'm not right.
Yeah, because it all looked like it was towards the end, but then you gotta see the burst, you gotta see the damage, you gotta see the defense from this Expo, the Sicilian, and those were their timers. You gotta give it to them. That was a moment where they just could defend until the very end, and they did.
They did indeed. Athena and Gideon were giving it their absolute all. We have a caster reaction. Let's listen in and hear how excited they were.
The GXP brought onto the base of Seda. Now it's going to be a defense, and they're not willing to risk it at all here, Gideon.
Why does nobody want to hit the turret? Just somebody, anybody at this point. And now they're pulling. Guy is literally pulling it because the mid-tier 2 didn't break.
Okay, now they're talking. Seda just wants to go in for a kill, but Fanwa immediately melts down here onto the hands of GXP. And we have winning here with a Blazing Do It going for free hits. Sophia with a double.
It was Inception for a moment. We're watching the casters react while watching the casters react to the caster react. And Athena, man, she was definitely caught off guard by that one. But you know what? They give it their all.
Gideon, let me just say, same. Me and Briggs, like, if there was cams on us, we'd also be like, we're very passionate folks. You know, we love MLBB.
Yeah,
we love MLBB.
And he's put a caster curse in game for 3 times straight in just a single minute. I don't know how that was possible, but everything just went the opposite way of whatever we said.
We need an analyst cam, though, on you, especially when you start losing your minds. I didn't know what was going on. I actually went to LaFell. I was like, what is happening? Like, what?
Honestly, it looked like she was having a seizure. She never does that. You've never been this passionate.
I was screaming, yes.
Yes.
Galaxy Phoenix, she's backing them up, man, and she was excited to see them come back until it wasn't a comeback. Seda Esports, man, 1-1, all tied up. My goodness, do they look unstoppable.
But I have to say, after what we saw from Jessica,
yes,
and her emotions,
yes,
we might really have to give it to them because they risked it. They risked it so much to go for a Sicilian Carmilla lineup to end or to get in that game. So, like, they went in with, I think, one of the strategies they've been trying to keep, but they were just forced to bring it out because they just desperately wanted to stay alive in this tournament.
Look at that damage as well. Gagai did 123,000 damage, while Name did 105,000 damage. Sophia, funny enough, also did 105,000 damage, so that is quite a lot. But this just shows, as strong as the Sicilian was, a lot was on Gagai, on that Bruno. So, and by the way, clever pick for that X-board, because I did not notice there was not a lot of bursts from Galaxy Phoenix to destroy the Faraga armor. So I didn't notice that. So honestly, brilliant drafting coming in from Seda.
Yeah, because it seems like you're just so tempted to go for the Jusin. Everyone just seemed like they had to go melee and close towards the opponent so you could just freely use your lantern flares. But we're looking at Ling and Jessica. So much highlight on the EXP lane, at least for today. Whoever gets the Sora has a huge advantage. But in this particular game though, Ling, I think a lot of times Ling was just doing what the Phoveus would definitely do, but Jessica, for some way, found her way around it.
If we're looking at the gold distribution, it tells the story of the game here, because we see coming in from Jessica, she took no gold from the jungle crease, meaning that she's always around the map, around the river, as well as the lane. Whereas you see Ling have to take some jungle crease, meaning to say that she was losing, right? She needed money somewhere, and one of the options there was the jungle.
Well, let's head back to the stage for the two teams now to get ready for the pick and bans. And Galaxy Phoenix, Seda, this is going to be an incredible matchup now, clearly. You know, after map 1, I'm thinking, this might be a hot 3-0. We've only got 2 O's on our stage after all, but not the case this time. In fact, this is a historic moment. It's the first time we've actually had a 1-1 scoreline on our stage in its entirety. So this one could very well go the distance, and Seda finally gets some wind in their sails, and I think much needed after that game 1 loss. Now, for Galaxy Phoenix, that's a narrow loss, but sometimes those can sting more than a blowout.
Honestly, reflections, I feel like Brigitte is so happy because she loves extended series. She hates those 2-0. So finally getting it, you can feel her joy.
Yeah, well, we might as well, because this is the last day we'll be seeing best of 3s. We're going to best of 5s, right? So we just want to make the most out of the best of 3s. Why are our casters doing this most?
No, the casters are looking at us. We're looking at them because here's the thing. We have develop what we call
what do you call it?
What do you call it? Give me some philosophy. You've been studying biology,
biology, or anything, physics.
We are in a different reality than most people, that we live amongst ourselves. So we share pain, we share joy. I'm looking at Gideon and I'm like, we've been at this together for most of our lives. He loves me, I love him.
Oh my.
And
world?
Yes, we're both married, so it's okay. We can share.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, it's getting deep out here, guys. I don't know if you can feel it or not.
We can say that because he can't fight back, so that helps.
Find
a
platform to sit on. It's getting deep out here. Galaxy Phoenix, Seda Esports, all tied up 1-1. As you mentioned, it is a best of 3, so it comes down to this final one. Remember, guys, single elimination in our knockout rounds, okay? So if Seda wins this, Galaxy Phoenix are gone, and vice versa, right? So it's tournament life on the line when it matters most. And for Galaxy Phoenix specifically, to win that map 1 in such a convincing fashion allows Seda Esports back into the series. If they were to then lose this best of 3, have their key crushed, that map 2 is going to haunt their dreams until next year.
Bree, I gotta ask.
What?
Seda won because of a cheese pick, a cheese strat.
Yeah.
Right? The Sicilian, the Carmilla, the Exborg. Do you think they can do that again? Because for some teams, you had a winning strategy. Sometimes you just want to go for it again, even if it is not the same circumstances. Now you be the analyst.
Okay, for GXP though, I think they'll be more careful of how balanced their composition is definitely this time, because the lack of burst earlier definitely hurt them. The lack of range earlier definitely hurt them. They had to scale for both of their carries, and they might want to spread it out a bit, but it's another Flying Cloud map.
Hey, talk about Sora Day, am I right?
Sora Day.
I was going to say, dude, we need a Flying Cloud at this point because we're tied up 1-1 on Flying Cloud. We need a tiebreaker. We're going to get exactly that. I'm excited for this one, man. 3 Flying Clouds to determine who moves forward and who goes home.
You know, Gideon's favorite hero is Sora.
Really?
But the one above that is Uranus.
Oh.
He can't get over that hero. If he can pick it up, he would pick it up. He doesn't care if he has to use Uranus mid lane. He would. Like, he has a shirt saying, I love Uranus.
Really?
I don't dare lie to you, Briggs.
Okay.
But I agree with you. For this one, GXP, there needs a little bit more balance. I'm almost even thinking maybe the Yusenshin is too much respect, thinking that, you know, we're going to fight late game to late game, but a Cecilia on late game, I mean, like, that's not okay.
Because either way, if they did hand over the Yi Sun-shin and they had a Sicilian and a Claude in their lineup, then just go full out on early game. Then just make sure that you snowball out of their minds just so enough that they couldn't really catch up. Because in a way, they just allowed the X-Borg to also somehow balance out Seita's lineup a bit more. They allowed for the Carmilla to get a bit of help, for the combo with the Waltz to actually be a problem. So this time heading into this draft, hopefully they both were able to reset and that they get to bring out their fullest potential.
Full out. I'm thinking just go Assassins then. Let's get a repeat of that
honestly,
one matchup that we had here on Group A. Like, that was incredible. Almost 40 plus eliminations on both sides. It did not disappoint. I'm ready for it, and I hope you guys are at home, because this is really such a tremendous matchup. It comes down to this. One more map to determine it all. For Galaxy Phoenix, their first international LAN, and they are performing sensationally. Now, on the opposite side, for Seita, a team built specifically for MWI. They've had shaky moments, yes, but they continue to persevere and make it through against all odds. And both of these teams could very well be making a grand finals appearance. It's not going to be easy, but nothing ever is if you want to be a champion. We're going to have our hero picks in just a minute. And we've had two diverse hero pools between both rosters for sure. I'm just hoping for Seita, they get that Sora pick, they're going to be in some good hands.
Yeah.
But Harara, that is also one of their defaults, and it didn't work out in map 1. So let's see what they do going into the pick and bans.
I want to see what the respect is, because they had a counter for the Sora, and it was not enough.
I think it's also really more on the Sora now as a prio rather than the Hirara. Hopefully, if ever Seita does go to blue side, because I think earlier they were on... Were they on red earlier?
They were on red because it was
red,
an X-Borg red 5
Yeah,
pick.
so hopefully this time they might as well... Oh, but wait, is Sora really first pickable though?
Here's the conundrum.
Conundrum.
Big word, huh?
Big word.
Say they get a Sora.
Okay.
And say you want to run that Sicilian again. Sicilian dies very fast to a Sora. The reason why Sora has been doing so well is because teams know each other so well. Seita knows Galaxy Phoenix. Galaxy Phoenix knows Seita. I know Gideon, right? So they know that these damage dealers need some kind of answer, and the answer is Sora.
Sora.
Deals a lot of damage and usually gets away with it.
Okay, so maybe just maybe if they do go blue side, we get to see that. A bit of change, and it's something that will definitely apply. You call it, I guess, the tournament meta, quote unquote, especially in this context. But there are also a lot of other things that we're yet to actually see prioritized. The Freya, I think, was disregarded this entire series.
Yes, I was very disappointed, but okay.
So I'm wondering what the plan is going to be, because they definitely are thinking hard about this.
The other word for tournament meta is pocket meta, which
Oh,
means
yeah.
it's just a meta for this current situation. So I feel like for Galaxy Phoenix, I think just go back to one of the strategies that they have used to win, because at this point, again, like, I feel like they're playing Galaxy bad, not even global bad, right? It's like, we've used this once.
Galaxy bad.
So never again.
Except the Claude, though. They never changed the Claude.
Do you feel like they should finally change the Claude?
Maybe not.
There were a few times Winnie was in a position that a Claude should not be in.
Yeah. But it's also maybe stemming from the understanding that once you push the waves against Team Seita, you just get such a huge advantage, because that seemed to be one of their biggest problems too in the previous game, in all their previous series.
Yeah, the wave management is something that's lacking a bit. Actually, maybe that's also why they banned out the Moskov. They want to ban out hero that can protect the waves. Because, yeah, at this point, Seita, I feel like that game number 2, they won, but it was kind of a nightmare as well. Always have to go back to base, make sure the minions don't end the game. It happened like, what, 6 times minions almost ended the game.
Yeah, and they... Well, I don't know if it's a good thing. They're not as reactive. Like, they're not just quick to decide
They
to
trust
send
their
someone
base.
back. They trust their minions.
They trust their minions.
They trust their
They got
base.
King Bob on their side.
Yeah, but at the same time, is it really the right decision at times? Because, well, it does reward them. Sometimes they kite them long enough that even GXP are not able to recall, to reset. But at most, it really puts their base HP down to a very dangerous level.
Well, going back, why didn't, I mean, realistically, Galaxy Phoenix, like, close the door on Seda during that one base push? Because even the casters were like, this was your opportunity. Push forward. Why did they break away?
They were spread out.
Yeah, so step one, take out the Sicilian. The Sicilian clears the way very fast. They don't have that guy, right? Ophovius doesn't dive. Winnie could have, but Winnie could not. Right? So that's just...
Oh my gosh.
Look at that. A Carmilla ban. The respect showing from Coach Ririf. Right? Carry ban as well as the Carmilla ban. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we just jump into the draft here. Seda is going to be blue side first pick. GXP on the second pick. Red side Flying Clouds again. Sora is nowhere seen on the ban list here. Marcel Herrera as well as Guinevere banned out by Seda. One more ban for GXP.
Yeah, the Claude is also still going to be likely an option for a GXP later on, not unless Seda actually deny it this time, but I don't think they might want to go that route. The Belleric is also still up for Seda. Since the Carmel is already gone, might as well revert back to one of their picks that really worked the most. So not unless Galaxy Phoenix actually take it out here, but there are a lot that you might want to consider for the ban. Going for the Valir.
I'm smelling an Akai later on.
The Baksha Akai are actually still up.
Actually, yes, yeah. Baxia. Never mind, Baxia. Baxia is a better pick here.
Yeah. So Seda, it's up to them now. The Balearic is up again, open. If they're already expecting the Baksha to come through anyway. Or do they deny the Claude?
Just honestly taking the Baxia away would not be a bad idea, but it does seem that they want to play something more chaotic in the jungle, right? Something that can potentially counter whatever GXP has, especially with that Valir ban. You kind of know that Galaxy Phoenix will have a tank. So they're probably thinking like, save the jungle pick to be one of those heroes that can deal with the tank. But instead, there you go. They're like, you know what? We're going to take the Baxia away. So maybe Galaxy Phoenix does have to take the Akai.
If they are forced to take the Akai...
I mean, they can take it later. Or, you know, Barat's Matilda, if they have that...
Matilda is actually open.
Up Sora. So,
Uh-oh.
Do they win?
Uh-oh, that's based off of history, I would think so. What's the pick? I mean, Jessica going Baxia is quite interesting. I mean, she's gone Herrera, she's gone Sora, now Baxia. What's the game plan, you think, for her specifically?
Number one, I feel like to take away from GXP because I think they completely understand that's what they want because the bans are kind of honest here, Brigida.
Yeah. So at least they get to deny more of what was similar to GXP's Game 1 draft because that was just really them rampaging through the Land of Dawn, just making sure that they were all over Seda's map. So they do secure the Sora Belleric though, so I'm thinking the matchup.
I kind of want Valentina. It's just that we don't know if Jessica can use a Valentina against a Sora.
Yeah, maybe more on... Okay, so this time Seda gets the Claude. That's another thing.
So does Galaxy Phoenix take the Bruno?
I'm not sure if the Bruno is the next option. But the Eve makes you a bit iffy about the Harith, yes.
If they want the Akai, they got to take it now. If not, it's going to get back. A Ling! Honestly, quite early. For now, I think it's a Lingable game. But there's some EXPs, there's some roamers that will make Ling's life a little bit difficult. One of them is the Phobia, so they take that out.
Yeah, it's a very aggressive start for Galaxy Phoenix to go for the Ling and the Sora together. Well, they do get to take out some of the counters, however, but...
By the way, for Seda specifically, this is the first time they've ran Baxia, Claude, and Eve. Those three have not been used in the previous two maps that we have seen just before on Flying Clouds. So they're going for something totally different and fresh.
Oh, they banned out the Bruno, yeah.
Hey, even they're like, hey, I know how strong a Bruno is going up against a Claude. There's still counters. There's still the Leslie. There's still the Clint.
Wait. Oh, yeah, the carry's banned.
Yes. Thank you for interrupting. Anyways, I'm just kidding. It looks like Seda, they're just going for the default, what's the best hero in the meta right now, right? So they've done the cheese, and they think that Galaxy Phoenix might be expecting that, so we go the other way around and go for the most obvious ones. Unless somehow the last two picks really turn the entire draft around.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, a Kufra maybe? I mean, you guys have seen it once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And against a Ling, maybe, but I don't think it's going to complement the draft as much. Like, you don't really get to see really pick-off centric heroes just yet for Seta. There's a lot of damage you could expect from the Claude, but that's going to come in later on. Just stopping the Ling, if that's going to be the mindset for Seta, maybe, but let's see for now. Galaxy Phoenix have to yet pick up their mid lane as well as their gold lane. This is the first time they're not going to be on a Claude.
Moskov is not bad, also an option. But if they just want a direct counter, having a burst heavy hero like Clint or Leslie would help. But if that's the option, maybe they'll pick it up later. For now, Brig, I gotta say, in MWI, there's not a lot of lockdown heroes to really deal with picks like the Ling. So maybe they just go for pure tankiness, right? Something like the Rizzler might be okay. And then in terms of the roam, the Atlas is still open.
Oh yeah, honestly. I really wanted to see a pushing gold lane for Galaxy Phoenix. However, they stick with the Harith, so they might just want to take on team fight before those, or rather than the likes of the Moskov. Seta now, again, you mentioned the Atlas. Yes, it is going to be available. Anything that can just really interrupt the Harith from freely using the Zaman Force, and maybe the dashes from the Ling, since the Phoveus is also out. The Gatot is actually still there too, but they go for the high loss, a quick stun.
Not the kind of idea I would think about lockdown. However, I do have to say the Law and Order is a very easy click stun. So able to stop the Ling long enough if they have the damage, which if 2 items honestly should be enough damage to, if not kill the Ling, make sure the Ling is no longer there. And the Benedetta does get picked up to deal with the Sora, so that's more of a skill matchup if anything.
Yeah, so maybe more on the Benedetta actually being the help eventually later on, but mid lane for Galaxy Phoenix. So far, it's been a very flexible hero pool for Sophia. But considering this lineup right here...
Don't you wish you had a Valier?
No, they took it out.
Yeah, but, you know, that's what I mean.
I agree.
Valier would have been perfect here.
What is it there? There's a Lilia?
Honestly, Lilia is probably the best pick. It's just that Eve counters Lilia quite hard because the burst is quite a lot. So they go for the Farsa here. I gotta say, maybe not the very best because Benedetta, Hylos, as well as Claude deals with you. But hey, if you kill people early, then it doesn't matter.
Yep, it's a Farsa Ling. It's been a while since we saw this lineup. Really heavy burst damage too. Hopefully they get the early game that they want.
And Seta Esports for the first time goes with an entirely different hero pool for the third and final matchup to determine who moves forward and who goes home. Seta Esports, Galaxy Phoenix, an elimination matchup here in the knockout bracket. Athena, Gideon, let's get it started.
Thank you so much, Reflections. Here at MWI, at EWC, things are spicing up as both of these teams are fighting for tournament lives. One singular game could push them even further for not only their own region, but for their organization. Let's jump right into the Land of Dawn here, because this is going to be another Ling game coming up from Galaxy Phoenix. And the last time we saw Ling on Galaxy Phoenix, we were looking at 30 points worth of kills coming up from Fa.
And that's exactly what they want to somehow manifest yet again. To get the kills rolling, be dominant as ever if you're Galaxy Phoenix. And you're right about the Reflections that map 2 or game 2 might just be the nightmare if they don't get this last point against Seta.
And now they're taking advantage. Oh, Sophia stole away that one camp. Now Jessica has to give this camp over if they steal it away as well. And deny level 2, that's perfect. Can you get the small camp as well? I managed to share it just enough. And now Zoe is still level 1.
Oh no, there's going to be a taunt here by GXP. They're trying to chase down Joe and Midget First Blood. They saw the chance, they took it, and they might go for a double, but nope. It's going to be Fa yet again, changing her mind. Fangua, just a little bit of a defend there and preventing from things from de-escalating here for Seta.
Beautifully played, beautifully played. A great response from both sides. The instant invade, the Seta set play to try and take both of the camps. It was so close for being good, but unfortunately, GXP responded very, very well, noticing, hey, wait a minute, these motions are a little weird from the side of their mid laners and especially their supports. Now, as this game continues to progress, and more importantly, looking at the emblems, nothing too out of the ordinary. This time, we have to keep in mind that Sophia is going to scale really, really well with that weapons master for the later stages of the game.
You could definitely expect a change of facing here for Sophia, and they have this plenty of burst. So for GXP, it's all about the kills later on, and Seda has to really watch out for those kinds of setup here. Lemma with the Balearic as well did a fantastic job in the previous games as well. So for Seda, it's all about setting the faster flashes here for Fanwa, and now Sophia goes in with a feathered Earthstrike taunt as well. Definitely an easy kill yet again for Fa, and Joe taking out in the process. Now they smoothly transition onto taking down a neutral objective.
Beautiful layered play coming in from GXP, but Jessica, Electro final blow and even Petrify to try to get a trade.
Okay, that's too flashy of a move, but still, that is an easy turtle, a secure turtle here for GXP. Now, we might take a closer look later on onto the Benedetta of Jessica 6 on what she can do. Can she do miracles with it, right?
Yep, GXP, they're going to have to try their best here. Zoe now trying to set up another gank on that top side.
Hey.
Without Petrify, it's going to be a little bit harder, but unfortunately for Ling, overstayed in the lane, didn't have the ult to punish.
Okay, that is something that Seda could capitalize on. GXP, on the other hand, is taking few steps at a time here, taking their time before they go all in against Seda. It's all about maintaining composure here for game number 3, because a lot of emotions were included for game on number 2. Sophia carrying up the last bits of minions, just zoning up members here for Seda, and Fa yet again targeting Name. Tempest of Blades, going in for the first blade, second blade, third blade, and Lemma together with the rest of the gang will not be able to finish off and defend here for Fa. Bit of an overstay in my opinion here for GXP.
Yeah, I can't understand. Why force it out? You already pushed them out of position, and at that point, you just need to get on out of there. And now looking at how this game is starting to progress, this is not going to be too great. Seda can actually bounce back because of that one mistake, and now the dive here on the bottom side.
Okay, Winnie, just enjoying her Zaman Force. Just enough of a tower hug to prevent things from escalating against Seda.
I do want to come back to the point that this is such a high-stakes game, and the emotions were so incredibly high as well. Like Jessica, after game number 2, was already shaking off of that, and now needs to play a high mechanic hero. It's not like Sora, where you press a couple of buttons and you feel good about yourself. Benedetta's timing needs to be precise and sharp. You can have the biggest impact or little to nothing if you whiff all of your abilities.
Did she have enough of a break to actually calm down her nerves and go through with Miracle Team's team fight setup play here for Seda? But for GXP, on the other hand, I do understand there might be some kind of a frustration. There were so many missed moments. And for game number 2, it's now or never. There's no more turning back, no more lower bracket line up, but now for Seda, they focus fire onto the objective, laying onto the front line, targeting Zoe, forcing out the transformation here, while Name plans in the RWM. Most of the GXP members here just try and take their time before they go all in with a feathered Ursak. Ling with a follow-up with Lemma as well. That's the Blades committed just right on track here, and Joe can do nothing but try to run away, as the very passive here for Sophia will ensure that kill.
All right. Pretty interesting. There was a couple of moments there that was, I was thinking whether Ling wants to weave in some auto attacks onto the Hylos to build up some charge. Maybe could have turned that around a little bit sooner, but even so, they can't win this per se. They don't have Retribution. Jessica on the chase against Fa might actually get him, but there's no Petrify.
Okay, she's risking it all, but Electro she has to run away, but Satido! She runs into Winnie with the rest of the gang giving off their all. It's an immediate alternative and an intervention here for GXP.
I think GXP is starting to lose composure here, right? The strength of their bond is that they've got the mechanics, but they don't seem to be talking to each other as much as they need to be. We need to see that teamwork actually come through to get these clean styles of play that we expect from them. Seda, on the other hand, now, despite it being a 2.5k, Seda still has a great opportunity of actually turning this around. Jessica has done good work, and even though Zoe has died 3 times, it was at somebody else's expense. Sometimes even Fa made a mistake and even dying. On that top side, at least the waves are being cleared up, but GXP now want to take the initiative. They don't want to be passive.
It's all about the skills right now for Seda. And definitely, it's evident that Jessica has that. But now it's all about maintaining and trying to take control of the situation. Plus, also not letting GXP corner them out with the macro yet again. And now it's all about balancing out the waves, and Winnie is winning on the Gold Day matchup. That's 4 members of GXP targeting Fanwa alone. Doors Pathway just to try and disengage. Now she comes back. There will be quite a stun here, but Ling and the others will just slowly retreat back.
Unfortunately, Ling doesn't have her flicker up just yet. I think there was a moment where they were thinking, if maybe I get the dash down, I could maybe flick onto like Name or maybe even Guy and try to trigger something, but didn't have the battle spell, don't have access to it. Fanwa does lose not only her ult, but also the Revitalize, which is pretty important because in the next 20 seconds, the next turtle is going to spawn, and she's going to have to wait another 23 seconds or so to get it back up in the middle of that fight. So unless GXP recognize that timing, they could maybe try and force this, but Zeta want to take first position.
Okay, it's all about them trying to capitalize on what Joe can do here with the backshot, right? They have this beautiful setup. They just can't seem to do it right for now. But for GXP, that is somehow... Let's see, if they were able to somehow compose themselves, there were a kind of a bit of a messy initiations from Lemma. And speaking of which, she's going to spot on Fanwa here. It's going in. Okay, there's going to be Law and Order. Sophia with the Feathered Earth Strike forces out Name out of position. Lema with a Fragile Riot. Ling targeting 2 members in a row, and Fa just targeted Name onto the back lanes with the Tempest of Blaze. Beautiful play here, chased down by GXP. Now we're talking. Now they are very disciplined and have this plan in mind, and the plan is to kill before taking down an objective.
What an outplay coming in from Ling. The Wrath of the Dryads as a follow-up was already great, but that Wombo combo is what GXP needs to secure this Lord right here, right now, to start a bigger advantage. And they were 5k ahead. Now they're going to turn it closer to 7 to 8k, depending on whether or not Zeta can stop this pressure, stop this momentum. They will lose some outer turrets for this, but how much gold will they bleed?
For now, it's looking like too much, right? But for Zeta, they have this Benedetta. That could be one of the somehow tricky part here for Zeta that could actually reach the backlines. But the problem is that they also have to ensure that someone is ready and willing enough to somehow clear off the last bits of the lane.
Yeah, what a build. Hyper burst build. I haven't seen this in a long while, as a matter of fact. Heptacy's on top of the endless battle, making sure that if Jessica does find that backline access and able to close the distance, they might be able to one-shot target.
But the ones closing the distance are GXP! With Ling yet again with a miracle setup, Winnie enabled to get those chrono dashes, the synchrovisions in. Now they punch in from the air. Fa goes in with a perfect timing. Tempest of Blades, getting gold of those blades, eliminating 4 members. It's just Jessica 6 is remaining to defend for their base. Holy Shields will be popping off bottom and even onto the mid lane. GXP has their eyes on their prize.
Clear the wave.
They want to clear off the wave. They want to ensure a victory, and Jessica 66 has the proper kits to actually prevent GXP from actually ending up this game number 3.
And that's a good thing about Benedetta actually building a lot of damage. It's moments like this, yes, I can actually deal with the waves more effectively rather than having to wait for my War Axe to give me the stats over time. I can clear it right now. And that's what Zeta needs. Instant impact. GXP on the opposite side, they can take their time a little bit because they're still waiting for the big ultimates from the side of Zeta. The RWM, maybe even the Glorious Pathway, but notice that they're putting a lot of their attention onto Zoe and Fanhua. Without that front line, you can tell that Zeta kind of lose direction of who really is the anchor of the team. And keep in mind, it should be Name.
And so far, Name is having a really hard time landing those beautiful blocks where she could catch most of the members for GXP. Sophia is actually doing a stellar job. In contrast with her Feathered Earth Strikes, really right on cue, hitting the right marks, plus an additional finishing move from Fa, right? All she needs to do is come at the later time, finish off, get those skills running, and for GXP, it's kind of going more smoothly compared to what happened onto game number 2. Looks like they've got it all together for now.
For now. The question is, when is it going to be enough to overtake it? It's 4-14 still with an 8k lead. The economy is in GXP's side. 3rd item already complete from Winnie, so that's her power spike right here. Unless Guy has 3 items, I don't know how they're going to compete.
Let's see. Because for now, the action is or maybe the plan is just to survive for now and just let Guy get last bits of minion and try to buy enough time for their items to slowly catch up from GXP. They've managed to do that from game number 2, but for now, it's all up to Jessica26 also to pull off some insane backline maneuvers against GXP to try and shut down most of the damages coming here from Winnie or either Sophia.
Oh, this is interesting. Seda wanted to deny information. They end up showing down a bot side, and instantly GXP decide to rush it. Good informational play here from the side of GXP. And I think that Seda, they also recognize that this is not exactly the most contestable position. They don't want to group up against GXP. There's just way too many things going on with their composition. Lots of AoE CC, lots of way to finish them off, lots of way to hurt them before they get into the fight. So it's better, in Seda's mind, hey, GXP, you come to us rather than the other way around.
Yep, it will save them a lot of time and a lot of heavy mistakes, if ever. Because if they force out and they make a slight mistake, that might be the end of it, right? A 12-minute game time, almost 9k gold lead. Jessica26 being spotted here by Sophia. Now she's forced to back away. With the dashes, it will be enough. But for GXP, this game is just starting to get even better. Now Fanwa, half an HP left as well. There's going to be the stuns here from Sophia and Ling as well. The Lord will be melted down, but this ensures a quick entry point onto the mid lane by Galaxy Phoenix.
Good play coming in from Jessica, trying her best attempt onto Winnie, but Winnie one step ahead, already buffering in, taking advantage of the new patch and its control system as now the next fight occurs.
Okay, they managed to actually go out of the range right here for Guy, and now they go in. It's Ling yet again, finding the right angles. Now they're risking it all with the heart of the air, but with a Tempest of Blade will be able to finish off 2 members, making it 3, a triple kill for Fa!
4 of them already low, put down to 20 or 10%, and yet Fa somehow taking turret aggro manages to survive through all the pain. It's not over just yet. Another feathered airstrike as this is the endgame scenario.
It looks like Galaxy Phoenix is willing to risk it all, years in the making, and they want to take this game. But Jessica26 and together with Joe, they want to extend this one, but Fa and the others just want today this game to end it to their favor, and they will successfully do so. It's Galaxy Phoenix taking on the win.
Oh, Galaxy Phoenix 2-1, what a game! We finally get to see the full extent of this team when they're behind, when they're ahead. But with competitors, always comes the crushing defeat. And it hurts my heart seeing Seda, who put so much on the line here today. Blood, sweat, and tears, and yet it still wasn't enough. These last moments, they realized really quickly they staggered us too much. The death timers are too long. The impending doom is near. And my God, are we going to have some great competitors for our upcoming battles. But I can't wait to see these two teams maybe showing up next year once again to bring up their regions.
Definitely a very nice and a very proudest moment here for Chinese MLBB to be put onto the map for MWI.
All right, let's throw it up to the stage here to see the crushing.
Have our winners of Galaxy Phoenix. Congratulations, and of course Seda. So we will do the key handovers, and thank you so much, Seda. That was an incredible showing. You guys fought valiantly, but your journey ends here. Thank you, Seda. So now, congratulations to Galaxy Phoenix. You guys have risen to the occasion, and of course extending that tournament life. How does it feel holding that key of Seda in your hands right now?
We feel so excited and happy.
Earlier on in the interview, before the match started, you guys said that you're proud to be here and proud to represent Cambodia. And I'm sure that they're all very proud back home. Is there anything you would love to say to all of the fans out there? You can say it in Khmer as well.
លទ្ធផលមួយនេះខ្ញុំនឹងសន្យាថា ខ្ញុំនឹងយកឈានទៅដល់អាចនិយាយបានថា Grand Final ជូនទៅអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នានៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជា
One step closer to the finals, and this is Galaxy Phoenix. Now the next one, the potential matchup will be against Team Ray Young or Navi Philippines. Who do you think you might meet?
I think is Navi.
You think you might meet Navi?
Yes.
All right. So hopefully in the matchup later, you might actually see them. Congratulations once more to Galaxy Phoenix, the best showing so far right here. And of course, take your walk of victory.
Okay, Galaxy Phoenix, phenomenal performance yet again, their first time at an international event, and this is how they decide to show up. You cannot make it up, ladies and gentlemen. This type of performance representing Cambodia, a region that some people might not have known how godlike, how phenomenal they are in the world of MLBB. Oh, it's about that time, yeah. Gotta be heartless with it sometimes. It's about wins and losses. Be careful. Okay. She didn't push it all the way through. Okay, we're giving a little bit more or no? Oh, Derek. Oh, my goodness. Are you? It's okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. The key crusher, it was so much right there. But, ladies and gentlemen, that type of energy right there, that's what we saw in the gameplay as well. Congratulations again to Galaxy Phoenix. Let's go ahead and check out our highlights.
Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
On their very first international stage, Galaxy Phoenix gets the job done. It wasn't easy, however, it was our first ever third match in a best of three here on this very stage, but it was entertaining nonetheless. And one name that was being screamed, Bree, was Fa, the mercenary, making it happen.
My boy, Fa.
So talented. So talented. This jungler, I am now agreeing with LaFell when we say that she just might be one of the best that you have to watch out for here in this tournament.
The mercenary, man. Like, she gets the job done, but shout out to Seda as well. That was an amazing play. Like, we can feel the emotions, even though, like, we're quite a distance away.
Right.
True wins, true losses. I hope they come back next year.
You know, they were built specifically for MWI. They joined the stage. They made it to the knockout stage. That is a huge accomplishment to finish 5th through 8th, and one of their first appearances here on the international stage. You've got to give credit where credit is due. And you, like you said, the emotions, you could feel that from Jessica, especially after that Game 2 win. She really wanted it, but at the end of the day, it wasn't Seda Esports moving forward. But making it to the stage was a massive accomplishment. Shout out to Seda, Galaxy Phoenix, and shout out to Sora. It's Sora Day, and Sora gets the win again.
100%. How crazy that is this? What, almost 5 hours?
I know.
Of our show, and every single time Sora sees the Land of Dawn, he wins.
More
and how many flying clouds have we had?
That's three here in the series. All three. More than the Esmeralda even, right? You were expecting, like, because of the adjustments, the Esmeralda to be the XP laner that's really gonna shine. I mean, she did a couple times, but today, why has it been always Sora? Sora has been making waves, the setups have been on point, and the matchups, they're always winning it out in the EXP lane.
Seems to be the case. Sora, Grand Finals, you're a champion. That's really what it takes, right? Again, looking at the players' emotions, still feeling so much for the team of Seda. They really gave it their all. And shout out to the ladies, of course, for doing it. And shout out to Fanwall, too, coming in as a sub and playing so incredibly well and getting this roster to the main stage. But Galaxy Phoenix continuing to move forward. They are looking unstoppable.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I feel like even though they lost in game number 2, I think they already took some notes on what worked and what didn't work, right? Because if you want to become champions, honestly, getting 1 or 2 losses here and there is going to be very beneficial, because if you keep on winning by grand finals, if you did lose one game, you have no idea how to recover.
There's no better way to discover more of what could be improved than before the grand finals. And they said it themselves. They think it's going to be Na'Vi. They want to go up against Na'Vi in the semifinals before eventually getting there. So that's an interesting pick, because I believe the record has been much smoother for Team Ray Young.
Ray Young has definitely been looking great. The record has been a bit smoother. However, it doesn't matter if it's smooth, rocky, choppy, as long as you get there. That's all that matters at the end of the day. For Galaxy Phoenix, yes, they drop a map, but they still ended up crushing the key of Seda Esports. They will move forward, but the question is, who is going to be their opponent? Well, we'll have to answer that in just a little bit. To recap this match even further, let's take a look at one of our first moments of the game, at least that we wanted to break down, because there was plenty of them, and a lot of moments making you two go absolutely insane. This is our first one, 9-minute mark. Bree, what are we looking at?
Okay, this was a moment where I feel like you get to see how willing they are to just go in for the dives and that setup you see from a Sora all over again. Just imagine that delayed Wrath of Dryad into the setup that was actually going to be the main center of attraction for this sequence. It's just so great to think how GXP mastered the way that they tend to pull out their team fights.
Hey, big moves from them. Second moments. Actually, we're going to go, I think, favorite moment for us anyways. We get to watch the commentators once again reacting to that map number 3. Let's see how crazy they were getting.
Hey, they managed to actually go out of the ring of the crossfire here for Guy, and now they go in. It's Ling yet again finding the right angles. Name risking it all with the RWM, but Fa with a Tempest of Blade will be able to finish off 2 members, making it 3, a triple kill for Fa.
4 of them already low, put down to 20 or 10%, and yet Fa somehow taking turret aggro manages to survive through all the pain. It's not over just yet. Another feathered airstrike. This is the endgame scenario.
Pure passion, and this time I felt they were ready for the caster count this time around, because notice Athena was standing up. She's like, I'm not getting caught off guard again.
I gotta say, Gideon is very expressive.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, whenever you see him, it's like his thoughts move faster than his brain really can process. Shout outs to Briggs. We don't always get to work together.
Yeah, I know.
For this MWI. But I miss working with you, man.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun.
She's my boy.
We've been screaming. You see us, you hear us.
You guys have been going crazy. You guys have been
I think it's not just Gideon who's very expressive.
That's right. Yes. That's right.
Off cam, we are as expressive as Gideon.
Absolutely. And speaking of expressive, Rose ended up grabbing a couple of our players for the post-match interview. Let's listen in.
Hey guys, Fanwa here from Aseta. Although a reverse sweep was not granted, we'd still like to have a little chat with her regarding her journey in the MWI. Now, Fanwa, we know that this is the furthest your region has gone in an international tournament. An amazing one, if you ask me, and you guys look extremely strong. But I gotta ask you personally, how has your experience been like this MWI?
As you know, our team is first time come up to the international stage, and for our whole team, I think we didn't imagine we can go so far as to get this time. But I'm looking forward maybe next year or next year we can get a better result.
Oh, this result to me is amazing. Honestly, I counted on you guys as the underdogs because from match 1 up until now, you guys always had such a great fighting spirit. Now, I gotta ask you, what more can we expect from your region, China, in the upcoming tournaments?
I'm expecting like our regions, no matter which is like women MLBB or like men's the game, I expect our score maybe next year will be better and better.
Yeah, we just keep on improving. Now, Fanhua, is there any message that you have to give to the Chinese fans watching back at home?
Thank you guys for all the support, and I believe next year we'll do better.
Jayo, good luck, Fanhua, and I hope to see you again next year. That's it from us.
Thank you, Rhodes, as always, for the interview. Staying in high spirits is Seda Esports. They want to come back even stronger. This was just their first appearance. Imagine what they can do next time. I've got full faith in that roster to continue to be able to push forward and pull off incredible feats at the MWI. Hey, we've got a lot of watch parties taking place, a lot of coverage in general, and this next one is going to be special. It's Zay Casting. Let's bring him in, because Zay Casting is keeping all the coverage for the MWI out there for everybody involved. And I tell you what, it's been a great time speaking to some of these influencers. Zay, how you feeling?
Hey, I'm good, man. I'm good. How are you, man?
I'm phenomenal, man. How are you enjoying MWI?
I really enjoy it. This is my first time international experience as a official restreamer. So I really enjoyed it. I'm really thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, Mundon. Thank you, EWC. Thank you, man.
And thank you, Zay Casting. Let me ask you something. A lot has changed. What do you think about the current meta?
Current meta is, they enough Fredring like Juriba Jungle, Basha. So I think it's nice. I like this meta. They can use like Link. They play Link like Assassin are really good in this meta. I think So I really like it.
And Sora also apparently has been tearing it up. Hey, Zay Casting, thank you so much for all your coverage and everything you do. The MWI will continue, but like I said, shout out to you, Zay, for being who you are as an incredible influencer, and thank you for the coverage and the watch party. Hey, check it out. My champion pick is now live. 2 champions, 1 game. My champions pick is now live from July 27th. You could submit your predictions for the MSC and MWI champions for a chance to win 50,000 in-game diamonds and MSC 2021 through 2025 tournament skins. Don't forget to leave your picks under @MLBB Esports post for even more chances to win. Lock in your champions now and cheer for your favorite teams. My champion pick live now. Get involved. I'm hearing Rose is also set up with yet another interview. Rose, who did you get?
2 Indonesians representatives going up against each other in this elimination match. This is Vival and Liv, and we're gonna have a little chat before we head into the game. Hi girls, how are we doing today?
I'm good, very good.
Yeah, I'm great too. How did you girls react when you found out it was gonna be an Indo-Indo match just now?
I'm in shock, really in shock.
Actually, it's as expected.
Okay, now since an Indo-Indo match is happening very early on, is there anything that we should expect from the game? Is it going to be fun? Is it going to be long? What do you think is going to happen, Vival?
I don't think there will be anything special. I think it's going to be pretty much the same showdown like previously, like in Battle of Gamers and like the previous meetings that we had.
What about for the sides of Falcons ID? Aren't you guys scared? Because you guys played a game today. Are you scared that they will read your strats and everything?
Maybe there will be a new draft, but then I'm hoping for a rematch, but I think it's going to be in grand final, but then we come out like now, today. But then, we'll see on the Line of Dawn.
We'll see in the Line of Dawn. It is a very early matchup. So now the question lies on, what do you think the score will be? Let's start with Liv.
I'm hoping for 2-1.
2-1. Okay. 2-1.
I'm also hoping for that because since we are Indo and Indo are facing each other right now, we want to make this a very fun game for y'all. And yeah.
Okay. I think it will be a fun game. Definitely one to watch. So any message to each other?
Let's have a good match.
Yep. Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Very friendly fire over here. Nothing too extreme. Good luck, girls, on this match. And that's it from us. Throwing it back to you guys at the studio.
Thank you, Rose, for the interview. As always, hearing from both players in good spirits. However, only one team can continue their championship run in the MWI, and these two teams have a long-standing history, and it is, in fact, the great Indonesian rivalry.
First of all, we saw that interview and they were, talking very nicely to each other. Why are we like that, Brig? And when I say we, I mean all of us talents. We are very aggressive against each other, but honestly, one of the things that we heard during the interview where Vival said, I hope it's a 2-1, because I feel like in her hearts of hearts, she's like, not going to be a 2-1, this is going to be a 2-0.
Well, I understand why the record has been that way.
Very one-sided.
For the recent qualifiers. And even if you talk about the rivalry way back, even when they had different names and were under different banners, it seems like that has been the story for them. That's why it's a revenge match again and again for now Team Falcons ID, because they're always yet to get that win against Vitality.
It's going to be tough either way you look at it. Falcons Indonesia is going to have to fight hard, but Vitality, they want the championship again. Let's send it to the stage to get the match started. Damascus, Hollywood Rob TV. Cheryl, take it away.
And it is time to continue with our knockout stage of the event. We just saw Galaxy Phoenix put on an absolute masterclass, and now we have to see if the ball is gonna keep on rolling in that same direction. Damascus, who are we bringing to the stage first?
Hey, listen, Rob, technically they need no introduction, but we need to make some noise, of course, for the Queen. And I see the Vitality fans. Les fans de Vita, je vous vois. Est-ce que vous êtes prêts, s'il vous plaît? Un max de bruit pour Vitality!
Team Vitality, simply put, the best in the world. They barely lose games, let alone matches. Last year, they won MWI without losing a single game. That is the definition of excellence. That is the definition of professionalism and, of course, of perfection. These are the reigning queens of MLBB, and now we have to see if anyone can overthrow their reign.
Now, City, anything you would like to say to the most familiar of foes, your opponent team?
Let's both do our best and keep the streaks like before.
Exciting. Head on over to your battle station.
Keep the streaks like before, évidemment. Du côté de Vita, elles veulent continuer la win streak. Elles ont gagné l'an dernier. Elles cherchent à gagner. But big opponents after that. We've talked about the rivalry. Who are they facing, Rob?
Ladies and gentlemen, coming next to the stage, put your hands together for Team Falcon!
The Indonesian division of Team Falcons. We got two Falcons still there, and Falcons ID are back, led by Violet. They opened in a difficult match, losing to Seda, but then the redemption was absolutely perfect, destroying both Aurora and then Twisted Minds, and they inherited Vitality because they were not picked by Galaxy earlier. It is time for them to showcase if they can take down the Queens.
And now, anything you would like to say to our defending champion?
I hope we can have a good match and we can 2-1 you guys.
Oh, okay, let's see. Please head on over to your battle stations. Now, friends, this is a one and done.
No more extra chances, no more extra lives. On one hand, our defending champions, Team Vitality, has been having perfect streaks so far. Whereas over on the other hand, Team Falcons has been fighting from day one. One is well rested, one is relentless. But there's a bigger picture at stake. Organizations, club championship points. Can Team Falcons score one for the team? Or will Team Vitality take this win? This is the battle of the familiar foe. Ale, let's go!
Cheryl, Hollywood Rob, TV, and Damascus, thank you for setting the stage, and the stage is about to ignite. You have an Indonesian rivalry between two great titans, Team Vitality versus Falcons Indonesia. This is going to be a matchup, potentially an upset, depending on how it ends up unfolding. Now, these guys, these ladies, they have history for the longest time, and it dates back, I'm talking many days. In fact, I'm thinking 719 days in total. Last time they met was or at least for MWI, was at the EWC26 championship. Now, we all know Na'Vi got the victory there, right? It was not Vitality. But either way, for Vitality, they beat Falcons Indonesia. So, LaFell, they meet once again. I don't know. The rematch. Let's see how it goes.
I mean, here's the thing. If we're talking about history, Vitality made a name for themselves because they don't just win. They dominate. They make sure when they enter that tournament, they don't drop a single game. So, honestly, for this one, I feel like for the players, for the organization, it's not enough to win.
Yeah.
It has to be quick. It has to be decisive. It has to send a message to every single team thinking they can get Vitality later on in the grand finals.
Yeah, especially as they finally made their return to the MWI stage. Because if you would recall last year, they also weren't here. That's why we saw their last matchup way back. Because it was Onyx for TV, if I'm not mistaken, taking the stage last MWI 2025. And now that they finally made it here, they did rebuild their roster. And they've shown up, even though it was quite a bit shaky in day number one. I can only hope that the momentum keeps going because they played earlier this morning, and I hope that carries over.
What makes Team Vitality so confident? Why did they continually win? It has to transcend just hero picks, just gameplay. The confidence they have is unmatched by any of the ladies competing in MWI.
I would say they went through hardships because the way that they train against professional male players. Right? So even in losing matches, they went up in literal the best of the best that any region can really produce. And that's why they have such a big hero pool. And then in terms of gameplay-wise, how they've always been dominating, we got to talk about the Mother of Tanks, man. The way that she sets up fights. Doesn't matter if it's a Cho, a Grok, a Hylos, it really doesn't matter. Vivian makes life easy for everyone in Vitality. And in the last match, I saw Vitality going up against Genji. The Arlet of Fumi Echo, bro, that was popping.
Yeah, and every single time you see Vitality encounter a slight mishap or a bit of a bump in terms of their road, which is always very dominant, which is always going their way, you just see them come back stronger and stronger. We saw this last happen MWI 2024. They failed to get the championship for themselves, but after that, eventually, they've been on a roll. You saw it happen again recently. When they played for Indonesia in the recent SEA Games, they failed to win that championship, but now they've been on a roll once again, winning the Battle of Gamers. They did not need to qualify through that. They were already directly invited, and even now, with such a strong start, they're on the road to replicating a flawless record yet again, dropping 0 games if they keep this going.
And I love that you brought the Battle of the Gamers up. You know, that was season 2. They both met, and Vitality swept Falcons. You know, they swept them in a best-of-7 series. That is quite significant. So technically, this is a revenge from that very qualifier. We go into our pick and bans. This is where the story starts to get told. Falcons Indonesia needs to counter Team Vitality because we know when Team Vitality gets rolling, it is so hard to stop them, if not impossible.
Yeah, we're starting to draft here. Falcons is going to be blue side first pick. Vitality second pick on the red side. Flying clouds again. Today, you know what?
You know what?
Is a very airy kind of day. I wonder if we're going to rain. If today rains, I gotta say everything is set up. Which, by the way, right now looks like Guinevere, Freya, as well as the Atlas has been banned out by Falcons. And now for Vitality, betting on the Marcel as well as the Hirara. So it looks like Vitality is not specifically going for targeted bans. They just ban the most annoying things in the meta right now.
Yeah. So we also have a fun fact right here: Vitality versus Falcons. Oh, so this was what Reflections was talking about. It was 719 days ago when they last prevailed in the 2024 Grand Finals. It was a 3-1, at least back then, because recently this year, it's always been very one-sided. They've always swept Team Falcons ID whenever they do meet in a match. But Eve's the last band though. Okay, that leaves...
Paquito is up if that's something that they want to consider. But again, we've seen Esmeralda, and it looks like they're going to pick up the carry, which again, I feel like is a very strong pick right now. It just counters so many things. I think Vitality should not rush for the Sora for now, because they're the kind of team that kind of wants to challenge that. Because I feel like if they stop a dominating hero, it sends a message to the other teams and be like, what's next?
Yeah, you know what? After seeing even the Selena in Sydney's hands yesterday, I might as well just would rather see them flex it a bit more, because now they prioritize the Akai and Paquito. So there is a chance that Falcons, Violet with the Sora, phenomenal. I wouldn't mind if they do actually consider it here, but then do they also pick up the Valentina? Because then that also might limit their chances or their lineup in a way. You'll have to always be up close in order to fully utilize it. But I think it's okay, despite the Akai being present, they actually don't consider the Valentina at all.
I think that is pretty okay right now, because I feel like going up against Vitality, a team that is amazing when they rush forward for a fight, having something like a Zushin to kind of like slow things down is going to be pretty good. The Sora as well. If Sora from Falcons ID gets a win over Vitality, Brig, I think we can just lock it in. It's Sora day. It's Sora day. I think it's going to be very hard. It's going to be an uphill battle. But if they do it, hey, c'est la vie.
If that does happen to be the case, then I maybe don't want to see it anymore. Like, let's just take it out and let them revert back to the other EXP.
No, let's just put it this way. If Sora wins, right, you and me, we can take a break. Let someone else come in and hang out with Taylor. Right?
That's true.
Please don't leave me.
Anyways, Kimmy has been picked up here, which, by the way, is a pretty good counter against the Zushin, especially after Zushin's current nerf of the range of her lantern, making it so that it's much easier for Kimmy to punish.
I just honestly like how they're just so not reactive to the Sora, and how they're just keeping it simple in terms of their approach in the draft.
They're making it like, oh no.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, that's true. And honestly, in terms of just repositioning overall, I think the Kimmy would have a much easier time doing that compared to the other mages that could have been the option here. I mean, the Valentina definitely has dashes yet, but they might want a bit more of the DPS to come through, because we actually don't know what the gold lane is going to be just yet. You don't know what the pick for Chell could be.
I think Harvey would be a pretty safe ban.
Yeah.
Because I feel like the carry can deal with most gold laners. Maybe even consider a Granger. Because right now, Brick, my worry is, what about his Paquito?
Yeah.
Right? If Esmeralda gets banned out, then the natural counter has been, let through.
Yeah, because the Freya could not be considered anymore since they've already revealed the carry and the Sora.
Oh wait, yeah, you're right.
So, but it's also banned. So,
No, honestly, right now, I'm just worried about that, right? Because the Paquito can deal with the Zushin as well as the carry. And we've seen Falcons... No, we've seen... Who did I forget? Either way...
Violet.
Paquito is one of those heroes. Once he gets like 3 kills, right around 3 kills, it becomes very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I agree. So at this point, we also don't really know what the mid duo is gonna look like for either sides, because we already see the mages.
The glue is still open if that's something that Falcons wants to get. Because right now, let's recap about Vitality and their strategy going into this game. It looks like they're trying to force Falcons ID on some kind of damage jungler, because in terms of the tanks, I would say Balman is still up. And Balman is not great right now, just because going up against Paquito, a lot of CC. Going up against Akai, a lot of CC. Going up against Kimi, a lot of CC. So right now, Vitality, they're really attacking the junglers. At this point, I really don't know what's good for Falcon's ID.
If it's someone with some slight escape mechanic, the Suyo Harley can be considered here, especially as you see how vulnerable the mid lane actually is. So you might just want to force out those random escape tools every now and then with those surprise angles if you go for the Harley. Objectives, I think, are, well, however you look at it, going to be a problem though for Team Falcon's ID.
Yeah, having the Akai as well as the Paquito, it kind of covers two problems, right? Around the turtle itself, the Akai is going to be great, and then the Paquito can deal with the mid laner, he can deal with the junglers, so yeah, I feel like they're opening the only viable option is a Fredrin, but Fredrin after the nerf, you can really feel the big difference. He's not as tanky as before. Eventually, he'll kind of be, you know, where he needs to be, but that's not why you pick up a Fredrin. You want Fredrin for the instant result.
Yeah, I mean, if you pair it with a carry, maybe there can be some ways around it. And then you can opt for a more tanky roam just to compensate for the front lines, because I think the Sora is more of a setup rather than a front line.
If I'm a jungler, I hate going up against this trio, man.
Yeah.
The Belleric, the Akai, the Paquito. At this point, I'm like, hey, can I don't know, use a Hanzo or something?
Oh, wait. They've
used it before. It did not look great.
It did not.
They've used it before. I know. That's why I brought it up. Nolan may be okay, but less about those objectives and hyper farm, try to get a 2-level lead against the Akai, and then try to deal with the Kimi or whatever gold laner they eventually get.
So there are a couple options out there for Sev. There's a Suyo, Harley, Nolan, maybe a different assassin too if you would consider, but it's just tough. At most maybe a Haya.
I mean, like, look at this. They're all tanky, right? Like I said, they're gonna pick up the Nolan because they're trying to hyper farm. That's the only damaged jungler that I feel like you can hyper farm against an Akai, because the nerf makes it so that Akai clears very, very late, and then just ignore 2 turtles.
Yeah.
Ignore 2 turtles, get all the farm, and I hope you have enough damage.
With this, Falcon's ID might be okay with letting the Harith through, but does Vitality really pick that up? There are other options if they don't want to go that route, because that's also going to be primarily magic damage.
I guess Bruno is not bad if they want to, you know, use something that Zeta has used and proven in the game. And we got to talk about Shell as well. Shell can basically use anything. I've never really seen her being bad at any kind of heroes.
Okay, so the Harith is going to be the go-to still for Chell here, putting enough faith in the team composition they've decided to field as well.
For now, all looks normal. This is typical draft coming in from Falcon's ID as well as Vitality.
Predictions, what are we thinking?
I still think Vitality's got it.
I have to go with Vitality as well.
Okay, Vitality seems to be the favorite. Hey, these two met up 719 days ago. It was at the MWI at EWC26. But now in 2026, the great Indonesian rivalry will once again continue. It's Team Vitality versus Falcons Indonesia. Miracle Eterna, let's get it started.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 in this ID versus ID matchup. We're heading straight into the land of Dawn. And the big question is whether or not Team Falcon's ID will be able to claim their revenge up against their bitter rivals, Team Vitality, the defending champions.
And it's really cool to see as we get into the land of Dawn. Hold on from Yeko, taking a bit of punishment early on. Great hold on that bush from both Sev and Violet, really learning from the pattern of Vitality in the last few matches we've seen from them. But it's just really cool to see Eterna. The last 2 years, it's been home court advantage for Falcons ID in Saudi Arabia. And now we see home court advantage for Vitality.
And I gotta say, it's so surprising, it's so breathtaking as well, because I think last time around, back last year, Vitality was the one that was really under pressure from everyone that was in the venue. And this time around, they've actually rocked up with drums. So even additional support, it's amazing to see. But let's get straight into the game right now. We are seeing an array of different picks. And it's interesting to see that the Nolan actually shows up here. And I feel like it will be quite difficult for the Nolan here come the early game and the earlier or the later stages of the game, especially with how much CC there is on Team Vitality.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot more of these Nolan just farming out the storm, clearing it out, trying to get the prio. Bottom lane though, Liv doing a good job in this matchup you'd expect for a win for the carry. Sev down below with a fracture, the Purify, not enough to get Chell out. First blood to Sev.
Caster Curse.
Caster Curse.
Caster Curse.
Yep.
But I love it. I love it. I love that Falcons are going to be able to get that a little bit ahead. And it looks like they're going to be able to chunk some gold out of that turret as well. So it will help Liv in that particular matchup. The carry will be a monster come the later stages of the game, especially when she gets her items up.
You know, this is something very, very interesting as well. Just looking at the matchup, Falcons ID, it's been so weird their run, yeah? They start off losing to Seda in a crazy underdog win, an early upset to the tournament, but then they climbed up and now they're just gonna go straight into playing strong side for the carry. They know they have no shot at the neutral objective. In the back's gonna be the all-in from Violet over to Cine. Flicker route to safety. Violet chases her down below. Chelsea will survive. Bivol on the turtle, picks up the retry on it, securing it. Violet gets away with the flicker, and it will just be a 2-0 start, but a neutral objective to Vitality.
And I think that's something that we can expect, right? I mean, Falcons came in here, guns blazing, utilizing a Nolan in the jungle. Meanwhile, Vitality took a slower route. They picked up the Akai once again. I think it's one of the comfort heroes that Vival has utilized over the course of the years, especially last year. And that's something quite notable. And they're just utilizing it to get a little bit more pressure around the neutral objectives, and they've done exactly that. However, it looks like Falcons now are the ones holding on to the gold lead. It's a 1K now for them so far. And it looks like Team Vitality, though, are looking to find something else of their own. They're going in for the invade onto the enemy jungle.
Yeah, one thing that they can do, but unfortunately for them, the Nolan can clear really quickly. Sep trying to cut them down. Vivian holding this position. Raimundo with a taunt unbreakable, forces the heavy spin out. The traction pulse locks Violet down. And it will just be to disengage as Fumi Echo on this Paquito. Lethal Ignition will continue to utilize the waves up top. Maybe trying to get a few more hits on it. Liv takes the gold crab away from Chell. Forces her back as well. Fumi, though, making quick work out of that turret up top.
I haven't seen Shell in this position in quite some time. Wait a second. Vival will be actually able to pick it up. But I mean, Zev, so far, she's been playing the Nolan quite well.
Fantastic. She's been clearing it out very, very well. Yes, the turtle went to Vitality, but this is why we expected the Nolans, the Assassins, to come back. It's just that farming speed that you cannot underestimate. And then obviously the fact that you can play for your winning side in the gold lane. Something we haven't seen in a while. It's been Claude, Moskov, Harrod. You just play weak side gold. Nowadays, especially with Zev back on the Assassins, it's all right. We don't get neutral objectives, no problem. I'll just farm, invade, and take your gold lane down.
But it is quite typical of Shell. I think last year there were moments where she was also forced in a losing lane. But eventually, she usually is able to pick things up a little quicker later on when the items start rolling in. And I think that's something that we can expect. But it looks like both teams are now corralling over the neutral objective.
All in, AOG to try to help Violet escape. She actually gets over the shifting skies, forcing the flicker out of Cine. She gets to a safe spot now with the Crimson Beacon utilized. Cine gets knocked back with a Lantern Flare. It's still going to be Violet, shot down from the sky. Shev taken low, taunted up from the Echo is right there to capitalize. And it's Vitality who level the playing field, 2-2 on the scoreboard.
And there's the mentality, there's the experience flowing through for the defending champions as they are 2 men ahead. I don't think there's going to be a contest here. Team Vitality will pick up the next neutral objective. And they're going to stop there. They go for the quick invade there into the enemy purple. And Nolan, you know, even with the changes, still need it. Does he get it?
Whoa. Fumieko almost getting an assassination up top. It's Raimundo. Yeah. Who secures the purple buff. Not the best person to be giving a purple buff, but it's better on her than on Vitality.
Damage control.
Damage control.
Damage control. But a fair fight. Falcons ID at this stage in time. What are the winning conditions?
At this point, it's really playing into the strong side. Liv has gotten such a good lead at the start of the game. I'm surprised they even contested that second neutral objective. It looked like they had the game plan ready. Fumieko overextending quite a bit, but it's a Paquito. Just flickers out of the way. Shev opens up against a Lethal Ignition. It's a Lethal Ignition battle. Fumieko in that 1v1. It was ticking down, but fortunately for Shev, she's able to escape. Vivian catches Raimundo with the Wrath of the Dryad, and now it's Liv picking up a turret down below, traded by Fumieko up top.
Okay, Vival gives information there, but they don't have anyone to kind of back that up. But in return, Team Vitality still pick up the turret on the top side of the map. And that gold lead that Falcons had earlier on, 1K, almost 2K, has now shifted quite slowly in favor of Team Vitality. There is some damage being placed onto Raimundo, and it looks like Team Vitality are looking for the cut.
Yep, traction pulse lands as well on Raimundo. Liv's able to pop in ultimate quickly, clears out the wave, and that's just it. Shev, though, has been struggling at matching the pace of Fumi Echo on the Paquito. Not even given space to go for the purple buff. Livy is in position, but Fumi Echo forces her to use the Crimson Beacon, and now Vivian's actually come in, backing Fumi Echo up. Vivian with the flicker after the Dryad. Good reaction from Shev. Raimundo falling back. Fumi Echo gonna go for the assassination again on Liv. Violet walks up onto Cine, no flicker. Vivo with a heavy spin, forces the flicker around. Raimundo's caught all alone. The purple buff stolen away by Vivo. And now it's Fumi Echo diving under turret. Traction pulse lands, but the immobilization doesn't. Vivo was ready with the body slam. This turret, can they even defend it? No, they have to concede it. And guess what's up? The turtle, final turtle of the game, up and available right as the tier 1 falls in the mid lane.
Is this perfect turtle? Is this a perfect turtle? Is this a perfect game now for Team Vitality as they quickly find their own pacing here? 7 minutes being as aggressive as ever. The side lanes are definitely in danger for Team Falcons to whoever, right? At the stage of time, look at that Fumi Echo!
Oh, with the lethal ignition, it's ticking down Livy! Crimson Beacon and the regen both baited before a big fight. And guess what? The Paquito can make her way up top. Tini gets away from Shev in the mid lane. It's a free turret for Chell down below. And this is what makes Vitality special. At MWI, they're just so clean. At damage control, that's one when they start losing in the early game, but then at converting on objectives after every small victory they get.
Once again, it reflects their experience, right? They've been in this position over and over. And the one thing that I really paid attention to during these particular team fights is the Sky Piercer procs that unfortunately Cine will have her hands on. I think she should be at 20 stacks at this stage. She already has the glowing one as well. So it won't be as easy now for Falcons. And they need to be aware of the stacks coming in. Oh, wait a second, Violet!
Yep, caught in the midst of it all. Already pinned down by the heavy spin. AOG and the Breakable coming down, but now it's gonna be Livy with the Crimson Beacon, knocking Cine up. Straight into Raimundo. Shev trying to flank, but look at Vivo. She's taking all that shred damage from me with the flicker in. And a killing spree at that. Chell knows him on for. Still a bit of damage. That's going to be the conceal to bring Fumi Echo back into the fight. Fumi Echo on their turret. A triple kill for Fumi Echo on the Paquito.
What has she been on lately? MWI has just been a highlight reel for her from day number 1. At some point, she was the weakest link of Team Vitality. This year, she steps it up and sets a statement. And it looks like Violet is looking for something of her own.
Yeah, can't do much though. It's a heavy spin, rooted in place by Vivian. And yeah, I agree with you. You know, earlier we've had a talk about jungle or XP. You know what? I might have to go back to XP now that Fumi Echo is pulling this off. 5-0-2 on the Paquito. Vivo's just doing her job on the Akai, right? 007. Just enabling the rest of the team, enabling the damage dealers. Fumi Echo's, oh god. Oh! 2 jabs, a knockout, sending Shev straight back home. Oh god. Usually it's the person walking into the bush that gets cooked. I don't know. That was rough.
Opposite Kumar.
Ramuk?
Rumak. Oh wait, no, you're right, it's Ramuk.
It's Ramuk. It's Ramuk.
Well, there you go. 7,000 gold lead still for Team Vitality. And I'm just still so speechless and breathless of the development of Fumi Echo. Yesterday when she picked up the Lapu Lapu, it was crazy. Arlot was also insane, and now she brings out the Alice and the Paquito. And now Team Vitality are knocking on the base of Team Falcons. They have a Lord on the way. It's only been 10 minutes. And I feel like Team Falcons don't have the best clear.
They really don't, no. The carry is good at dealing with the Lord, but that's about it. And if she utilizes that cycle on the ultimate straight up, Not going to be great for the rest of the team when it comes to the skirmishes. Vivian already flicker, the Raptor Dryad lands, but it's just onto Raimundo, who's still there. Shifting Skies on 2, but the rest of the team is able to disengage in time as Shev walks up in the back, but it's just the frontliners tanking up a storm as the Revitalize coming down, and the Shifting Skies again, this time up top for Mieko. So trying to deal damage. Lantern Flare picking up the Panda, but Tini gets the immobilization down on Liv. Lord still up. Up top is going to be the Cannon Minion. Liv taking a ton of damage over. And they've cracked open the base already. Base turret number 1 taken down in the mid lane. They're going to try to push in these waves to get another top lane. Highest priority to get the far lane control. You always got to look at Mieko whenever she's in a 1v1. Purify can't save her. Shifting Skies on 3, but it's only Vivian that gets popped back as Chell is kiting them in the back. Tini's kiting away right now as Liv walks up and gets the double. Mieko waiting for the moment. Falcons have defended well.
1-for-2 trade, 1-for-2 trade, and they lose Simi in the process. So the stacks on the Sky Piercer are going to reduce quite a bit. They lose Vivian in the process, and they fail to take the side lane inhibitor turrets. Falcons, I would say they walk away, and they walk away clean here, right? All they need to do now is try to find a moment where Liv can execute these team fights a lot better. I think spacing is going to be ever as important. Vival and Vivian, though, aren't going to be easy to push through. Wait a second, Shell! She gets taken out!
Absolutely, Falcons know when to pounce. It's almost like they got that bird eye view of what's happening on the map. Chell took the purple buff, stayed a bit too long. Fumieko wants to go for the punish. Order with a knockout strike on Zev. Good peel though. Fumieko thrown back again. That's gonna be a big shutdown for Raimundo. Violet jumping to the back, now jumping all over. It's the rest of the team trying to peel for her, but it's Violet over there with Livy to take City down. Vitality's crumbling, the Lantern Flare to bring her back into Liv. All of a sudden, the game's back to level. That 8,000 gold lead now down to 2,000 as Zev will try to take the purple buff. Vivian, the mother of tanks, is able to save the purple, but that's about it. I don't know, Zev, because she made that move onto the purple buff, she needs to recall, and that delays this take for just a bit.
That's true, but it does still surmount a comeback angle here for Team Falcons. The fact that they were able to get that move onto Shell, the fact that they were able to look for that opening, that was brilliant. Team Vitality, after that, they looked scrambled in that particular team fight. They lost Simi in the process, they lost a lot of members in the process, and now Team Falcons are the ones to pick up the Lord here in the 13th minute of the game. Wow.
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
Wow, wee, wow.
Is that the new one? Is that the updated one?
Could be.
Okay, Falcons ID. Now let's see how they capitalize on the Lord. So far, they've been great at setting up ambushes. Just like this, just a bit of poke onto Vival. Straight to half HP. Chell's got to be really careful, man. Gank down below for first blood. And the second time around, it's just overextension. Shifting Skies, baiting on the Purify. Good breath for the Dryad to disengage, but now the AOG comes through. Vivian got knocked up in the Lantern Flare, but it's not enough as Fumieko makes her move into the bottom lane. Now let's see how Vitality deal with this. On the base they go. It's Fumieko taking the turret down, and it's a winning trade at the end. Falcons ID though with the Flying Clouds going in, getting the assassination with the help of Livy.
So Fumieko here gets a taste of her own medicine, and then she gets ambushed. But she didn't realize, you know, I thought it was going to be a 1v1. It turns out they brought Livy with her. So a little unfair, but obviously they still got the job done. Fumieko, however, despite losing her life, was able to get that inhibitor turret in the bottom side, and that is going to work in favor of Team Vitality come the next Lord. That should spawn in under 90 seconds now. The thing is, the carry has her power spike down too. Wait a second, Violet.
Shifting Skies, Cini has to move away. Wrath of the Dryad taunts Violet just a bit. Cini goes past the wall right now as Zev is able to cut him down. Raimundo picks up the kill. Vivian has to jump away with the flicker. Immortality already down, and now she's gonna be caught, bursted out by Liv. Vitality down just to play it safe. Falcons ID have taken control of the map. But like you mentioned, Eterna, that is true. When the Lord spawns back again, Vitality will still have that far lane control, and it's up to Falcons ID to try to send someone down below and play it quick.
So the big question is, who are they going to send, right? I don't think if they...
It has to be Shev.
And I don't think Shev can be alone.
Nope.
Because 1v1 against a Paquito, we saw what happened earlier on in the top side. If they send Shev alone, See, this is the overthinking that is going to happen here for Falcons, and Team Vitality are sure to make way of it. You can see how much damage Fumi Echo is actually building here with everything popped up here, the Malefic Roar, the Hunter Strike. So imagine that first burst of damage from the Pito, the first jab that occurs. That is going to be a problem. They're going to have to send maybe one or more than two people down if they want to try and win that 1v1 against Fumi Echo, because at the stage in time, Fumi Echo is the king of the far lane.
There's something that has gone downhill though. The Sky Piercer stacks of Cine, she's just building it up very calm, very steadily, but now it's all gone. So she won't have that execution factor. Chev, this is a very scary position to be holding. Oh my god, Vivel spots her. Chev's gonna have to try to pull off a crazy run right now. She goes for the recall inside of the bush. Vivel's shaking. Goes into the bush. Chev gets read out. Now Fumi Echo with the chase. Chev gets away with a fracture, and that's about it. Great escape. Crazy composure. Now it's Raimundo with a taunt on a no flicker tree. Forces out the Wrath of the Dryad. The rest of the team can't really go and pop in. Flicker up in 10 seconds, but Vivian is already half HP. Has to pop in the region, and now Fumi Echo is gonna collide with Chev again. This time with a knockout strike. Takes away the immortality, baits out the AOG. Raimundo with Revitalize as well. Now Vitality take back control over the Lord with the Paquito. Clearing down bot. Falcons ID gotta make a call. It's either they send Chev down. They can't contest this neutral objective.
Team Vitality, what's the call as well? Do they want to go for the burst in? Because Fumi Echo is knocking on the base. And here comes Violet.
Shifting skies onto the back right now. They're still trying to gamble it despite having no jungler in the midst of this team fight. Violet buying a bit of time. Vivian getting caught already. Fumi Echo cutting the waves, proxying it all the way so that Falcons ID can't punish. Now it's a cut from Livy, it seems. But no, she just ends up going for the wave. Fumi Echo gets to the bush in time. Vitality have secured the Lord.
Just like that. Just like that. It's simple chess at this stage, right? When we go around these Lord fights, it's a chess battle between two minds.
They had to make a decision whether to stop pushing down below, sending someone else, or to fight. They made both decisions, but contesting the Lord with no jungle.
They could have collapsed bot.
Exactly.
Like that could have been a decision as well, but the Lord is going to be pushing, and interestingly enough, they're actually not going to push with it, so they don't really get an advantage with the Lord thing anyway.
Nope. Falcons ID did a fantastic job dealing with the waves and getting a trade off of that. Remember, it was Vivian taken out in that skirmish, so not much they can do without their main frontliner. So it's back to a stalemate. It's back to building up. And in this endgame, it's all about the far lane. Again, for Vitality, they have the advantage down below, especially with Fumi Echo on the Paquito. 1v1, it ain't gonna work. I think for Falcons ID, they just gotta gamble around neutral objective.
I think that's what they're gonna do.
Even then, it's hard though, because Fumi Echoes just stand by, looking for that back door down below.
But I think that's what they're going for. Look at that rotation coming in from Team Falcons. They're sending literally 3 of their members. I think they want to be able to protect the jungle, give them a little bit more time. I think the buff is spawning very, very soon. There's still 80 seconds left for the next neutral objective to spawn as well. So I want to know the adaptations from Team Falcons. They proved to us yesterday that they can make adaptations in the game. Now, up against the very best, will they be able to pull off something similar?
That's a good question. Right now, it looks like they're on track to do it. Liv has all her items. They have enough peel for her, and it comes down to protect Liv. If Liv can live, they can win.
I get it.
Yeah, nice. Vitality, though, it's really all about controlling the neutral objectives and breaking the box of Falcons ID, right? It's a front-to-back classic up against Vitality, want to attack from different angles. The thing is, though, Falcons ID still have that X factor in Chev. She can come in from behind. She can actually look for the assassination on Chell once the Zaman force is down. So it just comes down to execution at this point. It comes down to that macro decision-making as well. And so far, Vitality have looked cleaner on that department. Damage taken, though. The tree is taking a beating.
Damn. Violet as well.
Not surprising, yeah. Violet's taken so much with Raimundo.
Because I feel like every time we look at these team fights between these two teams, it always seems like Violet is the one to initiate first, and then there's like that engage after with the AOG coming. So obviously they're the ones that are absorbing as much damage, and they're just there to kind of just stand there to allow Livy and Liv to do their thing. And so far in these team fights, it's kind of worked. So is it possible for them to force another 5v5?
They can force a 5v5, but up top, the minions will take the base turret down, and it'll go straight to the base. Livy shows herself up top. Vitality hold the Lord on the edge of a reset. And they send Fumieko down below again. It's the build-up play. It's all about that Lord dance. And Vitality, they have the composure to do it. Falcons ID, they have to make a decision while the wave isn't shoved in. Now it's a bit too late.
That's the decision though. They're sending Carry and Gato Kacha on the bottom side of the map.
And that gives Vitality the green light to go for this Lord. They're going to try to utilize this Lord as bait though. It's all about baiting Falcons into a 3v4. Fumieko into the mid lane, trying to get the prio there. She knows there's going to be an auto build, slow push down below as long as Vitality are the ones to hold this Lord.
And that's the call. Fumieko looks like she's rotating back towards the bottom side of the map. Falcons, you gotta think about this housekeeping. There still is a potential backdoor angle that Fumieko could do.
Oh, scary position to be holding there. Vitality, they know this wave is going to be slow pushing, so they just continuously reset the Lord. Fumieko finally shows up, so it's going to be two waves crashing down on Falcons ID. They send Chev down below. This should be it for Vitality. They should just go straight for it. Chev shows up without the reset. Vitality, they see the jungle down below. They're going to go straight for the Lord. No retribution in sight for Falcons ID.
I don't think he can get there in time. What?
That's a massive pick in the bottom lane. Now they have to go for the burst, but it's an evolved board. Vivo's right there, shifting skies, delaying it already. It's Vivo with a heavy spin. Chev's gonna walk up as well. The knockup comes through.
Wow.
Chev with the Steel City with there. Knocked up, and now it's Liv tearing up the frontliners. Liv goes godlike. Wave down below is good, but it's an evolved Lord in the 23rd minute of the game for the Falcons.
They've done it. They've done the unthinkable. They've outsmarted the defending champions. Ladies and gentlemen, Evolved Lord on the way there in the top side of the map. And that was a decisive, quick thinking by Team Falcons, I would say. They bursted down Fumieko. Liv's damage is already up there. And now 12 seconds left, 27 seconds left for Vivian and City to come back into the game.
This is a bit greedy from Falcons ID. Instead of using the wave up top with the Lord, they're trying to utilize the waves in the bottom lane. They can just jump it in. Shifting skies, baited out. Chell's able to escape with his on force as well. They're going in without the evolved Lord up top. Raimundo is going to get taken very low. They're fighting under a base turret with no minions. They're trying to brute force it, and they've gotten punished for it. Falcons ID, they had a shot, but Vitality survived. They don't even lose a single base turret. That was absolutely botched by Falcons ID.
The Lord is still on the way. The Lord is still marching, but Raimundo is out of the picture. Even if they close this out, it's still a 4v5 situation, and they definitely do not have the advantage with it, and I think they know. They're still rotating towards it. Sev is looking, oh, wait a second, Violet looks for another pick.
Yeah, Anto fair as well. Chell pops his on force though, and Vivel is able to pin her down. Violet goes down straight up as they play with Chell. They took this fight 4v5, and it's not looking good as Fumieko goes for the knockout strike. Winter Crown already used with a fracture as well, but Fumieko comes back in. Immortality delays the death by a bit, but City's right there and picks up the kill on Livy with the glowing wand. And now the questions start to arise again. Falcons ID, what was the vision of trying to brute force a base turret Chev? Now in the mid lane.
They did it out of haste, and it did not pay off. And opportunities like that don't come twice against a team like Vitality. Fumieko now in a 1v1 against Chev. Chev fighting for her dear life, but she's gonna be sandwiched.
Raimundo with the AOG, a desperate one at that. Now it's Liv. 1v3 in a defense. It's everything thrown at her. Just a cat and minion. City takes her down. Vitality take game one after a back and forth and a confusing Falcons ID call that will certainly send everybody in backstage of the locker rooms of Falcons guessing and wondering, what the heck was that call?
When you're on a stage like this, when you hear the supporters of the opponents like this, Sometimes decision making can go wrong. They had the opportunity. They did not take it to its utmost potential, and they will be going back to game number 2 on that quick reset. But what a game. It's one of the longer games that we've seen so far, 25 minutes.
That was painful.
Definitely was. Hopefully Team Falcons can reset after that, because obviously there is still an opportunity for them. They were able to do it once. Let's see if they can do it twice here in game number 2 to force a game number 3 under their hands. But there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in for game number 1. It's been me and Miracle. We're throwing it over, and we'll see you for game 2.
The great Indonesian rivalry is well underway. What an incredible matchup, but a matchup full of mistakes and overcommitments. But in the end, it is Vitality standing strong. But you could argue maybe they caught a lucky break a couple of different times. What a series, 25 minutes. Mistakes begets mistakes. Bree, I know we were screaming. We were going for it. The fans were also going nuts too. Let's walk me through from start to finish. Let's start at the beginning. Looks like Falcons Indonesia are off to a great start, and I'm thinking to myself, my goodness, we could have an upset.
I agree. They had the start which reflected so much of the experience and learnings that they've had throughout the years going up against this team again and again. And it seemed at the beginning that they were already able to adjust enough for it. But it did not stay that way up until the very end.
That's right.
The decisions that came along with those small wins, or maybe I wouldn't even consider them small, they were wins that could have led to actual victory.
So going back to when, of course, Falcons Indonesia, they're leading, they're looking great. All of a sudden, Team Vitality start looking like the champions they are. They start dominating the fights, taking them down. The fans are going nuts. And Team Vitality push towards Falcon Indonesia's base. They get there. They have one turret left on the left-hand side. They leave it. They back away. I'm thinking it's over with. But then all of a sudden, Falcons Indonesia had something else in mind. They flip the script and they take the lead right back.
So Taylor, that's basically them riding a bicycle. They took a stick and they put it inside that tire. Like, that was honestly self-sabotage. I can see the vision where you're trying to force and engage, get the kill, and then that will be good. You know what make that look bad? That was over 20 minutes. If you did that at 12, you know what, sure, right? It's not that punishing. But after 20 minutes, you're telling your opponents, hey, my base is going to be undefended, you know, have fun with it.
It always has to be Vitality, you know, with the longer games. It's weird to think that it's actually the case, because again, they're the team to beat, so you would expect the cleanest of games to come from them. But eventually teams have found ways to extend the matches against them. And in this scenario though, it's just frustrating. It's just frustrating to think about the way that things ended, because it was already such a good one for Team Falcons.
Such a good one indeed. LaFell, let's take a look at our first action of the game. And who knows who was leading in this moment. We take a look at it. Looks dead even, actually. Quite literally dead even. But I think this was the point where it was Vitality starting to really heat up and apply that pressure onto Falcons Indonesia.
This is where Fumieko really starts showing off just a little bit, because that Paquito from Fumieko, just like we discussed during the draft, if a Paquito gets about 3 kills, he can already start conquering conquering the map, and that's exactly what we saw coming in from Fumi Echo. But then when she gets a little bit confident, which we might see later on, she got caught and then she died.
She did. And Bree, let's take a look at our second moment, maybe when Falcons Indonesia are starting to lead once again.
Oh, that's the moment.
That's exactly, yeah. So go ahead and walk me through it, Bree.
Okay, so clearly there could have been a chance that they did take out Sev at that moment, but it's not just actually Fumi Echo who went down in this scenario. It's everyone else following through, and I think it marked the beginning of Team Falcon's ID really turning things around. We were so close to seeing another happy Sora day, but for the first time, it's not going to be the case.
Sora falls for the first time. It comes to show you Sora's not a guaranteed win like we were thinking. Let's look at our third and final moment, LaFell, as we get, I believe, towards probably the end where Vitality starts to relinquish control, or not relinquish, but at least take it over for a fact. Taking a look at that moment, I want to say Vitality at this point starting to crowd into the base. That's exactly what they're doing. Actually, no, we go further back to 11:52. So this was the first attempt Vitality was taking onto the base.
Exactly what Falcons did, but the timer is different, right? This is why I say if you do it at the 12-minute mark, you might lose, but it's not that devastating. But if you do it on 22-minute mark, that it's such a different thing. That's why Vitality was not punished that hard.
Sure.
Falcons was.
Bree, there was a moment, though, where I felt as if, well, we'll take a look at the stats. I'll bring that up in just a second. I mean, dead even when it comes to overall kills. If we look at the stats, though, what story do you see? Because Fumi Echo was getting a lot of attention from you.
All I just see is that it's been a very close, all 16 and 25 minutes. And yes, Fumi Echo, I think she really did stand out in this game. But similar to what we've been saying, there were just moments where it was a bit too much of trying to make the individual plays. But I think every other thing she did across the map somewhat compensated for that. The wave management too, the pressure that they applied towards Falcons, especially during the most crucial objective takes, I think that's also what really mattered throughout this game.
Honestly, for me, like, I feel bad for Falcons ID because that was their game to win. How do I describe my disappointment? It's like I'm going to a friend's house bringing pizza and they eat it with a fork.
You can do that.
What?
Eat pizza with a fork and knife?
Would that really disappoint you that greatly where you're like, you're no longer my friends?
Yeah. Are you going to end your friendship with that?
I'm not Italian, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of angry Italians seeing you eat with that. But by the way, look at this. The rich guy, Zev, clearly able to get quite a lot of gold. The carry shell on that Harv still dealing quite a lot of damage, around 39,000 per minute. And then Vivian the sandbag. But Livy, the best wingman. Honestly, it's quite weird we don't see any of the EXP laners here because they played a big role in this game as well.
Yeah, it's maybe we don't count them anymore after what we've seen today. You know, like they've always been stealing the show, and they've been taking these. Well, we don't have MVPs, but if we had a choice, like majority of the game MVPs would have been handed over to EXP lanes anyway.
Yeah, I want to take a blast to the past, a step into the moment where Falcons Indonesia look as if they are going to win. But walk me through the moment where they get a bit too greedy, because I felt like they shouldn't have overcommitted. They also had the Lord who was behind them. Why not wait for the Lord, pump the brakes a little bit, fill it out, and then push up into the base? They knew that was the right play, but for some reason they didn't make it.
Taylor, you're talking like an analyst. You talk like
I'm finally made it 3 days in.
Like you've casted this game for 2 years, because that's exactly right. Like they had all the opportunities to end the game, just sync up everything, and then just use everything together to end the game. They chose to go in with the disadvantage. Now that's weird, right? It's what kind of analogy do I want to go to? It's like you go into your car knowing that you have no gas, and then still you want to go for 300 kilometers right. That doesn't make sense.
You know what? That was actually much better than the fork and knife. I'll give you that one. That was a redemption arc.
We need a 1 so that we can eventually hit a 10. You know, like, we need to ring it up.
That's right. Now, Bree, it was wild though, because it's like Falcons Indonesia, pump the brakes. It's okay. Take your time. It had already at this point been 20 plus minutes, and you had Vitality by the throat. Vitality, in my opinion, I feel like they didn't really outright win that. You know,
they got lucky for sure.
They got lucky for sure, which makes the next map that exciting. However, for Falcons Indonesia, I always like to talk about the mentality. My goodness, they're going to be hurting after that one because they knew they had it.
I was about to get to that because that felt like one of the hardest games to get over That kind of loss is the kind of loss that will take a bit of time to recover from. But again, they've been doing this for so long. Hopefully it doesn't get to them, because losing to Vitality, I guess, is something they've constantly tried to get through.
And that's the key point there. And it's kind of akin to what I always say about being a champion. To be a champion, it's better to feel what it means to be a champion in the past. It's easier to win championships when you've already been a champion. It's hard to win your first ever championship. In this case, we're not even talking about the championship. We haven't even got there. But we're talking Vitality here. And for Falcons Indonesia to lose as many times as they had, and we're talking, honestly, I think it's hundreds of times in comparison over the time span of them playing each other. They finally got to the moment where they're like, oh my goodness, we can finally do this. And they just lost their minds. And it happens because, again, once you get over that hump, once you finally beat the boogeyman, it's like, okay, I know I can do it again, but you have to do it the first time.
I gotta say, this is one of those moments where you get a bit superstitious and be like, there must be some kind of curse, man. How is it possible that you just lost that super winnable game?
I agree. It's it's good to see that at least they somehow look recovered from that, based on at least their maybe body language and facial expression.
Bree, the important thing is, though, is they didn't get dominated. They didn't just go in there without a fight. They genuinely could have won that. And I think for them, if I was their coach, if I was their mentor at IGL, I would say, you know what? Yes, we lost that. It's frustrating, but we could have beat them and we should have beat them. Let's repeat it and do it again.
I like the carry ban because that was a problem. Live on that carry just destroyed everyone from Vitality. So now they got to find a different answer.
Yeah, Liv had a really good highlight play in that game, and I feel like you don't want to really hand over that pick to her. I would also like to see Reflections life coach. I think that'll be cool.
I got you.
Based on the way he's been trying to give some advice.
Well, I think LaFell too. Me and him should go into business.
He's more of a teacher, no?
Yeah, but see, he could teach, and then I'll just be like the life coach, and then we'll figure out the prices. We'll let you know if you want to hire us.
Yeah, I mean, like, speaking of philosophy, there was a philosopher in the West that said competition is a healthy way of self-development, because you might think they're your opponents, but they're your friends, because without them, you will never get better. You will always be stuck in limbo.
It sounded good, but dude just read that like 5 minutes ago on the back of a cereal box or something.
Shout outs to cereal boxes. Either ways, yeah, right now, Vitality taking out the Eve as well, and even the Sora, even they're like, okay, you know what?
Hey.
Yes, we won, but let's not take the chance.
I thought we weren't expecting to see this, but it comes from the most unexpected team.
Look at Coach Casey's face. Even he is like, not taking a chance, not taking a chance.
So,
that was so close.
So do we see the Marcel open?
Oh yeah, that has to be banned. 100% has to be banned. 100%.
100%, but
unless you want like a trade of Freya or something, so just, I don't know, ban a Paquito, let go to Marcel.
Well, yeah, they go for the Paquito, the Freya ban.
All right. Marcel.
So the Paquito Marcel, yes.
Marcel.
It's gonna be open. Vivian, does she get her hands on this hero?
You know you want it, Vivian. You know you do. Everyone wants Marcel. A good photographer. Who would want that?
Yeah.
Shout out to all the photographers out there. Y'all doing a great job.
We have a lot around us here.
Some of you aren't great, but the rest of y'all, pretty good.
So I guess if they do get the Marcel, the Bellark will also be still there either way. So I'm thinking if they really want to prio
Paquito instead?
Yeah.
Esmeralda is still there as well.
Echo was... Oh, well, okay.
Esmeralda.
Just get the answer.
Yeah, because even going up against Marcel gives shields. Esmeralda are like shields. She's like, yes, give me all shields. Yeah. Especially now that the carry is not there. The viable answer now is something like a Balman, something like a Lunox, which I'm pretty sure Falcons ID have in their back pocket. But I know, girls, your pockets are fake, so I'm not so sure if they can bring that one out.
Oh, yeah.
What is up with that?
It depends. It depends on the style, okay? Sometimes we have functional pockets. I do have one right now.
Oh, yeah, you do.
Yeah, right? See, it depends on the style. So maybe also one of it would be the Claude if they just really want to... Well, I mean, the Claude Harris trade is still available anyway. So Atlas is the priority alongside the Baksha.
I like the Baksha pick, a direct counter towards the Esmeralda, but also picking up the Atlas. I don't know. It's like they're letting go of the Marcel. Are they
yeah.
too worried that the Marcel shield is going to help the Esmeralda too much? Because now there's an opportunity for Vitality to take it. And
Esme Marcel, that's...
the thing is, they already picked up the Atlas, so it's not like they're going to counter with an eventual Hilda or something, right?
Yeah, so that's a lot of really good picks that could go over to Vitality if that were to be the case, but they just settle with a Claude for now. At least it's not gonna go over to Team Falcon's ID. Liv will not get her hands on that, but is it the Roamer that they pick up here, or are they also just gonna be okay? Since they already pretty much see that it's an Atlas, they don't have to worry about the matchup. They'll just lock in another Akai for Vival.
It's crazy, Brick, but I wouldn't be too upset if they pick up something like a Valir. The Valir to be able to deal with the Esmeralda as well as the Akai, because, well, now they pick up the Moskov. So before the gold laners get targeted, they banned is out. So Vitality and Falcon's ID at this moment, we've seen their game. We know that they both have what it takes, right? So going into game number 2, I feel like the draft right now doesn't scream a clear winner, right? Not from Vitality, not from Falcon's ID. If this trend continues, we might go for another extended game, something like 22 minutes and above.
Ooh.
Because both have shown Falcon's ID are very close to the level of Vitality. They just got to make sure when you have that lead, you need that discipline, right? You have to be, I know you're excited, adrenaline is pumping, but bring it down a bit.
Yeah, and you also don't know what the mid lane option and pairing is gonna be just yet. I believe there are still some very go-to mages that are available. The Gourd even might just be one of the options if we're talking about Shred, because you see how tanky these lineups actually are so far. You have Esmeralda, Akai on the other side, you have an Akai and a Baksha. So you might want to deal with it through additional damage, additional burst and Shred, and Gourd could be one of them, but does it get through? It's Vitality picking first after this banning phase, and so far they've just tried to take out more of Vivian's options through the Matilda.
Yeah, the Student Master, either the Valir or the Gourd, both would work pretty well here. They're banning at the Arlet. I would say that's a pretty good ban considering they have quite good amount of crowd control, especially because there's a chance they can pick up the Zushi later. So the Arlet could potentially be dangerous. Now that the Matilda has been banned out, in terms of the other roamers, I think Glue could be respected because looking at their lineup right now, they don't have the kind of damage profile to deal with the Glue. But at the same time, this is Vivian. Vivian has a lot, maybe even ban out the Marcel just to not deal with that.
Or still the Valeric, since it's
Oh yeah,
open.
Valeric as well, yeah.
They could all just go in and just pop the Wrath of Dryad, so you already have direct answers, plus you could layer it pretty well. Again, we still don't know what the mage is gonna be. They're not paying attention to that. Oh, but yeah, Team Falcon's ID would not want that to happen. They take out the Belleric and the Mathilda too. So the Glue maybe next option, unless they want something along the lines of a Gadot Gacha.
I'm thinking of Falcons now because they have to pick up the mid here.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much that really answers the Akai right now because I feel like if they go for Izushin, I think it will work, right? Win it out with both the Atlas as well as the Baxia. There's a very good mid trio.
Yep.
The only problem is the Zushin doesn't really help that much against the Claude, doesn't really, maybe eventually help out against the Esmeralda. So yeah, I feel like Gourd or Zushin might be the pick here, but picking up a Gourd is very dangerous when there's a Claude and Esmeralda.
Yeah, on top of the Akai that could just keep spinning around and potentially push you away, but there goes the Paquito ban. So even despite them having the Esmeralda, they would just rather not hand it over.
Benedetta is still available.
But the damage XP laners too are still out there, like the Benedetta.
I feel like Bennett should be one of the better choices now against Esme.
What else?
A CC is there if you want to go simple.
Lapo too, if they just want to go for... Oh no, that's an Esmeralda. The matchup is not going to work.
I mean, it's okay. Just you know, ignore the Esmeralda. Treat her like an X. Actually, no. Some people still go for their X. Either way, CC, the simpler option, gets picked up.
Yeah. Okay. So the mage is just the last pick for Team Falcons at this point. There are a lot of options available.
I think for them, if they want the Gourd, I think it's fine.
Yeah, it is.
Because in terms of the dive coming in from Falcons, there is dive, but not without them probably sacrificing at least one. They have the Akai as well as the Esmeralda.
Yeah.
Someone is going to get taken down with them.
Yeah, and it's pretty much front to back. You kind of see who you really want to target down first. So I don't mind. It could also really pair up well with the Akai once you get to find a setup. But the roam options for Vivian have also been very limited. Marcel Glue. Considering that it's a CC, maybe not the... Well, the Gatot can go in alone either way. Whoa! Oh!
Wait. Yamete Kudasai, hold on. Is this Akai roam? Because I feel like Balvin should be better off in the jungle, especially because you can deal with the Boxia as well as the Atlas.
What? Or
I don't want to hear an or. No. Balmain jungle.
Okay, Balmain jungle. Let's keep it that way. Falcons, they definitely need the damage to come through.
You know what? I'm okay with Gord. Just kill the front line so fast. The cloud will be a problem, but that's a problem for 12-minute Gord later on.
0 to 11-minute Gord would be somewhat okay. But
if not, what, huh?
There's a...
Yeah, Gord. I mean, like, eventually the cloud will be a problem, but hey, c'est la vie. That's someone else's problem when the time comes.
See, I told you.
No way.
It's not Jungle Balmain.
Wait, can't be Shell, Goat Lane, Balmain, no?
Okay, no.
No,
wait, no, yeah.
You know what? How about we throw that?
Well, not only did game one bring surprises, so did our hero pick for game number 2. Once again, we go toe-to-toe with Team Vitality and Falcons Indonesia. But this time around, Falcons Indonesia, their key is at risk. It might get crushed, and Vitality is looking to do so. Can Falcons Indonesia fight back, or will Team Vitality end it here? Let's find out in map number 2. Miracle Eterna, take it away.
Everything is on the line here, Reflections. Thank you so much to the panel as we head over to game number 2 between Team Falcons Indonesia and Team Vitality from the exact same region.
Indonesia.
The stakes are high. Tensions are at the utmost peak as well. And obviously a very interesting draft coming through as we do see finally the Balmain jungle here on Stream A.
And I just gotta say, did they think it was gonna be Balmain Gold? Did Brigadier think it was Balmain Gold? No way, man. That's kind of crazy. Anyways, yeah. Balmain in the jungle. I think we expected this as well, man. We got the crowd going crazy here in Paris for Vitality. And, man, I honestly think this is the composition to do it. It looks like they've covered all grounds. The Valentina to steal the Fatal Links away, and it's a massive threat to everybody up top. Violet, Chev, and Raimundo. Even Livy with a flicker. This Fatal Link steal is going to be massive, and you have to remember, Cini's going to get level 4 for Turtle 1 at the start, so it's a Fatal Link advantage for Vitality. On top of it, a winning lane up top, a safe lane down below, and a Balmain that clears so much quicker than the newly nerfed Boxia.
Which is why I'm thinking about the winning conditions for Team Falcons Indonesia here, considering they are the ones that would like to force this game number 3. We do see some active rotations here in the mid lane here by Chev.
Look.
But at this stage in time, there's nothing that they can do. Raimundo.
Oh, shove it. Almost taking Raimundo down. Flicker out though. And look. Vivil's already cleared her entire jungle. Chev is only now gone to the orange buff. Great stun. No retribution though. Vivil takes it away. And it's exactly as we mentioned, this clear is ridiculous. That's why Leo, a young man from the Philippines, has been spamming this in the ranked games here in Paris.
And he has been destroying everyone. So with that being said, I guess the thing that they can fall for is the fact that they have 2 really strong backliners, right? They have Liv, they have Moskov, they have Levy as well on the board. But wait a second, we do see Cini.
Mystic Gush coming down right now. Vivil's gonna get taken out. Vivian's right there, gets away, but Cini splashes her with damage. Now Fumieko in the midst of it all, trying to deal some more damage. Vivian with the flicker in. Zev gets ult just right in time. The Mystic Gush comes through as well. And they throw their lead early. Vitality going for a fight, completely disrespecting the strength of Falcon's ID.
And here lies the loophole. Herein lies the moment that Team Falcons look for a moment of their own. The neutral objective falls into the hands of Team Falcons as they hold a little bit of gold. And it looks like they want to transfer this onto something else. Shell looks like she's in trouble.
Yeah, she's going to be all good. But man, Cindy taking away the Mystic Gush instead of a Fatal Links, that really stopped everything from happening, right? Like, they should have been able to lock these guys down with the Fatal Links. She instead went for damage. And you got to understand, when you have Vivian on an Akai level 3, there's no one to set. It's a Bauman as well. The strength of a Bauman is that crazy clear, which she still has, by the way. She's probably going to steal the lethal counter and the retribution. Fatal Links, there you go from Cindy. But Raimundo is going to answer with her own Fatal Links into the Mystic Gush. Good splash of damage. Vivil's able to survive. Fumi Echo trying to walk up with the Falling Star Moon.
But you can kind of see the idea of the composition coming in from Falcons, right? I know we've been talking about Team Vitality and how it looks like they have a superior draft in comparison. Wait a second, that's gonna have to wait because Liv now is gonna die.
Yep, that's what happens when Vivian gets the heavy spin up, right? Before this, they lacked CC. It was up to Cine to get the Fatal Links, but now it's all good, yo.
There's so much to work with.
They do. They have the splash with Terrify. They have Vivian with the headbutt. They have Fumi Echo dead up top. I don't know how that happened. Chev, I guess just caught Fumi Echo lacking there, trying to go for a trade against Violet. She's gotta be careful. Vivol though, oh god, already a level ahead with the turtle on the hands of Chev. And 2 kills and 2 assists, and it's still Vivol.
Yeah, it reflects the clear speed that you were talking about, that you were mentioning from Bauman, and it really is reflected into the game. And despite everything that you mentioned earlier on, it's still Vitality that also holds that gold lead, 1,000 and counting. The next neutral objective is going to be spawning into the game in under 10 seconds, and you can already see the setup coming through from Team Vitality. Vivian is in position. Raimundo is trying her best to give out information towards the team. But at this state in time, again, Team Vitality have so many resources they can utilize. Let's see the clapback from Falcons.
There you go. That's a Fatal Link steal. That'll set them up in this fight. Remember, there's so many vulnerable targets to this Fatal Links. Violet's on a vengeance. Shevan Abaksha cannot walk up. If she walks up, she's got to choose between the heavy spin or the Fatal Links. Which one do you want to deal with? Raimundo pops in a perfect match. That's a free neutral objective, and Vitality will just take it and go back to their own lanes.
And it feels like Team Falcons understand that, right?
Yeah.
They wasted absolutely no resources whatsoever, and they understand in a true 4v4, considering that, of course, Liv was still up top. Wait a second, Shell. Still going to be able to get out of there, so no problem just yet. But yeah, back to that point. It looks like they're looking for a rotation of their own, looking for something that they can take over the map. I think Chev wants to rotate to the bottom side, but it looks like there's a pit coming from Vivian as well as Vival.
Yeah, luckily Chev was able to get away in time with the Shield Unity. Liv up top though, going up against Fumi Echo. This should be okay for Fumi Echo. The rest of Falcons are planning something here. They know there's no Purify. Instant Fatal Links coming out with a perfect match and the Mystic Gush, but Fumi just runs out of there with a sprint. No Fatal Links to play for anymore for quite a few seconds, and it does seem like Liv is going to have to respect this. Falling Star Moon, Fumi Echo. Vivol's also coming in to invade the jungle, and Vivian's already helping out down below. Vivol. Now that's a lot of damage. No Spirit Misery, lethal counter, forces the flicker. Down below, it's Violet, who has to respect this damage. Purify coming out with a blazing duet as well to Violet. So low, SOD lands. Liv takes it. City comes around as well. That's going to be the pincer maneuver by Raimundo to get a pick on Shell.
Not bad. Not bad by Team Falcons, right? They looked for a pick in the top side, it didn't work out. They instead rotated towards the bottom side, being unable to pick out Fumi Echo, and they get Shell in the process.
Yep.
One of the winning conditions coming in from Team Vitality, and they have successfully shut her down. And look at them looking for more.
Purify out already. The Fatal Links knocks her up. No respect from Cine in the bottom lane, but Vivian's coming over as well. Vivian with a lethal counter. Not enough to take Chev down, but Vivian was on the case. Now it's the jungler down right as the turtle is going to spawn. Vivol has the river movement to rotate over, and it should just be a free neutral objective.
Good timings right now from Team Falcons, as they are going to be able, for Team Vitality rather, as they are going to be able to control this next neutral objective a lot better. Chev should be able to rotate. I don't know if they want to go for the contest, but at this state in time, it doesn't look like it's a good idea. Maybe look for a rotation elsewhere. Maybe take a pick down bot. Get that turret away from Vitality. Slowly but surely.
Free neutral objective. It looks like there's not much that Falcons can do to contest. There's just too much CC. They can go for the trade in the bottom lane, and they do that. Exactly. And now it comes down to Liv to carry this game. Yeah, Livy and Liv, both the Livs. Both the Livs have a ton of damage to play with. It's just, can the front line sustain enough for them to deal that damage, right? Because for Vitality, they have crazy shred. One thing you have to remember with the Bauman after the revamp is the fact that Vival can now use the skill 2 to shred armor. Mystic Gush coming down, but it's only onto the main frontliner. Again, it's Vival taken out, but now it's Fumi Echo holding the back line. Everybody rotating as well. Fumi Echo is just dealing with them 1v3. Liv's doing a good job though, utilizing this chaos to get a turret up top. So it's a structural win for Falcons. They're slowly taking this gold lead away from Vitality.
And this is what we want. We want Team Falcons to utilize the macro to their advantage, and they're doing exactly that. SOD taken?
Yeah, Purify as well. Shev gets away with the shield unity, and now Vitality are going to have to back away, not getting a single turret in that trade.
Very smart, very smart. They utilize that opportunity to clear in the top side, and then SOD back into the mid to make sure that Team Vitality don't get a counter pick into the mid turret. So here and now, despite Team Vitality still going for that 1,500 gold lead, it looks like Falcons have an idea of their own. The Gourd picks up the Sky Piercer here.
It's either you start snowballing once you get the Sky Piercer, or it's a curse and you don't get any stacks. Looking at the way she's played the game, it should be a good thing, right? She's 004 right now, not a single death, and she's positioned herself really, really well. So, I've seen these Gourds, man, with Sky Piercer, carrying a game, turning things around. If she gets just 2 kills in the next fight, that sets her up for greatness right there. And Fumi Echo is going to be the one sent up top to deal with the Moskov. Liv shows up, shoves the wave, has an SOD to play with it. That's why now it's going to be all in. Chell with the Purify, Bauman locked down. That's a Mystic Gush. Vival's able to escape right now with Vivian doing a lot in the backfight. Heavy spinning and bringing her into the Fatal Links of Cine. Livy unable to deal enough damage on Vival. And now with Vitality with a 2-man advantage, straight into the Lord.
Vival at level 12. Zev not even in the arena right now.
No chance.
No chance. It's c'est la vie for Team Falcons at this point, right? They are going to lose that neutral objective to Team Vitality. A 3,000 gold lead once again. Going to be marching down in the bottom side of the map. Team Falcons, though, they do still have that hope, right? Liv is still catching up to her items. Would you see the damage dealt rankings here right now? And it looks like Violet is also on the charts.
Yep. But it's the sisters who are topping the chart right now. Violet's doing a lot of damage at Liv again, waiting for that item power spike that should have hit now, right? That should have been that 3rd item power spike for Liv already. So we'll take a look at the item builds later on to confirm whether or not that's the case.
It should be, yeah.
Been farming up a Storm the entire game. That is the 3rd item. So now we'll start seeing Liv deal damage. Good clear onto the Lord right now. They also have a Gourd. So now it's up to Vitality to start getting creative. Try to siege this base. Vivian trying to be creative, gets pincered. And the Holy Shield has already been procced. Up top, Tier 2 gonna fall as well. Tier 2 in the mid lane, the final one. Vitality have their sights set on it. And it's Chell sent over. Winter Crown for Fumi Echo to deal with that Mystic Gush if ever she gets caught in the pincer, and is a good take by Sev with the red tree.
It looks like the defending champions here are covering all their bases right now. And Team Falcons, do they really want to experience this again? I mean, the qualifiers, right? They lost all their games completely to Team Vitality. And it looks like here and there, we do see moments of brilliance coming in from Team Falcons. We saw it in game number 1, and we do see it here in game number 2. And hopefully they find their moment. Hopefully they work around what's been thrown at them so far by Team Vitality, and they look for a moment of their own. Shell, is this it? Is this the moment that they're looking for?
Purify's all up still. Vivian still has a heavy spin as well. That's why Raimundo is hesitant to use the Fatal Links. Now it's Cine with the Fatal Links over on Violet with the Vengeance as well. Fumi Echo, Conan's pincer. Now lethal counter. Vival takes her down. A big shove it. Raimundo, perfect match. Trying to escape now, but the rest of the team comes over. And it's a big headbutt. But a good disengage by Falcons ID.
Again, not the greatest of results for Team Falcons, losing Violet here. And again, more control over for Team Vitality as they are going to continue to look for more structures. You can see Fumieko already looking for a push and a control over the far side of the map as they are going to be once again corralling over the Lord, the second Lord of the game. As we take a look into the equipment, it looks like Liv is still working with that, right? They're staying with the Sky Piercer, going for a little bit more slow there with the Ice Queen wand. Hopefully it can be enough. Hopefully that can be something that they fall onto, but if and only if Liv can get a pick here, because we saw that additional item coming out from Cine. That's a Divine Glaive. So on top of everything that she's been able to do so far, she's going to deal even more magic damage into the Team Falcons.
Not just from Cine, but also from Chell. She has a Wind of Nature now, which is going to be such a big problem to deal with if you're Falcons. You think right now you'd be in a comfortable spot to try to look for these 5v5s, but Liv, one of the main damage dealers, the main damage dealer when it comes to consistent DPS, she's gonna have to deal with Wind of Nature. She's building towards a Melfic gun, so she's chosen to go a bit more glass cannon, Liv. We'll see how that works out. Violet also with the Sea Halberd. Not much survivability, but a heck of a lot of damage to try to bait out these resources before the skirmish, but it's responded over with Chastised Pauldrons at the same time for Fumieko and Vivian. These girls know what the win cons are for Falcons, and they want to shut it down with these items.
And she knows that in the grand scheme of things, she's going to be controlling the far lane a lot, especially as we get into the Lord dances. And in that 1v1 against the Moskov, that Chassis Pauldron is going to come in clutch. And here is the decision from Team Vitality.
They're getting a bit desperate though, Falcons ID. Walking up aggressively. Perfect match already down. Cine stole the Fatal Links. Now Chell with the Blazing Duet trying to go for the shred already. Vivian with the flicker in and the heavy spin. Vivian is able to pick it up. Now the Fatal Links knocks Vivian let down. The Fatal Links from Vivian. The SOD lands. The Mystic Gush comes around as well. And it goes through the Wind of Nature. Sheb frontlining now for Liv with a Melfic gun doing a lot of damage. Vivo has to run away. Vitality got the Lord, but Falcons ID strike back with a fight. Livy looking for the Mystic Projectile. Can she find it on Fumieko? Yes, she can. Now she's tied up. Good sprint. Vivo gets a lethal counter to take Raimundo down, but it's Liv sieging these turrets out.
And that's what we were afraid of, right? The Sky Piercer and the Divine Glaive now on top of that. Livy gets a stack finally, and she's going to be able to work with that. Two, rather. In that particular scheme of things, the Lord does fall into the hands of the defending champions, but Team Falcons are able to strike back by winning out the skirmish, the team fight. And that's all they need at this moment, right? They need to buy a little bit more time, and it has worked. Luckily, Liv was on the Moskov. We were talking about the power spike hitting. It really hit at the right time. She was able to SOD into the team fight and help out Team Falcons to dish out that damage and eventually take Team Vitality down one by one.
A 3,000 gold lead, and the Lord already dealt with. Falcons ID. Remember what we said, when it comes to scaling, they do have a very good comp once it gets to the later stage of the game. Liv, Melfic gun already, and the Wind of Nature that we saw from Chell didn't matter at all. They negated that with Livy flickering in forward, getting that Mystic Gush. But I think it all started, the mistake, all the way from the start. Cine kind of panicked with the Fatal Links, utilized it just on Violet, and it gave the chance for Raimundo to walk up, to get the fight, and also for Vivian. After she's utilized the heavy spin, they can no longer take the fights against Raimundo on the Fatal Links. That's one of the best ways to deal with it, and without it, already used on the Lord earlier, they need to start respecting Falcons ID's teamfight threat.
So I wonder what the adaptations that Team Vitality are going to go for. Are they going to try and work out that execution in these particular team fights? Or are they going to create a situation where Shell is not as vulnerable? Do you think this warrants a magic defense item?
Uh-oh. Right now, I think Vivian needs a lot more magic defense. That's going to be the heavy spin already. Fumieko with the falling star move. What? Dives in onto 4. Sprints ready. Cine with the Fatal Links. Lands on nothing in the bush. He's going to get shredded down now. The rest of the team comes around with Chell. Is able to get the Blazing Duet. Now Connor the Mystic Gush has the BMI to get away. Fumieko runs him down, but that's the backup from Liv on the Moskov. Some really uncoordinated fights by Vitality.
It's been really weird. And this is so good. Falcons have been able to capitalize over and over here in game number 2, like they failed to do in game number 1. And that gold lead that Team Vitality were holding on to is slowly shrinking further and further away. Team Falcons have complete control over this neutral objective, and this time around, there's no gap in EXP lane between both jungles.
This is a 4v5. Sini's not back up yet. Fumi Echo, they reset the Lord. Falcons are afraid of that CC threat from Vivian. The decision is still to go. Violet's already used the current call. Now he's going to falling star move for Fumi Echo. Vivian with a zone on Chev. But look at the Batman also zoned away right now. Vivos looking for the angle right now for the goal for it. It's Chell who seals the Lord away. Out of 2 retributions, it's Chell on the Claude. SOD from Liv. They get the fight again. And it's a crazy save of the game from the Claude with the Art of Thievery.
That could have been so bad for Team Vitality. They lose 2 members in the process. You can already feel the damage coming out from Liv because of the items that she's already have under her belt. The Malefic Gun as well with additional range to her kit. You could even see Fumi Echo really struggling against the damage of Violet, right? I think the additional item of the anti-regen, the Sea Halberd there, really helped her out in that 1v1 against Fumi. And Fumi Echo's initial power, her strength that she had like in the earlier stage of the game has really been negated. She's so squishy now.
Completely neutralized now. She is not... Whoa, Sini stole the SOD. That's an interesting one. Don't know how she'll utilize it. We have seen a lot of pro players do this before. But I don't know how it will work out against Falcons IDs front to back. I don't think as a mage you want to dive into the backline of Falcons ID. Not right now.
Hey, you're talking about the finals MVP of BOG? MWI 2025? Maybe she has a 200 IQ play.
Maybe she does. Right? That's why, you know, we always gotta give her a bit of the benefit of the doubt right now. So we'll see. But it has been very shaky, Vitality, in the last few minutes. It's been Falcons ID who've controlled the map, who've really been forcing Vitality to make the reactive plays as they proactively regain control of the map very slowly but surely. Again, the perfect match now on Vivian, trying to bait out the heavy spin with the Mystic Projectile as well. Livy doesn't go for the Mystic Gush. It's just the heavy spin baited, and there's nothing utilized. Remember, no Fatal Links, no nothing. Falcons ID again, that slow but steady control. Now Vivian gets stunned up again. Not even necessary to go for the Mystic Gush. Vivol caught him of it all. Now Fatal Link's coming out as well. Fumi Echo dives to the back line with the Falling Star Moon. It's Vivol losing immortality. She gets away in time. Chell with the Blazing Duet into the back line. Goes through it all. A shutdown from Chell. Caught again though by Violet. Pops him in the crowd. Fumi Echo and against Liv. Pops in the Falling Star Moon. And now is caught against 4 members. That's the winner crowd for Fumi Echo. Can she escape? No, she cannot. Violet gets the double. And now it's up to Vitality to defend against Falcons ID 4-man siege.
This is an N angle, ladies and gentlemen. 3 members on the side of the defending champions are down. Team Falcons are going in for the engage, and look at that damage.
They both clear out the way with the Retribution and lethal counter. Violet shuts her down, and it gives Falcon ID the advantage to go for Lord. They didn't get a base trip, but now it should just be free. Sev needs to recall though. She's a bit low, and Vivian's going to be back up in 1 second.
It's so hard. These team fights are so hard now that we're entering the 21st minute of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, the power spikes have hit for both cores of Team Falcons, and you can see the damage being so difficult to control. Earlier on in that team fight, we saw that Team Vitality were looking for a way to shut Livy down. They were able to do that, but they did not recognize that Liv was also doing the damage. Meanwhile, Shell, she took one down. She couldn't take the other one down. Sydney was gone. And she's like, I'm gonna die here. What else do I do? What do Team Vitality do when they have to take care of 2 cores of Team Falcons?
They gotta break that formation, but they tried it in such a weird way. The heavy spin was already baited, and again they went for a fight 4v5. Vivian was already dealt with. One of those big resources is already gone. Chell's trying to look for the angle, and Falcons ID have learned from their mistake in Game 1. That Game 1 could have very well been a Falcons ID win if they played with the Evolved Lord, and now they know what to do. They have crazy frontliners, and it's all about Livy and Liv. to try to deal enough damage. Seb walking up with the shield unity. Raimundo as well, the perfect match. Vivian finds an angle to shove them all in. The Mystic Gush already stolen away right now. That's going to be the winner crown from Livy, but in the back line is going to be Blazing Duet. Livy caught, Fireball able to get the lethal counter, but Liv's just cutting them down with the spears. City caught by the Mystic Gush. Livy still alive. Boomy Echoes right there, and it seems like Falcons ID will take us to a Game 3.
And we wouldn't have it any other way, ladies and gentlemen. This matchup has been nothing short of fantastic. This means that this is the first game that Team Vitality, the defending champions, have dropped this time around here at MWI after such a clean run so far over the past 3 days. Back in their qualifiers, Team Falcons were unable to get a single game. And here we are.
And it's getting hotter and hotter here in the venue with both the Falcons fans and Vitality fans in the building, screaming out, chanting their team names as we get into Game 3.
So without further ado, we've tuned into Game 1, we've tuned into Game number 2, and we're gonna throw it over before we get into the third game. It's been me, Mirko. We'll see you after.
719 days ago, these two teams ran into each other with Indonesian pride on the line. Now, 719 days later, it is Falcons Indonesia who finally get a map win over the Titans of Team Vitality. Finally, something might be happening, and Vitality is now at risk of having their key crushed and their championship repeat absolutely eliminated. Welcome to the desk. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. Nice to leave for the first time today. Leo, first off, how you doing, brother? You all right?
I'm doing well.
Oh, yeah.
Merci for asking. And I don't remember where I was 17 and 19 days back, but I do remember being in Saudi Arabia about a year back, watching Vitality run through MWI 2025 with a perfect record.
Yep.
So I know how historic today is that they finally concede a game, not a match, a game over to their rivals in Falcons Vega ID.
But still historic. Naisu, we take a look at the match stats and they tell the story. You go back even to game number 1 though, it was like, man, Falcons were so close to getting the win. This time though, they did not waste the opportunity.
They didn't at all. And I know for everybody out there, the gourd from Livy was great to see, but I think they had to come together as a team here because there was a moment, right, where they were struggling in the team fight. They really had to rely on Raimundo, Liv to come through, but the Sky Piercers from Livy is what I'm talking about, man, with that gourd. The big damn, Leo.
Joseph, that's easy for you to say, given the gourd won. My sweet baby precious Balmond lost, all right? Despite the numerous shamalamalas that was dropped by Vival, just something about their communications and rotations and synergies, Falcons ran through, man. I think Falcons locked in when they knew that they fumbled it in game 1.
You got to imagine this too, man. This is a 22-minute, 34-second game. The first game was what, 25?
25, yeah.
Think about the distance and endurance now that has tested out Team Vitality. I mean, that's the big thing here that I would consider because, yeah, like you mentioned, what is it, 719 days?
That's right.
And for a team as familiar with Vitality as Team Falcons
That's
ID,
right.
this is the team to do it.
I mean, you think about the history as well. I mean, Vitality has beat Falcons Indonesia, I mean, over 100 times in the span of them meeting up with each other.
Minimum.
So the fact is, getting this map win is truly historic just for that namesake alone, but also for the fact that Vitality, in their MWI run last year, went flawless. They did not drop a single map. Here, they went flawless in their groups. Come to knockout stage, now they show that they can bleed. They nearly showed that against MIBR loss, right? That 26-minute game. But here we are. Falcons Indonesia now sending it to a game 3. But Leo, the thing is that still might haunt them depending on how this game 3 goes. Falcon Indonesia could have already won 2-0.
Taylor, if there's something I know about Vitality is that they have the heart of champions. Nay, I think they are goddesses walking among us on the earth, tasked to take over the MLBB women's division. So with that said, I think in front of their biggest fans, again, they are home court heroes right now.
That's right, yep.
Team Vitality is a French org. I think they'll have to look at the audience and say, it's more than just them who's hoping for us to win. They have to think of everyone else watching all around the world, and they have to lock in. This is the
gotta lock in.
This is the lock-in of all lock-ins, because if they drop here, there's no second chance.
That's right. Nice. Let's take a look at a couple of big moments from that game number 2. First moment here, maybe we're going to be looking at Team Falcons starting to look pretty solid. In fact, it is relatively close. Fumi Echo on the opposite side, though, looking pretty solid. What are we looking at?
This is, once again, that Fatal Links was used there on Violet, but it's the spacing that we're seeing from Livy. Vival was a problem. She was shutting down so many members, and they had to kind of respond to it. That's the strength of the Ballman right now. We saw this in Stream B, but again, look at the playmaking ability of the team, being able to play together, help them disengage if they have to. I think that was the big showcase here from Team Falcons ID, the way they played as a team.
That's right. Second moment, Leo, let's go ahead and take a look at it and see what ended up unfolding. Probably going to be towards the tail end of that map number 2. We're now 17 minutes and 49 seconds in. We have a battle for the Lord, and I think this is the Lord that ends up getting stolen from Team Falcons Indonesia.
It's a very good position that Fumi Echo found herself in, but I have to commend how ballsy Shell was, and I think that's what they needed. The fact that they just needed to send one member to be able to at least confirm the Lord, and it was off of a rogue Art of Thievery from McLeod. That doesn't happen, especially since there were 2 junglers still alive.
But we take those W's whenever we can get them. Hey, casters, we were watching you the whole time. I know that sounds weird, but it's true. Let's see what the casters were looking like during those clutch moments.
There's nothing utilized. Remember, no Fatal Links, no nothing. Falcons ID again, that slow but steady control. Now Vivi gets stunned up again. Not even necessary to go for the Mystic Gush. Vival caught him in it all. Now Fatal Links coming out as well. Fumi Echo dives to the back line with the Falling Star Moon. It's Vival losing immortality. She gets away in time. Chill with the Blazing Duet.
Mirko holding that mic like he's about to whisper sweet nothings into my ear. Sounding great up there with a Turna. Hey, I like that we got the little caster reactions. We just started that today, and I hope we get more, Leo.
I wish we had those on Stream B.
Yeah, the physicality of what we were doing. But here it's clear, it's intimate, it's personal, given that Rachel and Frederick are Indonesian. They've seen these ladies just bounce off of each other for years now. They do it now here in France.
In France, they're doing it big, man. They're looking great, too. Hey, this is a big moment. Will the Titans of Vitality fall? Will Falcons Indonesia? And let's go back to day 1, how they started their tournament against Seda Esports, a 2-0 loss. And mind you, it wasn't even a close 2-0 loss. Sometimes you can lose 2-0 and it's like, okay, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. It was incredibly close. They had a chance to win. No, they did not. They got smacked around, but they returned to the stage, and now all of a sudden, they're going toe-to-toe with Vitality?
I'll say this, something that has been very apparent throughout MWI this year, 2026, the other teams around the world are catching up to Team Vitality.
Sure.
They've been dominating for so long, and something that you always have to pinpoint is, when you're sitting at the top, eventually everybody wants to take you off that,
that target
that hill.
on your back.
Yeah, and that's what's been happening here. And I think this is also a very apparent of the challenge that's happening for Team Vitality. But they have been very dominant for so long that eventually someone's going to catch up. And right now, it just happens to be on stage in this best-of-3 match with a familiar foe.
Well, let's head to the stage. The competitors are getting ready once again to go toe-to-toe with each other. This is the battle for Indonesia. And who will end up ahead? Well, Falcons Indonesia, they want the glory. They want the championship. And if they do beat Vitality, there is a very real conversation that they, in fact, will be the favorites to win the championship. Leo, for Vitality, though, this is the first time. Now, I know they are veterans. I know they have a winning history. But let's think about it. Maybe now they're finally rattled. What was that? We just took a loss. We haven't taken a loss in the past 2 MWIs. What just happened? How can they regain?
Taylor, it would be more than just a conversation if Falcons ID drop Team Vitality, it would be a revolution. The world turned upside down. The favorites, the one who everyone swore has already punched their ticket to the grand finals, drops in the quarterfinals.
Yep.
I'll say this. Team Vitality, their wake-up call happened now, and they had a 5-minute timer to fix it. Team Falcons ID, as you mentioned, it was that Seta sweep. So they had what? 48 hours to wake up and get into their playoffs form. Map reveal, dangerous grass. I think this is Team Vitality's chance. Some way, somehow, find an assassin on Vival.
Dive a bit deeper. Assassin, why do you think Vitality on dangerous grass is the favorites?
The Balmond, as much as I love it, is a very honest hero. It just walks up to you and says, I'm going to stand my ground. It's up to the rest of my team to fix it. That's a 2-step, 3-step plan. In dangerous grass, if you can somehow get, what's the best assassin right now? Nolan?
Nolan,
Ling?
maybe? Ling?
One of those, you can shock your opponents into submission. That's my game plan for Team Vitality. I wonder if that's what's going on in Team Falcons ID's mind too.
Leo, are you telling me a Ballman can't surprise him from dangerous grass and give him the shalom?
I'll tell you now, I've tried. This is not the best plan.
That's true, that's true. You know, yeah, maybe one of the assassin picks, maybe also the roam, utilizing the dangerous grass map. This says, I'm sure that's not it. The flying clouds are there, but if it is dangerous grass, that's one of the things you can play around. Obviously, the map there, the map space that you have to work on. These bans, though, pretty similar. I mean, the Guinevere has been popping off lately. The Atlas was a utilized tool that Team Falcons actually use in the hands of Raimundo, and she's not going to get that. So what are they planning here for that first pick priority?
And by the way, boys, we are in fact playing on Flying Clouds. So we are finishing where we started this best of 3.
Okay, that being said, allow me to double back. I was expecting DG, all right? Apparently we're going to FC. Flying Clouds, it's all about fighting. It's not flying, it's fighting.
It's fighting.
So I'm okay with a fighter. I'm okay with like a Boxia still open.
Yep.
Belleric, Esmeralda. I take it back. Honesty might actually be the best policy.
So maybe there is a room. Honesty is the best policy for this one. First pick is what we're going to find out. The carry being banned out too kind of gives some insight on what Team Vitality might be looking to pick up here. But this is the thing, man. We saw so much variation with first picks over on the teams that competed on Stream B. And over on Stream A, I mean, that's basically what it showed us of the meta. It's very versatile right now, a lot of unique picks, but in this time, again, with 2 opponents who know each other so well, what is the plan? A Moskov early pick. We didn't see this at all in Stream B.
It's been months since we've seen a first pick Moskov, and if ever, even in blue. It rarely ever happens, but what this sends over across the red side is, yeah, we're gonna play for that mid-game power spike. We want some macro control. We want to split the map if necessary. And we're going to take whatever wins we got from game 1, how we won in game 2, and Vitality, it's up to you to adjust.
For Falcons, though, they say, hey, this is our opportunity to strike. If it's been months since we've seen the Moskov, well, it's been years since we've seen Vitality bleed like they are. They're going, they're digging deep, and they want to win this.
Goddesses do bleed.
I think there's room for a Belleric, Claude, or Esmeralda Claude. Ooh. No, Vitality are still sticking to their guns. Literally, this is the game 2 draft happening right before our eyes over again.
I'm surprised they didn't want to go ahead and take the Belleric, at least for now.
Best roamer in the game right now.
Best roamer in the game.
Esmeralda, best XP laner in the game.
Yeah, and they're kind of sitting on those, holding it, because essentially maybe they just want to wait to see what these next 2 picks are from Team Falcons, because again, they could pick up one of the Bellerics if they want to, pick up the XP lane early on. There's so many choices right now.
But here's what we don't know: where that Akai is going.
Yeah, flexible.
It might have been an overcooked or shot over the moon type of situation wherein they forced the Balmond over into the Akai lineup, but now they can repair that. Team Falcons Vega ID pick up the Zushin and the Sora. A lot of good ways to start fights, to disengage, to, again, one of the main strengths of Team Falcons Vega from game 2. You gotta admit, Joseph, they were able to pop that Purify.
They popped that Purify.
A lot of crowd control, and I think that's what bothered Vitality so much.
They did. And in this case, even with the Jushin and the Sora alone, you know you're going to have to be making that decision. Do I bring that Purify? When am I going to go ahead and get that timing correctly?
You have to.
You have to.
The first 3 picks alone are crowd control juggernauts.
Yeah, even with a bit of a nerf on Jushin, like it's still valuable. Yes, she's fallen in terms of pick stocks, but she's still there, right? And she's still utilized with the beacon, the lantern, and everything else. The response right now is some crowd control of their own, an Arlott pick.
I think Vitality just want to disrupt whatever momentum Team Falcons Vega ID has. So in their attempt to regain footing, to rebuild the path that they're walking to towards the back-to-back, they're saying, hey, let me just... they're kicking Falcons ID on the way there.
Kicking the door. And they're going to kick the door with this long spear from Fumieko. Is it a spear that Arlott has? It's one of those weapons. Yeah,
it's a spear.
But this is a hero that Fumieko also has just made how many highlights on? You know, it's one of those mainstays.
Making XP laner.
Exactly.
That I think she struggled to do with an Esmeralda, because if you're the Esmeralda, you're used to already be winning.
Yeah.
When you make it to the 15, 16 minute mark, you should be dominating. Earlier, she just struggled.
She struggled because, and I heard Rachel mention it, it's the once the atomization comes into play, the
halberd.
Esmeralda, the halberd, that sea halberd, it's deterred at that point. It's negated, as she mentioned, and that's one of the things you have to look out for. You dominate the early game with an Esmeralda, now you don't have to, at least for now, because both XP laners on both sides are locked in. Rest of the bands, because the jungle. What's the jungle going to be for Falcons?
Falcons can still play an assassin. It might be weird, but the roamer hasn't been revealed just yet. So with just one solid frontliner, and again, just investing in crowd control, you could still pick an assassin. Coach Lucky Boy has Coach Cassius on the back foot in more ways than one, literally and in the draft, but who knows what's going on in this Indonesian mastermind's, well, mind.
The one mind here. Now for this last ban coming out from Falcons, this really has to pinpoint potentially the mid lane, or they decide to take another roam option out, just because again you don't know.
Keep that Akai
where it is
honest.
going. Exactly.
You know what?
Oh, it's a Belric.
Weirdly enough, I would prefer for that Akai to stay where it is, in Vival's hands.
Yeah. Just keep it there. This pick, the red 4, is going to tell us a lot on where Team Vitality is going, and then Falcons will kind of respond to this. So if Vitality wants to, they pick up their mid lane right now.
No Eve.
Yeah, Eve.
Gord is still up.
Gord.
But the draft that they've started with doesn't spell Gord. How would you feel as a Gord with these 3?
You wouldn't want it, man. No smokes, because there's too much to be the aggressor on Gordon. Once your Mystic Gush is gone or
the Sora
ended early,
alone. Joseph, the Sora alone.
The Sora alone. This is great. Lilia, you got some black shoes. You got that built-in Purify. You can pop off enough damage. We've seen how much damage Lilia can do in the early game. This is already a great start for Vitality's last 2 picks.
And by holding out for the jungle pick, the quote-unquote jungle pick till red 5, they're committing to the bit. They're not letting Team Falcons ID know and decide what happens. Now, the girls from Vega have to say, that's it. We're showing you our jungle. We're showing you our roam. This doesn't happen, by the way. Not very often.
This
the
isn't
mid-trio gets fulfilled in the last picks.
That second half. That's why the first 3 picks were so interesting. You know, in the pattern that, with the Hilda. So if this was Dangerous Grass, if this was the DG, I would have expected the Hilda.
But in Flying Clouds, I still get it.
It still works.
Yeah. Even on the back foot, folks, being in Flying Clouds and playing a Hilda is a little bit of a blessing, even when you're losing, because you're able to Flying Clouds into the back line, get into a bush, punch back. Harley is the jungler of choice.
That is not what I was expecting. The Harley, once dominant through the previous meta before that patch came out, he's still picked up, but just not as much.
It's the burst that they needed.
Yeah.
Look at a majority of the lineup. None of them can take a life bar from 100 to 0. Harley does exactly that. This is a very strong mid-game power spike team that Team Falcons have gotten themselves.
Yeah, now this last pick for Vitality. This, once again, crucial. Down to 1 game. This pick will round out this composition.
This is the prestige. This shows us exactly what Coach Cassius has been cooking. Where does this Akai go? Ooh. It's a Cho. So it is confirmed a Jungle Akai.
It's a Jungle Akai. You get the Cho. Imagine, it's only been picked 3 times so far for MWI.
It's Vitality versus Falcons Indonesia. the great Indonesian rivalry. But it's been one-sided up until this point. Falcons Indonesia have finally shown that they can beat Team Vitality, but that was just one map. Can they win the series? Can they crush their rivals' key, move forward in the tournament, and potentially claim a championship? Let's find out. It's Team Vitality versus Falcons Indonesia. Mirko Eterna, take it away.
We are living in a world where the defending champions don't even get a chance to defend their throne. Ladies and gentlemen, one game away from elimination for both Team Falcons Indonesia and Team Vitality Indonesia. And I feel like for Team Falcons, after being absent last year, this is the statement that they are building. The statement that they're saying, hey, second place, it's enough.
Yeah. I really like the responses, by the way, from both these teams coming into it in the drafts. Falcons ID those last two picks. Fantastic. The Harley pick and then the insta-deny from the counter of the Harley, the Hilda, takes it away. Leaving Vitality with either the Khalid or the Cho to try to deal with this Harley. And you can already see Vivian here start to screen out where this Harley is. And that's all Vivian can do later on as well. It's all about Vivian trying to delay Chef. So far, doing a good job with the Jikundo and the concussive blast. Vivian takes the orange buff away early on against Sev. Oh no, Raimundo couldn't see where Vivian was. And it's such a big win early against a Harley.
That's huge. That's huge. With the changes of the battlefield adjustment, how much gold you get from the buffs alone, that increase of 20%. The loss of that at that is also going to put Team Falcons in a position to think, you know, hey, where are we going to get that gold elsewhere? City as well is also doing a fine job as opening the map. That's a beautiful thing when you pick up something like the Lilia. You can utilize your glooms to open up the map, give vision and information over the team. So it's not just solely on Vivian. That pressure slightly alleviated.
You can see the pressure constantly here being placed down by Vivian. It's always about that. You know what? I like the Akai pick from last game, but this screams Vivian, the Cho, right? She can make so many plays, she can be everywhere all at once to cover up any of the missing links that Vitality need to, you know, step up over. The mid-prio already gotten Vival onto the neutral objective. No orange but for Sev, so she's still level 3. This is free for Vitality. Turtle number 1, uncontested, just conceded by Falcons, and not a single way to look for a trade. Without level 4, Chef can't even go into bottom lane to take Chell down.
Which is why she's resorting to invading the enemy jungle. She's trying to get
Vivian,
that lizard away, but she's gonna be unable to. Okay, she gets it in the end, but of course Vivian would be able to, you know, stall that timing by just a bit, stall that rotation by just a bit. But look at them go once again.
Big skirmish. Vival just pops in a heavy spin. Zeb has already utilized deadly magic, so Vival can actually just constantly go and put in the pressure, try to invade the jungle. She's got to respect Falcons with their damage though. So it will just be the disengage for Vitality. They'll be happy with the first turtle and they'll play their game again.
It's so uncanny, right? Because we think that because of how fast the rotations of the Harley is and how fast the wave clear, as well as, you know, the creep clearing is, seeing Zev at level 4 compared to the Akai, who was nerfed quite a bit, by the way, at level 5, it's just something that you don't see every day. But Team Vitality, they know the scopes, they know the limits and how to execute it properly. And this is the situation that we are in right now. As they go for another invade onto Team Falcons, they're not allowing Zev a moment of breath and respite.
There's the patience as well from Vivian, not to just use that way the dragon straight up onto the first girl she sees. Raimundo gets pinned down. The Shifting Skies takes her away from the kick. Way the dragon onto Livy. The SOD is accurate. Forces Cini with the black shoes now. Vival, no heavy spin. It's an all-in as Fumi Echo is able to dive in the final slash, and now it's going to be Livy with the Crimson Beacon. Cini's already gotten rid of Sev. That's both the junglers down, but look at Vivian and Fumi Echo working in tandem together to get those resets for Fumi Echo. Now again, it's a vengeance over on Livy. Vivian with a dive as well. Fumi Echo wants to dive. The Purify there. The Lantern Flare to bring Fumi Echo inside again. But it's the dive straight up to Cini, picking up a kill. And then the wave shoved in as the turtle will spawn. Perfectly timed for Vivo to respawn back in the game.
Essentially, it's a 2-for-3 trade, a 1-for-1 trade earlier on as Fumi Echo gets that kill, but she has to give over her life for it. It looks like Team Vitality are quick on the second turtle of the game. Vival is still ahead by just a bit. Actually, Zev's caught up. So the setup is there. Let's see the retaliation coming in from Team Falcons.
The retaliation is a trade up top. Remember the main carry last game, Liv, getting all the free farm and then building up to be an absolute menace in the late game. And so far, so good for Liv. Done a good job against Chell in that lane. Rotates up top, stays away from these fights and constantly just builds on gold, farm. Let's see if she can do what she did in game 2.
And I wonder if Team Vitality want to adjust to the mistakes from game number 2. Do they want to go for more onto Liv? But it looks like Zev.
That's a lot of damage. A flicker on himself. Vivi gets away.
How?
With a sliver of health. That's literally on the brink. And City with Fumieko takes the main win con of Falcons ID. Down up top. Ramundo on the hill. They're now going to be caught with a heavy spin. Free resets for the vengeance of Fumieko. Ramundo very low, taken out by Fumieko. I never want to see Vivian on the Panda ever again. I just want to see her on Cho.
And we haven't seen her on the Cho so far here at MWI. So it's a breath of fresh air for sure. Giving her a hero that's a lot more active around the map. Allowing her to make a lot more plays. And that's how she was able to secure the title in the first place. Mother of Tanks, being one of the backbones of Team Vitality in these team fights and these skirmishes. And there she goes again.
Almost a solo kill against a tank. It's a solo kill for Vivian on the Cho against the Harley. Now she'll die, but she already did what she needed to. How is she doing this on a Cho?
So worth. What a worth trade. A roamer for Zev. And I bet you Zev is going to be caught quite behind of the Akai again. Wow.
What?
Aggressive Team Vitality here. A different change of pace for them. Absolutely not the safe Team Vitality that we saw from game number 1 and game number 2. Here, active from the get-go. They get a structure down bot and they completely and straight away collapse onto the final turtle of the game. This is perfect turtle for the defending champions here in game number 3.
There was an attempt from Zev on the Harley, who's been sokoliled by Vivian on Cho. Oh my god. The Harley should have an advantage by now at this point of the game, but now without the advantage, and then you take a glance over Vitality's composition, you look at their composition here, and there's no one to target for Zev. The Arlet's too tanky. The Kai for sure.
Yep.
That's another kick on Zev. Vivian's reading her like a book.
Zev gets out.
The trick was already used. Vivil's just going to walk her down, and look who's coming. Fumieko with the cut in the final slash. He's forced back to the Panda. Vival will happily collect that kill. Chell in the mid lane with the Blazing Wind and also the BMI back. Baits them all into the rest of the team. And all this time used by Cine up top to zone Liv from the farm. Fumieko with constant pressure, not letting them back away for free. They're shutting everything down this time around.
A 4,000 gold lead. Counting for Team Vitality up until this point in time, and they are collapsing once again. You can see the dive coming in from Vivian, but Team Falcons are quick to read it. Heavy spin utilized already. They are going to get a structure. They don't get a pick, they get a structure. And I think Shell is going to get another one up top.
It looks like it's going to be 2. No heavy spin, but it's worth it, man. No retaliation from Falcons at all. Tier 2 up top, Tier 1 in mid falling. And look at Vival trying to take it away. The purple buff gets taken out by Cindy. Violet has to use the Shifting Skies, and again, oh, Vivian! Wait, the dragon kicks her away! Sev cannot move. The final slash finds Sue, and now Vival is going to collapse under turret. Violet's going to be chain CC'd. It's Fumieko with the dive. Vivian wants a bit more, but cannot find it. They're going to go for the Tier 2 in mid, and I hope they call it a day.
It's only been 9 minutes. It's only been 9 minutes, and they're this deep into enemy territory. They've taken structures left and right like it's been nothing. Vivian constantly being able to look for these opportunities from a counter engage off of Violet's initiation. And it worked. And the person that she gets out of everyone there was Zev again. Zev is not having the greatest of times right now. 0-4-2. one level below of Vival. It's going to be very difficult for them to go for the contest on the objectives. And once again, they're looking for some revenge onto Vivian. And she just recalls on them.
When a choke can recall on the enemy jungle like that, and everything gets used with Vivian not feeling like it's a threat at all, that's a problem right there. Oh god.
She's stickered.
Zev, you don't have deadly magic. If Vivian gets a kick on you.
I think Vivian knows.
I don't think she knows. She would have already walked in the bush and looked for the kick, but Zev desperately wants to hold on to this position.
Uh-oh.
Turret down below, already taken down. Vivian, again, just corralling over. Zev has a great position here, but Vivil's gonna walk up. And she finds her. Vivian doesn't have the flicker, so Zev should be fine. Maybe not. Maybe Vivian just wants to chase her to the end of the map. Hello? She's forcing Zev out of the fight. Violet with the shifting skies in the mid lane. Now it's going to be a 4v4 as the heavy spin gets used up by Vivo, but he won't be able to find the pin. Spear of Misery. Vivian's still chasing Zev. Up top she goes, running to the other side of the map. And there's no escape. This Cho is relentless on the chase. Finally, Zev gets a chance to recall.
That was a good 30 seconds of just chasing one another down. And Vivian is able to actually, push out that top lane in the process of it. They're buying so much time. Vivian, again, she's not going to get touched here. They take a structure down bot. They're looking for the next structure up top. But even if they don't get the structure up top, that's already on the opposite side of where the Lord is spawning. And that means Team Vitality, once again, has the upper hand when it comes down to the Lord push.
We've seen Falcon's ID come back from this kind of situation. Actually, very much the same situation. Zev with the reaction already. As Vivian walks up, Violet though. Caught in the shifting skies, the heavy spin as well. The final slash comes around, and Violet's going to be taken very low by the Blues. Taken out by City, who claims the unstoppable. Now it's Cho, the BMI forward. One thing's for sure. When Zev sleeps tonight, she's going to see Vivian on Cho in her nightmares. Again, it's for me. With the stun, Vivian with the kick in the final slash. Just a cherry on top. Vivian gets another kill. The Lantern Flare doesn't deal anything on Vivian. And they're going to strip Falcon's ID down to just the crystal.
They took everything. They came in and they took everything. A 10,000 gold lead by the defending champions. It's looking bleak here for Team Falcons. And, going back to what you were talking about earlier on, they were in a similar position as they were there in game number 2. But the difference is, Levy was on the gourd. This time around, Levy's on the Jushin. She doesn't have as much burst damage that she can utilize to the later stage of the game. Perhaps maybe if Levy had the Sky Piercer and she had stacks on it, I do see a world where Team Falcons can go for a comeback. But in this particular scenario, they're only relying on Liv. Vitality only needs to take Liv down.
And for Falcons, they have to get everybody. They have a crazy read here. Oh no, Vivian hunting step that way. The dragon lands and it connects. Vivian trying to get the kill. It's gonna be Cini with the glooms. Oh, Vivian wants it for herself. A flicker and a Jeet Kundo to take Zev down for the 5th time this game.
And that's the beauty of the Lilia pick. That's why it was so brilliant. Unable to be targeted, but Harley walked in on that herself. And now Zev once again caught out for the 5th time this game. Imagine that, leaving absolutely no trace of respite here for Team Falcons. And the Lord, it's going to be marching here in the mid lane. Ladies and gentlemen, is this the end of Team Falcons Indonesia?
After such a crazy run, losing their first match of the tournament, but then climbing up and improving as they get into knockout stage with a crazy game 1 and 2 performance. Now, it's Vivian with the walk-up. Lantern Flare and the Spear of Misery trying to pin him down, but Raimundo on the other side of the map will get bursted. Shifting skies by Violet, but heavy spin for the Echo with the final slash, and now Chell guns them down with the Blazing Duet. Back again, it's going to be Vivian trying to go on Zev. That's the hat trick already, but Mieko still able to survive with the resets on the Vengeance. The base is wide open, and Vitality will crush Falcon ID's key as they move to the semifinals.
After a moment of vulnerability, after a moment of doubt, Team Vitality move forward once again, a step closer to defending what was rightfully theirs to begin with. It looks like we will have an interview with the victors up on stage. We're gonna throw it to that, and we'll see you later.
Cheers, congratulations! You guys have successfully defended the throne. Now I have Vival right here beside me. Look at the beehive! They're all cheering you guys on. Now you guys have faced Falcons Indonesia so many times. So what makes this match different?
I think it's just us that we didn't play like our best, where everything was in order and all. We had a lot of blunders, so that's one thing for us to reevaluate.
But what makes this match different, given that, you know, you met Falcons Indonesia so many times? What makes this particular match, you know, mean more?
Maybe it's because we are finally battling out in EWC. This is like the biggest tournament there is for us, so that's what makes it special. Like both sides just now wanted to give it their all.
Right, and of course on home turf as well. So yes, of course, a familiar foe indeed. But of course, they didn't go down without a fight. But still, Falcons Indonesia, you guys play valiantly well. Please hand over your tournament key. You fought valiantly, not without a fight. You did spectacular, but your journey ends here, Falcons Indonesia. Thank you. So now, finally, I do have a question. After today, we will see the culmination of 4 of the best teams here at MWI. We will also be seeing 4 of the best junglers at the Land of Dawn. Now, with that being said, what makes you think sets you apart, that makes you potentially the Queen of the Jungle? How do you like that title?
Maybe what makes me different, I guess, is maybe experience, and I can say my hero pool.
That's right. You know, what I know is you play assassins as well, but right now, someone has been picking meta picks and utility jungles, and then you whipped out a pocket pick, the Bowman earlier. Really, really sexy. Now, congratulations once more, Vival. Potentially, if you secure the throne, Queen of the Jungle. Excited for that? And with that, congratulations! Team Vitality, take your walk of victory!
And now, of course, it is time for the classic, the key crusher. You take opponents' dreams and you crush them. But of course, this time, I got very special guests behind me. Les fans de Vita qui sont là pour faire du bruit, évidemment. Un max de bruit, s'il vous plaît. La première clé qui est détruite, on va continuer pendant tout le week-end. Oh, let's wait for this to be set up. And let's wait for this to be done. Of course, it is time for the security. It is time to take a look. And it is time to hear the noise. Vitality will move forward in the playoffs. They will be back tomorrow, of course, and I cannot even hear what I'm saying. I do hope you guys can hear anything, because the vibes are immaculate. But without further ado, let these guys party, and let's take a look at the highlights.
Excitement all around the venue as the home crowd supports the home team of Vitality as they get a tremendous win over their Indonesian rival, Falcons Indonesia. What a matchup it was. It went to a Game 3, but that Game 3 wasn't like the first two. It was a blowout as Vitality was done playing around and they cement themselves into the semifinals. Boys, a great series overall. But man, oh man, do we got to go back to that game number 1. If Falcons Indonesia, if they just slow things down, work with the Lord, they win map 1, they win map 2, they are your victors. But that wasn't how it ended up playing out.
That didn't happen that way. Unfortunate, for Falcons Indonesia. We usually say, these mistakes lead to objectives. Objectives lead to game losses or game wins, But that tends to be the case, and that's the nature of our game.
I wish it was that simple, honestly, because the world we live in now seems to be the world that everyone expects to have been on. But for the past, hour and a half, it seems like we were in the Twilight Zone, or at least on the way through via a black hole. The stats, though, do confirm that we are still here in Paris, France in 2026.
In reality.
Watching Falcons versus Vitality, the head-to-head between Fumieko and Violet. Okay, just a quick recap of what the draft was all about. It seems like they both relied on a metagame and a draft that they would have just gone to if it was a championship match, right?
Yeah.
That's what it feels like. Even Cheryl went, oh, you guys have successfully defended the throne. No, they haven't yet. They're just on the way. But looking at this 13-minute, 52-second match, it was Raimundo who took so much out of it, and Chell and Chinny, back-to-back, just farmed out, dealt damage, and Fumieko, the best wing woman, was on her Arlott. That's a signature pick that she's won multiple championships with.
Not just that, Vivian's Cho. I heard it as well, man.
Right.
I heard Mirko mention it as well. Just give her the Cho. Did you see the kind of gameplay that Vivian was showcasing on this masterclass of a Cho pick? I mean, I feel the same. Just play the Cho.
Map 3 was pretty much a domination from the side of Vitality. Let's look at one of those moments that led up to their ultimate victory over Falcons Indonesia. Leo, what are we looking at?
This is, I believe, the first Lord push. And actually, no, it's the second Lord.
Because all the base turrets are gone.
Yeah, it's a second Lord push, and it's miserable. The fact that the Hilda on Raimundo can't go nowhere. This was post the moment where Sev was chased down by Vivian. There's at least Sev gets close to the base. It's the finish. I think there's very few moments that we could have actually watched and broken down, because if you all just check them out, it would be the same thing. It's just Vitality, taking names, and kicking butt.
That's right. It was Vitality taking turrets left and right. And when they pushed the base, you could tell they were angry. They wanted to destroy Falcons Indonesia. They didn't want to just take the crystal. They wanted to take the entire base over, and they did so one base turret at a time, and then ultimately pushing in. And my lord, you could definitely tell that Vivian was angry too with the way she was playing. She is one of the more vocal players on Team Vitality. Of course, with Cindy as well, given our interviews earlier today. But Vivian said, enough is enough. I'm the queen of tanks. I am the queen of MWI, and I'm going to prove it here.
I think she's more than just the queen. She's the mother of tanks.
The mother of tanks, man. And
all of these other tanks wouldn't be on the earth without her.
That's true. That's true. She's so good with the hero pool that she showcases in all the matches. And I like, too, that we mentioned in with Cheryl's interview, we might be potentially looking at some new queens or a queen of the jungle.
Oh, yeah.
Queens everywhere, queens on stage. But who will be the queen by the end of MWI? Well, Vitality takes a step in the right direction, defeating Falcons Indonesia, who, let's face it, had an incredible run. Making it to the knockoff stage is such a tremendous feat. They do fall short, but they did something that nobody from MWI 2025 EWC could do, and that was take a map off Vitality.
Yeah, I love that. Again, for Team Falcons Indonesia, they are a team, like I said, that knows Vitality so well. They've played multiple times against each other, and they are the team to bring them the distance. I mean, think about it. Yes, it could have been one of those cases where maybe they had swept Team Vitality. Think about the headlines that would ended up being, well, unfortunately, that doesn't happen for Team Falcons.
You know, and Leo, you made up a great point before we headed into that match, and it was the fact is that the teams have truly caught up. Other regions are catching up to what Vitality is up to. They dominated an era, and let's face it, they're still dominating now, right? But teams are getting better and better, and Vitality needs to keep on their toes.
And I think this close call, the almost sweeping loss, was enough of a wake-up call, a reality check to think that, hey, we are a shoo-in for the grand finals, but we have to still earn it.
Again, looking at the stats here, this game shows just how dominant they can be for Team Vitality. You know, if you poke them too much, the whole team gets mad. And this is the type of result that you're going to have, man, because, again, we talked about Vivian, her highlights there. Chell really didn't even get the opportunity on the Claude to just hit that power spike that we usually see on the Claudes.
Game ended too quick.
Game ended too quick in that case, but it was everything they had in the early game that just kind of took things all the way to the win there at this point in the game. I mean, under 14 minutes is insane.
It definitely is insane. And man, I mean, honestly, by even just minute 10, I mean, we could definitely tell that the map was about to end. There would be no comeback attempts from Falcons Indonesia like there was in map number 1, sadly. But hey, again, a great effort. Taking a map off Vitality is something to truly be proud of. We've got Rose on site with an interview with Vitality's Chell. Let's listen in.
Hey guys, Shell here from Team Vitality, and oh my, that was an intense 2-1 full series. First of all, congratulations, because you are one step away from defending your throne. But let's talk a little bit about Team Vitality as a whole this MWI. People online have been saying that you guys don't look as dominant as last year's. You know, every now and then you guys are dropping games here and there, and you know, hard games also come and go. So what are the preparations for tomorrow's semifinals match?
I know that just now it wasn't the best game that we did. So I guess it gives us a lot of material to review, and we'll make sure that we come back stronger in the next game tomorrow.
Okay, now Shell, let's talk about game 2. What happened there?
There was a lot of mistakes from my part, like my bad. But I knew what I did wrong, and I'll make sure not to do it again tomorrow.
I think it's nice that you guys are already self-aware on the problems at hand. Easier for you guys to revise it overnight. Now, I know it's a tough ID match, the first one, you know, as you enter the knockout. So perhaps a message for your fellow Indonesians in the room to Team Falcons ID?
I think Falcons ID, they were solid as a team. Their teamwork is great, and they are the best opponent so far.
Aw, thank you very much, Shell. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow. That's it from us.
Thank you, Rose, as always, for that great interview. Again, not only from the interview on stage with Cheryl, but also, of course, with Rose. Vitality realizes we made some mistakes, individual mistakes, team mistakes. We've got to come back bigger and better than ever, especially if we want to win in our semifinal matchup and ultimately, potentially, the grand finals. So recognizing that even though we've seen fire from them, we've seen excitement from them, we've seen trash talk, it is nice to see them humbled every once in a while, realizing that potentially their tournament life could be on the line once again.
Shell also mentioned that Falcons Vega ID are actually their toughest opponent yet, and she didn't give a time frame. I think she meant to say in the past 2 years, because they were the first to make them lose a map in that said time frame since MWI 2025.
Yeah, and that's why I think, again, hats off to all the teams competing here in MWI, because I feel like they have improved so much. For Team Falcons Indonesia, again, they are the first team to give Team Vitality, I feel like that kind of feeling like, no, we might not be able to move forward.
That's right. Well, hey, we know Vival, she knows how to win with Team Vitality, but does she know about all the places around Paris? Let's find out in our Aramco Blind Rankings.
Yo, what's up, everybody? We're back at MWI EWC26. It's Mirko, joined here by the defending MWI champion, Vival. How you doing, Vival?
I'm great.
We are going to be playing a bit of a game, blind rankings of locations here in Paris. There'll be 5 locations. You're going to have to rank it from 1 to 5, and there are no changes, no swaps.
Got it.
So you have to lock in for this one, all right? Our first location is Disneyland Paris.
I gotta rank that at first place because I really like theme parks.
Yeah, have you been there?
I have been there before.
Okay. Eiffel Tower.
Second place.
Ooh.
Yeah, because the Eiffel Tower is the iconic place to go in Paris, right?
The Louvre Museum is our third location.
I think gotta rank that at 4.
Oh, not an art person?
No.
The Seine River.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah?
Third place.
Third place, have you been like on the boats?
Yeah, I've
across
been-
the Seine
I've
River?
been on the boat.
Have you been to all these locations?
I actually did.
Oh, there you go. So this is coming from experience. The Notre Dame Cathedral of Paris. Technically, it's locked in at 5th.
Yeah, it's at 5th place, and I feel great about the ranking. Actually, it's.
Yeah? Is it exactly the way you would rank it if it's not blind rankings?
I think I would move the cathedral at 4th place. if I had.
So the Louvre would be at 5th if you were able to swap. Catch MWI EWC26, see if she can defend her title with the rest of the team. That's it for us.
Vival, I believe in you as a player, but I don't know about those rankings. Granted, they were personal. She's been to all of them, but I think us boys up here, we kind of disagree with some of them.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I would put... Well, would your number one be Disneyland?
I think I haven't been. Give me till Sunday. I would put the cathedral at number 1. I would do Notre Dame at number 1.
Same. I'm same on that.
I think so, especially given the history and, of course, the movie that was out there that was made about it. Hey, check it out. We got another great series about to be underway. Again, for knockouts, this is an elimination round. It's single elimination for the remainder of our matches at MWI. It's Geltec Cyber Team going against Falcons Minna. These two teams have fought hard to get where they currently at. For Geltec Cyber Team, well, they went undefeated. For Falcons Minna, they had to work a little bit harder, losing one matchup, but they fought back, and now they are here for a reason. Now, when it comes to Geltec Cyber Team, this is a roster representing the EECA region. And that's a big region, but they're trying to catch up to Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines. If they win this series, go to semifinals, where do we rank the EECA region?
Oh, if they go, oh man, definitely top 4, right? But I like to see it. I always like to see teams in our competitive MLBB scene that are outside of the SEA region compete, get to the top 4, maybe top 3, and they've showed a lot of promise.
Well, if you like other regions competing, well, obviously Falcons Minna are an exciting roster to watch. Since EWC and MWI opened its door to Minna and Africa, Falcons never made it past group stage. Now they're here for the first time ever. They're making history and could very well make even more history going forward.
With the historic birth of this squad into the knockout stage, they're also doing so with an import, the Dynamite in a Nocturne. I want to see her in action.
Okay, fair enough. And they also have, of course, living up to her names. It's Names as well, who's been performing incredibly well. And at one point was a huge favorite on the desk as we got the fans cheering us on over there. Shout out to you for being in the venue. We love each and every one of you. Now, this matchup, though, is going to be historic, especially for Falcons. We just witnessed Falcons Indonesia leave our tournament. They did manage to secure at least 200 club championship points just for making it to the knockout stage. But Falcons, they need more to catch up to the Titans, who are all the way at the top. And right now, Vitality is looking like they might run away with the most. So for Falcons Minna, for the club championship, Naisu, this is a big match for them.
Definitely a big match. They showcased a lot of their skills on our Stream B, and we know these ladies really well. We've seen them compete on international stages. They have a lot of experience. They're a team that has a lot of this synergy where they come together and play. Names being one of them, a big playmaker for the team. Overall, though, I think it's a great matchup equally against Geltec, because that's the same thing that you see from them.
Geltec has beat Twisted Minds, GK Esports. They have done a phenomenal job, but it's time to get this match started and bring out the competitors. Damascus, Cheryl, Hollywood, Rob, TV, let's get it started.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime. Let's go ahead and keep things rolling in our knockout stages. First, let's welcome our first team to the stage. Put your hands together for Geltec Cyber Team.
The representative from the EECA region, led by Kaiowei, the Ice Queen last year. Early exit for the region. Today we're trying to do better. 2 over GK, 2 over Twisted Minds. They have not dropped the game yet, and they hope they will continue this way. Geltec on the stage.
All right. Now, anything you would like to say to your opponents, Falcons MENA?
I want to say we will win.
No translations needed. That's right. You will win. That's a great mentality to have. And of course, you may take your seats at your battle stations.
Thank you. We will win. I love the confidence. And you know what? They did pick that opponent, so they better be confident about this. Because coming up next to the stage to face Geltec Cyber Team, make some noise for Falcons MENA!
Team Falcons, at this point, this is their last chance to get points for the club championship, and I believe those chances are in very well capable hands. Built around their gold laner, Names, who is on her third straight MWI appearance. Can she take her squad all the way to the promised land? They did sweep the entire Africa qualifiers, and now we will see if they can take it all the way right here with MWI. There's a whole lot of pressure on this one.
Now that's absolutely right. Now, with Falcons MENA, they have already made history by qualifying right here for the knockout stage. While Geltec Cyber Team, on the other hand, is looking to surpass their third place finish with an even better podium finish this time round. Now, earlier on at MWI 2024 was the very first time Kiowa and Names met each other as an international debutante. This time, 2 years later, how will they fare? We will find that out over at the Land of Dawn as they duke it out. So over to you guys back at the studio.
Cheryl Damascus, Hollywood Rob TV, thank you so much for setting the stage, bringing the competitors on, and they are getting kitted up and ready to fight to the death. Who will win and move forward to semifinals? Who will have their key crushed? Well, let's find out. It's Geltec Cyber Team versus Falcons MENA, and also, again, Falcons' last hope in the MWI for the club championship points race. A lot on the line for this one. Let's start talking about it. Geltec Cyber Team, Cheryl interviewed them, and you know what the answer was? We will win.
I like it. We will win. Simple, confident. I got a chance to go ahead and interview Leo Bun from their lineup, and she did mention, their jungler, Kiowa. She loves to pick these unique heroes. We saw an All-List, man, just yesterday.
And they'll be facing off against Team Falcons at MENA. There's a saying that goes, death sustains life. And with the fall of Falcons ID, I'm pretty sure that will motivate MENA all the more.
Absolutely. Now, in terms of these two Titans facing off, they all obviously had a pretty tough run to get to this point. For Geltec, they had to beat Twisted Minds and GK Esports. They did so in 2-0 fashion. The series weren't easy, but they managed to make it happen. Now for Falcons MENA, they had a bit more of a difficult run. They had to go against Falcon Daisy's Foot Esports, but they did take a 2-0 loss to Galaxy Phoenix, who has been absolutely stellar. Where do we rank these two rosters, especially in comparison to each other? Naisu.
Oh, man, that's why I think they're pretty much even for me. I know they had different journeys up to this point through the MWI, but I think so far they both have showed that they can make quick adjustments because they haven't had the cleanest gameplay on both sides, but they're strong in their own right and different paths, like the jungler, for example, for Geltec with Kiowa, and Team Falcons MENA playing as a team based off their experience is the highlight. So I feel like this is a 50-50.
Well, as we head over to the stage, we get to see the competitors getting ready to go. The pick and ban process will be underway very shortly, but still some more things to get through, such as Geltec Cyber Team. Kiowa is the way. Her and Names, though, have a history, and they are once again facing off against each other on the main stage.
Going into the game proper, let's see if history repeats itself. When they both debuted, both very green, I think it's them now carrying the banner for both of their squads, leading the way, leading the charge. What an amazing turnout would be if either of these teams, well, that's actually how this works. One of them will be moving forward and proving that they belong on the top 4 stage.
That's right. Kiowa is definitely one of the star-studded players on the Geltec Cyber Team roster, but she's not the only one competing, of course. Laibun, you mentioned the interview that you had with her a little bit earlier in the days over on the B stream. She's also going to be joining the stage with the EXP XP lane.
Yeah, the XP lane right now as we're in the draft, you'll see just how important it is. A lot of the teams have actually opted to pick their XP laners first, especially on blue side. The Esmeralda being one of those heroes that does that so well. That's why the previous matchup was so interesting, because you had that Moskov first pick.
And fun fact, by the way, it's Kyoe versus Nana for the junglers conversation. And Kyoe, to me personally, MWI is a motivation, because behind every girl, there's a history. Everybody here worked very hard. That's why I believe everyone should take a look at what we can do on that very stage. Kyoe brings a lot of pride for her roster.
I think it's good, man. Again, the way that Geltec has performed so far, their journey up to this point, they've showcased so many interesting things. I mean, and I know some of them might have been seen as mistakes. I'm thinking the Louis Yi diversion send with the Clint.
The Aulus.
The Aulus. There's been so many good moments from them that I'm wondering if they look at that and say, you know what, that's a part of us. That's our personality. That's the way we play. We laugh about it, we correct it, and we move on.
It's a brand of the region. Davai. I would not want to see Geltec turn into the next macro team. This is them. You expect them to fight. You expect them to get in there, play in the paint. Opening picks, Beleric has been banned out, so that means Esmeralda's open. Carry might actually be a big pick here. You were saying?
I say it's got to be.
Yeah.
It's got to be. I think the Esmeralda. That's probably the safest, I would say. One of the picks that they could go with, because, yeah, most likely you're going to face off the trade. Carry goes over to Falcons if they decide to go ahead and pick this, unless they have something else planned that we haven't seen just yet. But whoa,
of course.
What is it with the Hirata?
Okay, so Hirata has gotten relatively silent for the past maybe 12, 18 hours after yesterday, but here we are. If Kyoe decides that this is the way, then we're expecting a snowball. Beleric, again, already banned out. I'm expecting him to always be open anyways. Freya's open too.
Yeah, the Hirara is a weird pick. You know, Seda Esports were the first ones to truly dive in to Hirara after the new meta, of course, ended up giving her a buff. But the thing that I've learned is Hirara is only one piece of the puzzle, and you can't rely on it.
Oh, Joseph. Taylor,
jungle.
Look at this. Coach Koba getting real playful. Picking a Carmilla early on, red 2, alongside a guard. I can see that smile on your face.
Yes, sir. I'm not smiling about the Hirara, though.
Yeah, no. This Carmilla says nothing about what the draft is going to be. This is mind games. Smoke and mirrors.
Smoke and mirrors, that's the way to play it. Leo, I was saying this earlier on. I was like, man, I think when we get to the knockouts, we're not going to see a first pick Hirara. Right? I love the way Reflection says it, by the way. It validates me a little bit, but that's the thing. The Hirara is something that teams have been trying to test out, fumbling around with, and now in this best of 3, where it's this single elimination now in knockouts, can they utilize this? Can they actually make it work? They'll pick up a Claude to go ahead and put in the gold lane with this so far.
Okay. Quick run through and a review of how the mechanics work. If Kyoe times it well, the Curse of Blood will actually not trigger.
True.
And that may even save heroes that get out of range, like, say, Tokyo's Claude, because if the Curse of Blood is triggered while the Hirata is in her iframes, it will not connect.
It won't connect. So that's all, it's timing, but it's also the micro skills, that ability of Kyoe. And then there's Charizla, man. I'm actually so surprised.
It's been a while.
He's only been picked once in MWI so far, but the Rizzler is back. And is this the right move? Because you were working against the Carmilla.
A good answer to the Carmilla.
Exactly.
Because when you're the Carmilla, you want to play in front. You want to be able to get the perfect COB. But with the Terizla, there's a threat of a counter penalty zone. Moskov closes up the first phase for Falcons Mena, and you know, something tells me they faced off way too many macro teams in the past 2 days. And that they just want to have an answer that can kind of clip back across the map.
Yeah, just choose that way. I mean, this is one of the things, right, where Names has been able to do relatively well. She plays the Moskov. Remember, just earlier today, feels like yesterday, but just earlier today, how many SOD she was landing. That ultimate of the Moskov. She was on point with them. And so hopefully she's got that accuracy here too, because that's going to be really important on the way they play the map. If she's going to be split pushing, joining the team fights at the right moment to win those team fights, when that Curse of Blood or even the Mystic Gush are expended.
Going into the second phase, Coach Koba first bans the Valentina, while Coach Osprey here taking out the Hylo, so they're not quite sure just yet. I don't know where that Carmilla's going. I'm not so sure if that's a jungler or a roamer, so we'll start taking out solid frontliners so that eventually our backline, if we do invest in one through the blue 4 and 5 picks, can kind of survive. Still no mid laner for Geltec Cyber Team. What is left?
Got to be an Eve, man. I don't know. There's. I'm thinking the Eve. You already got the Terizla. You can fight in literally a penalty box at that point.
That's true, and you kind of want something to answer back to the straight line. The true damage is coming out of the passive of the Gourd.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the last ban from Falcons Mena would have been the Eve.
Yeah,
not the Lilia, but they go that way anyway. So let's just say it's the Eve for Geltec. What else do they need? They still need that roam option over here, which is integral to making the Harara work. Like we mentioned, for that most successful that we've seen with the Harara performances has been because of that roam option.
They can still Gatot.
Yep.
Gatot Kacha is still on the board.
Red 4 here, though. Do you go with your XP now?
Yes, in hopes of not revealing that jungle pick. Coach Koba, you have to commit to the bit. Hold out for it.
Because that could still be a roam Carmilla. Even though we've, naturally we've seen her in the jungle. Mainly for this.
Yuzhong got banned. I was going to say, you need more ways to pop that Purify.
You got to pop that Purify.
There's Sora.
Sora, all right.
One of the best to do it.
One of the best to do it. Picks that up. Got your crowd control. Set up potential so that the Carmilla doesn't have to be the only one to do that. You can follow through from the projectiles.
And deny the natural predators, the Gourd.
Fun fact about Sora. Sora has only lost once today, okay? Only once, and that was during our last matchup, map number 1. Until then, Sora had a 100% win rate.
Sora's a menace. He's always been.
And it tells you so much by that red 4 ban.
Exactly.
The Valentina.
Yeah, but they don't want, and that was why we were so surprised earlier today too when we saw the Sora and the Valentina actually face off.
Joseph, what if?
Yeah.
Atlas Red 5.
Atlas Red 5.
He's open.
It would make it even more deadly.
Imagine all of the linking.
Too much layering. Okay, Geltec's going to take one out of the book that we saw from Vitality. They'll take a Cho. They've got the Jushin.
That's a lot of crowd control. Everyone but the Claude can actually either slow, stun, or knock you up.
Yep.
Hirara to a smaller extent. But are we going to get it? Could this be the Atlas for the all-in? The Wombo combo, link y'all up and call it a day.
This would be the most Wombo combo we've seen in a while if it is the Atlas.
They can afford to do it. It's game 1.
It's game 1. You might as well. What other roam would you want to take here? Unless it is a swing on the Carmilla, but I'm not sure if it's actually going to be. And I think that's the major decision that Team Falcons men are trying to decide right now, just because, again, the mere fact if they get the upper hand in game 1, they're off to already a momentous start in this best of 3 series.
I would trust Nana to get there with it.
Oh, so it is. Okay.
Yep, it's the usual. It's a roam. Hold up. Wait, it's a roam Carmilla.
Is it a jungle Alice?
Huh?
It has been a while since we've seen that.
And it's been a while since we've seen these two teams face off against each other, but it's also a classic. Kiowa versus Names. Geltec Cyber Team versus Falcons Mena. For Falcons Mena, not only trying to make history, but also trying to stay alive for the club championship race and represent Falcons on the biggest totem we have at EWC. Geltec Cyber Team faces off against Falcons Mena. Let's get it started. Miracle Eterna, take it away.
This was a matchup that Nucci really wanted after her previous accomplishment by taking her previous opponents down. And she finally gets it here and now with a very interesting and peculiar draft. The Alice in the jungle, Nana once again flexing her versatility in that role.
Ridiculous to bring this up so late into the tournament as well. We'll find out if it actually works. Again, though, at the start of the game, we can see Sanjika and Koejo holding the mid very, very well. Already winning the trade. Names in the bottom lane. Gonna have to deal with Kiowa double dash. Baiting out the Purify early. Quite a big win for GCT already.
Yeah, you can see the control coming through there, and it looks like GCT also want to look for something even more. Already going in for the invade into the enemy jungle. The Cho and the Jushin in the mid lane. That mid duo, it's going to be difficult to try and look for something, as the pickup happens. Syrinx getting caught.
Nana with the walk up too on this Alice jungle. I think GCT will have enough shred to deal with Alice later on in the game. I think they have enough damage as well early to just pin her down, especially with Liubon here already getting the XP crab. It's all about that first turtle. And yeah, the Sora has lost map 1 earlier, and also I believe it was game number 3 with Tomieko on the Arlet.
Was that a flicker?
It's very interesting. Series flickers out but walks up again, giving the opportunity for GCT to walk up and to get even more punishment down. Another battle spell already taken out of the play before the first turtle. It's Syrinx and Nucci having to use Flicker and Revitalize.
I think it was a little bit of pressure. I think a little bit of nerves perhaps here in the stage, because once again, this is a elimination match. If they want to move forward here in MWI, they do need to take each other down. Meanwhile, now Nana already in position to pick up the neutral objective. Nucci, Nocturne, and Syrinx are there as well. Let's see what Kyoe can do.
Walking up, shifting skies, the immobilization already there. Nana picks up the retreat onto the neutral objective. Pops in to throw in a ruin. That's gonna be a lot of damage coming through as Nucci is taken low. But look at Kyoe. Picking up a kill in the back line now as Kuejo's able to flicker out. But Kyoe's still in the back line, trying to get Syrinx assassinated. Kyoe caught against 2. Mystic projectile lands as Sanjika pops in Crimson Beacon, and Kuejo jumps in with the G Kundo. Just one more hit onto Syrinx with no flicker. Great Mystic projectile with the region, and now it's Kuejo stuck against Nucci with a stun. She gets away. Oh! Nana with a fadeaway pick.
Eventually, it all gathers into a 1-for-2 trade, and it looks like Falcons Vega also pick up the neutral objective. So far, still, it looks like Falcon Vega pick up the control here, despite that early control from Geltec. And right at this point, Kyoe, we don't really feel the impact just yet. What are we waiting on from Kyoe?
Wait a second, could be a solo kill up top. Right now for Kyoe, it's the cooldowns. It's all about the cooldowns when you're playing Hirara. It's all about how you can get those sliding skills up as fast as possible. Kuejo gets away with the G Kundo there. Oh, the SOD from downtown Names! Playing it safe the entire laning phase, but striking when necessary. What the heck? And now the Spear of Misery to pin Tokyo down. BMI, but Syrinx is right there. Frozen Blazing Red to throw the ruin. Gives Nana the killing spree, and it's Falcons Mena who are just running away with this game.
The panel literally just talked about it. In their previous match, Names was able to pick up the Moskov, and the SODs landed perfectly. And then we see one right at the get-go here, 3 minutes in, and she gets a snipe of her own. An imbalance for the lane, despite Tokyo being able to survive for just a bit until, well, Nana came in and said, no, Kyoe!
Gets away with the untargetable Curse of Blood though. Double untargetable, that was Kuejo walking up, getting stunned, and now a turret for Falcons Vega. Turtles up, but GCT cannot contest. It just seems like Falcons Vega are gonna go for another fight. Nocturne is the one who forces out the Crimson Beacon. Yet another big resource burnt out as Nana will just book it straight onto Turtle too.
That, and they also take a creep away from Geltec. So they're really denying the resources from Geltec. They don't want Kyoe to farm. They know that one of the saving graces for Geltec is Kyoe, and she seems to have not as much space as she'd like here in this particular game. Falcons Vega really pumping up the gas, a 2,500 gold lead, 2 objectives under their belt, and they were able to pick up the turret down bot as well. So Falcons Vega, they're playing it clean, and they're really just collapsing over and over.
And yet again, they do it. Liubon flickers out, gets the penalty zone. Defensively, the SOD. Close, but not close enough. Kuejo now with the G Kundo, able to get the G Kundo down, but no way the Dragon just yet. Shifting Skies brings Kyoe right into the midst of it all right now. No untargetable. It's still on cooldown. Names takes her out. And Sanjika has to use the Crimson Beacon defensively. Now, can they get a trade in the bottom lane is the question. Nana rotates over. Tokyo's going to have to respect this. And up top, it's all Falcons Vega. Picking up a turret for free yet again. Down below and now up top.
They don't get the trade. They don't get the trade. They deny it away from Tokyo. And Tokyo is forced back here. You can see Nana just chasing her down. And it looks like the composition from Falcons Vega is working really, really well. They're using brute force between Nana, Nucci, and Nocturne. And they're facilitating Names and Syrinx. quite similar to, I would say, game 2 of the other Falcons that we saw earlier on.
Unfortunately, yes, Falcons ID sent home earlier today. Falcons Vega have no intention to suffer the same fate as their sisters. So far, so good. They've done a good job at balancing that safety with the right amount of aggression. Speaking of aggression, man, forcing it out. Oh, it's still in range of the Mystic Gush and the SOD. Again, at this point, that SOD is an execute.
Who needs Flame Shot? Who needs Flame Shot when you have an SOD that lands like that? 2 out of 3 so far for Names. And she is really working with this Moskov. I think this is one of her new power picks from the, old Clint, Brunos of the world. She's finally picked up another hero that really suits her. And it's working really, really well for them as well. 4,400 gold lead. You can see the turtle already spawning back into the game. But Nocturne is already in position to deny Kyoei from entering into that vicinity. And I think she knows that. Kyoei only focusing on the buffs and looking for something elsewhere.
There's nothing for them to trade it with. This is getting very scary for GCT. It's only a best of 3. Getting that game 1. Huge momentum, huge morale boost. They're always doing a good job here just farming up a storm, but question is, will it be enough? Tokyo on the cloud as well, under farm compared to Names. Uh-oh, Kyoei spotted, unable to get these waves. Falcons Vega, such a good way to suffocate their opponents, not to conceal. Cancel with the Mystic Projectile straight into the Mystic Gush. Now Kyoei jumps onto the Moskov, but Names has a Spirit of Misery. Now Kyoei's on cooldown. The Curse of Blood, not even necessary. Lantern Flare knocks Nocturne up, and Nucci gets the stun on Kuejo. Now Names with the SOD and the Misery. A double for Names.
What a follow-up. What a follow-up there by Falcons Mena. You'd think that they were, just chilling for quite a bit, but it looks like they still have their eyes on the prize. The insta follow-up coming in from Names and the initial stun there from Nucci. You can really feel the chemistry just beating into their gameplay, and they pick up yet another structure in the bottom lane. It's looking bleak for Geltec as even the buff gets taken away, and it's in the hands of Names, of all people.
5-0-1. She better get the orange buff at this point, man. She's the hyper carry right now, dealing so much damage, and at 8 minutes, almost completing that DHS to make it the Swift Trinity. A whole 1,500 gold ahead of her laner as well. This is just fantastic stuff from Names.
So she afforded all that without her Swift Trinity.
And without the Bargain Hunter as well. Usually you'd expect a Bargain Hunter for a Moskov that does, to get this Swift Trinity early on. Kuejo, way to drag it out to Nucci. Nucci's gonna find a Curse of Blood very soon now. She's gonna wait for the moment as well. They can see on the SOD lands again. The Spirit of Misery locks her down. Names with a monster kill, 6-0-1. She's tearing it up.
She is for sure. And what I wanted to say was, before Kuejo could afford these things, right? Of course, Kuejo is expected to open up the map, look into bushes, look for opportunities to create a turnaround for Falcons Mena, but at this state in time, the damage it's really amounting to something. Names is already with her Swift Trinity. You do see that Geltec are looking for something else on the map. They do take a structure there down bot with the help of Kyoei and her fast rotations. But that's all they've been able to get so far. I guess slowly but surely they can come back, but it's a 7,000 gold lead in 10 minutes.
Against a composition that should be the good one in late game. This is a scaling comp. It's a Gord, a Moskov, and even an Alice in the jungle. GCT were the ones that should have had the early game here with their composition, but we'll see if they can defend this. Nana's already looking for the entrance here to go for the skirmish. You're going to track and get the Holy Shield down before the Lord even gets into the siege of Falcons Vega.
I feel like everything banks on Kuejo right now. I mean, Strings doesn't have Purify, so there is an opportunity. Wait a second!
Mystic Gush, defensive penalty zone with the flicker from Newbon. But they've already dealt with the Holy Shield. Now they go for the charge with a Trident on the Lord. Good stun on Sonjika, who has to use the Crimson Beacon. Now they track back, holding the Lord into the mid, getting the Holy Shield. But again, it's such a massive victory for Falcons Vega. Far lane control already. Kyoe walks up. Mystic projectile not in range. Falcons want more.
The Ice Queen.
Throwing a ruin. Gets one, just one now. Kyoe trying to go for the clear in the wave already. Liubon's coming there, but the Shifty Skies brings Sanjika back into the Mystic Gush. Names. Just caught the Milfit gun now. Could have been a kill on Kyoe. Liubon taking up a storm, but now enough against Names. Way the Dragon Purified out of now is Names. Is able to just go for the damage. Kyoe's gonna fall to Syrinx. Names on the base. Kuejo's trying to take that damage again, but Names stays locked in 11 minutes. And it's game 1 for Falcons Vega.
Such a decisive victory here by Team Falcons Mana. It looks like after their victory against Foot Esports earlier on, it was enough energy, motivation, and momentum for them to carry it through here for game number 1. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 3. This is just the beginning. Geltec Cyber team still have a chance to come back and force a game number 3. It all depends on the reset here. But my oh my, did not expect Falcons Vega Mena to come guns blazing like this in game number 1. And I think you even had some thoughts about the draft.
When you snowball like this with a late game composition, when you beat GCT's win con and take it away from them that early on, it's chopped either way.
So we are going to throw it over to a break, give the girls some cool down. But we'll see you after for game number 2. Take it over.
Falcons men have already made history coming to this very stage, making it to the knockout rounds. They continue to do so by winning round number 1. They are 1 round away from moving forward into our semifinals. Boys, a great matchup. Falcons men coming in a lot stronger than I was expecting, quite honestly, especially given the fact that Geltec Cyber team won 2-0, 2-0 in their respective groups. Falcons men surprising everybody.
I think those spears surprised me, man. They surprised me. They surprised everybody watching. The spears from that Moskov of Names, I don't know. We got to think of a name for her.
Hey, put respect on her names. Names on the Moskov is a elemental threat. Woo. So I think going in game number 2, Geltec, Coach Osprey, take care of business.
And that was Kyoe and Names. They've got history, right? So, hey, let's see if that continues to develop. Let's take a look at a couple of big moments as we see, obviously, the fans, or excuse me, the players and the teams getting super happy for that big win, and rightly so, because, again, they continue to make history, and it is truly special. Given that map number 1, I don't see any reason why they will be slowing down.
I like that in the post-game celebration, coaches and management like, hey, it's just game 1.
Yeah, that's right.
It's just game 1.
Keep it chill.
That's right. Well, actually, we had a player earlier crying after their map 2 win, but unfortunately it wasn't over just yet, and they ended up getting eliminated. Can't celebrate too early, but you know what? You should celebrate whenever you can. Keep the team spirits high. Let's take a look at one of our big moments throughout map number 1, and this time around, it was an ambush.
It was an ambush here, man. There was so many moments in this case. I mean, look at the positioning here. Names once again finds a mark on Tokyo. The rest of the team collapses down here. And there's just no space to work there if you're Tokyo.
And this shows us one weakness that Geltec Cyber Team's draft has: lack of vision. Cho is great. Cho is an immortal figure in MLBB. He's always going to be around given his kit, but they had no vision. They didn't know where the rest of Falcons Vega Mena was, so they couldn't protect Tokyo.
Well, let's take a look at our second moment from the game, and this will be the final moment we'll be reviewing. We get towards the tail end, the home base. It's under evasion.
Look at this, Leo. This setup is basically the fruition of the entire game. Names is unleashing, by the way. She's, look at this, 6-0-2. By the way, again, how many spears does she land? I lost count at one moment.
Almost all of them.
Almost all of them. Maybe missed one.
Not all. But over the past, 72 hours, 3 days of competition, I'd say she'd hit close to 60-70%.
Which is a really incredible statistic, to tell you the truth. Falcons men have fired on all cylinders, looking great, and I don't see them slowing down anytime soon. And the only ones that can truly slow them down is going to be Geltec Cyber Team. Do they have it within them to make this happen? As you can see on stage, we're all fun. We're having a good time. But you know what? Things start to get real when you move into map 2 and you are down a map. Your key is at risk of being crushed.
I'm dying to know what kind of joke was being told amongst the members of Falcons Mena.
Yeah.
Because Names and Nucci were losing it.
Yeah, Nucci's really always in high spirits. I mean, even in their interview earlier on when they finished up on B Stream, you can just see the excitement that they all have. And this is, again, a showcase of just how well they know each other as a team, as friends, and it showed in the land on even.
And I'm afraid to say it might be the opposite for Geltec right now. They are on the cusp of getting eliminated. And just reading body language, nobody's laughing.
You can't at this point, man. You got to be all serious. Now, talking adjustments going into map 2, I'm curious what you guys are thinking. Until then, though, Esports World Cup has been truly phenomenal, and there's so much going on. And if you want to keep up to date with everything, you got to get yourself the EWC app.
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. Go. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
EWC app, it's live now. All you have to do, of course, is just scan the QR code that's going to be on your screen momentarily to get involved. Like I said, the Esports World Cup is truly phenomenal. There's so much going on. And if you think you can call it, if you think you got what it takes to see who's going to win, well, go ahead and put it all on the line. Scan the app and let us know how good you are. Not only through that, but also in our chat as well. Make sure you're keeping active. Let's take a look at a couple of our stats from that map number 1. And clearly it's going to be favored heavily towards Falcons Mena.
Oh man, 11:37 on this one at 12-1 in favor of Falcons Mena, and you can just see it across the board. You know, they started out strong and they finished even stronger for this one.
You get nothing, ma'am. Not a single turtle, nor lord, at least a turret. So Geltec have to revisit that. If there is something they're going to change, Joseph, just one thing. Name it with me. 3, 2, 1, Hirara.
Hirara, yeah, I was going to say Hirara. I've said it so many different ways, but yes, Hirara.
Yeah, they needed something out of the jungle to actually help out because Koejo was just taking too much. She was a sandbag here. Names was just taking names, farming heroes instead of minions. Syrinx to carry, of course, the Gourd. Big smile on
big
Papa Knight's face. And Syrinx also the best wing woman. So, again, the draft was just almost perfect for Falcons. Geltec, not even in just execution. I'd say the draft needed a good tweaking.
That's right. We take a look at our stage once again, and the pressure heats up. Falcons Mena on your right, and the Geltec Cyber team on your left, the team that needs to improve going into map number 2. If they force a game 3, who knows what's going to end up happening. But right now, Falcons Mena have too much momentum, it seems anyways, after that map number 1. Now, you mentioned the hero selection. I want to start breaking that down a little bit more. Falcons Mena clearly did their homework, but do you think Geltec Cyber team fell too far behind in the hero select?
You know, I think it starts with when we've seen Geltec Cyber team do really well, they do these kind of weird drafts, right, Daniel? I mean, they pretty much decide to go with whether it's the Alice, whether it's the Louis, whether it's the Clint, whatever it might be. Sometimes it's the method of madness that makes sense for these teams competing in MWI.
We go into Flying Cloud. By the way, Sora, I don't know what percentage it comes to, but only lost once today, and that was earlier to Vitality. But Sora might return again because we're going to Flying Cloud. This is one where Sora has been quite dominant.
Flying Cloud should, on paper, benefit Geltec. It allows for them to keep fighting, keep going, and reconcile possible execution mistakes. But here's the thing. Going back to the question at hand, Did they fall behind on the draft? I'd say yes. The early pick Hirara might have been such a big target that Falcons main attack that said, hey, just deny that, attack elsewhere, and force the Hirara to deny snowballing and put her on a defensive position, makes the hero an assassin already half as efficient.
Yeah, because it almost feels that way, right? This is the point of the Hirara pick that we've been talking about so much. If she's first pick, if she's stopped in the jungle, that's the thing about assassins right now. The jungle assassins, if you pressure them early on, if you stop them from even getting a hint of momentum, they seem to struggle extremely terribly right now. I don't know what it is about the current meta.
That's why, despite Moonton's efforts in the recent Scarlet Embers update, when we all thought, hey, they killed the big three, Fredrin, Akai, Baksha, they didn't. We still live in a utility world. Praise be, opening with a Baksha.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of the Baksha, there's one of the big three. Lock it in. You know, this is good. Yeah.
He appears.
Pick it up, roll around with it. Again, this stalwart of a hero has, I don't know what his the cross KDA is for Baksha right now, but I know it's one of the junglers that has the least deaths out there currently, just how fast you can move around the map, how tanky you are.
And that's not even what proves his efficiency. He can die like 5 or 6 times and still do what the team needs. Him not dying just shows that the opponent had nothing on the squad.
Pretty much. So how do you slow down the drive-by?
Find a way. Oh my lord!
You give him the glorious way.
Yes, but I was gonna say also, get a carry, right? And she just strikes through any tank, but not when you got the Pharaoh's spear on you.
I like it. I like it. The Pharaoh's spear.
For sure, you've been.
I've been throwing it out there, but you know, I wanted to make sure that she was, you know, the accuracy was there, and Names has done it, so might as well just go the Moskov again.
And the Hylos allows for a front line to exist, which is something that we didn't get to talk about much about Game 1. What impressed me the most about Falcon Vega's playoffs form is, in Game 1, despite them not having a traditional box, they were able to make one along the way.
How'd they do that?
The Sora starts it up, great initiations from Nocturne. You have the threat of the linking from the Carmilla, and that automatically just creates a box that doesn't have to be a physical box like an Eve.
It's like a moving box.
It's a moving box with the Gord too. Galtech now looking to try and dismantle that with a lot of on-ground damage, almost literally, with the Lilia, and of course the carry to answer to the Hylos. How does Mena close up the first half?
Do they lock in the mid lane option now, or do they also pick up a jungler just to make sure that more aren't banned out? I mean, there's a couple things, and one thing that Falcons Meta has really showcased is that versatility in the draft, you know, and they've showed us here, they're going to go ahead and pick up the Fanny. Speaking of versatility, it's only been picked twice so far for MWI, and now we get to see it showcased here.
There's Fanana. She's phenomenal with it.
Phenomenal.
I mean, there's got to be a reason why Coach Koba agreed to picking it here in Red 3. Good news is they're going to be able to protect it through the Red 4 and 5 bans, and then still Red 4 power pick. Which is, come to think of it, maybe the reason why assassins are still scarce in the current metagame. It's because you have to protect them. You have to find a way to get them to work in a certain environment. And looking at Galtech's draft right now, the box is what, 50-50 with the Fanny. You have to find her midair to stop her, or else she just goes rough shot. There you go, getting rid of the Ruby. I wouldn't be surprised if Red 5 was a Cho.
Red 5 Cho. Something to support that Fanny pick. These are basically the picks being banned out that just counter the Fanny directly.
The Hilda, the Ruby, deny her the purple.
Yep, get rid of those. What's the last ban going to be from Galtech here? They still want to hone in on the XP option. We still need a mid lane or two from Falcons.
Oh, yeah, Sora, because they can't invest in a Valentina anymore. One of the few valid ways to beat a Sora, so they put Nocturne on check. Red 4, I believe this should be the mid laner.
What do you want to take up here? Eve?
Eve's open.
Yeah, Eve's open. You're going against Lilia. There's not too much, unless you are looking to experiment a little bit.
And you outrange the carry.
Yeah. Eve seems like the only answer, unless there's something else up the sleeves here of Falcons Mena.
This might be the swerve.
There could be a swerve.
But I do think, yes, Eve is the categorically correct answer.
Because other than that, it's just, what, the Farsa? They're gonna hold off on the mid lane pick. They'll pick up a Lapu Lapu for now.
Yeah, no rush. They know it's a Lilia, and they know that there's no way that Eve can get denied anymore. I wonder if that's something Coach Osprey at this current moment is thinking about, or if did it even cross their minds or come up in conversation?
Yeah. I almost thought they'd just hold off on the XP just to see what the XP lane would be for Geltec first, but I think this is also just kind of showcasing how confident Nocturne is in her play and her ability to go ahead and fight off. Yeah.
Coach, give it to me.
Coach, let me take it.
Coach. Also, it's another way to, in the early to mid, put the carry on check.
Yeah. Keep that in track. Enough pressure towards the Lilia if you need to. You're kind of that front line.
Yeah, which is just how they won a majority of game one. So just by being in your face.
What's this answer here? Phoveus. Phoveus goes in the XP lane, and then a Kaja. Debut Kaja. Interesting pickup too, hero-wise. I mean, lore-wise, to pick up against Falcons Meta here. Could this be the answer? Because I was saying that uniqueness of the draft from Geltec is what has helped them get to this point in the knockouts.
And then it comes out again.
This is unique.
Right when they needed it the most. At match point against Falcons Vega Mena. One more pick, the mid laner. As we mentioned, is the Eve still solid? Would you still, even with the Phoveus and the Kaja?
Yeah, I think you still go Eve. Gives you control, gives you utility, fight around the objective. You know, you're not going to be even so. Whoa. The swerve is here. Another debut of Vexana?
Double debut in game 2 of this best of 3. I haven't seen enough Vexana in recent history.
Correct.
She's such a stationary hero. Where's this coming from?
Where is it coming from? Well, we all want to know, and we want to know for sure if Geltec's Cyber team can in fact come back, or will Falcons Mena close the series out with a 2-0 victory, once again continuing the history they've already made so far. Geltec Cyber team, do they have it within them to come back? Let's find out. Miracle Eterna, sending it to you.
We're at match point, ladies and gentlemen, here with DD.
Whoa.
The double debut. All right, we have the Vexana on one side and we have the Kaja on the other. This is ramping up to be a very exciting matchup. But one thing's for sure, taking a look at the composition from Geltec, the Kaja in the roaming position, they are looking for a ways to shut down Nana and perhaps names in the later portions of the game.
It's crazy. They doubled down on it, man. I thought the Phoveus was going to be enough, and then they would go for something like Cho, right? But they didn't really need any more clear. They would already have it with the Lilia. You add in the Kaja, and it just makes it so difficult for anyone to walk up without getting...
And you can see it, right? Almost forcing a recall there by Nucci. You can already see that even Strings was caught low. And look at the invade.
Oh, Nana though, walking up with the cable, stunned up already. Nana gets away with Revitalize, helped out by the team, and still is able to get the purple buff. Not a successful invade for now because it's a Purify for a Revitalize. And look at the wave that Sonjika is going to be missing out on.
Yeah, not the greatest of trades, but obviously they are trying to look for ways to shut down Nana early on, and they're gonna look for something more. I mean, technically the Lilia still clears very quickly. Kaja as well should be able to help facilitate that, so we can expect more aggression and more mid rotations, especially with Kyoe on the Baxia, ever as mobile.
The zoning as well now for Nucci. It should have been one of the winning conditions for GCT, getting instant mid prio, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be the case coming into turtle number 1. Sonjika, she won't be level 4. Nana's already level 4. On the other side of the map, Liubon is going to have to play it safe here. If she walks up, she's going to get chunked, and it's just a bit of damage by Nana.
And so far, Nana doesn't really have anyone to use that kill pressure on. I guess you could go for the gold laner, but even the Lilia is not a straightforward target that you'd want at this state in time.
Level 4 advantage. No Eternal Guard, but Kuechu's down to Sirix already. And now Sirix is going to throw the Eternal Guard straight into the Brave Spider. Kyoe locked down. Now the Raging Slashes and a Flicker as well by Nocturne. Nucci with the Revitalize. That's a Dark Wave and a Flicker into Sonjika's Glooms. Toki with the rotation all the way from the bottom lane. No SOD. Just a turtle for Falcons Vega. and 2 kills to GCT.
Which is not bad, right? That's a trade that we didn't really see from game number 1. I mean, Falcons Vega went a little bit too greedy into the enemy jungle, and Geltec was able to punish them for it, right? 2 members. Luckily, there was, you know, the facilitation or the backup coming in from Liuban on the Phobius. And they were able to get a little trade of their own. Now the big question is, what do they use alongside it? Where do they go after that? Because obviously neutral objective will go into the hands of Nana, and that is going to push them a little bit further on as we get into the mid-game.
Kyo is going to go in with the shield unity a couple of times there. Well, for me, it's just strange. Falcons Vega, they got enough damage on Kyoe to guarantee Turtle, but then they just overextended. The Lapu Lapu Nocturne decided the Raging Slash, missing the first 2, but wanting to flicker past for the third one to hit. A bit off on the calculations, but at this time, it's still okay. They were able to make it away, but it could have been a big win.
Could have been. It's not that bad though. They do see the rotations coming through from Falcons.
Whoa.
Mena. It looks like they want to target the gold lane like we talked about earlier on, but Nucci there gets spot out. Kuejo and Sonjik are in the vicinity, but the thing is, if the Kaja gets the Divine Judgment, there's no insta-burst to follow it through. It's a Lilia. It's not like a Farsa. It's not like a Kadita. So it's going to be interesting to see that chemistry between these two.
Yeah, the combo will be for later. I agree, the Lilia won't be able to go for it, but that's why Nana is trying to deal with Tokyo. That's the real one-shot that they have right now. With the Divine Judgment straight into the carry. Now that the carry, Tokyo, has already used the ultimate, I think Falcons Vega have just depleted GCT of that resource, that main resource, negated the insta-kill with the Divine Judgment now.
And that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Geltec if they still want to contest for the second neutral objective, the second turtle of the game, considering that Kyoe is a level below of Nana right now. I guess she does catch up. There is still a chance for a drive run. Let's see if they're able to get it, because it looks like Geltec are actually in a better position to pick up this turtle this time around.
It should be Geltec with the advantage over the neutral objectives with the Phobies and Abaksha. Nucci gonna have to escape from this one. Dark Wave comes out with the Eternal Guard, locks them down. 2 members! AoE coming around with Nocturne and Nana with the cut thrown around Tokyo. Nana with a double. Now the Black Shoes baited away already. Nocturne trying to go for this dive again. But Sonjika is able to escape. Names in that skirmish, so chaotic, getting a double as well.
A 4-for-2 trade at the very end of it. And Falcons, they're able to utilize the composition really, really well in that particular team fight. We're going to take a look at the replay here. And Syrinx, just impeccable timing with her ult, and the follow-up definitely was there. You can see Names unable to get that SOD, by the way. And if she did, Tokyo would have been eliminated way, way earlier. But it looks like it's a reset for the neutral objective, and eventually Falcons Mena are going to be able to pick it up for themselves. This is a 1,000 gold lead now for the Mena reps.
And yet again, Eterna, it's Geltec Cyber Team who find themselves in the same situation. Divine Judgment on Names, no one there to follow it up though. And now it's the Eternal Guard. Names still able to cut away as Nana's going to try to go in. Able to clean up on Sonjika, forcing the Black Shoes, and a big cursed blast to send Liuban running back to base.
It's uncanny because game number 1, if we're looking at the composition from Geltec, right? Kyoe has always been like a really important figure in the team with the way the team fights go and how the tempo of the game goes as well. Game number 1, risky play. Wait a second. Nana 3v1. Still able to clear. Not a bad job there, as it looks like Kuejo might be looking for something, doesn't necessarily get it. And it looks like they might be able to pick up that structure in the bottom side of the map. A good trade, unless Nana can do something about it again.
She should be able to clear, but she's got to be careful of Kuejo. Yes, we know there's no Divine Judgment, but the timing is a bit different on their side. Sonjika up top. So it's a turret for turret, but this is still a big problem for Geltec Cyber Team. If you look at their composition, it's the exact same thing we went through in Game 1. It's a composition that should be the one ahead right now. It should be the ones dictating the tempo, looking for picks around the map, and taking away the purple buffs, mainly from Nana at this point.
So what do you think went wrong for them?
I think they botched that early invade, man. Sonjika not getting level 4 for that first turtle played a big role into Falcons Vega's win. Kuejo didn't want to flicker for that, waited a bit too long, and gave Nana the right amount of time to react to it. It seems like GCT They're hesitating a bit too much.
Oh, Divine Judgment?
It's on Nucci. It's such an awkward skirmish, and the rest of the team, it feels like they didn't want it. It's almost like Coelho just wanted to get a Divine Judgment. The rest of the team called against it. And now it's a wasted Divine Judgment. Now there's no real lockdown to Nana, and they're going to have to rely on the Phobius. Liubot's bottom lane. Nocturne now with the Bravest Fighter. Zoning them in the back. Law and Order lands on Coelho. 3 turtles to the fanny of Falcons Vega. And it's so big. Nana 2-1 and 3. The Moskov is scaling again.
What do they do at this point? Geltec Cyber Team, this is very uncharacteristic of them. I mean, the last time we saw them, they looked sharp, they looked precise, even in the drafts. So they lost that window in the early game. And now there is still a ways in the late game because they do have Tokyo. They still have the carry that scales into the late game. And I feel like that earlier Divine Judgment just really didn't work out. Wait a second, name's Flicker.
Gets away, pins them down with the Spear of Misery. Now the rest of the team coming over.
She gets out?
She does.
Oh!
Donovan's getting punished. Now the Flicker, but it's onto Nucci. They get a kill in the end. The SOD goes wide. Nana now on Liubot. The Dark Wave doesn't land, and it's going to be the trade. XP for Rome in the end.
They take what they can. They take what they can at this point. And to continue on the earlier sentiment about the Divine Judgment is that even if they were able to get that Divine Judgment down, there is no burst yet. Tokyo is still very far. Black Shoes already utilized, burnt out. The cooldown isn't as bad, and it should be up for the next neutral objective to spawn, which is the Lord, in under 40 seconds. But there you go, the items aren't there yet. Corrosive Scythe, and we also have the Golden Staff. But she's a ways from, you know, DHS and so forth. You can see that she's falling behind of Names, who already has that Swift Trinity down.
We're still losing out on so much farming space, so you can see Names and Nana constantly in the side lanes working up. Doctor knows the Black Shoes was used earlier, so now the Purify gets sped away. Nana's going crazy with the cables, but it's on to just the frontliners. A few of those shots. Nocturne getting caught by Divine Judgment straight up into Tokyo. Dark Wave lands on 2 Syrinx. Trying to cut away, but Kyoi's going to be able to cut her down as Tokyo gets a double. It might be the way for them to come back in the game. That gold lead now erased completely.
Falcons Mena need to be very careful when they choose to pick their team fights.
Yep.
Right? Because in situations when they take the team fights in the enemy jungle, you know, the nooks and the crannies, those are prime positions for Sonjik to deal out the damage, for Ryuwon to go in for an engage. So that's why they lost 1 by 1 there. And Geltec, they finally find their rhythm, they finally find their footing here in the 10th minute of the game, and it feels like that gold lead that Falcons was able to get earlier on easily taken back.
Well
the comeback play.
It really is. It's a punish. Geltec were just waiting for that punish, and like you mentioned, Falcons Vega Mena, they have to be very careful where to pick these fights. If they go around those choke points against this AoE of the Dark Wave and those blooms, to be fair, it's going to be really tough. So GCT, they do better while they're moving backwards through Falcons Vega's crazy aggression. But a lot of times, Coelho again doesn't want to use that flicker, is going to stay very conservative. Sees 2 members' names.
Oh.
Whoa, these are crazy moves to be making on a Kaja with the flicker up. Nucci just face checks that push and gets obliterated.
Not sure what the plan is. She really can't underestimate the damage from Geltec at this point. She felt the damage earlier on the top side. I think it was the first 7 minutes or 6 minutes of the game, and she did get obliterated after that. There was still a Lord marching, by the way, so it looks like now Falcons Vega, they're gonna have to be on defense. They lose all the outer turrets. The inhibitors still stand, but even the shield gets popped there in the middle and at top.
Full defense mode for Falcons Vega. They have pretty good clear with the Moskov still. GCT, on the other hand, it's going to be very tough for them to siege past these base turrets. Tier 2s, all right. But then into the base turret, that's where their lack of range will start to hurt them. Tokyo's going to have to get a Melpick gun before she can actually threaten these base turrets. But finally, this is what we were talking about in the early game with this composition. It's all about tempo and then taking the purple buff away. Nana wanted to get a bit more compensation of that purple buff take. Melpick gun, there you go for Tokyo. So far so good now for GCT. They can just play to peel for Tokyo.
And that's a winning condition. After they lost that window in the early game, like we were talking about earlier on, they just needed to buy a little bit more time to wait for Tokyo to come online, and she is coming online. They are gonna really feel that damage sooner rather than later. Even though the damage dealt ranking, it looks like Sonjik is still up top. Lilia, again, the burst damage, sometimes you just really don't feel it coming. It's uncanny. It's like you don't feel it and then suddenly you're dead. Especially when the items start rolling in.
And the penetration. It's tough. Wait, what? Sonjika walking up way too aggressively. Kuwejo with Divine Judgment, it's only onto Nucci. This is actually the angle for them to go in. Dark Wave lands. But that's about it. Nana, no purple buff's gonna have to play it safe now, but they have split the fight open. The Terror fight comes around and they bait it out. Oh, Tokyo! Taking them very low already. Insta shred, like you mentioned, Eterna onto Nucci. A big blast of damage, and now it's Geltech Cyber Team. It's looking for a shield unity. Lands onto Nana, but she's able to get the cable in time. Now 5 seconds on the purple buff. GCT looking at the Lord.
Uh-oh. The Lord is going to be blitzed. It's going to be shredded down. The SOD hits, but I don't think she wants to take that one. A little too risky, especially with the Divine Judgment still up. Names will not be able to do anything if she gets caught in it. And because of that burst damage coming through already for Tokyo, now Falcons Vega are playing on the back foot. 4,000 gold lead for Geltech here in the 14th minute of the game. Is there a way for Falcons Vega to come back?
I think the only way right now is for a mistake to happen for GCT around the siege. If they push a bit too far, if they overextend and they overstay their welcome in the siege, Falcons Vega could very easily still come back in the game because it's all about keeping Tokyo safe right now. If she's able to free hit in the back, I think it's GG. But if Falcons Vega can somehow break that box, get past the frontliners, there's a chance. It's very small, but there's always a chance right now. No Kyowe. Shield unity into mid. Your Curse Blast able to clear out the wave. And it's all up to Names to clear it out. The Moskov.
How do they do that? Nocturne, can she look for a crazy play of her own? Get a pick onto Tokyo. You can see the clear really going through. It's happening. But the invade and the engage is happening as well. Kyowe is looking for a pick onto Names.
That's about it for the siege. It's mid in the top lane. Now Nucci with the Glorious Pathway walking up again, trying to go for the stun on Liuban. Rest of the team knows they've gotten what they needed to with the Lord. They're going to try to go for one more here in the bottom lane now. This could be the angle for Kuwejo to flicker in and get a massive Divine Judgment. Rest of the team coming out. Nocturne with the Bravest Fighter. Divine Judgment locks her down and Tokyo's free hitting. Nana next to the chopping block now as they go for the damage again, but Nana's able to cable away as Nucci pops in Revitalize in time. That was Tokyo with the shred again. It's enough to take her down. Nana with the cables though. Is it enough? Syrinx needs to flicker out. Nana's going in again with the black shoes already from Sonjika. It's Names who takes the SOD. That's Nana with the jump again onto Tokyo, who still is able to keep herself out of harm's way. And it's GCT with a clean 3 base turret take as they disengage and wait for the next neutral objective.
Good defense, but an even better offense by Geltech. Right? They came in, they saw that they were able to get 2 inhibitor turrets top and mid. They took a gamble for the bottom side, and they get it. And it's great that they were able to get it as well, right? The bottom side of the map, the inhibitor turret being gone will allow them to utilize this to their advantage as they go for the next Lord of the game, and it does give them a lot more to work with compared to Falcons Vega, who have to constantly think about that far side of the map. They do still have the Moskov to work with, but with how fast Kyowe roams around the map, with how things have been really just unfolding in front of our very eyes here in game number 2, it feels a bit too risky if they send Names down there alone.
Everyone's so squishy too, so there's no way for them to just enter in. Wait a second, conceal! Kuwejo there, good Terrify in. Divine Judgment not used just yet. Eternal Guard to kite away. Nucci gets away with the Glorious Pathway, and they've already baited big resources. Tortoise's Puissance, Tokyo's ult, together with the Divine Judgment. If there's an angle to go for a fight, it's now. But Falcons Vega, do they know?
They should. They should. They use the Flying Clouds to come back into the game. They re-engage. Nucci once again just receiving the the bad parts of it. She's at 0-7-6. She's been taken down 7 times. She's always the target of the Divine Judgment as well. But you're right. The wave is pushing on the bottom side of the map. Falcons need to make a decision now.
Nana's finding an angle here. Off angle. Wave gonna be reset again. GCT. One of their strong suits, playing the macro game, waiting for the wave in the bottom lane, waiting for Nana to show up. And they started again before Nana can show up. She shows in mid. Kuejo's taking a beating from that Lord though. They have to be careful of their health bars here. Curse Blast coming down. Kuejo! Flicker in Divine Judgment as well, but it's good peel from Syrinx as he's able to land the Eternal Guard. Liubot's all on the back line as Nocturne is able to deal with Kuejo. And now it's a shred coming down as Nana will lose her immortality. But the rest of the team is dealt with the front line. And now it's 3v3. Syrinx, Nucci, and Names up against Sonjika, Kyowe, and Tokyo.
It's still a huge advantage for Geltec, right? Nana gets taken out. They have no source of retribution. Names was so low as well. The SOD lands, but she's not going to take it. This is a free Lord over to Geltec. A really good way of making things messy and chaotic in that particular team fight and still able to come out on top. Tokyo is hitting like a truck.
She certainly is. She's shredding anything in her way, and that's why she sold boots. It's Windtalker and Immortality just in case. But the thing is, for Geltec, they don't have 5 members up already just now. Only now do they have them. The Flying Clouds will get them back into this Lord quicker, but Falcons Vega, they have the advantage of having their members spawn right next to the Lord here. It's into the base they go. They couldn't manage the waves properly, so we're gonna see another delayed end. Falcons Vega have another shot at coming back in the game.
But they can do it all over again, right? They can try to go for the exact same thing. Because again, despite the Lord spawning on the opposite side of the map, it's still an advantage for Geltec that they can utilize. But look at this weird rotation from Kuejo as well as Kyowe. They're anticipating for a buff take and they're waiting in the bush there to open up a trap. They see no one picking up the bait and Tokyo picks that orange buff for herself.
They're just abusing this map control, utilizing to get everything out of Falcons Vega. No purple buff, no orange buff, not even a single green camp given over to Falcons Vega. They're literally suffocating Falcons Vega inside of their own base, waiting for the neutral objective to spawn and not giving any chance for them to build a lead in goal to try to swap those items later.
But it looks like there's a gamble. Wait a second, Nucci again? Does she want to go for 8?
Divine Judgment and a Dark Wave. Nucci's gonna pop the Revitalize, but she's gonna go down. Kyowe zoning them in the back line right now, as that's gonna be the bravest fighter by Nocturne, and the Flicker out as well. Now a stun onto Sonjika, who still has the black shoes. Nana tries to walk up. Waves good for GCT. Nucci is down. It's a 1-man advantage.
It was a gamble. It was a gamble made by Nucci once again, opening up the map, but they're not going to get anything out of it. It's just another death. The Black Shoes gets picked up there, and it looks like they want to still look for the end.
The Curse Blast is doing a lot of damage. They're able to clear out the wave. 19 seconds on the Lord. Tokyo, very dangerous, very risky move, but she gets out of the way. Nucci's up in 16, Lord's up in 8.
Can they buy enough time?
I don't think so. Geltec,
yeah,
they have a carry. They can shred this Lord instantly.
With a Windtalker as well. So additional attack speed, but it looks like that's not the first thing that she goes for. She actually goes for the orange buff instead. That's going to give Falcons a little bit more time to, you know, come back into the game. What I really wanted to highlight was the fact that the Holy Crystal was built in by Syrinx. So you can obviously think that the damage will be felt. She has the Divine Glaive as well, so they have to be careful. Falcons, they just go to the other side of the map. They go for the far lane. They don't go for the contest. They let it completely go. And Geltec pick up this Lord uncontested. Falcons pick up a structure on the top side of the map.
It's the only thing they can get.
Yeah.
They can't walk up to the Lord. If they do, it's an easy insta-kill for any one of their frontliners. And at this point, they need all their members to be alive if they want to defend this Lord. Geltec Cyber Team this time around, not losing a single member to... Well, what? Yeah, 300,000.
No, Jesus.
That mistaken, rather. Sorry.
Not the best game.
I mean,
feels bad for her.
Depending on what kind of roamer you are, this is the best game, right? You want to be taking damage. It's just... That's crazy, dude. 300,000? That's like more than the rest of the team combined.
It's definitely a lot. But Mirko, this might be it. This might be game 3.
Oh, Divine Judgment lands. Names. Immortality already. The Rose Gold. It goes through her. Monster kill for Sonjika. Now it's Nana in the back with the cables. Immortality going to be popped as well. Lord involved still in the mid lane as Nana buys the Rose Gold Meteor in time. And it's Kyowe to take Nocturne down. Nana again with the cables. Still has the Rose Gold Meteor. Series is right there. But the rest of the team will target it down to bring us to game number 3.
A back-to-back game 3 here in the knockouts, ladies and gentlemen. The reset came in clutch for Geltec Cyber Team after their loss from game number 1. They completely turn it around to game number 2, bring it back to the tank junglers and bring it back to a surprise Kaja pick, a debut Kaja pick that eventually works out for them in the end. We're back to a best of 1 between both teams. Again, everything is on the line. Elimination match and match point. So we'll see what happens in game number 3. But before that, we're going to throw it over back to the panel. We'll see you after.
We're there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Against all odds, we go 23 minutes for game 2. And Geltec Cyber Team take the win, which means we're going to yet another game 3. The knockout stages has been anything but entertaining. It's been incredible. It's been wonderful, and it's been awesome. And we will continue to go down the line of our quarterfinals, but still, we've got one more game to get through for these two amazing rosters. What changed from game 1 to game 2? Because game 1 wasn't even competitive.
You know what changed? The draft. I think the draft was a big part. Leo and I shared some sentiments about that. Really difficult to have a Fanny, a hyper-scaling jungler like that, not being able to be protected well, and honestly, the Vexana pick left me perplexed.
Oh, the celebration is in. You said don't celebrate too early. Well, maybe that might be the case for Falcons Mena, but of course, Geltec Cyber Team are also going to get their celebrations in order as well, Leo.
It's the opposite of celebrations that fans of Falcons Mena are having, because I had a conversation not just with Joseph. Of course, we have friends out there. Jonas, one of Mena's great names in MLBB, he was asking Leo, why Vexana? Why Vexana? We were saying that it was Geltec who needed to adjust, but they did more than just adjust. They actually optimized their picks. But on the other hand, it's Falcons Vega Mena. I think they got carried away. Coach Koba, why? Why the Vexana?
Carried away with the Vexana specifically?
Yeah, I think okay, a lot of players say Nana's Fanny is almost the best. Some arguments to be had there, asterisk, but she's good on it. But Syrinx's Vexana. Joseph, when was the last time you saw Vexana in competitive play?
And that's the thing. It hasn't been picked up at all in MWI just yet. They decided to go with it. Again, not sure why, because the Vexana works in a really specific way, right? The main thing is you have an Eternal Guard. It's your ultimate. You drop down. You have this extra kind of body on the field. She does have good damage within her first and second skills too, but other than that, it's just not the protection value that you would have got, for example, with an Eve that we were thinking would come up from the draft.
Vexana almost has 0 combat resilience. You need so much more than that in the current metagame. Looking at this 23-minute bout once again, names still, the rich guy, she was given everything she needs. It's just, it was too much to ask for that lineup to win. Sonje, the carry, of course you're going to get that kind of damage down when you have a Divine Judgment on. Nucci took so much damage. What was that, 300k?
300k, I have to agree.
That's significant.
Yeah, that's so much damage to take.
It's all of it. That's all of the damage.
All of the damage, indeed. We'll get to look at some of that damage heading into our first clip from game number 2, which went the distance. A far cry from what game one was. We're now at the 15-minute mark. We're now approaching the home base.
Yeah, a lot of these base defenses that they tried again, you'll see that whole choreography. The Eternal Guard goes down while they deal with the Lord. But it just, again, when you're trapped in this kind of space to work with, once those tools are used up, where do you go from there? You know, and Leo, we were talking about this, especially on some of the later base defenses. It just, they didn't have much of a choice once the tools were gone. Like, what else do we do here? And our Fanny doesn't even have a buff.
And that's tough, isn't it? When you get that pressure on, it's tough to come back from. Only few teams have been able to accomplish it and be successful, right, in backing the team away from their home base. Let's look at our second clip, Leo, and start breaking it down from the perspective, obviously, of yourself as an expert of the game. What are we looking at?
We're now at 20 minutes, and this was quite the oopsie. Nucci just face-checked into 5 members of GCT, and there's, I can say, about 100 other things that you should have been doing with that Flying Clouds with this kind of map, and I'm pretty sure they're talking about it now. That's what I hope they're doing, so that we don't see the same kind of result, because no one saw this coming from out of nowhere. It was a draft that shouldn't have happened with a result that no one was thinking could happen in game 2.
Nice suit. Let's go to our third and final clip from game number 2. And I'm sure it's going to be towards the tail end of things. Now 22-32, and the Crystal is at risk of being eliminated.
Main point there, Names gets dragged by the Divine Judgment. That's the Kaja ultimate. Once Names is gone, your main point of contention in defending the space are pretty much out of the picture. And Names was such a big part of what their concept was. Other than the Fanny, you rely on, okay, well, we can split push with a Mozkov. We've seen it many times. She's relying on the spears. But once you're taken out of the picture with a Divine Judgment ultimate, you're pretty much gone.
We have to appreciate, though, the composure from Galtech Cyber Team to be able to come back after that map 1 loss, because we were thinking personally it might be a quick 2-0 series. Not the case here. After all, Galtech Cyber Team didn't make it to this very stage by just rolling over and dying. No, they won and dominated their respective group, winning 2-0, 2-0, and they're coming in with a mission.
Game 1 was their very first loss in MWI 2026, so that puts things into perspective. Now it comes down to 1 more game. No more flexing, no more experimenting. If you do, this could as well be your very last chance to do so. I'd hate to see a weird pick from out of nowhere again. We have to stick to the metagame. As Joseph put it, it's one or the other. The Vixana or the Fanny. Pick your lane.
But sometimes going with the comfort picks, especially in stressful situations, seems to be the way certain teams end up going. But the question is, Naisu, who would feel uncomfortable going into this game 3? I mean, they've both been neck and neck.
They have, and I would say that's the nature of the competition, right? For all of this, for all our competitors here, for all the female athletes competing for that championship, and to potentially get to the grand final, you're going to feel the pressure. Now, do you crumble under that pressure, or do you rise above it? And both these squads now have that opportunity to do so in game 3.
I think there's a...
And look at the pop-off, by the way. Big victory, slamming the table. Ooh. I love the celebration, but also the sigh of relief right after that celebration, thinking, oh, we finally did it. Okay, we're going to a game 3. We still have a chance.
After the dopamine and adrenaline hit, I'm pretty sure there is a valid reason for both teams to actually be just as confused. Number 1, for Geltech, why would they do the Vixana? That did not feel like a real game.
And by the way, if you feel like you can predict our tournament winner, scan that QR code and get involved. And let us know if you did it out in the chat. We'd love to hear from you. And more importantly, who did you end up going with? Are you so bold to make that prediction yourself? A lot of great things, though, happening, of course, on the stage as the ladies once again are getting set up for now a finale. Final map, best of 3 going to map number 3. They've gone tit for tat. Now, map 1 again was a dominant form for Falcons Mena. Map number 3, or map number 2, excuse me, went the distance, but Galtech Cyber Team looked in control. What will map number 3 look like? I know we're all waiting on bated breath to see how this is going to end up unfolding. Again, for both of these rosters, history is being made, you know, for Falcons Mena, especially for their region. They're looking to catch up to the top dogs such as Indonesia and the rest, right? They want to be the best region when it comes to the MWI, and of course for the ladies for MLBB. But you've got to beat Galtech Cyber Team. And for the club championship race, Falcons need this win in map number 3.
Oh, I was hoping it'd be expanding rivers for map 3, man, because I was like, give them even ground, you know? Flying clouds from the last map, it either works for teams or works against them, like we just saw.
It gives you so much room to just make mistakes and shoot yourself in the foot. Hence that last clip featuring Nucci. But now in expanding rivers, you can just play fully optimally. Make the right rotations, draft better, and make the right calls to respond to your opponents. Not just to plan for the sake of planning. And I think that's where Falcons men are right now. It's a matter of recentering and respecting the metagame, respecting your opponents, getting back to your winning ways.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think we've had 3 unique maps across the 3 games on the stage, which doesn't usually happen. A lot of times we'll get a repeat map. This time we're keeping it fresh, and we're going to go into this blind. We don't know how it's going to end up unfolding, but at least we get to see the pick of bans.
And Falcons Mena are going to be on that blue side, so they got the priority. Bans kind of adjusted here too. Paquito, Matilda, Marcel being banned out by Falcons men on the blue side. Over on the other, Belric, Carmilla doing the due justice here. What's the last one you want to take out? Do you opt for one of the gold laners right now, the carry maybe, or something else here?
Carry, Freya, still
Esmeralda,
out there.
Sora. Could this just be also a time to take Baksha first pick blue side because of expanding rivers also?
For Falcons Mena, yes.
Yeah.
That or Esmeralda. But I think Geltec could ban that too. Instead, it's the Gourd. So yeah, Falcons Mena, Coach Koba has 2 solid pickups here, maybe 3. Moskov, Baksha, and Esmeralda. Those are his, I'd say, 3 priorities.
Because whatever you don't take from one of those top 3 is definitely going to go to the other side. There's at least going to be one over there.
The least of which is the Moskov.
Yes. I don't know, man. Maybe lock in the XP lane, right? Get Nocturne going here. Allow you to have that power play in the XP lane. I think that's why you really take your time up to this point as Game 3 is so crucial.
So obviously still waiting for the first pick here, and Baxia, I guess, is one at the top of your list that we're wanting to see. And that would be a big move coming out from Falcons Mena, and it is going to be a Moskov.
Wow. They're still leaning on names. The Moskov for names, man. Now,
you think it's a comfort pick more than anything?
Oh, 100%. You know, even granted how the previous game went, I think still names has been phenomenal on the Moskov, and there's a reason why they pick it up first.
More than a comfort pick, it's a power pick.
Yeah.
She is the Pharaoh Spear.
She is.
The tip of the blade that might make Geltec bleed finally and just lay down and take it. Them or Falcons get shot out of the sky, one or the other.
So the answer here is, do you pick up a Belric Baksha? Do you go, oh wait, no, Belric's banned out. Valentina, Baksha again, maybe? Just because, again, it allows you that space to work with in the jungle, but they'll take up the carry instead.
I think this is a clear tell from Geltec that we're not banning the Sora. Make my day. Pick it. We're going to answer to you. And the Baksha, they get away with it. They can actually still, no. You know what? It's a 50-50. I think Baksha going into a carry can still win. I'm not fully against it.
Yeah, neither am I if it ends up being that case. And I think Falcons Mena, they're the decision here after they already picked up the Moskov is they could do Baksha, then they're mid, or Baksha and then go with a roam. Esmeralda still being open, but they'll take the Hylos again. Okay, there's nothing. Like, even the last game, I know it didn't look too great for the Hylos in the hands of Nucci, but yes, she took a lot of damage. She kind of had to do that for the team, and they go the Sora. No, mind you, the Valentina's on the other side.
So I think we're seeing 2 sides of the same coin here. They're both power picks and comfort picks.
Has to be.
And then this is, I'm sure, a conversation that Nocturne has had with Coach Koba saying, I know there's a Valentina, but Coach, trust, we can do this. Hoping for no Vixana.
I was going to say, so you're at that point where it's down to the one game. Give us our comfort. Our tournament lives are on the line. Let's just do that.
Why not? I think comfort picks at this point might actually be a smart play because, like it was brought up earlier on the desk, if you don't have to really worry about playing around the hero, you just know how it works inherently. I mean, that's a comfort in its own right, especially going into a Game 3.
Definitely so. Atlas is going to be one of the main picks that we've seen in the Roam work so far throughout the current meta.
Yep, he is a rising tide. the buffs over the past couple of patches have done well to make this bombastic setter really make an impact in the current metagame. Going into the bans, attack the mid lane. I'd say, given the, I don't know, bold decisions Falcons made, you still have to watch out for that mid pick. Take out the... I don't think you want to take out the Eve. You want to give more to the Valentina. Take out the Lilia?
Take out the Lilia?
Yeah, no, take out the Lilia.
Yeah. Since they already took out one of the main pickups, that Gord, they'll take out the Alice. Lilia next.
This is so weird. Why the Alice? There's no... Wait, Alice jungle.
I was going to
That's
say Alice
how-
jungle. That's the only other caveat there since the store is in play. Alice jungle. Because, like, I mean, it's not often that we see it. We actually thought we might see it in the previous one, but...
It already won.
Yeah, already won. What else do you want to go here? At least for Falcons meta to take off the XP lane. I think they're still going to hone in it. They go with the Guinevere.
Also a solid jungle pick.
Jungle.
So it's both. 2 birds with 1 stone. Galtech, this has to be a mid. I'd say.
Mid lane? Yeah. Go with the mid lane ban. At least to... I don't know. Like you said, you can just leave the Eve open. You can let the Eve go through.
Yep. I think it'd be to Galtech's benefit because they'll have so many
they
more
banned the
options.
Okay. Take out the Fanny. You mentioned about Nana's Fanny in the previous one. I think it would have gone a lot different if, again, the composition was a little bit different because Falcons meta need that support if you're going to pick up an assassin jungler. So now that the Fanny's gone, I wonder if they're still going to opt for that. Knowing that both junglers haven't been picked up and how this has changed the course of the meta in its way, at least here for MWI, has changed where sometimes it goes this way where it's down to the last 2 picks for both sides. You don't have the jungler yet, you know, and you kind of leave that swerve opportunity. So here for Galtech, do they just go with an XP laner now and then hold off on that jungle?
Or just jump to the best jungler that they can think of now because they want to see what the XP laner has to deal with in terms of early rotations after Mena's blue 4 and 5.
You're not thinking it could potentially be an Aulus again, right? An Esmeralda first, so we're going to have
Exactly.
the suspense.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
They want to have the element of surprise. So that could possibly be totally nothing, and they just go back to like a normal meta pick, or everything that just shocks Falcons meta into submission. Now, 4 and 5, Coach Koba back in the driver's seat. I'd say, looking at Galtech's draft for now, and knowing how Falcons meta rely so much on names, maybe a tank jungler or a fighter, a tank or a fighter jungler.
Tank or fighter jungler, Eve, but they'll go Lilia.
Very good.
At least a Lilia's there. Either of the two were great. Now for jungle option, what do you pick up? Oh, the YSS.
Okay.
So fighter. I mean,
and a hybrid.
Hybrid, basically.
He's a tweener.
Yep. In between right there. And then now for the last pick.
And I think it's just so much better given that his ult Mountain Shocker provides vision, something that Falcons meta was struggling with in game 2.
100%. So now this is up to Kiowe. What is she going to put in the jungle?
Ice Queen, what you got?
She going to be cold with it, or is she just... Because if this is a standard pick, this would be one of the most standard compositions that we've seen Galtech actually play.
And I would be all the happier for it.
Same.
I don't want no shenanigans. I want them to earn their slot in the top 4 by playing the best MLBB they got.
Oof. Decisions made. It is the Aulus. And I'll say this again. Leobon mentioned, I asked why the Aulus. She said, you know what? Kiowe just likes playing the Aulus.
If they're going to make it a top 4, they're going to make it with style.
Galtech Cyber Team, their key was at risk of being crushed. It still very much is. However, their chances are a lot better as they force a game number 3, putting the pressure back onto Falcons meta, who is once again trying to achieve history. They've already done so, but do they want to end in quarterfinals or progress forward to semis and therefore closer to the trophy? It's up to them to decide. Miracle, Eterna, let's finish this story.
And finish the story we shall. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3, the final game of this best of 3 series between Team Falcons MENA and Galtech Cyber Team. Tournament lives are at stake. Keys are going to be crushed after this. The question is, who will move forward and who will have to bow out? We're going straight into this with a very signature and unique Aulus for the Ice Queen.
It's just so weird to see the Aulus, but it's already something that we've seen from Kyoe, right? She won on it too. It was with a Hanabi, I remember. It was kind of a crazy game. It's just give it up to Coach Osprey and the Galtech Cyber Team girls to pull off a pick like this and a Hanabi. Looking at the emblems though, nothing too crazy. Nucci already maybe suffering the same fate as the previous game. But Liubon's taking a beating. Has to flicker out. Nocturne. Cancel that regeneration. Flicker for Revitalize. A win for Falcons Vega.
So she still gets out this time around. I think her last KDA was 0-8 something. But she got punished a lot. And I think the panel also mentioned it, right? She was struggling with visibility. She couldn't see around the map. So it does make sense that the YSS comes through, gives her the opportunity to help out Nucci in that respect. She was the highest damage taken earlier on. Had to chuckle a little. And not because it was funny, it was just, man, what a fate. Must have not been as easy for Nucci, and hopefully this time around it will be different for them. But as it stands, still at a 0-0, no one has been able to get any pickoffs so far.
Yep. A slower game. They know what's at stake. They're literally fighting for their tournament lives still here. 1-1. It's all or nothing. Nocturne first onto the XP Crab. This is going to be a big battle for the XP Crab because whoever gets it first, they get pure tempo over the turtle. But it seems like Liubon doesn't want to go for it. Kuejo baits out the Mountain Shocker. That was Kyoe with a walk-up. Gets caught in the Mountain Shocker. This could be the chunk of damage they need to start the fight. Sonjika with the steel in the black shoes. Now it's Liubon. Getting a bit of damage. Kyoe having to use the ultimate to get out of harm's way. Sonjika now holding the position, splashing a bit more damage. Nucci with the Revitalize, taking a heck of a lot of damage. Tokyo with the rotation. Nocturne diving in, first blood. The SOD lands as well. This could very well be a 5v5 as Nocturne takes to the skies. Very well, no! It's terrified, cancelled out. Nana gets the turtle. It's level. 2 kills for a kill and the turtle.
Huh. They wouldn't for the re-engage. Eventually it does pay off because they do get 2 kills because of it. And it feels like a similar story from Game 1, Game 2, right? Falcons being able to get the neutral objective first. Galtech being able to get the team fights, and usually they're able to capitalize over that with another domino effect around the map. But so far, again, still very equal on the board. Nana, though, I didn't expect that much damage from YSS early game up against the Aulus.
It's so tough when you get chunked like that, right? You're built for CC immunity and long team fights, but when you just get bursted at the start of the fight, when you're down to a quarter of HP as an Aulus, it just gives over the neutral objective for free. Luckily, the rest of the team, Sonjika, definitely the MVP of that fight, coming back into the fight, rotating over, getting space, and then Tokyo, always rotating quicker than names. Certainly going to be a big problem as we get into the later stage of the game if Tokyo is this active. There's no one on the side of Falcons Vega that can really zone Tokyo. That was why, you know, the Yeeve could have been an answer. The Mountain Shocker now opened up. Nana caught the perfect match, thrown back again at the rotation instantly from Kyoe on the Aulus. The SOD this time doesn't land. Nocturne with the shifting skies lands it on Sonjika, but she has the black shoes. Stunned up constantly. Oh, few recalls. Sonjika's feeling it. Spear of Misery into the CC immune. It's still so close. 50-50 in the mid lane. Flicker out. Syrinx with the black shoes. A win in the mid. 13 seconds for the next neutral objective. And it does seem like it should be Falcons Vega with tempo.
It's a battle of micro. It's a battle of macro. It's a battle of flare as well in that mid lane. Both took black shoes out. And luckily, both of them were still able to escape with their lives. But with that being said, it's another reset as both teams are going to be corralling against the next neutral objective. You can see that Kuejo is already in position. Unfortunately, the Fatal Links isn't there just yet for her to utilize. Sonjik as well with the IMU doesn't have anything prepared. So we'll see exactly how this falls down because Nucci is already there. She knows where the positioning of Liubon is. But I think Kyoe has the better grasp over the turtle.
It's all up to Kuejo to find a big set. She doesn't have the flicker, but she's waiting right in there for the legs! A massive combo! Kyoe running it down as well. The SOD lands, but Kyoe's able to survive right now as Nocturne's gonna get taken down. Names just teleported straight into harm's way! Kyoe and Tokyo running it down. Sanjika gonna be taken out, but Shu Bond is still there, chasing Nucci away. Nana's out of the fight. Nucci's getting chased by Liu Bond under the turret. This should just be a kill, a falling Star Moon to take Nucci down for the first time in this game. Sorry, rather the second.
A 4-4-2 trade, and unfortunately it was Kyoe that was able to pick up the neutral objective as well. It was a big Fatal Links, a really good initiation play coming in from Kuejo, and everyone collapsed over that really, really well. Falcons are now on the back foot here in the first 6 minutes of the game. You can see the gold gap instantly take its place. 1,000 gold lead and counting. And they were able to pick up a structure in the top side as well. Things are not looking good for Falcons men.
Sanjika and Kuejo, redemption from the previous games, especially for Kuejo. On the Kaja Gunshai here, on the Atlas, she's just running with it. Perfect match lands. Fatal Links. Whoa. What the heck? That was Nana with a traceless forward. Luckily, the rest of the team was there to help her out. But this could be a tragic day for Falcons. Hey, Turner, just earlier, Falcons ID sent home by Vitality. Falcons Vegas started off really strong with game 1, but game 2 slipped out of their hands. Then we have a game 3 where Geltec Cyber Team, for the first time in the series, hold a lead at the start of the game.
They came in this knowing that Geltec was a strong foe. They wanted up again, but that's the Fatal Links.
Baiting out the Purify, shifting skies by Nocturne, delaying the skirmish a bit. Nana with a rotation as well. Nocturne just walks into it. Tokyo with the tread. That's a big mountain shocker, but there's no follow-up now. Black Shoes in the midst of it all. Black Shoes again from Sanjika. Lubon, falling Star Moon, stops Syrinx in her place, but no more kills. Just an open turtle for GCT to take.
Another advantage that they are able to put in their belt, or under their belt rather, a neutral objective, a kill over, and they have as much map control as ever. You see the SOD being placed but doesn't get its mark. Nucci tries her best to try and prevent this structure take. They go ahead and open up that ult.
I think it's fine if they lose Kuejo. That's a sacrifice that they should be willing to take. Kyoe, CC Immune gets out of the mountain shocker. Tokyo picked up the turret while all that was happening. So it's value.
And we're now just about to hit the power point of Owlus. Typically, mid-game is where they're the strongest, and we're heading into that point, and Geltec already had the early game under their belt to begin with. So things are going according to plan for Geltec here. 2,500 gold lead. You could see the top lane being bullied. Names and Liubon. Look at the damage that she's outputting onto Names. Names has absolutely no space to farm.
Nowhere to farm. Wherever she goes, there's one of the Geltec Cyber Team members just stalking her. And this time it's Liubon, always on her. In the skirmishes as well, what makes it so good for the Aulas is that usually as a normal, assassin jungle, you gotta be creative. On an Aulas, you can just brute force your way into it with CC immunity. Through the front line, right into Names and Syrinx. And Sanjika, always stealing the Black Shoes, has given Falcons Vegas such a tough time because there's no one that's vulnerable on this team.
It's really hard to look for an advantage. It's really hard to look for something to trade with. And now you can see that Nana is taking a risk there, trying to push in that bottom side of the map. She should be able to get it, but wait a second, the SOD does not land. Esme, she's gonna be able to clear it. They don't even get the structure down bot.
It's almost like Names made a sacrifice in that game 1 to land all the SODs, but never to land them again in game 3. Tokyo with the shred on Nucci. Sanjika with the terrified Purify comes out, but Syrinx gets away in time. Now it's the pullback. Tokyo shut down. In the midst of it all, the Fatal Links lands. Now with Liubon on the falling Star Moon. Sanjika trying to provide damage. Oh, the AoE is big. Names survives Liubon. Flickers in forward, but Names is able to blink out in time. Signs of life from Falcons Vega. It's mid for goal. Tokyo finally shut down in this game.
Really, really worth. Really, really worth. They don't even lose the structure in mid, so they do still have a control over their own jungle.
Wait.
But Nana's in trouble now. There is backup coming from Nucci. Do they really want to go for this re-engage?
Kuejo's in a tough spot. Nana, oh, shifting skies and a flicker, bringing her back as well. Nana on a quick spree, names. Spear of Misery lands. Sonjika now. Does she pop a shifting skies? He goes in deep onto names. Spear of Misery. Peels for herself. Gets Nana the double.
That would have been too much. That would have been too much if Sonjika could get that kill over names. Luckily, she still had the spear to bring her back and eventually have the damage to take her down.
Tokyo.
And this does mean that 2 members are down. Falcons should be able to pick up this Lord.
Kyoe went for the chase. Lord's already very low. Kyoe won't be able to make it in time. The retreat from Nana is good. And Falcons Vega get their hands back in the game. 10 minutes in. Only a 1,000 gold lead. And I do think that Falcons Vega have a very good scaling comp. It's a Lilia and a double marksman composition. They should be able to shred now with items.
So they're still in the game. They still have the foot in the door. It's not a 50. Wait a second, Kyoe, what is she doing?
Nocturne goes in, but none of the other members capitalize on that. Nana, Mountain Chakra just a zone, 2 levels ahead of this Aulus.
She's fine, she's fine. Falcons take something of their own. They pick a structure up top. What it was really peculiar for me was during that entire Lord. Wait a second.
The first time she got away. The second time it might just be a bait. The whole team coming around. Oh, Kuejo! Fatal links into Tokyo's free hits. That's Nana taken down, and Nucci's gonna be next on the chopping block. Kyoe gets baited them. Sonjika with the SOD! Breaks the formation, and it gets Liuban to get a falling star moon on Nocturne. Oh my god, we thought it was a mistake. It turns out to be a bait by Kyoe.
What a play, what a play, what capitalization from the rest of the team. Early pick Valentina. Black Shoes was the choice. Suddenly she picks up the SOD and she gets a pick for themselves. 4 members are down from Falcons. They're gonna be up in a few seconds. Nocturne, the only one left standing here as Geltec look for more and take them away from Falcons. How did they go from a 50-50 to what we're seeing right now?
It's these very thin margins. They literally just out-mechanic their way into that win. Logically, it shouldn't have been a win. Kyoe is out of the fight. It was a 4v5 they were taking, but they split Falcons Vega just right for them to capitalize. Again, Nucci walks up. Now the glorious pathway backwards. Oh! Kuejo! Fatal Links finds everybody! Kyoe gets a triple. Tokyo gets 1 on top. And it's Nana to try to cut the waves in mid. Wave bot is good. Nana's gonna have to pull a miraculous defense, but she's still handling the wave mid. She won't be able to recall in time.
This is it. This could be the very end. And it truly is. And Nana will not be able to deny it away from them.
Geltec Cyber Team pull a reverse sweep to make it the top 4.
And they move forward, ladies and gentlemen, up against an experienced roster in Team Falcons Mena. Kyoe has brought her experience from her last run at MWI and have brought Sonjika, Kuejo, Tokyo, and Liuban forward here in MWI 2026.
It was a symphony of skills together, baiting out those purifies in the prior fight, and then a massive Kuejo set into a follow-up from Sonjika. It was immaculate.
It truly, truly was. We want to hear from them. We want to know what they have to say about that victory. And with that, we're going to throw it over to the stage.
Congratulations, and now Geltec Cyber Team has secured their position over in the semis.
Wow, the team are so excited. You can hear cheers coming from across the floor right here. Now, we would like to ask, what happened in the first game? You guys had a real smooth game so far without dropping a single game, but that one game happened. What happened? Tell us more.
У нас не было урона на миду, тренера налажали.
Well, we didn't have the drop, but anyway, the coaches, the trainers somehow screwed up.
Oh, so there has been a misdraft?
То есть, получается, произошел мисдрафт.
Okay, and then they regrouped and has taken the series itself, so congratulations. And now, we would like to have Falcons MENA hand on over the keys to Galtech Cyber Team. You fought valiantly well. Thank you, and your journey ends here. So now that you have the keys of Falcons MENA in your hands, how are you feeling right now?
Ну, тяжело немного.
Well, a bit happy they are.
You guys are really happy. You know what will be even happier? When you hear that pop. Congratulations one more to Galtech Cyber Team. Take your walk of victory!
Galtech Cyber Team getting it done in the clutch when it matters most, and we've seen the trash talk as well. Love to see that type of energy. They hit him with the, I like that right there, baby. You know what I mean? Galtech Cyber Team showing that they are here to stay, and the trash talk wasn't enough. You know they're about to savor. You can hear their fans in the background. They're about to savor this key pop. It's gonna get serious. It's gonna get serious all the way. Congratulations to Galtech Cyber Team. You see what type of energy we have right here. You only get this action right here at MWI, ladies and gentlemen, EWC26. We have one match left for today. Let's go ahead and check out our highlights.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
It wasn't easy, but they got the job done. Galtech Cyber Team get the win, crush the key of Team Falcons MENA, and just like that, Falcons are now out of the MWI, but a valiant effort nonetheless. And hey, shout out to the fans for Galtech Cyber Team showing up, not only cheering on their team to win, but also going over to the Crusher.
Yep, it's unfortunate. Again, another key is crushed. Nature competition. Both Falcons now have bowed out.
That's it.
Back-to-back heartbreak.
Heartbreak.
I think they still get 400 total, or at least 200 points for sure for the club championship. But Falcons have had a tough run so far when it comes for the club championship, of course, run. Now, of course, there was a lot of great moments throughout that game. Number 3, let's take a look at least at one of them and start breaking it down of how Galtech was able to get this win in the end over Team Falcons MENA. As we take a look, Leo, what do we see?
So this is the second turtle take, and this is, I think, the main storyline. Galtech Cyber Team are just all the more locked in. There may be a factor of, I'd say, fatigue, because Falcons MENA Vega have been playing since the morning today.
That's true. They have, and they've had to go through the ringer up to this point. So endurance, that mental endurance, is something we always talk about here with our esports athletes.
You have to, right? And you're right. They are, in fact, athletes. It's not easy to stay mentally composed, really. You have an early call time, you come in, and now you're playing this late in the day, but that is the nature of competition. Let's take a look at our second in-game moment. And we'll start to notice, I'm sure, Geltec starting to win this ultimately, 12-34. We actually have another battle taking place just outside of the base.
This definitely looks like leftovers from the engagement patterns from game number 2. Nucci, far away from home. I'm looking at Nana. What was the plan? I'm sure the Mountain Shocker was there to be used. How could you not have told that there were going to be a kill squad nearby?
How could you not be told that? Well, communication is key. They move on in, they destroy the crystal, and ultimately take the win in just 13 minutes. And we did get some insight as to what happened in game number 1. Well, Naisu, it seems like it was a bit of a hero mismatch, maybe a misplay on their part.
Yeah, it comes down a lot of the times we hear from the interviews and even our own kind of sentiments. The draft. The draft is so important in the nature of MLBB, the competition here. But also, too, again, I was wondering, would we see that Ollis in the hands of Kiowe go through? They leaned on it, and this time, again, it works out. She's the only player now to bring out this Ollis twice.
Oh, wow. And by the way, casters were getting into it, and they were getting loud. Let's take a look at how they looked during those casting moments.
Fire.
What?
Lord. Wait a second.
The first time
Again?
she got away. The second time it might just be a bait. The whole team coming around. Oh, Kuecho! Fatal links into Tokyo's free hits. That's Nana taken out, and Nucci's going to be next to the chopping block. Kyoe just baited them. Sonjika with the SOT! Breaks the formation, and it gets Liuban to get a falling Sarmoon on Nocturne. Oh my god, we thought it was a mistake. It turns out to be a bait by Kyoe.
Mirko and Eterna have been bringing the energy throughout all of our best of threes that we've watched for the past 2 series, and they've got one more to go. But make no mistake about it, they are giving their all. And Eterna was giving some dance moves, I think it was at the beginning of that clip.
It's like, was it like this?
Something like that.
Something like that. You know, hey, us as casters, when we're in the heat of the game,
that's right.
We can't help it.
We do what we do, and don't ask any more questions. This was a great series. Falcons Mena to celebrate them. Again, making history for their region. It was a tremendous deal that they made it to the knockout stage. Yes, they fall short from what they wanted. Everybody wants that championship, but only one team can get it.
And now, Geltec Cyber Team are in true dark horse territory. Much like their counterparts in the men's division, they are the pride of ECA, and they can legit just upset almost anyone, especially in best of 5.
Ooh, that is a big talking point. We brought it up at the beginning, right? EECA, maybe an underrepresented region now looking to make headway and join the likes of Indonesia and the rest of them out there. And they very well could do so, because now they are officially top 4.
Top 4 secured right now. And yes, a big representation for the ECA region is something that they can hold high. Because top 4 against some of the best teams right now currently in MWI, let's see how they compete in the days to come.
That's right. We'll have to see. Oh no, the disrespect after winning, the crying faces. And you know what? Well deserved. We love when personality is shown out there on that stage. No hate, of course, towards the other roster. It's all love at the end of the day. But in the heat of the moment, sometimes you just gotta emote on your opponents after getting a big win. And speaking of emoting, maybe we'll have that coming up. From what I'm hearing, Damascus and Trev were roaming around, and they got into some crazy business.
All right, we're on the EWC venue. There's plenty of stuff to do for the competitive minds like us. We played basketball yesterday. We're going to play some more, Trav.
Yeah, we're cooking. We're going to do this the reactions game here. It's going to be Hollywood Rob TV up first.
Hollywood Miles Morales, he said. Listen, give it a try. Let's take a look. How much does he catch?
I don't think he's going to do too well, and he's been dealt in it as well. No. He's obviously got a little bit of a lower sense.
Bro, he's a fighting game player.
Oh, he didn't even see the first one. All right, it's not bad.
Yeah, he touched it at least, but no. Oh, no. He's adapting. Close enough. Brother.
Bro, he's not even seeing him drop.
Peripheral vision is cheeks. No.
No, this is...
Come on, this is easy now. There aren't many. I
don't even want to laugh because I know I'm going to do bad as well.
Hey, he got one.
Bro, I guarantee you this is so much harder than it looks, bro. What if he catch the first one?
That wasn't a bad reaction. That wasn't bad. Oh. 0-2. Oh, he got one. Oof.
Yo, he's doing good, though.
The peripheral vision's working.
His peripheral vision is really good.
Oh, that feels like it should have been one. Oh,
did he catch that?
Oh, he did. That's two. Oh. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Man, this is going to be a 4.
Don't ask us no. Trap did when we did basketball.
Yeah.
Trap did win.
Yeah, so he can't win 2 in a row.
So I'm definitely rooting against you, brother. I'm sorry. I got to root against you this one time. Hey, look, he's in position. He's ready. Okay. That was a good reaction, though. Okay.
You got it? Yes, let's go. Last one. Almost. I'm scared.
He got one right now?
Oh, no.
All right, still one.
Okay, 2.
Come on. What
3.
we doing? Can he match it?
4. Yeah, that's it.
Bro, don't.
Can I be salty for a moment? His last 4 were the last 4 next to each other. My last 4 are like this one and this one. That's rigged.
It's all excuses. It's all excuses. But we have a victor, and his name is Trav.
Trev can't keep getting away with this. He won basketball. He took that away from Hollywood Rob TV, who's American, by the way. And now we just lost the reaction test. Somebody put a stop to that, man. I hope so. My goodness. But we're having fun around the EWC venue. It's a lot of fun in here, and I hope all of you at home get a chance to come and visit and check it out because it is nothing but good fun. Hey, welcome back into our desk. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. Nice, Sue. And hold up. Wait a second. We got Zorn on the desk. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, I'm good, guys. Hello.
Hello. Good to see you, Zorn. For maybe the people out there who might not know you, which you should, who are you, man? Because from what I'm hearing, you're a serious competitor.
I'm known as a pro player, as far as you guys know, and now I'm here to be a KOL or media for Malaysia.
Okay, and
now one of the best.
And now he's an analyst, right? So another feather in your cap. One of the best out there for sure. And you're watching the best in MWI play. These ladies are truly talented. Have you had a chance to watch any of them? Because coming up next is our unfinished business. Keyboy and Quinn get another shot at the trio that ended their MWI 2024 campaign. It's a revenge match, and the business is unfinished, but it will be finished by the end of this series. Now, for you, Zorn, you've been watching MWI. I'm sure of it. You've been seeing some of the upsets. What has been some of your favorite moments or maybe even surprises?
I feel like I'm surprised with so many country that already improved a lot, I guess, for this MWI since last year, I guess they cannot play very good as this year. So I guess it's going to be interesting to watch them.
Interesting to watch indeed, and we just had an interesting series ended up unfolding. And we've got Rose with our post-match interview.
Hey, Trentmar here right now with KOA, fresh off of their victory. I want to start off asking about your Aulus. What's so special about it? Why is it your pick now?
По поводу Аулуса, просто мне очень нравится персонаж, и мы с ним в целом очень хорошо играем, поэтому вот так вот получается.
Aulus, I really love the hero, and it just comes into play that we have a great chemistry, and that's exactly what happened.
So the chemistry is unlocked, of course, by the Aulus pick. Now, after that Game 1 performance, what was the discussion like behind the scenes? Were you more emotional and trying to motivate each other? Or were you more calculated about how you would make the comeback?
Ну, нам сказали, что мы сумасшедшие в очередной раз. Наш тренер сказал, что мы, просто энергия и идем до конца. У нас начинается вечерняя немножечко, как это сказать, шиза, типа, и мы в целом берем все в свои руки.
Well, you know, our coach told us, as he does multiple times on repeat, that we are crazy. And we thought, well, we have no way back. We just gotta move forward, that we gotta do something. And you know, it's late in the evening, we get into our vibes, and we just decided to refocus and move on.
Well, you got it. You got that win, and you're moving forward. Real quick, a message for your fans.
Message, посыл для ваших фанатов.
Спасибо большое за то, что вы нас поддерживаете. Я очень надеюсь, что мы покажем завтра очень хорошую игру. Наслаждайтесь, смотрите, болейте за нас.
Thank you very much for your support. Thank you. Tomorrow we'll try to bring out our best game. And yes, watch, enjoy, and continue supporting us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations. Geltec continues to fight.
И Geltec идет дальше.
Geltec continues to fight. They're now top 4, but we still have one more spot in our semifinals to determine what it's going to look like. Let's go to the stage and get it started.
Thank you, Taylor. It's time to kick off with our final match of the day. The knockout round has been incredible, and once again, there is one team that will stay away as a victor today and one last out. Without further ado, let's get our first competitors onto the stage, qualifying out of Malaysia, Team Ray Young.
Team Ray Young has pulled up this year with an absolute vengeance. They are representing Malaysia, the phenomenal region, a phenomenal country, and they're led, of course, by Quinn and Chiboy, who missed last year's event and have come back here to right all wrongs. This is a newly assembled team, but make no mistake, they play with the chemistry of 10-year vets.
Chiboy, remember 2 years ago, exact same team. Anything you would like to say to Navi?
Good luck, have fun.
So friendly, but I'm sure she will not be over at the Land of Dawn. Take your positions at your battle station.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and their opponents, the 2024 champions, put your hands together for Navi!
We talk about regional rivalries. Navi qualifying out of the Philippines, and that team has been going through the trenches, losing early to Galaxy Phoenix, but then a big comeback against Falcon Thesis and eliminating last year's runner-up Gen G to make it all the way to the knockout stage. And now the mission is simple: keep winning, come back tomorrow.
All right. 2 years ago, you have met the exact same team. Any comments to your competitors?
Just say good luck and have fun.
So friendly, but I'm pretty sure there will be absolute bloodshed at the Land of Dawn. Please take your positions. And here's a story for you. 2 years ago, in the path to victory, Navi PH took down and crushed Quinn and Chiboy's dreams, sending them home in 2024. Now, 2 years later, a revenge arc in the making. This time, they stand before Navi PH without dropping a single game. On one hand, it seems they look ready. Question is Navi ready? Let's settle that score over in the Land of Dawn. Over to you guys at the studio.
Thank you, as always, to our stage hosts, of course, Damascus, Hollywood Rob TV, and Cheryl. Thank you for the story as well, setting the very stage, the history between these two great teams. This is our last quarterfinal matchup to determine what the semifinals will look like. Naisu, Leo, let's talk about it. It's Team Ray Young versus Navi. This means a lot for both regions.
Just to add a chapter to the story that Cheryl told 2 years ago, yes, Navi PH, then known as Smart Omega Empress, dropped Quinn and Chiboy, and they lived happily ever after. In case you missed out, they became champions.
They eventually did, and they rode their way all the way in a sweep, I believe, in that championship in 2024. So this is a great story of redemption, revenge, however you want to put it, for Team Ray Young.
Team Ray Young has shocked us all, making it this far, not because it wasn't expected, but just because of how well they continue to play. Such a very talented roster. And they are officially known as the Momentum Stoppers, stopping those rosters who have the momentum, who try to push forward, but simply cannot take down this talented roster. If you had to pick one lady from Team Ray Young to be the decisive factor for victory, who would it be?
I personally say, not biased because I'm a jungler too, but I'm looking at Tan. I think, Tan. As the Indonesian import, I think she does so much to make this momentum breaker character come through for Team Ray Young. And now I'm looking back at history. This is not the first time they're facing off against a Na'Vi. They took down Na'Vi MY in the qualifier.
Yep, and I think either way at this point, I know Zorn mentioned this too. He mentioned that last year, it was so different watching MWI because the quality of teams, the quality of gameplay we've seen from these ladies so far for 2026 has been a huge leap in just performance and improvement. And so who's to say that maybe new history is about to be made with Team Ray Young defeating potentially Na'Vi here.
That's right. And Na'Vi, by the way, has made great headway in our tournament. Also, not only winning the 2024 MWI with 3 out of the 5 members currently playing on that very stage, but also beating Jin Ji, a powerhouse, the runner-up from last year. But from what I'm hearing, not Ayanami, she's her, right? Bottom line, period. And she's been playing incredibly well since their comeback win against Falcon Daisies yesterday. Not Ayanami has shown a true mastery in her role.
Gwen, Na Ayanami, Diagon, a national athlete at that, has awoken. I think that's the key to Navi's rise throughout the brackets in MWI. The first couple of matches we saw her play, she wasn't her.
That's
she was
right.
not Ayanami.
And by the way, she is going to be picking first. And just so you all know at home, she's got a deep hero selection. 7 unique heroes in just 7 games.
And she needed to be that for Na'Vi Philippines to get back in form, because at the opening matches of MWI, we were in kind of in the agreement that they were struggling.
Yep, in disbelief of what we're seeing. But now we're back to reality, snapping into the game after Coach Salman, King Salman, bans out the Atlas glue and carry to pick up the Baksha, which is, again, an effort to put Keishi in a good position, a comfortable way to roam through in mid. That mid trio should be solid. Team Ray Young, Coach Frost picks up a Lily and a Belleric. I missed you, Big Tree.
Big Tree, man. You know who else, surprisingly, is banned out is the Chips. I mean, because Chip was picked up by Na'Vi yesterday. I don't know if it's still the only team to actually bring the Chip to play, but a good smart ban from Coach Frost and the rest of Team Ray Young here. This Lilia plus the Belric pick already pose a huge amount of threat, and that's why you have to pick up the Eve if you're Na'Vi. Again, Claude being the most picked gold laner aside from the Moskov right now is going to be the choice. These first 3 picks for Na'Vi are already solid across the board. Team Ray Young to match this. What do they pick up? Their jungler now?
Maybe Esmeralda. She's still open.
That's true.
Does well against the Eve.
Yep.
Stops Zach holding its tracks. Might struggle against the Baxia, but again, a powerhouse pick is such, given the metagame, overtuned, this one.
Esmeralda?
Still, I believe so.
She's a little OP.
Yep. And look at that. In your first 3 picks, you get 2 out of the 3 best in lane.
Yep.
Eve is on the other side. I'm going to die on this hill. Eve is the best mid laner right now.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So I would say Gord is like, it's weird how much he's climbed in the meta.
50-50 maybe? Do
50-50.
they share the podium?
I don't think they share the podium. He's like almost there. You know, maybe I put him at like number 3, maybe 2.
Who's the other choice?
Other than Eve?
Valentina?
Lately Valentina, yeah.
Lilia's working her way up.
Lilia is starting to get there too. Maybe 5.
A solid start for Team Ray Young. Going into the bans, Gatot Kacha, get out of here. Moskov. So, Na'Vi PH, the play seems to be choke out Quinn.
So this could potentially be, because the carries already banned Moskov, you already picked up the Claude.
Harith?
Is it gonna be a Harith, a Harith, who we haven't seen picked up as much as we used to, which I'm not complaining about. It needed to change. That gold lane was getting a little stale.
What else is there for the SEA Games gold medalist in Quinn? Granger?
What else? Other than the Granger, maybe, I don't know if there's room for...
A Bruno.
A Bruno. We've seen that in the hands of the likes of Lunar.
These are the choices left. Alice taken out of the equation by Coach Frost. King Salman.
Oh, the
there you go.
Another one.
There is an absolute that you have to get out of your opponent's hands. Now Quinn has to have a conversation with Coach Frost. They took it all away.
What do I pick? Maybe just the Granger, Harith. Who else do we have?
Bruno.
Granger, Harith, Bruno.
Those are your choices.
That's about it. Unless they have something else planned. I know we did see a Clint also come to play. That could be something they lean on.
But that's outranged by the Eve.
Exactly. Guinevere for now. So this is the
your
combo.
jungler.
The combo we saw on Stream B. What's the name of it?
The Bellavere.
Bellavere.
Yeah.
Bellavere. The Belric and the Guinevere combo is deadly. And it's worked a lot of times, just those two heroes alone.
Yep, they set each other up.
Exactly.
Belric can taunt them, and then the Requiem or Lancelot's sister can come in and then extend the crowd control, and then, you know, have the rest of the damage dealers come in. Deep in thought is Rain. She'll be playing the Eve here. Yet to see not Ayanami's pick, and of course, a roamer.
Yeah, a roam option. Atlas being banned out. Glue's not potentially there. CC for now for the XP lane.
Good, solid answer to the Esmeralda.
Exactly. And the roam option, it's going to be an Akai.
Okay, so we've seen Mirai.
Is there a world, Leo,
yeah,
where it's a roam Baksha and a jungle Akai?
I don't know. I was about to say, Keishi and Yakai, at least here in France, at least in MWI 2026, did not look good.
Yeah.
So I'd say stick to this. Stick to this. Heavy spin people into the RWM.
Yeah, that's true. Last pick, Team Ray Young. They still need that gold lane option. What are they going to throw in here? There was so many bans towards Quinn.
What is Quinn picking? Yeah, 3 in the last half of the draft. I'd say Bruno. Bruno's the safest.
Yeah, Bruno's probably your safest. You can move around the Wrath of the Dryad. You have that setup potential already, but they don't. They go the Hanabi. How do we forget about the Hanabi?
Of course. Now, in a lot of people's heads, she's still more a meme than a dream pick.
On Stream B, it was a pick.
Hey, but already in the opener, Quinn won via split push with a Hanabi.
That was the first win, I believe, of Hanabi, of MWI.
I hate that we forgot, Joseph.
It's Team Ray Young versus Na'Vi. Unfinished business. Chi-Boy and Quinn get another shot at the trio that ended their MWI 2024 campaign. But just because you get a shot doesn't mean you will be victorious. Team Ray Young takes on Na'Vi now. Miracle Eterna, let's get it started.
Another team on the brink of elimination, ladies and gentlemen, as we get to the final round of the best of threes of the day here at MWI 2026 at EWC. It's a time to be alive. Another Hanabi pick, a signature pick at that, and we'll see exactly how this all pans out.
If it's pure front to back, the Hanabi can work. And I think Team Ray Young, yeah, they've made it work a couple of times. They mentioned it on the panel earlier. Young man from the Philippines, Leo, in the building, Naisu.
That's not very nice.
What? Oh, he's a building, dude. He's massive. He's like, he goes to the gym and stuff, right? Team Ray Young, though, this is a problem, Nora. Nora in XP against a CC. I think a lot of players now, they figured out the winning matchup. We were talking about this as well, right? Who wins against Esme? Not a lot of picks. CC is one of them. Does well. The other pick that I would like to see is a Dyroth.
Ooh, the Dyroth. I think a lot of people have been mentioning it, you know, Stream A, Stream B, the Dyroth pick. Technically, it does really great in lane, and we have yet to see whether or not the Dyroth really pays off later on. Wait a second, Miko gets caught really low here.
Yep.
Did she get off quick here? Okay, she still gets out.
Yeah, it's just revitalize out, boom, there you go. The Dyroth, I think, especially if these teams want to start playing more of those assassins, physical assassins in the jungle, can work really well.
Imagine Dyroth Paquito.
Paquito jungle?
Yeah.
Or Dyroth jungle and Paquito XP?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? You might be cooking there. Could also work with the Balman. I think the Balman is technically the better version, right? Because you have that shred. Leo loves Balman, by the way, just saying.
We saw Balman earlier on. We're not going to see it right now, though. We're going to focus on the Gwyn and the Boxias of the world. So far, everything has been quite passive. No crazy plays just yet. But we do see a rotation coming in from Tan on the Guinevere here to the top side of the map. But little do they know, there's 4 members from Na'Vi up top too.
Yep, Keishi with the shield unity. I mean, to be fair, it's expected. Team Ray Young and Na'Vi, they're both very calculated. They don't just go in randomly and go for skirmishes. They wait for neutral objectives and they play it slow. I got to talk to Frost, and that's exactly what he said to the team. Just play it slow. As long as you win, Takani bursts it down by not Ayanami. Ben just procced as well. She's able to survive the RBM. Heals for Ayanami now with the yo-yos. Gets away just barely. Oh my goodness! Ayanami with 1 HP gets away. Now V on the turtle. It's free.
She was there, and then she wasn't. Tan early exit even before the objective, really allowing Na'Vi to pick up the first neutral objective of the game. And my oh my, did we not account for the damage of not Ayanami? What is that shred?
That's a shred you should expect when you got a lot of HP. And to be fair, Team Ray Young does have a lot of HP in their composition. Now, losing in the early game ain't all that bad. They can still play for that scaling game. But listen, if this composition snowballs...
Oh my god, Nora?
Hanabi won't have a front line to rely on. That's the problem. Yeah, Nora, not gonna have a good time. Not Ayanami. I'll be surprised if she doesn't go see Halberd first item.
And it feels like if we, go back to the discussion of the gold lane, Hanabi requires a little bit more time to get rolling, to get online. She needs a lot more farm. She needs to scale. She needs to get to her items maybe a lot later than compared to the Claude. So Team Ray Young right now are in a peculiar position where there's a window that they lost early and they need to rely later on, and hopefully they can withstand the storm coming through from Na'Vi PH, because if we know them for anything, Na'Vi PH are great at looking for opportunities and looking for weaknesses in the enemy composition, and they're doing just that.
Uh-oh. Headbutt baiting on the Purify, the RBM as well. Chiboy's gonna get thrown back by the heavy spin. Now Mirai with a pin down on Miku. The current call on both of them. Oh, they gotta run together. Synchronize Ayanami. Almost takes Miku out of the skirmish. Kin, all she can do is clear bot. Right now, that's the case. This is the weak side gold laner effect.
Absolutely. Now things are shaping up to still be in favor of Na'Vi. We do see that the turtle is going to spawn in under 7 seconds. Keishi's already in the area, just picking out her own jungle, looking to farm a bit more. And something important to note is Keishi's actually a level ahead of the enemy jungle right now. Tan, does she really want to go for that 50-50 on that neutral objective, or does she want to get a pick before she goes for that 50-50 retry take?
I don't know. It's going to be very, very tough, man. I don't even think it's 50-50 with all the poke that Na'Vi have and the heavy spin. That's an all-in over on Chiboy. Wrath of the Try is going to be used up, but look at the heavy spin again. Able to pin her down for Keiichi to get a free retribution as Rayan walks up with the Blazing Duet. Rain gets away as well. Now Riyadh goes back to the BMI onto Nora with the anti-regen honor for the passive. Ayanami just tearing her apart. Nora goes down. Rian's on Quinn. She has CC immunity. She's going for a little bit more damage. Keishi's going to walk up, slam onto the minions. 5-0. Na'Vi are just clean.
Brutal, 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 brutal. They made a decision there, Team Ray Young, and it really didn't pay off. Maybe they'll understand that they need to play for Hanabi more. It looks like there are rotations coming in from Miku and Chiboy to the bottom side of the map. Maybe looking for a punish on not Ayanami, who's sitting at 2-0-2. Let's see if they can make it happen.
Ikebana lands, the taunt doesn't. The Wrath of the Drive though lands, but Ayanami is still able to survive for a bit. Gets 1 kill before she dies, but it's now going to be 2 on the board, and Miku might just follow next. Rain is going to go for the chase right now, and Mirai is looking for the cut. RWM dropped on her, and the Panda gets a big body slam to take her down. Rihanna instantly with the Blazing Duet. Headbutt and the heavy spin. Hands just pinned down. 8-1. This is a stomp and a half for Na'Vi. Whoa. Nora with a walk up.
Huh?
Yeah, she just purifies out. This is very unlike Team Ray Young.
Okay, I think they're really playing into the tempo and the momentum that has shaped from Na'Vi PH. And you would think as an experienced roster from Team Ray Young, they even have a gold medalist in the midst, that they wouldn't, fall into that kind of momentum. But Na'Vi, again, taking so much control over what's going on right now here in the 7th minute of the game. That was a 1-for-4 trade, by the way. They only took not Ayanami for the price of everything. But luckily enough, Team Rayoung, they do get something in return. They get a structure.
Keishi just really wants to go with the fights, man. This is Spatial Migration and a Violet Requiem landing, but Keishi with the Poissons is unkillable. Quinn, though, is very vulnerable. Mirai with a pin down of the heavy spin. Tan and G-Boy isolated from the rest of the team, and it's just pickups here and there. Nora gets a trade in the end with Ayanami falling, but Mirai is practically soloing Miku with the helmet of the Blazing Duet. Now Rian's going to take the kill on Miku, and it'll be all good as Rain flickers out to safety against Nora.
13-3. That's a 10-kill gap in the span of 7 minutes. We were talking about them being two teams that really love the objective plays. Two teams that really play slow, and yet this is what we're getting here, as it seems like Na'Vi PH are playing like they have something to prove. But here it is, the replay. You can see the collapse coming in from Mirai as well with a heavy spin, and the follow-up damage coming through. Not Ayanami still is just wreaking havoc, and it was somewhat of a staple before, and it has come back again. Not Ayanami, again being one of the pivotal roles here in Na'Vi PH from then and now back here again.
And you can see it already, perfect turtle, that impact showing right in the Land of Dawn, man. Dominance Ice picked up by Mirai. She's got to be careful. She has a bounty on her. 3-0-6 on the roaming panda. That's kind of crazy.
Huh? That's your what?
She got more kills than
right.
Rian. If you cover the names, you'd expect Rian to have that KDA.
Maybe she's like, you know, Rian, it's okay. Just chill. I can do it for a bit.
I thought that was going to be like an inspirational message. There. Just, okay, Rian, it's okay.
Do I want to bring up stoicism now?
You know stoicism? That's how I deal with it. Yo, Winter Crown picked up by Tan. RWM straight onto Quinn. Blazing Duet is, whoa. Maybe they need a bit of stoicism. It's a bit too crazy, a bit too bonkers. Rian gets punished for it, and now Keishi as well. Spatial Migration and the Violet Requiem. Right when you bring up stoicism, they start going a bit too bombastic here, Eterna.
Okay, maybe it was stoicism for Team Rayoung.
See?
You know, despite being behind for the first 9 minutes of the game, they finally see a loophole in Navi's gameplay and they completely punish and take advantage over it. They come back here. That 3,000 plus K gold lead that Navi were building has now shrunk to only half. So Team Rayoung are definitely still in. And it's scary because, again, Navi is a gold laner that scales so well into the late game, and it's definitely going to be a problem when she gets to her power spike.
Spike. It's very close for Quinn to get to that power spike. Ayanami, curtain call, but it's only on Chi-Boy again to go for a fight, but now it's going to be all the damage placed out. Oh, Quinn gets pincered all over with a flicker. Ayanami survives again, getting chased out by Nora. Miku has to flicker out of the way. Ayanami's going back to sustain, and it's Nora who got baited by Ayanami. Now the rest of the team falling through, and it's Nora that pops into Purify, gets out with the help of Chi-Boy's Revitalize.
That's the second time. That's the second time not Ayanami has done something like that and still is able to get out alive. She's so good at baiting, and Team Rayoung always fall into that. Look at the space now Navi instantly has. Team Rayoung was able to find a moment of capitalization, and yet Navi adapting again on the fly, and they have all it takes. They have the tools, but they don't have the ults just yet, so they do have to buy a little bit more time for those resources to come back up if they want to go for the 5v5 contest on the Lord.
The gold lead's gone, though. Despite that crazy fight again, it's 14-5, but the gold lead is only at 1,600. Team Rayoung, they gotta understand the winning condition now. They need to kite back. They need to be the ones to play around Quinn and Miku. They can't be the one chasing. Na'Vi losing out of that mid-prio. Team Rayoung wanna gamble. Tan's level 12. Keisha's level 13. Now it's Rian with the Blazing Duet and the pin down as well. Wrath of the Dryad locking him down again as Mirai gets shut down with the Retribution. Comes through from Keishi. RWM onto Chi-Boy. In the back is finally Ayanami falling to Miku, and Chi-Boy gets away in time. Lord for Na'Vi, but everything else goes to Team Rayoung.
It was a really good winter crown, I believe, for Tan. She knew exactly what Na'Vi wanted to do earlier on. Sure, she misses out that retribution and, gives the neutral objective over to Na'Vi. But at the very end of it, she wastes a lot of resources and allows the other members of Team Rayoung to actually find more value in that particular team fight. So now they're going to have to push with not Ayanami. I know she's spawning in 6 seconds. So hopefully Na'Vi can still utilize the wave control and allow them to collapse together so they can get something out of that Lord Tig. Because it looks like Team Rayoung are in position to look for that clear before the structure.
Seems like they've also figured out the fact that they need to kite back against Na'Vi. Na'Vi, crazy engage. They got that zoning as well. If Team Rayoung chase though, however, they don't really have the right resources to get the Hanabi and the Lilia in place. So it's all about kiting back with your carries. Sure, you can have some few members doing their own thing. I'd say Nora can just try to split this front to back of Na'Vi, but everybody else got a peel for Quinn and Miku.
I agree. Lilia's starting to hurt. Miku's starting to hurt. She has 2 items under her belt right now, the glowing wand as well as the lightning truncheon, and that burst damage is not seen, but it definitely will be felt, especially when it gets to the team fights where they group up a lot, and I think Na'Vi are definitely starting to feel it now.
I wonder what items Quinn is on now, right? Has she gotten every one of those Swift Trinity items?
Yes.
All right.
She has the Golden Staff, Corrosion, and the DHS.
So does she have the Melfic Gun now is the question. There you go. Melfic Gun on the way. The Fine Glaive just picked up by Rain now, so that'll certainly help with shredding down some of these frontliners who already have the Chastised Pauldron, and that is interesting. Ayanami, Sea Halberd only now picked up. Like, earlier on, I expected it to be the early pickup, maybe second item because of the lane, but I'm guessing it's just because they're thinking, all right, we got a Baksha, we don't need the anti-regen. But it's hurt her quite a bit in the later stage of the game right there, because Keishi a lot of times is playing a different game entirely, playing for Rain, for Rian, and Ayanami's just doing her own thing without the Sea Halberd. Now with the Sea Halberd, that'll certainly help. Quinn actually goes and prioritizes the Rose Gold Meteor first instead of the Melfic Gun. More defense, playing it a bit safer.
I think she knows that she's going to be like the main winning condition for Team Rayoung, right? There's 2 options in that scenario. Do you want to go big or go home? Do you want to go for...
Go big.
Go big.
Go big.
Okay, so they don't go home.
Hope not, right? We don't want anyone to go home, but kind of have to if they lose.
Yeah, that's how competition works. But
keys get crushed.
14 minutes in, 14th level here for Keishi. It looks like Tan has actually caught up.
They go for the pincer maneuver again on Tam, but the winner crown buys a little bit more time as Mirai gets bursted down entirely. Quinn to the back line though. Pops into Aegis, is able to kite for just a bit longer. Miku's right there, but it's Rian with a triple kill, tearing through the back line, and now it's Nora next. The Sea Halberd doing work. Ayanami trying to go for the dive. Tan and Nora surviving, but it's just a big win for Na'Vi.
It's crazy how one item can alter the course of the game, can alter the course of the team fight, and alter the fate of Team Rayoung earlier on. I mean, you guys saw that, right? The shred coming through once again, Nora unable to have the impact that she initially had, and we were talking so much about, the itemization coming in from Quinn, and little did we realize Rian hit her power spike as well. The Swift Trinity is already taken by her, and she was able to get 3-1-7, that triple kill in, and things are just turning around. 3,000 gold lead now for Na'Vi, and it turns out that's a 1k gold difference between both gold laners.
No wonder. You can see the damage definitely, and the go big factor. That's a Melfic Gun instead of the Rose Gold, and the winner crown is going to give her so much more ways to actually just dive in, honker down, and then freeze while gunning people out. Winter crown for Keishi as well. I love the response here. Team Rayoung, they were the ones first onto the winner crowns for the Guinevere. It's just kind of like a common item though for the Guinevere. It's like the usual build for her. Now for Keishi, she realizes that. She realizes that Team Rayoung can actually start shredding down a lot of the frontliners, so she wants to delay the fights as well. Rain, just for a bit more safety, picks up another winner crown. So we got 3 winner crowns for Na'Vi.
That's crazy. That's a lot of winter crowns.
Gotta say it right. That's crazy.
That's crazy. But wait, Here goes the siege. That's a real world manipulation.
Crazy zoning with Winter Crown already used by Tam, but she's gonna get changed CC now with the Wrath of Dryad locking him down as well. Mirai loses the immortality, but the rest of the team's right there. Mirai is able to flicker out, so they just crack open the far lane base turret and they back away. Signature Filipino discipline.
And that's all they need. That's all they need. They don't even have to risk anything more. They know, once again, the opposite side of the Lord inhibitor was taken down, and that's something that they can play to their advantage. And if Team Ray Young forget housekeeping, remember, there is a Claude on the other side of the map. We already saw a Claude backdoor in MWI earlier on. I think it was the first day of the MWI groups. I don't think we want to see it again. Not with everything on the line here.
150,000 damage taken by G-Boy. Retreat from Keishi to take the purple buff away. It really is a battle of front to back. You see those numbers on the frontliners. It's purely who has the better front, who has the better peel for their backline. Thing is, for Na'Vi, only Ray needs peel, really. Rian's diving with the rest of the team, and that's really what's caused such a problem for Team Ray Young's backline. Miku and Quinn, they don't have enough sustainability to deal with a Claude and Ayanami walking up on the CC with all the CC of the Akai.
And that's not even taking into consideration of the magic damage coming in from Rain.
And Keishi.
It would be interesting to see what items Eve has right now, like how far she's in.
Fishing Lantern, Glowing Wand, Divine Glaive, Winter Crown. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a Holy Crystal. But it's probably Blood Wings.
That hurts for the frontliners, man.
Oh, yeah. That's the reason Chiboy's been taking a lot. Number one in the damage taken. And look at the waves in the bottom lane. This is why Na'Vi just back away after getting that base turret. They have a slow push built up bot, and they know for a fact no one on Team Ray Young can be sent down below. So right now for Team Ray Young, it's either you gamble on a 5v5 or a Lord take, or you lose out completely on the bottom lane.
They need to make a decision now. They need to make a decision quick, because the waves are still crashing there in the bottom side of the map. Tan, you want to go 50-50? You're both at level 15 now.
Oh,
but,
no.
Huh? They sent Quinn to mid?
Just for a bit. No vision, though. So that's why Na'Vi are going to play with it. And the bottom wave's going to crash into the base. This is big. Who are you going to send? Oh, they're hesitating. They don't know who to send, and it's already going to be crashing in. And again, they're just going back and forth with the waves still there. Na'Vi love it here. They thrive in this position. It's Team Ray Young that need to make a move. Nora's going to be the one sent down below, and this might be the time for Na'Vi to look for a 4v5 or to look to burst it down. Keishi taking position, forcing Nora away from that wave again, and that's going to be another wave crashing down as Chiboy looks for an opening. Wrath of the Dryad and the heavy spin comes around from Mirai. That's an RBM as the Lord gets taken, and now Chiboy is going to lose her immortality. Isolated in front of everybody. Headbutt knocks her up for Ayanami to take her down. It is the perfect Lord dance for Na'Vi.
So smart, so intelligent, and the experience is definitely showing here for Na'Vi PH. The winners of MWI 2024 once crowned champions, and it's definitely showing here. Not Ayanami, very smart build with the Winter Crown earlier on. She had it just before the Lord, and she utilized it in that Lord take, understanding the amount of resources that would be wasted to take her down, and the amount of time that she was able to buy for the rest of her team to do the work for her. 7,300 gold lead now for Na'Vi PH. 20 minutes already has elapsed, and that enhanced Lord is marching in the bottom side. They're relying on Miku and Quinn to be able to clear this as fast as possible.
Whoa, Quinn's doing so much damage. Ayanami down very low. Blazing to win a crown. Mirai's gonna be caught by the Wrath of the Dryad earlier. Keishi with the Poissance. And look at that. The struggle for Na'Vi to take the crystal down, but they've taken all the base turrets. Team Ray Young, they have amazing clear with the Hanabi and the Lilia. What's been the problem has been the frontliners not really being able to peel for the backline, but when they're under that crystal, makes it a heck of a lot easier.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all G in their own base. It's so much easier as well to go for the targeting. They don't necessarily have to go to that much of an effort. There's no possibility of like a backdoor play as well, a flanking play. And we can already see that Quinn, full items. Swift Trinity, she has the Malefic gun, and she also has the Immortal, just in case things go south for her. There's also another layer of defense with the Rose Gold Meteor. So she's going double defense actually here.
Love to see it. Team Ray Young just doubling down on defense. Winter Crown again. Rian swapped it out earlier after utilizing the Winter Crown, going straight to the Immortality. Now we have a slow game again before the Lord spawns. And this time around, folks, it's another Evolved Lord that we're waiting for. Another Winter Crown picked up. Mirai baits out the Purify. Big resource spent. Down for 90 seconds as the Lord will spawn in the game. And the bottom wave is still in favor of Na'Vi. Hell, it's not just the bottom lane, it's mid and top as well. So Team Ray Young, they're going to have a lot to deal with.
It's these small things that Na'Vi PH are able to get out. Like something as simple as a spell that can really alter the course of these particular team fights. So it looks like they do and will be able to clear in that bottom side of the map, but it's still going to be pushing in favor of Na'Vi. So again, Team Ray Young are the ones on the timer here. They have 2 waves pushing in favor of Na'Vi. This is a headache, if anything, for Team Ray Young. They really have to dig deep into this one.
And Na'Vi are not giving them any chance. Constantly resetting the Lord, not giving Team Ray Young any space. Ayanami will shove in mid to force these rotations and to force Team Ray Young to reveal themselves. Quinn and Miku both visible on the map. That means Na'Vi are going to go straight for the Lord again. They know Team Ray Young have no hold. Even in their own jungle, Na'Vi, a free Lord. This time it's Evolved. They're going to have that damage reduction as they look to close this one out.
They don't go for it. They don't go for the gamble. And I guess it makes sense. Their only hope now is to wait for maybe an overstep or an oversight from Na'Vi as they push in with the Lord. But like you mentioned, an Evolved Lord is not a Lord to underestimate as well.
So we'll find out whether we're underestimating the Lord or we're underestimating the clear potential of a Hanabi-Lilia combo. Because if there's a composition that can clear an Evolved Lord at 23 minutes, it should be one with a Lilia and Hanabi.
That is true. That is true. Game 1 on the line here for Team Ray Young. Na'Vi Philippines looking to close this, but will they be able to? Chiboy jumps very low.
Look at the zone already. Mirai in the back line now going to go for the zone. And Pincer down with the RWM as well. Hanabi and Lilia not able to go for the hits. The base just gets wide open. And Na'Vi close it out with beautiful macro.
Match point now for Na'Vi PH. As they were able to get that very decisively, very clean, very macro-centric. And Na'Vi PH show you just how the small things in the game can lead to something big, can lead to mountains as well in the particular game. But of course, Team Ray Young, once again, like we mentioned in the previous game, they do have time to go for the reset. We did see a reverse sweep in our previous match, so let's see if we're going to game number 3 and see how they reset come game 2. We're throwing it over back to our hosts.
Well, that's it for our first quarterfinal matchup, or last one, I should say, anyways, for map number 1. Potentially 2 more to go. That's how we've been going, anyways, for our quarterfinals. They've all gone game 3, but now it's up to Team Ray Young to force a third map. It's not going to be easy. Na'Vi played that very, very well.
They did. They started off strong. I mean, I thought it was going to be a much quicker game than it was, but there were some good adjustments throughout the game from Team Ray Young. They did challenge Na'Vi Philippines, kept them guessing, but I mean, this is a long game, 24 plus minutes, but they can bounce back. Who knows if they do that starting in the draft.
After the first few engagements, I could have sworn it was going to be a quick one.
Yeah.
Maybe like a 13, 14-minute banger, but Team Ray Young, partially the reason why I think they took this past the 20-minute mark was the fact that their draft was solid. Even the Hanami, I'm not even going to laugh at the Hanami anymore. I've watched enough of Stream B, called enough of the matches to say Hanami is a legit threat. So going into game number 2, in the effort to force a game number 3, take us all the way, finish the 3-3-3-3 streak, I'd say change nothing in the draft.
Change nothing. Let it be known what you want to bring to the table. It started to work out for Team Ray Young. It just took them some time to basically get this to cook. But yeah, I heard Mirko say it. If any composition can defend at this 20-plus minute, it's this kind of composition with a Lily and a Hanabi.
Lilianabi.
Lilianabi.
Ooh,
that's why. Yeah, see, so that's why I'm okay with it. If there was something to change, right?
Yeah.
Coach Frost, take heed. I beseech thee, change the order. That's it.
That's true.
The heroes are solid. It's just, it was tough for Nora to run into not Ayanami, especially now that she's awakened.
She's definitely Ayanami now.
She's not.
She's not Ayanami.
She wasn't not Ayanami.
She's not a one, yeah.
Now she is.
You guys are ridiculous at this point, but I'm loving it. Not Ayanami was phenomenal. We'll be seeing her in just a second, but let's take a look at our first clip from game number 1. And obviously from this point, we start at the 9-minute mark, and I do believe the Lord's going to be spawning up relatively soon, but we have this massive mid battle.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. They started off strong. Na'Vi Philippines had a lot of control, but then this is the combo. Why the Guinevere and the Balric are so deadly. There's so many options because the Wrath of the Dread was used before that. There's so many options for them to re-engage into a fight and win with that kind of composition.
And not Ayanami, you just talked about her. Not Ayanami. She actually had plenty of great moments, and this is going to be 2 of them because sometimes staying alive is almost more impactful than getting the eliminations.
And there it is. Look, as early as the first turtle, she goes ahead and takes one down, serves up a kill, stays alive via the vengeance, and then gets on out. I muttered underneath my breath. I think, Joseph, you heard me say, oh, she's so dead. And then how often is that Rian, the gold laner, comes to the EXP laner's rescue, and then she keeps doing that. She continues to, again, not die.
This is how hard it is to find a CC sometimes with a Brave Smite emblem, plus the vengeance, and in the hands of a player like not Ayanami. It's a little finicky to try to even catch the CC, but then again, with the way the team played in the early portion of the game is what made it so deadly.
Again, staying alive like that is, it really does take talent, it takes timing, and just overall experience. A phenomenal job as a whole in general. I believe that's all of our actions, but hey, I do want to say though, we have, I believe, our competitors about to get set up. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm ready for that to take place in just a second. But of course, plenty of storylines still to come, obviously, between even just these 2 varied teams like Team Ray Young and Na'Vi. What are you expecting from round number 2?
Round number 2, I don't know, Leo, you're probably in the same camp that I am. They need to go ahead and adjust the draft from there.
I am.
Not too much. Maybe the order, like you mentioned. Maybe just the order. But Team Ray Young has the tools that they need. They showcased it in the latter half of that game 1. They just need to get a head start, get momentum building up, and then follow through because that's what's worked for them up to this point in MWI.
Emotions here, obviously on stage. Sometimes it's hard to watch. In this case, though, I think the players are just so locked in. It's been a long day for both of the teams, but they're here on that main stage. And what's up for grabs is super serious, right? Going to semifinals, a top 4 in MWI is a huge accomplishment.
And what's interesting is this is the other side of that coin of fatigue and emotions and adrenaline fueling you. We've seen teams now just clock out because it's been a long day. The ladies of Na'Vi take it the other way. We played and earned our slot here in the knockouts by taking down a tournament favorite in Gen G.
Yeah.
We can't let anyone down now.
That's a fact. And Na'Vi also knows what it is to play long tournaments. After all, they did win in 2024. So they've been there before, and they want to return to the main stage, final day, to play whoever is opposite of them in the grand finals. But let's not forget, Team Rayong also wants the same, but they're going to have to dig deep if they want to try and take down Na'Vi, especially in map number 2, to force a game 3. They played well. They really did, but they're going to have to do a little bit more going in to the next matchup.
Truth be told, in competitive scenarios like this, a close match, 25 minutes, is harder to digest than a 13-minute stomp.
Yep. It's part of, I think it's just part of the way that works, you know? At this point, you have to, whether you have these long games, 20-plus minutes, or the stomps we've seen, you take what you will and you just go next to the next one.
It's easier because you're like, oh, this is where it went wrong. Pop, pop, pop. But in 25, with a perfect draft almost, such as Team Rayong's in Game 1, you go like, where do we go wrong? Can we watch the tape again? Can we...
don't have the time.
Yeah.
You don't have the time. 20 minutes, it's not enough time. You only get a 10-minute break after all. We head back to the stage, and the players are getting set up once again. It's not that long of a break, and I love that you guys brought that up. Look, a long 23-minute game. You can't really digest all of it. You just got to go in with the cliff notes, with the key points, and then come back stronger if you possibly can. Now, speaking of coming back stronger, for Team Rayong, a real chance to tie this series up, but again, they're going to have to dig deep. What's the gameplay? Because the hero selection honestly wasn't bad on either side.
Yeah, it wasn't. You know, the teams that gave those defeats to Na'Vi Philippines in the first days of MWI, they did one thing. They really honed in on one member of Na'Vi Philippines. Leo, we remember this. You remember this? We were casting it. They really honed in on the roam, Mirai. They just continued what we quoted as, they just honed in on her, bullied her, took her out many times. The main stalwart, the bulwark of that lineup of Na'Vi PH fell apart, and so did the team.
Unironically, I have merch for those who might want to see Na'Vi PH fall.
Yeah.
Put it on a t-shirt. Deny Mirai.
Deny Mirai.
TM.
And one of the interesting things you guys said for Na'Vi during the hero selection is they were planning potentially to choke out Quinn specifically. But not only is it Quinn, but on the opposite side, right, you have, or at least for Team Rayong, I mean, how do they deal with not Ayanami? She has been insane this entire tournament.
I think it's less about denying Ayanami from playing, taking her out of her comfort. It's isolating her from the rest of Na'Vi. If you're able to make her play selfish, then you're already off to a great start. That's one way. Maybe you can do that in the draft.
Focusing on not Ayanami, it can be like a two-way thing. It's like, if you put too much focus there, maybe that's a distraction that Na'Vi Philippines is going to be happy with. But if you let her to her whims, again, depending on what hero she picks, that could also be devastating.
Are we watching the same game? This
it looks like it.
Same mirror of Game 1.
Okay, the Claude is different, right? At
least. It away.
Yeah. Lilia, Claude.
Is, yeah, Claude's different. Claude was on the opposite side last time.
So that means they're missing out on the Esmeralda. Belleric is still out there too.
Do they take the Belleric now?
I see what Coach Frost is doing.
What's he doing?
He's saying, you go Esmeralda, we go CC.
That could work. Either way.
Yeah, in the current metagame, even if we are all in agreement that Esmeralda is the currently overtuned queen of EXP,
yep,
she has one foil.
What's that foil?
A Sea Halberd equipped CC.
Yep. And it happens so quickly too in the early game because usually Esmeralda dominates, right? But
there's Eric
against the CC. Yep, I knew the Eric.
Whoa!
Harith.
Welcome back. I mean, he's seen play.
What is he, a Leonian?
6 times. He's a little baby Leonin.
Little baby Leonin. Welcome back.
With time magic. Doesn't show up as often.
So Harith, I mean, obviously getting your attention the most, how does that shake things up specifically on Na'Vi side?
Since they are ending up at the Harith and not the Claude, their box is going to be slightly smaller. They're going to fight in the short to mid-range, which is something Team Ray can start to attack now since their re-engage is so good. You have the black shoes, you have the BMI, and you still have the Esmeralda. I'd say ban the CC now.
Ban the CC, because when they saw that Harith picked up, Team Rayong this is a green light to take the Esmeralda.
Yep.
She takes the shields that are there from Harith when he's bouncing around his Dom and force that ultimate. So this is a good counterplay into the Harith pickup.
Wait, let me just put on my tinfoil hat here. There's a world where possibly this is not a roam Belleric, nor is this a roam Baxia or a jungle Baxia. What if, hear me out, Taylor, hear me out, Joseph.
Here now.
What if roam Baxia, XP lane Belleric, Bammond? What if it's Valmond, right?
Has it been that long of a day?
That's one of the few answers to an Esmeralda. It came from the horse's mouth.
That's
Navi.
true.
Navi explained it, right?
That's how you dealt with that durability.
Shred.
That Esmeralda has. Shred it out. And then
But you might be overshooting. You might overcook because you're all the more accepting the stereotype of we're playing in the mid to short.
And it came from the horse's mouth, aka Leo.
Daniel.
Well, yeah. don't paint this as Balman propaganda, all right? I'm just saying.
No, he loves the Balman.
If you want shred and you want to work on the Esmeralda, then that's how you do it.
Hey, you know what? I know you missed the Bane. Balman could be the next successor of that. But yeah, it makes sense. I think you're right though too. It's a little bit overcooked. It's
too in your face.
It's too much. Yeah. This is interesting though. The export ban comes through.
This is possibly telegraphing the fact that Navi want to play in that short to mid range.
Yeah.
And imagine how difficult would it be for this front line to survive and to succeed when you're getting scorched, getting barbecued.
I was gonna say, you know what else is counter into the tree? Fire.
That's
it's
right.
either the Valier or the X-Borg. So
no room for the Valier though.
No room for the Valier. Might as well take out the X-Borg. This was actually played earlier today as well, if I recall.
As a jungler.
As a jungler. And which is exactly what Team Ray Young still needs. They're going to pick up the Gatakacha. This also has been kind of slept on throughout MWI.
It looks like Team Ray Young, whatever conversation they had with Coach Frost, there was one keyword, re-engage.
Yep. They have all the tools to re-engage, man.
The only thing that would be better is the Matilda, but...
That's true. What are they? So jungle-wise, if they want to lean into that re-engagement against a Baksha, because the Kai's gone, we don't see the likes of Fredrin.
Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Harley. That's the double shadow jutsu duo, right?
That's true.
BMI and Space Escape.
Yep. Even if they nerfed his Space Escape a little bit, he's still deadly. There he is, Yu Zhang, Valentina. Last picks here for Navi. This is good. I mean, the Valentina, you have... What do you mainly take here, though? Avatar of the Guardian or maybe the Black Shoes?
Avatar of the Guardian is your main choice. Black Shoes we've seen do very well in recent memory. That's a weird ult that's usually used defensively but can win you fights. But you're right, what's in the jungle? Harley, by the way, just came to mind because it looks like what they need.
It looks like, yeah.
But is that enough of a front line? Esmeralda Gatot? I think it is.
It could be. I mean, those two heroes alone built up the front line. You can use the thing I'm worried about is, again, the Gatakacha being picked up. If you're not able to actually jump in offensively with the Avatar of the Guardian and you have to defensively use it, then that's the thing. There's the Suyo, though. That's going in the jungle. Last pick for Team Ray Young.
How could I forget?
Ooh, it comes down potentially to this. Navi is one map away from moving forward in the tournament and getting that much closer to reclaiming what they lost in 2025. Can they make it theirs? Well, they're going to have to get through Chiboy as well as Quinn, who are still on that unfinished business because they want a shot at taking down the trio that ended their run in 2024 MWI. But time might be running short. They need to get to work. It's Team Ray Young versus Navi, map number 2, Miracle Eterna. Let's get it started.
Potentially the final game that we are going to be seeing here at MWI 2026 if Navi PH get their way. But of course, there is still potential for Team Ray Young to come back here in game number 2 in this best of 3 series. Let's head over into the land of Dawn.
It's not potentially the final game. It is the final game if you're Navi. You gotta look at it that way. 2-0. But Team Ray Young, they've got a solid composition, and it relies on, I think, what we've seen more of from Team Ray Young towards this tournament, right? It's a lot more aggressive. It's a lot more, all right, in your face with the Suyo. Thing is, though, they picked it up against a Baksha, Harith, Valentina, and a Yu Zhang. There's going to be so much punishment for Tan with the slightest of mistakes.
So if you want to be the best, you got to literally be the best. And you gotta beat the best, all right? Suyo, definitely not the easiest of matchups here, but hey, if they're able to make it work, then that shows the level of potential and the level of skill that they have here and the mastery of it in game number 2. But so far with the Lilia, you know, being in the mid lane, she is going to be able to clear a lot quicker. It looks like Rain can't be as aggressive as she was in the previous game.
No, not as aggressive, but it's still kind of like the passive early game we expect. If there's no neutral objective, no real crazy fights. Tando picks up the XP Crab, takes it away from Ayanami. Or do they call her not Ayanami, right?
That's why. Is she Ayanami or not
No,
Ayanami?
I confirmed it. It's Ayanami, but you can say not Ayanami when you want to, you know? It's like
So not Ayanami or Ayanami?
Nora's doing a pretty good job in lane right now with the Esmeralda. Despite going up against Yuzong, you'd expect the Yuzong to do really well. Keishi getting a quick wheel on Tan. The battle for Prio. Who gets level 4 first, Nora or not Ayanami?
We'll see. We'll see. It looks like both of them are actually at level 4. But it looks like the mid laners are the ones that are falling quite behind. Rain is still level 3. Meanwhile, Miko already has that black shoes down. And that's a black dragon form for not Ayanami.
Boom, bang, bada bing. Instant neutral objective take. Every single time you have a Yuzong, as long as she doesn't get ganked early on, you don't lose out on that level, you get level 4 quick, it's almost guaranteed. Unless, you know, you're like the goat of MLBB or something, like that Carl or Nepomuceno guy.
And we learn, you know, black dragon form is required when we want to get the neutral objective or just fights in general. Okay, we learned that from someone very wise once, but
he's not with us anymore.
He isn't.
He's alive, but like, you know, he's just,
yes.
yeah.
Yes, that is true. That is true. 3 minutes in, neutral objective take for Na'Vi PH, and it looks like Team Rayong are still struggling to look for something on the board. Obviously, they do still have Quinn to fall onto in the later stage of the game, but of course, they do need to be able to work with the lane because the Claude and the Harith matchup is a definitely interesting one. I think it was something that was way more popular back in the day. We don't see the Harith too often anymore, and there's a reason for it. But, oh, look at this interesting lane, Quinn and Rian.
Yeah, Rian's doing a good job right now, just freezing a wave. And Quinn, I think early on, lost out on a couple of trades because Rian is a level ahead of Quinn. Interesting stuff. You'd expect the Cloud to actually do quite well early on of 1 to 3. But it's Rian really pushing the pace. Look at that, more and more damage piling onto Quinn. Now 2 levels ahead, she's going to have control over the Gold Crab as well.
Kiboy and Tan have come to help though. Chiboy is in the building, obviously still has the AOG if they want to go for an engage, but it was just pure backup here, making sure that Quinn has the time and the space to farm. But Nora, will she have the time and space? She's still able to get out, but Chiboy
walks up, gets a passive AOG onto Mirai, but it's going to be caught by the Wrath of the Triad. 2 members. Zaman force back up. Miko's going to be taken very low. Splash of damage from Rain. Just a little bit more on a basic attack to take her out for first blood. Rain has Black Shoes. Quinn in the midst of it all now. The Black Shoes going to be procced by Rain as Quinn might be caught as a flicker in. And Keishi's on the other. Miku falls. A double kill for Rain. And Na'Vi go up 3-0. Now the Black Dragon comes around. And it's the Zone Tan away from her orange buff.
When Na'Vi is silent, they're just building up to that one moment when they know, yes, it's now, it's time to strike, and that they did. Rain and Keishi on separate occasions were able to find great picks over Team Rayong, and that's left them on the back foot. They pick up the neutral objective, and they get way more pressure on the map. What a play once again from Na'Vi.
3-0. You'd know a thing or two about that, right?
I don't recall what you were saying.
In a month. Na'Vi up top, gonna try to go for the clear and the siege. Rain down below, gets caught with a taunt. No flicker here. BM and Blazing Duet. Whoa! AOG forward, gets a knockup, but gets quelled down. Now it's Ayanami with the Furious Dive. Lands onto Quinn. It's a 2v4 with Rain dead already, but they still get the favorable trade on the gold lane.
So worth. Rain for Quinn, a really, really good moment there from not Ayanami as well with the Petrify, just really locking Quinn down. She was definitely unable to escape, and the damage output after that was really the nail in the coffin. You can see Tan here trying to do something, but she can't. Goes in for a recall. Mirai as well, doing really good at zoning. Keishi's going to be able to get her hands on the enemy jungle, and that's going to put Tan in a bit of an awkward position. Already a level below of Keishi there on the Baxia.
Leads across the board, 1,600 for Rian.
Damn.
Damn indeed. It's looking tough, and this is what happens when the Harith wins out in the lane early, level 1 to 3, and then you get all the control over the gold crab. Such a good lane for Rian so far. It's been fantastic, and you can already see how desperate Quinn is getting. Trying to get farm in the mid lane as Rian just zones up top. Look, doesn't shove. Gets the gold crab, rotates straight into the mid lane, now catches the wave up top, and it never shoves over so that Quinn can get free farm.
That's why I told you from game number 1, right? It's these little small things that Na'Vi have been able to do that really amounts to a lot. Like something as simple as a small rotation, a small move, a trigger of a single battle spell, and so on and so forth. But it's led us to this moment that Na'Vi are now leading with a 3,000 gold lead. Quinn now has absolutely no choice but to try and push in that top lane, but Flicker?
Yeah, Flicker's out of the way, has the chrono dashes, oh god! Chibo's gonna be caught in the backline, Ayanami assassinates Miku, the AOG cancelled, and she's taken out before she can even fly. Quinn gets a trade up top, and look at Keishi. Can she cancel in time? Does she know where Quinn is at? No, unfortunately not. A taunt comes down, Nora in the mid lane, a Terrify from Rain, and that'll be it.
Another 2 men down there for Team Raeyang. Nora might be the third.
Oh my god, the chrono dash is single vision. Rain with a splash of damage. Black shoes away. Now Keishi trying to go for the cut. Mirai zoning them. The taunt lands on Chiboy. 7-1. 5,000 gold lead at 7 minutes with a Suyo down in levels. 2 whole levels.
It's uncanny. It's uncanny, the aggression and the dominance that we're seeing here from Na'Vi PH. And I would say that they're coming into this match with a lot of weight on their shoulders, right? They were knocked out 2024 by Team Raeyang, by Chiboy, as well as by Quinn. So definitely vengeance is on their plate right now. And man, they're cooking and they want dinner.
You have to take a look at the run again to get to this point. Na'Vi losing early on, then almost getting knocked out by Falcon Daisies, a game down in that best of 3. Coming back from that, turning things around, reverse sweeping Falcon Daisies, and then having to meet the team that literally threw them out of the tournament to make it here. And now, a 1-0 lead. Match point, 7-1. These ladies know how it's been while being behind.
And they're so close.
And they're so close.
They're so close
to coming back, making it to top 4, guaranteeing that spot, and maybe, just maybe, reclaiming that 2024 glory.
That's been the whole story for them right now, and it's looking really good for them so far. Look at them now rotating back onto the Lord. Nora is in the vicinity, and it does look like Tan is near as well, but with her so far behind, Keishi's level 12, Tan level 11. There's no way for a contest. This is a free Lord over to Na'Vi PH.
And it's still the same clean macro from Na'Vi that we saw in Game 1. We saw a few bombastic moves from Na'Vi in Game 1, and it almost seems like instantly they fixed it. Playing it clean for all the Lord fights in Game 1, and then transitioning into this game, not letting that match point get into their heads. They're playing it even cleaner than that Game 1 endgame.
Especially when they get the tools to do so, right? Rihanna on the Harith, not Ayanami on a hero like this. Very aggressive.
Is that a misstep?
Could be, could be.
Now she gets a purple buff, so I guess, you know, more cooldown, it don't matter. Gonna be up as well. Mid lane's gonna go down for sure. Chiboy's the only one sent there. The rest of the team knows it's better to just play in the back. But the thing is, for Team Raeyang, they don't have a Hanabi to clear these waves out. It's not as good as a Hanabi. Yes, you have a Lilia. Yes, they have the Holy Shields. But Na'Vi also in this game have a better way to siege with the Black Dragon form zoning everybody away.
Despite them not having like the siege potential per se, right? They have the Valentina, but Mirai is walking in very deep actually. And she's receiving a ton of damage, but look at Rian go in.
There we go. That's the Black Dragon form I was talking about. With the first Lord, they'll be able to get the base turret in the far lane again. And they instantly disengage. Classic Na'Vi. Surgical precision.
Just like game number one. Just like game number one. They're gonna toy with the minds of Team Ray Young here with an 8,000 gold advantage. At this stage, I'm wondering what the items for Quinn are. Has she reached her power spike? Is she close to it? Turns out she's not, but wait a second, Nora.
Oh, no, Purify. The AOG from T-Boy walks up again. The Wrath of the Giant gets 3 members. Mirai with a big set. Now can they follow it up? Rain with a splash of damage. That's the black shoes torn apart already. Rain has to go with the black shoes again. Ayanami deep in already. And it will be a kill back. A Sky Piercer for Tan. And Deja Vu. To a little bit of what we saw in game one.
Okay, a step in the right direction there for Tan, picking up the Sky Piercer. So the stacks are there, and if she's able to get more onto it, that just might be the way for them to turn things around. Keishi, though, will be able to get the orange buff away from Team Ray Young, so that is another resource that they have eliminated away. And it would be nice to take a look at the items once again. We see that Rian already has the Divine Glaive alongside the Holy Crystal, so we can definitely say that the damage is there, alongside, of course, the 2 integral other items coming in from the Harith. But Quinn is still 1 item away. She should be able to get it really, really soon, but will she be able to get in time before the Lord spawns in under 10 seconds is the case and the problem.
If you look at the equipment, man, that's a big Harith. Divine Glaive at 12 minutes. Yes, it's with the Bargain Hunter, but look, Quinn has only now finished the Swift Trinity. That's almost a 3,000 gold lead, 2,800 between the gold laners. Rian can start popping these players.
She has purple buff too.
Oh God, wave down below is great. Team Ray Young, they have to go for the gamble. That's the only way. They have a Soul Sever, they have a Retribution, but Navi's got a Black Dragon flying across. No way for Tan to look for the opening. Another free objective to Na'Vi.
Yeah, they don't want to gamble. They tried to go for scouting, maybe look for a precise moment where they could grasp on an opportunity to maybe take 1 member down from Na'Vi, but they don't find it. Considering that Tan is a level below of Keishi still, going for the 50-50 might have been too much for them to handle. Again, the inmates from Na'Vi, they're taking everything away from Team Ray Young. It's looking personal now in 13 minutes.
This is the form we were expecting coming into this tournament. A shaky start to the tournament, but they found their way back into that form. Rain up top. Has the black shoes, doing a good job zoning. Mirai zoning everybody from that mid lane for the minions to take the turret. And now is the Black Dragon form used up by not Ayanami. Slashing down, zoning Tan away. Rian's already used his Amon Force. Lord gonna be cleared up again. Team Ray Young stripped down to just their crystal. The Wrath of the Giant catches them. Miku has the black shoes, but now it's gonna be Chi-Boy jumping in with the AOG, finding everybody. Tan getting against Sky Piercer stack, but it's Rian with the retaliation already. Rain! Just a bit more damage. The Rose Gold Meteors right there. Tan, Soul Sever. Nora still able to stay alive as Rian goes in for the Synchro Fission. Bloodwing spawn in time. Samon Force coming out as Rian goes for the palm, and Keishi takes Tan out. A big mega kill for Keishi. The Synchro Fission again. Rian's gonna go for the kill under the base. Not quite enough as Quinn gets the healing from the fountain, but they have more waves.
It's a 2-for-3. It's a 2v3, and they still want to go for it. Nora.
Oh, mega kill for Rihanna to double. Nora's gonna be next to the chopping block. Rihanna has no mana, and it saves Nora. Just in time, Chi-Boy back up. Waves, they need to handle it now for Team Ray Young to survive. Rian has no mana. Nora's dealing with the wave in the bottom lane, but she gets caught in the shield unity. That was the AOG to try to help her out, but it's the AOG from Rain. Stolen away. Now it's Chi-Boy. Tan walks up with a Queller. Tries to clear it up with a Soul Sever, but Na'Vi, stay objective. Welcome to the top 4, Na'Vi.
After placing so low last time around at MWI 2025, Na'Vi PH, the 2024 champions, come back. And they come back with a vengeance. They woke up today and chose violence up against the former rivals Team Ray Young, as they will be the ones to crush their keys later on. They did it. They found their revenge here. What a time to be alive. They must be so excited as they move forward here at MWI. The dream for the PH former champions are still alive. We're gonna talk to them real soon as we throw it over to the stage.
Heartiest congratulations to Navi Philippines! And here I have Marai with me. Congratulations. Now, the thing is, this exact thing happened in 2024. And you remember what happened in 2024? You remember the ending? Do you think it gives you a good feeling?
Yeah, I think it's just a deja vu for me.
Deja vu moment. We really hope you keep that momentum. Now what's coming would be what you earned here in this matchup. Team Ray Young, please hand on over your keys to Navi Philippines. Respect, you guys did amazing. As a Singapore representatives, you guys did MYSG really proud. Your journey ends here. Amazing showing from Malaysia. Thank you, Team Ray Young. And now, Marai, next question, all right? It was a little bit shaky, at the start, but with this matchup, you guys looked flawless. So now you guys are heading over to the semis. Is there anything you would love to say to all the Filipino fans out there who are literally sitting on the edge of their seats? You can say in Tagalog.
I just want to say that thank you to everyone who is believing in us, especially we had a rocky start at first in group stage, and yeah, thank you, and keep supporting us up until the playoffs.
So can we say, Pinas lang malakas?
Pinas lang malakas.
Take your walk of victory! It's Navi Philippines!
An ecstatic win for Navi Philippines, staying alive in this tournament, and we mentioned it, their start was extremely difficult. They've been through the trenches, but is there anything better than an early loss to just get that confidence back? It is time to go through the grueling process that is the key crusher. This is the 8th key that's about to be crushed today. 8 dreams that went completely out in shambles, and this is the final one of the day, to the delight of Team Navi and all the Filipino fans out there. Ooh, a good old loud key broken to finish the day. Another dream is shattered, another dream is up in the air, but Navi's dream is still alive. Team Navi will move forward to the top 4 tomorrow. The playoffs are going to happen tomorrow, and Navi has an evening to celebrate and to get ready for tomorrow.
Now today, we have seen 8 keys crushed. 8 teams that we have said goodbye. But throughout this long day today, it has unveiled 4 teams who are gonna make it over to the semis, and us being one step closer to crowning a MWI champion. So this is us, our final key crush for the day. And this is Cheryl and Damascus signing out. Back to the studio.
And that That is the final series of the quarterfinals. The semifinals are set up, and Na'Vi will be one of those teams aiming for the grand finals. But shout out to the hardworking team of Team Ray Young, who battled very hard to get to this point and making it to the knockout bracket, man. Knockout bracket was just absolutely phenomenal and a huge accomplishment they should be proud of.
Despite this not going the distance of what we expected in the quarterfinals of the knockout stage, I think Team Ray Young still put on quite a show. Terima kasih for representing MY and SG, but tonight, how could you defeat Na'Vi, who is what Cheryl was referring to as back to their winning ways? This is the championship run, possibly.
Absolutely, and they are, in fact, making a championship run, and they've taken down Titans, not only Jinji, but also, in this case, right, Team Ray Young, who had a phenomenal running throughout their groups, and ultimately here coming in to the knockout stages. But Na'Vi is on fire, and it looks as if they are poised to go into the grand finals. We take a look at the statistics, and honestly, pretty reminiscent of game number one outside of the game time, which this time was shorter.
Yep, and you can see it. They controlled the macro, the objective that they had to, and that seems to be the key issue here for a lot of teams when they do eventually face up against Na'Vi, who has again found that form. When they find that form and they are in this position, they're nearly unstoppable when it comes to taking objectives, fighting against that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely so. Their stats don't lie. Na'Vi is on fire, and they're looking great. Now, of course, as some of the teams do move forward into semifinals, that unfortunately means keys were crushed. As we go through the day, some talented rosters unfortunately had their heart of the competition, their key crushed, their route towards the grand finals officially coming to an end. However, again, I celebrate the fact any of these teams made it to the MWI stage. Regardless, we must celebrate them even though they had an earlier exit than they wanted.
You know, this is one of those things as we take a look at all the keys that were crushed today. Again, 8 keys were crushed, again, as the nature of the competition, but with that is the dreams, right? The dreams being crushed to get to this point, but this is, again, brutal. I love the opening video that explains the whole format for MWI because it is essentially, it's a really brutal format to go through.
Absolutely.
And that's what it is.
Oh, 100%, and I think it just elevates the competition and comes to show how seriously you need to play in order to protect your key. Hearing it snap must be absolutely heartbreaking, but that's the way it goes.
The fact that your hopes and dreams are tangible and are now suddenly broken in half, that's got to be emotionally taxing, mentally fatiguing, and you know what? What happens on the stage is in history forever. Your key is not gone. It's just part of the trophy now.
That's right. And Na'Vi, this was the moment where they ended up crushing Jinji's hopes of going back into grand finals. Ashley handed over the key, and it ends up getting eliminated. Foot Esports as well, also eliminated a little bit earlier on. This time, though, obviously making a show of it.
Yeah, we saw that over on the B stream as
I missed it, so I'm glad to see that now.
There was a lot of, this is one of the things, right? It's great to see the personalities behind, again, these female athletes that are competing here for MWI. And there's so many stories to tell. I know this was one of the quotes from Kiyoe earlier on today, where all these ladies have such deep stories on how they eventually got into competing in MLBB and then how now they're competing in the biggest tournament for them to compete against the biggest prize pool as well.
Vitality also crushing keys. However, there was almost a world in our bracket where Vitality was eliminated 5th through 8th.
Not to mention the world where possibly Falcons, as a club, could have gone back-to-back and scored so many points.
Absolutely.
To have locked in 2 teams in the top 4, but that's not the world we live in.
Not at all, right? We are in reality, and that is Na'Vi crushing the final key of the day, Team Ray Young. It snaps in half. Now, one also brutal aspect of EWC to add on top of the key crushing is that the competitor who wins the grand finals, who wins MWI, can choose up to 3 different crushed keys to use for their very own trophy.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier today, man. You know, just exactly whoever ends up being the champion here for MWI 2026, who do you choose, you know, to add to that trophy case?
And for us to have just talked about it, there are 2 teams in the top 4 now who have actually done it. Team Vitality and Na'Vi.
And looking at some of these emotions, again, you'll see elation, happiness as the teams win not only maps, but ultimately series. but heartbreak as well, as you see tears flowing from the competitors' faces. And this one, man, well, actually, maybe not this one, but a little bit later on, just the tears flowing down the face truly breaks my heart. It never gets easy seeing the keys get crushed, and ultimately never gets easier seeing some of these competitors on stage crying. Here's our knockout bracket as it stands. We went through all the quarterfinals today, and now the semifinals is set up, and it is looking epic.
Oh, I love that, man. Galaxy Phoenix versus Navi Philippines.
That's a rematch.
That's a rematch that needs to be made. And then, of course, Team Vitality versus Geltec Cyber Team.
Oh, that is the tournament favorite versus the penultimate dark horse.
I like the way that sounds. It's not going to be easy for any of the competitors, but obviously it never is to be a champion. But one thing is for certain, for the 4 teams in semifinals, they are just 1 series away from being guaranteed up to 2nd place. Hey, let's start recapping the day and see how everything ended up unfolding.